Mobile Legends M2 World Championship wrapped its first day of the playoffs with a great mix of emotions and surprises.
Nice!
Alter Ego snagged the play of First Blood by beating 10 Seconds Gaming Frost for the second time in M2.
Selecto onward Septia. This does not look good. It might just be another mega kill.
Smart missiles abound. Sheena knocks him out. In goes Yam, the menace from Indonesia.
Nice game, nice game.
While Todak breathed a new life and eliminated the last home team, Evo's SG, from the tournament.
Oh, wait 1 minute, and Formash has been caught out. He goes down first. Evos look to turn the fight. They've got 3 under their belt. Make it 4. He just can't get caught. Moon, he finds a great opportunity to jump on top of the Pokemon. He's going to be dropping this Avid Quest in hopes to turn this round where Dragon comes out with the OK Shadow Kill. This is a little too much. He goes forward. Crossbow of tag, taking out the last 2 members.
Nice game, guys.
Next, Burmese Ghouls silenced Brain Esports of the Philippines with impeccable gameplay and a diggy pick.
D will try to go for the enemy team here in the middle of everything. Flap Easy trying to control the fight, and Kid just going in with a Matilda, and they get punished.
The pop, the blazing duet, and they are looking for the finish.
Last but not the least, RRQ Hoshi concluded the day by sending Omega Esports to the lower bracket.
There's going to be 4 members from Arkeoshi coming in. Oh, and they're so aggressive. Lemon gets taken down first. Vladimir drawn by Hajizi. Plus the turtle. Psycho goes down. Hajizi takes him. Here comes R7. Oh!
Airstrike comes through, but Lemon is in the backside wanting to stop this move from Farsa. She can't even hit wings by wings. Hajizi is the next to fall. They're diving.
Oh, no, that's it, ladies and gentlemen.
RQ, they're looking to close the game.
Nice!
With that, expect more drama, more intensity, and stellar gameplay today. Join the fight and keep on tuning to M2.
All I knew was M2 is happening. Are you on board or are you off board? That's all I needed to know.
Flying with your friends to another country just to cast the biggest MLBB tournament in the world. It's a crazy experience for us.
For me, it's great. It's the biggest event that really happened the past year. It's an offline event. Finally, we get to see the players. We get to talk to international casters, and we're seeing the best Mobile Legends action. Just amazing how I'm feeling right now.
The thing I want to see the most are teams just evolving throughout the tournament.
It's the drama and the flair of whatever's happened, and I'm sure that along the way there were for some of the teams that makes this M2 World Championship even heavier when it comes to the emotions, right?
Lemon gets taken down first. Vladimir drawn by
I
Hajizi.
definitely think that with the event being held here in Singapore, it is definitely very secure for all of us to be able to celebrate this grand event.
And it seems like we only won the ball in this.
So seeing Mobile Legends mean that much to the Filipino people, it really just makes me feel like I'm really making a difference. And it's essentially another language that we speak back home, right? Like you see one person, as long as they play Mobile Legends, they can speak the same language. That's already one big connection. And to me, that is something I share with anyone else who plays Mobile Legends.
When we think about esports in general, before Mobile Legends came in, there wasn't a game that united us all in Southeast Asia.
In a way, Mobile Legends has changed a lot, coming from a guy that couldn't find work for a good solid 2 years. Now having a very, very solid and stable career. So
I can't imagine where I would be without Mobile Legends now.
M2, this is where it's at, where you will be an undisputed champion, where you can say for almost an entire year, I want M2, so therefore I'm the best, and nobody will argue with you. They'll just bow their heads, respect.
To everyone who's just having faith in the world of Mobile Legends and the esports community of Mobile Legends,
really appreciate for you guys' support, and we hope that you guys will be entertained with all the crazy matches that will be happening.
Show the game we all love, show the game we all play to everyone around you, and be welcoming about it, be open, because there can be more of us.
All the staff, all the members, all the casters that went here, all the talents that went here, it's done for you. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. This is M2 World Championships. You should 100% join the fight.
Wherever you are watching us from around the world, we say welcome. You have joined the fight. It's day 2 of your playoffs when it comes to the M2 World Championship 2020. Now, before anything, before we get to the action, you must know it took an entire village to get this competition going, and it's only right that we say thank you to them. Firstly, our friends over at Moonton, for powering this entire event. Our friends over at Singapore Tourism Board. If you have any memories of Singapore, we know traveling might not be possible right now, but if you have any memories, use the hashtag #PassionMadePossible. Our friends over at SCOGA, the full term for it stands for the Singapore Cyber Sports and Online Gaming Association. They've been championing esports talents and careers here in Singapore since 2008. We also have IMDA, and later on, you'll see a lot of our partner brandings on your screen. We have our friends over at Secret Lab, Toomey, SUTL, Singtel, MediaCorp, and Cathay Cinema. And our friends over at Razer for giving us the official gaming gear. We have something very special for you today. Look at that below me. How about this? A Razer Black Shark V2 could be coming your way. All you have to do is log on to our Facebook page, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and as you're watching the live stream right now, leave a comment on why you want to win for yourself the Razer Black Shark V2. Yes, I do not want to be the person moderating the comments right now because there'll be millions coming in, and the number, millions, no exact amount, but that is the amount of people right now watching us worldwide. In just a while, you might see yourself on the screen as we play you a live montage of people watching us all over the world. Yes, everybody's eyes are on Singapore right now for the M2 World Championship. Without further ado, let me introduce myself. My name is Joachim Gomez, and my co-host, of course, we got Lysander. And to analyze on the very first game for our Discord session, we have, of course, the guy with the motor mouth, LaFell, and the coach of RRQ, Hoshi, joining us for our very first session. His name is James. Lysander, how about giving us very quickly a recap of all the drama and the action we saw yesterday?
Well, yesterday was a round of 2-0s, all right? We really prayed for a 2-1 in that last series because everyone's saying it was a superstar match, but LaFell decreed that it was not to be so because, we got 2-0. But I gotta say, the first game, RRQ, you boys put up an amazing show for us. You left us on the ropes, you got a Lord Steal, saved the game. Came back against 3 inhibitors down, the most insane game of Mobile Legends ever. Maybe in M2, but I say ever. And talk us through it. You're the coach. You taught these boys how to go through this level of stress. Tell us how you're feeling.
Really excited to encounter a match like this as it train our mentality as well. It's really hard, but we've been through it since the MPL Season 6 final. We've been through it. We almost got end, but we already have our last hour left. Yeah, it's the same situations all over again. We just make sure we play our game, late game especially, and then, as I said yesterday, it comes to late game, it's our game.
All right, late game is their game. So that's a really strong motto to live by because a lot of times in Mobile Legends you don't even get to late game. It requires sheer discipline to get to that late game. And LaFell, I know you have lots to say. We want to talk about something as well. You are known for that black magic curse. Whatever team you predict goes home.
We've gone for it already, LaFell.
Yeah, we have gone through it, but somehow it broke yesterday. The curse broke yesterday. You predicted RRQ and they won. What happened?
So here's the thing, right? I hope everyone is watching because I'm about to reveal a secret. You guys don't know this.
Okay.
You guys don't know this.
Magician
Okay?
revealing secrets.
Yes. So, in all honesty, I want to be right. But the thing is, all the teams that I've chosen are not strong enough. So I've been waiting for that day where a team is so strong that they break my curse So James, I believe in your team. You are the new superstar coach. You guys are probably the best in M2, so I will vote for you guys until the end of time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
James, you want to sanitize your hands and your ears after this just to make sure nothing affects you and your team later on.
Yeah.
My magic resistance.
Not gonna affect the curse.
Yeah. What you said.
But you know, for the people that don't understand your jokes, you probably just gain a lot of Indonesian followers. You know, you never know.
Yeah. I love Indonesia. I love Singapore. Singapore is almost as good as Malaysia.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Wow.
Very brave of you to be saying this on our home turf among three of us.
Like
But okay.
again, I just don't understand. I'm the only Malaysian here, and look at my mic. Oh wait.
Wait, your mic is
Look at my
fine today,
mic.
all right?
Yes.
We made sure that it is fine, all right? We made sure it is fine. All right, anyway, talking about yesterday, just rehashing yesterday. Yesterday was the day for Indonesia. You know, every of their games went smooth, all right? Game one of yours was, you know, gave a little bit of a scare, but it went smooth. 2 zeros all across. But Philippines, they went 0-2 across the board. So today is their day. Good news for them is they started in the upper bracket. So they still have one more life remaining. You still have that restart button just one more time. But today, it's all the last chances off the table. You lose in the lower bracket, you go home. So I wanna hear from you guys. What do you think the Filipinos need to do? Because you played against one of them yesterday, but looking at the game from Brand Esports, you told us that you were not expecting Burmese Goals to take them down because they're one of the teams you were watching for. So what is it that you saw that was lacking, or maybe they were underestimating their opponents? What's happening?
I can't comment much on Brand Esports gameplay and else, but I respect Burmese Goals that since they brought a lot of effort and they proved them they are stronger than Brand Esports. I really like that. And their gameplay is really fast, and their unique draft make me really want to learn how they play and analyze them. Yeah. It's a really good one. And it's not just about all Indonesian team wins, but I think as an individual teams, I hope RRQ wins today. That's all.
Of course. I mean, you work for them, so you gotta hope that they win. Otherwise, you're not doing your job. But it is one more hurdle for you guys to cross. Burmese Goals. Talking about that, we have today's match that's gonna be flashing up on screen there. So let's look at what's happening today. We got 3 best of 3s, 1 BO5 for today. Here's today's schedule, boys and girls. We have Omega versus Alter Ego. We're gonna be revisiting Alter Ego, the Indonesian superstars that are looking for that lower bracket run. And I hear Odil is going to be playing today. Bren versus Todak will be our second series, followed up by Burmese Ghouls versus RRQ in that first best of 5 we will be seeing today. A best of 5 is a whole new different ball game, no longer the short skirmish. And then the loser of that series, unfortunately, will have to play one more BO3 against the victors from the first 2 series. So it's going to be a lot of there's going to be a lot of heartbreaks today. There's 3 teams going home today.
Yeah.
And it's going to be crazy competition. Like we said, the favorites are the only one that's left.
Now, James and Lavelle, I actually want to start this entire discussion right now about Omega Esports against Alter Ego. And this one, I want to do a quote from Butters yesterday because he was going crazy about Yam being on form, but he was not the same Yam that Butters saw at the playoffs. So can you comment on that as well? What did Yam do differently?
So as we can see, it's not just Yam, it's the entire team. Like yesterday, Udil didn't play. Cassius played, and Cassius was very, very active in the map, as well as them really activating Yam. And I don't know, this might be a M2 buff or a playoff buff where when he's on stage, he just feels so good, and then he just gets very, very comfortable, and then he played very, very well. Because the thing about Yam now and the Yam before, during the group stages, he went like 0-4-0, 1-3-0, where he made mistakes in terms of decision making, where he went in when he wasn't supposed to go in, he didn't deal well with pressure, but now he is adding the pressure to the enemy lane, and he looks very good.
Yeah, I spoke to the players. They say he gained a lot of confidence as they move into the playoffs, and that's where you want it. But right now, we have the player hit-to-hits, team hit-to-hits that's going to be coming in. Right now, we got our numbers, boys, the stats, and what I like about this is day 2, we got even more stats to review these teams from, rather than just the group stage matches. Right now, we got more stats coming onto the board. So talk us through this, James. Maybe you want to add in a little bit of that analysis as a coach. What do these numbers mean for the audiences back home?
All right, so like I'm just gonna take it here first. The game played, Omega has played 6, while Alter Ego has played 8. Well, they are going to play the most games if they want to survive from the lower bracket all the way to the finals. Team damage per minute, the thing is, not that far off. It's 300, and in the scale of things, that is really big. But the thing is, Omega Esports, they did play a very long game yesterday, so that might have,
skewed the results a little bit.
Skewed the results a little bit, but the average game score, Alter Ego, they are doing pretty well, 45 to 38.
Yeah. Okay, James. I mean, right now, you are targeting, you guys, quote-unquote, target brand esports as your main rivals. So, studying the Filipino meta, what can you tell us about Omega Esports, in terms of their playstyle? Each region's meta is a little bit different. So is there anything that we might be looking out for? What is the Filipinos' key strategy? Is there something that other regions don't do as much?
By looking at the graph, I can say that Omega is more towards teamfight oriented teams.
Okay.
They focus a lot on teamfight. You see the team damage per minute is actually higher than Alter Ego. Whereby the last time I actually think that Alter Ego is a teamfight oriented teams, but actually Omega are strongest in teamfight, as usual, as well as the Turtles lane. So I think they focus a lot on objective as well. Because of the teamfight, they get higher average KDA and average kills per game.
Yeah, some of their players actually die very little. I think we looked at that head-to-head yesterday on that player, and he had like 21.5 or something, which is a ridiculous score for your KDA compared to his opponent, which was 4. So
and the unique hero picks, I would say this is more skewed towards Alter Ego just because they play more 8 games to 6, so obviously 4 more heroes played, it's not much. But as we saw in M2, every single team, they have brought their own thing, like 10-second gaming. They brought the Sicilian, Carmilla, and then Toda, I would say, like usual heroes. It's just that, changing from Chico from the jungler to the side lane and everything, it changed a lot.
I mean, we do talk about saving strats. It might not just be heroes. It might be lane switch. You never know.
Yeah,
and
I was going to build on that because yesterday you were asking Ducky and our Wolf as well, were they saving strats? Do you think they were with the announcement of Udil, who could be playing today for Alter Ego?
Me?
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to answer your question, and no.
They were not saving strats. You don't think so?
No. I feel like they weren't saving strats. I think they did it on purpose. Like, number one, maybe they want KCS to play to see like how the dynamic works, because as our casters talked about it yesterday, Alter Ego, they have 3 faces. So maybe today we see a different face, maybe a 4th face. Maybe by the next season of MPLID, they will have 6 faces.
I mean, they got to give each of their stars a chance to shine. And, well, it's Udil's time. It would have been a shame if they got knocked out yesterday, but they did not. So moving forward, we are going to be looking at them feature Udil, their star player. But right now, we're going to look at Chelly Boy. We got his name wrong until yesterday, so now we're going to call him by the right way, Chelly Boy.
Is it really Chelly Boy?
Yeah, Chelly Boy.
Okay, got it.
I feel like there needs to be H in there if there's going to be Chelly. But
right?
Yeah.
Like CH?
Grammatically or phonetically speaking, right?
Or maybe how they pronounce it in Indonesia for the C's. It could be.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Chelly Boy.
Yeah. All right. We should be talking about the players
Stats, boys. All right, yeah.
So over here we can see that the KDA is more towards Hajizi, but the goal per minute is more to Chelly Boy, where I just believe that damage per minute, so the lesser the minutes, the more the goal really is, especially when you're farming really well, right? And Omega's game, because of RQ, it went really long, so maybe it was skewed a little bit. Yeah.
Fair. I think overall both teams they have a large reputation to uphold. Omega Esports, although slightly overshadowed by brand, is still they say what, Filipino pride, Pinoy pride. So there's a lot riding on the line here. So right now we're going to be looking at the map prediction, where the players are going to be starting, their starting lineup, and what are these lineups saying to you right now? Is it anything out of the ordinary?
Well, right now we can see it's Kenji, Heave, Hajizi, Yelly Hayes, and Kurtizi. And as of right now, they're just showing that the most placed heroes. And Benedetta and Yisun Shade has been looking really good in M2 so far. So I'm definitely looking at these 2 heroes, whether it's going to be banned out or it's going to be left out for the teams to pick. Because I think both of these teams are very comfortable with both of those heroes.
If anything, yesterday's series actually did prove to us that Benedetta is a little overtuned, with the lifesteal and everything. I didn't believe it myself until I saw it. What you think Benedetta is overtuned, or do you have another hero in mind you think is really crazy numbers-wise?
Well, we are the only team that play Benedetta tank, so.
Yeah, true.
So you guys should feel the play yesterday.
So you guys are gonna get her nerfed, is what I'm hearing. You guys are gonna be responsible. So all Benedetta mains, you guys can blame RRQ for the nerfs upcoming in the next patch. I would like to blame all the M2 players for getting Sylvana nerfed as well. I'm a Sylvana main, and you guys are picking too much of her, and Moonton's gonna notice, and they're gonna nerf her, and I'm not gonna be happy about this.
For Alter Ego, of course, Yam, Leo Murphy, Udil, Tellyboy, and Pi. Thoughts on the lineup?
Yeah, and right now, Udil is playing, and Udil is very good in those stationary mages, where before this, he was really good in the Lunox and such. And in M2, he's been using the Louis, but honestly, any kind of stationary mage, like the Farsas and such, Udil, as I heard, his hero pool is a little bit smaller, but the heroes that he can use, like, almost unbeatable.
He's a specialist, yeah?
He's a specialist, exactly.
Yeah, you bring him in to perform some surgery, and yeah, he'll take their heart out and stuff like that. Okay, I'm getting a little into details.
Yeah, from gamer to surgeon. Yeah.
He's a doctor, right? We had
Yes,
doctor.
exactly.
He's a doctor. Yeah,
He's
we
a
had a
doctor.
joke yesterday. Yeah,
but
he got married.
Well, he got married. Yeah, so he's
he can no longer doctor. Yeah.
He's only doctoring one person.
Yes. All right, looking at the map right now, these are where the players are predicted to begin in the Land of Dawn. And anything stands out here, anything crazy, looks pretty standard to me.
Like for me, I don't know about James, but I'll be looking at the gold lane between Curtizy and Pi, where as of right now, Curtizy looks a little bit stronger, but I kind of want to see like how it really plays out.
All right, James, do you want to add on that?
I think it's predictable, the Alter Ego lineup right here, and the lane they are going.
Yeah.
It's just whether they will perform like how they perform back in MPOI.
What about hero picks? I want to hear more about hero picks. You know, I think we heard some like Udil is more of a stationary mage kind of guy, and Udil is more of a stationary mage kind of guy. But any of the other players in general, do they have any specifics you want to look at?
I think more or less the same. To me, Omega and Alter Ego, both of them are playing ESS. What you can see is ESS a lot.
Yeah,
and then they're just creating space at the front line, and ESS just safe farming and then come out in the middle to late game. So they are kind of mid-game win or die situations.
Okay, all right. Mid-game brawls are what we're looking at. But right now, audience predictions. Well, what's up with that? Do you all agree?
They're thinking that Omega Esports will win, and here is the thing, Joakim, Blazander, and James. So yesterday, like you brought up that Philippines, they were 0-4. I blame myself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As you should.
Yeah, because you asked me how I identify, and the moment I identify as a Filipino, they didn't look that strong anymore.
It happened. So
yeah,
who do you identify as today then?
I'm identifying myself as Indonesian.
Oh boy!
Okay, no.
The Indonesian coach just got a little sad.
Yeah. So I have two names. I can let the comments decide. It's either Ahmad Lafel or Lafel Lemas. It's either those two.
You know, Lafel Lemas sounds good.
Yeah.
Because an L and L. Yeah.
Because there's a Indonesian caster called Ranger Emas. So you know.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We go from
alright.
audience to talent predictions right now.
Talent didn't copy homework today.
45% going for Omega Esports, 55% Alter Ego.
Wow.
The Filipino boys got more people to join them this round. Yeah. They got more supporters. They managed to rally up more troops. And there you go. Butters giving us the double pumps up. And
oh yeah, sorry. I voted for Alter Ego. That screwed it a bit, I guess.
Yeah. Well, at least the talents are more balanced now. You wanna add something, James?
To me, 50-50.
50-50.
Okay, let's ask this one. 2-1 or 2-0?
Oh, yeah.
2-1.
2-1 either way.
2-1 because there's nothing to hide. And lower bracket is just you show all your strat, all your strategy, all your.
Well, that's not what Alter Ego were doing yesterday. It's like we don't need Udil yesterday. You know, we could still play.
Like that is the question that I do want to ask. Like in case if Alter Ego did lose, will they swap up Udil with Cassius? Like I don't know.
We're gonna find out because there's nothing to hide right now. Lower bracket.
Yeah,
exactly. Now, of course, we got our very first game happening in just a bit. Omega Esports against Alter Ego. In just a bit, going to be handing you to the loving hands of our casters who will be guiding you through all the action. We got Butters, Gideon Q, Joe, as well as Contra. And if you're a fan of Razer and M2, we've got some exclusive giveaways coming your way. Be on standby. The game happening next.
Return, favor, and yeah, he's in position with his Black Dragon form. Quasi in for a double. Can't get the triple. Flicker has already been used on Papa, and it will be the Roger to secure that one for himself. But Leo gets his slide.
Ya, mereka harusnya bermain dengan kayak udah nothing tulus lah. Mereka udah all in dan berasa performa mereka ya bagus banget.
Engagement. Oh, there's going to be heat. His immortality box inside. He has a few shields to buy time. Oh, good easy. Just in time. Crossbow tank and they burst him. That's heat taken out. R7.
Malungkot kasi natalo kami. Tapos marami kaming na-disappoint na Filipino fans.
Tim gua nih udah terbiasa dari lower bracket dan gua rasa kita bisa bantai semua lah lewat lower bracket.
Bibigay namin lahat yung best namin bukas.
Pastinya setiap hari kita nambah percaya diri sih, soalnya sering diskusi juga, sering sharing juga sama yang lain ya. Makin kesini makin pede lah. Apalagi dengan kita tadi main, menurut saya sih udah pede banget semuanya, main pada lepas juga semua.
Salamat sa pagpatuloy na pagsuporta niyo sa amin kahit nabigo kami sa una. Sana bukas sa laban namin patuloy na pa rin namin suportahan. Ibibigay namin lahat. Yun lang.
Welcome to day 2 of M2 World Championship for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We would like to give a special thanks to our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
We would not want to forget to thank Singtel, our partner in esports, to unlock lag-free and ultra-fast gaming experience with Singapore's fastest 5G network. Keep calm and get the edge you need on your road to Mythic in MLBB with Singtel, the Singaporean's fastest 5G network.
Did you know that there is an official live screening event for M2 in Singapore at Cathay Cineleisure Orchard?
What?
Well, it's called MVP, right? It's MVP, and you'll be able to catch all the M2 action on a big cinema screen. What's more is you can also win attractive prizes when you take part in the activities and lucky draws. Now, MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at the Cathay Cineplex's website, and you can also check out www.rsg.gg/MVP for more information on MVP. Shoutouts to our MLBB community watching at the Cathay Cinema, NUS, Sports Hub, and Bukit Mera Swimming Complex. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, welcome to day 2 of M2. We are in the playoffs. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Contra, Gideon Q, and Butters, and we'll be bringing you guys a handful of matches today, and we'll be saying goodbye to a bunch of teams. And my God, did you guys sleep well? I mean, Butters, I know you slept like a rock.
I did. Well, not. It's kind of deep sleep, but it's not because you feel excited. But then again, when they wake you up, you don't respond. It's something like that. It's very difficult to explain.
Honestly, I don't know. I kind of have this like dead sleep where it's just like it feels like nothing is ever happening, but I know it can be a little bit of a struggle.
Okay, well, I'm hoping Contra had a good night's sleep, but for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and meet the teams fighting off in this first matchup.
All the way from the Philippines, Omega Esports. Oti. He. Kenji. Hajizi. Kurt TZ. Toshi. And Yeli Hayes. Omega Esports.
From the Philippines, Omega Esports.
Alter Ego Esports from Indonesia. Young. Cassius. Leo Murphy. Sally Boy. Pi. And Udin. Alter Ego Esports.
From Indonesia, Alter Ego Esports.
I love it. Today is a much faster clip, and we're just moments away from the draft. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to M2. We just met Alter Ego and Omega. Contra, whenever I see Alter Ego on screen, especially Udil, I get chills.
Yeah, and of course, I do get the chills as well because we're seeing this multifaceted team now bringing him back online to be facing off against the likes of Omega. And we were talking about sleep for a little bit, and I honestly didn't have a good sleep just thinking about how this matchup will go in this lower bracket.
Yeah, well, just to put a little bit of perspective into this, one of these teams won 2-0, right? That's Alter Ego sweeping the Japanese contingent in 10 Seconds Gaming Frost yesterday. Not even batting an eyelash, just straight up, pow, Yam, unlock your inner potential. And then next up, it's Omega, who played two very polarizing but just the same difficult matches. 34 minutes, possibly the longest in all M2. I'm not sure what the stats look like. And another 10-minute stomp by RRQ. Now, I'm wondering what it might look like. But for now, let's go ahead and review the brackets. What went down? Gideon, are these what you expected?
Honestly, this is a little bit of a shocker, especially with just the power level of the Burmese ghouls here, and they are just absolutely just crushing it right now. But here is their biggest challenge. This is the benchmark here against the first runner-ups coming in with RRQ, and I think everybody is batting their eyes, just saying, nah, they're gonna get knocked out. No, they will not. This is going to be the match everybody is waiting for. Burmese ghouls have proven themselves, and RRQ is still looking on to form.
Yeah, looking at it, we did kind of expect a 50-50 between BG and Bren.
At least a 50-50.
It's a 50-50.
Yeah.
But then again, we didn't really expect one of them to just win it 2-0. We could have expected a 2-1 if ever for both teams. But that happened, and right now I agree with Gideon. RRQ is going to be their next challenge. Now, looking at the bottom side, or the lower bracket here, Bren and Omega, that was a very, well, yesterday was a heartbreaking day for Filipinos.
Yeah.
They lost one life already. But do not fret for the Filipino fans because you still have a life in the lower bracket.
Oh, yeah. Before we dig deep into this next matchup, again, a best of 3 in the lower bracket between Omega and Alter Ego, I gotta ask, there were a couple of other teams we didn't talk about in the lower bracket still fighting for their life here in playoffs at M2. And I think I want to ask, just for the sake of the hometown sentiments, right? Todak just showed us something else yesterday. 4Maze was amazing. Again, we said how this was nothing you saw from the old MPL MYSG. Contra, what are their chances here today?
Well, the chances are looking pretty much on a 50-50 as well, because facing the likes of Brand Esports, I'm hoping to see something else, because that Hayabusa is going to be very predictable coming from the side of 4Maze.
And right here, right now, ladies and gentlemen, on the main stage, that is the turret holding the trophy for M2. And on screen, this young lady responsible for keeping things in check. That's our head marshal, Christina Nang, officiating this matchup. Again, another eliminations round. We're saying goodbye to one of these teams at the end of the best of 3. And on stage, the coach of Omega Esports, that is Coach Dale Dalus, aka Vitug, and Nasi Uduk from Alter Ego. Our representative from Indonesia, one of 2, by the way, one of 2. Indonesia's chances right now, oh, it looks like, again, from yesterday, remember when I said it's a silent war between Indonesia and the Philippines? And yesterday, RRQ stood tall, just told y'all so, stay there.
It's going to be tough. And I mean, yeah, they did make a really big statement here, but I think, the most disappointing thing, especially for Filipino fans, is just understanding, hey, it's not going to be a Filipino finals. We're going to have to battle each other somewhere down in the lower bracket. It breaks my heart to hear it as well, but hey, somebody's got to stand on top. And if they need to beat an adversary right now, Alter Ego, they need to get knocked out here.
Well, both teams need to knock the other out, right?
Absolutely.
It's a lot of pride, and there's a lot on the line. On screen, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be introducing the first 5 from both. This is Omega Esports, Kenji, Heath, Hachizi, Yelly Hayes, Curtizi, Butters. This is the old reliable for the green and blue here. And what changes do they need to do to be able to avoid those sweeps?
You know what? There's this story about them having a meeting beside my room.
Really?
Yesterday. But they told me that I shouldn't really just say it right now. I should just say it after.
Okay.
But then again, they made these substantial changes that will make them a bit more attentive and give a little more attention to detail when it comes to the games.
Okay, all right. I'm pretty sure Alter Ego will be looking out for that, as they always do for most things, as for all things actually. Performing this well, it's Yam, Leo Murphy, Udil, Chelly Boy, and Pai. So Cassius gonna be sitting this one out. He made his debut yesterday. Contra, how do you feel about this lineup? This was the same that they played in the group stage.
Well, of course, when we're looking towards the group stage, there were games that they did drop, even playing with the likes of Udil. So I'm pretty sure that having his own break, they have been able to plot even more of all these sort of strats to be going up against whoever who falls down from the upper brackets. And know for a fact that these two teams are kind of like the prince of their respective countries to be, taking over one day. And I'm looking at which one will be the ones that step closer towards the throne.
I like it. I like it. The prince, you mean the heir apparent, right?
Heir
Like
to the throne.
the next stop in line. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes on the clock here before we start drafting once more Alter Ego versus Omega Esports. Gideon, man, do you think this is going to change the dynamic of Alter Ego? Because yesterday, it seemed like Cassius was really acting to help Yam out.
Absolutely, and I think, that's something to keep in mind, because Yam has been integrated into this team really, really well, and I think his performance has just been skyrocketing ever since. And honestly, I don't know, he feels like a ton of diamonds, like specifically 899 diamonds here.
And that's
899.
all you need to be able to get the exclusive skin for M2. That's the Shadow Omen skin for Clint. Your boy Clint still hasn't made a showing here, but that doesn't mean there's no chance, all right? By the way, this is an in-game event happening. Just check it out. Click that banner, and you can complete tasks and predict the champion to win M2 coins. Exchange these coins for M2 exclusive rewards, which include the special avatar border. That's the exclusive skin again. That's Clint's Shadow Omen skin, the battle emote, and that sacred statue. Get all of these for 899 diamonds once more, only up until the 24th of January. But to be real though, it felt like more than 899.
Honestly, yeah, he honestly shines so bright, especially when Cassius is working on his side of the map. And I think that's kind of the question here of what kind of a draft is going to kind of enable Yam to do those things. Because as you can see, he can play lane really, really well, but he really does shine once his team kind of enables him to say, hey, we need you to do this. We need you to get into the backline. We need you to join the fight.
Yeah, you need to listen a lot, right? And I'm guessing that's what Cassius was good at. Because whenever we would do interviews back from the MPLI and Alter Ego 1, it was always Cassius speaking up. And he's a very intelligent man, and I'm pretty sure he was one of the keys to unlocking Yam. But right now, Butters, we talked about Alter Ego. I'm going to ask you about Omega here. And there's a meme going on online in the MLBB community, and it specifically talks about what hero should the Filipino teams ban, and who is that?
I haven't seen the meme. I'm sorry about.
It's Yu Zhong. He really slept like a rock, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, for Burmese goons.
Well, I think for both.
I think for everybody.
I think for everybody, just ban it out. But yeah, Omega Esports, they are a team who just really wants to be aggressive into the early game. But the thing is, when you find a way to stop them in their tracks from making that snowball, they lose communication. They don't even talk. They don't even talk much even when they're winning. But what happens when you just lose communication?
That's all
when
the
you're
more.
losing?
All the more when you
all
need
the
it.
more worse.
All the more when you need it. Ladies and gentlemen, Alter Ego Esports here on the play. Already banned out the Jawhead and the Benedetta. Nothing too crazy here. Nothing from out of left field just yet. Omega Esports getting rid of the Esmeralda. Contra still out there again. The Yu Zhong still out there is the Yu Sun Shin. What else are we looking at?
I'm definitely looking at the Yi Shun Shin here. That is a hot contested pick that you mentioned earlier on. And we've seen a lot of all these sort of stuff that does get out of the way. Like, if we really want to look at Loyi, usually you go in towards phase 2, right? So phase number 1, you still have that sort of hot picks that have been popping out on the radar, and that's in the form of, a couple of all these sort of marksmen. I'm not too sure whether they should take out the 1-1. Sometimes you do see it for phase 1 1-1 ban, but not exactly the highest of priority when it comes down to this list.
At this point, I think Alter Ego might want to consider just banning out the Natalia at this point of time. And honestly, the way that they're starting with the Benedetta and as well as the Benedetta as well as the Jawhead, they get rid of the Yishin Shin. It kind of tells me that they have like something in mind. They kind of want to play a composition that doesn't rely around those strong picks. And I'm assuming Sylvana is going to be picked up by Omega here because Alter Ego, they're just running out of first pick options.
They want Chelly Boy to be aggressive. Alter Ego, they are gonna go for probably a Jawhead, probably a Cho. They need those heroes that can just hide on the brush and just have that certain advantage when it comes to the initiation. So they ban out the Yishin Shin. For Omega Esports, I think Natalia is a good ban, actually.
It'll be a really good ban.
It's going to be Natalia.
They're not running the risk. Again, first pick goes to Alter Ego Esports here. And if you don't respect these kinds of heroes, then you're going to pay the price. Now, first pick for Alter Ego, definitely her Jowl Butters. Maybe a tank that allows Chelly Boy to just snowball, make him space, and just catch free kills. But right now, I think they should also consider maybe Yam. But yeah, it's going to be Sylvana first.
Yeah.
Could go for Yam from the side lane, or even, Leo Murphy. Could burst folks down.
Yeah, we see the Sylvana on how other teams use it. They stay in the brush. Then when someone tries to go for a face check, there's a stun, there's Imperial Justice, and most of the time it gets the job done.
So good.
It's so good. And without the Yishin Shin, you don't have a way to see that.
Nothing.
Yeah, and of course that makes it a little bit more difficult as well. And with that, we are having a little bit of the attention towards this Selena pick in the early phase, alongside with the Yuzong, which is looking rather interesting because Omega Esports, they've already secured everything they need for the sort of way to just spot them out. So Abyssal Arrows coming in, but they need to find a little bit of a way to be enabling some of all these cores. So I wonder what will they pick up next for the side of Omega.
Here's where it gets a little scary because even for like at least for Omega, they're kind of waiting on Alter Ego to kind of make that pick, right? And at this point, Matilda is on the table. I feel like it is almost a free pick in most of these situations, other than the fact that Alter Ego is considering that the team fight capabilities of Yuzong is there and Lapu Lapu is on the table. So do you lock in that core, or do you just take in that extra utility from Matilda? And it looks like they opt to go for the Roger instead.
In the group stages, Lapu Lapu seems really good. He's probably the best side or XP laner in the group stages. Now, there is this Yuzong that just is rising. And a lot of the Yuzong players right now are stepping up. They're carrying the team, and there are a lot of great Yuzong games that are happening right now in the playoffs. So, it's a 50-50 for me, Lapu, Yuzong.
Yeah, the trade
It's a trade, yeah.
Okay, well, some stats are definitely getting skewed. Predictions are getting disrupted. And right now, we're waiting for one more pick from Omega Esports here to round out the first phase. And that's going to be Hajizi out of the jungle, picking up his signature Ling. So, for seeing it, it's going to be Chelly Boy on the Roger versus Hajizi on the Ling. Hey, it's all about choking out the purple for Omega Esports, so they better look out for that. They're covering their bases, getting rid of these mid heroes. That's Luo Yi first taken out. Alter Ego, what can they choke out? Heath still has no heroes here. No choices for him.
Yeah, and when we look into towards this sort of fan phase number 2, there's so much high priority target on towards what will come next for the side of Omega Esports by banning out even more of those sort of jungler or marksman coming in. But having that Ling is already pretty good enough, right? Having the late game split pushes being very much secured. So for this sort of take, you can see so much focus on towards mages, and that's where you see Loi being banned out. But the Tigro, though, is a very interesting ban.
There you go. That's a target on Heath.
Since a lot of dives are going to happen for Alter Ego, Tigreal is the best ban. For Omega Esports, they still have a lot of heroes on Heath. They can go for I wouldn't really suggest a Hilda, just because Lapu, Sylvana, and Roger don't really care about her. I guess a Cho would be great. Seeing a Cho on Heath would be 50-50, but I think with the mechanics and the fundamentals that he has, I think he has enough to pull it off.
And I think, you know, Omega had to make a decision here whether or not to kind of like punish this mid laner, punish the mid laner who has wave clear. They wanted to, they were thinking about Farsa or making sure that the side lane is going to be okay with the Lunox here. And I think that's a very good choice. Alter Ego, as you mentioned, Butters, Trill is a really good pick for Omega's side. And I think as long as Alter Ego start focusing down on those utility types, flexible supports, then they can actually pick up some wave clear for themselves, because that's what they're lacking right now. They won't have mid priority here, and I think both teams kind of understand that.
Yep, and instead of mid priority, I think what Omega Esports has just accepted that they're gonna do is try to go into the jungle. They want to protect their jungle and get into the opponents.
If you would look at Omega Esports banning pattern here, you just ban out meta heroes. Then for the second phase, you pick one person to ban his heroes out. They go for Odile, they go for the Louis, they go for the Lunox. Probably Odile's, how do I say this, most successful heroes in the tournament.
Yeah.
It deals a lot of damage. It can punish the Yuzhong.
Some would say a signature, like in the long run. Yeah. So that's what Omega Esports is doing. Very, very clear cut. Now they have one pick before throwing it back over to Alter Ego to complete it. Now again, they are missing a hero for Heath, and it looks like they are also missing one for Kenji or Curteasy. Again, if this turns into a marksman side lane, then that's going to be on Curteasy while Kenji picks up the Yuzhong. I'm guessing they try to get Heath now. Give Heath a hero now so that you have that flex pick later, because utility tanks are super important, and there it is. We've been saying it all, well, for the past minute or so. That's the show. Very important pickup here.
I definitely think that this is possibly the only best tank left available for that moment, and with so many all these mages being banned away, you know, I'm not entirely sure if there's any more great ones to be picked up by Alter Ego Esports here. Well, yesterday we did see an Eudora that was being introduced in towards the playoffs
RRQ,
in the form of RRQ Hoshi, and of course Alter Ego might just actually pick that one from the playbook that was actually causing a lot of disruption towards Omega Esports side.
I think regardless here, if they get the Eudora, it might not be as efficient. Farsa is wide up on the table. Harith is also a pretty good shout. Yep, and again, they finally actually decide to go for the Matilda as well as the Harith. So they skewed their composition to say, hey, we want to have a really strong level 4, knowing that your composition wants to play for early. At least we have a Matilda to defend ourselves, harass you towards the mid lane. So at least if you try and invade, you're going to be at about what, 60 to 50% of your HP.
Alter Ego's not gonna go for that ultimate dependent lineup. They can fight as long as the Roger is up. Matilda and Sylvana is a really great help, just containing or controlling people just for Roger to take down. Because Roger is one of those heroes that really just needs the orange buff to go on. He deals a lot of damage with that certain power spike that he has. But for Omega Esports, it's going to be the Chang'o.
I think that this was lacking. They needed wave clear, and now I'm wondering, just in hindsight, should this have been a Farsa? Chang'o or a Farsa? Chang'o or a Farsa? I think they're just doubling down on the range. Massive reach.
I would agree with the range, but I also think that it's just like making sure that the side laners are going to be A-okay, because that's where Omega is looking to punish. Like if it's not the mid lane and we can't invade you, then your side lanes are going to be the next big target.
Yeah, so it's a complete concession to mid. Like you can have mid, we'll take the jungle, we'll take the side lanes. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft has been locked in. Alter Ego Esports versus Omega Esports. We already talked about how these teams are looking to engage, what kind of strategies these two drafts are going in for. Real quick, Alter Ego, Omega, what's your prediction? Contra.
Well, looking at this sort of draft, I'm liking what I'm seeing from the side of Alter Ego Esports at the moment. But hey, Omega Esports, we saw what they did towards RRQ Hoshi in game number 1. I'm expecting Omega to just push them to the brink of perhaps almost to this.
All right, we'll leave it to you guys. Contra, Gideon Q, Butters, all yours. Omega Esports versus Alter Ego, game number 1.
Let's get this show on the road. Finally, first game up today. Let's bring it as Alter Ego going to be going up against Omega Esports. And again, we should be expecting nothing too soon, especially since Omega, they do have the early game composition, but level 2s are way more useful in comparison to level 1s.
You would expect people to just go for the invade with the Roger, Sylvana, and the Matilda, but Alter Ego Esports, they're not going to push their luck. They're not going to put themselves in a 50-50.
Yeah, speaking of 50-50s here, you know, like heading in towards the late game, that's where team fights are especially crucial. And we've talked about Omega, they are a very team fight-oriented team. And there goes a little bit of the movements coming across, and Kenji has already spotted out the danger. And perhaps there will be a little bit of contest coming in the way soon. But let's talk about this matchup here down below. That's the Yuzong as well as Lapu Lapu, because they're going to be contributing pretty huge in towards mid-game.
Yeah. And Kenji there might have pulled the trigger on his flicker a bit too early. He didn't know that Liam Murphy didn't get the stun. So he just went for it, and the spear is there just to harass. And look at the damage for Heath here. That hurts a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Matilda, again, she's really great in the early game just to harass their opponents. She does struggle to finish them off, and that's why you see some teams actually taking the flame shot here and there, or even the Farsa to just make sure, like, hey, you gotta go.
Yeah, and speaking of which, now we're going to be moving our eyes on towards Odile, where, you know, early game pressure is the name of the game coming in from Matilda's, but she's being pushed towards the turret, being forced to retreat, and now we're going to be having the turtle on towards the other corners of the river, where most of the members of Omega are fixating themselves towards the top side, trying to get a catch on towards this Harem.
Yeah, honestly, I would think they would want to be a little bit more aggressive here, especially down towards bottom side, but it looks like, you know, Harith is going to be a little bit of an issue since he is going to the EXP lane. He wants to rush that level 4 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but the only difference right now for Leo Murphy is Heath is a calm player. He doesn't get tilted as much, so all those TPs are probably not gonna get into his head. Some of the tanks right here that Leo Murphy taunts, they actually react, but for Heath, I don't think that's going to be the case anytime soon.
Yeah, and speaking of which, you know, late game is going to be very interesting, where you got picks like the Ling, and on the other side you got the Harith, the Rogers. Which one do you think, like, you know, will be much stronger heading towards late phase? Because I'm pretty concerned if Yelly Hayes gets to late game.
Yeah, you know, I definitely agree with your sentiment here, but yeah, speaking of Yelly Hayes, he's forced to push back in towards lane. And coming back to the question here, I think at the end of the day, I would say it's almost around even here, but I will say that Alter Ego does have the better late game composition because there's a lot more relevant ultimates and also just relevant heroes in those situations. Now, Cortese is going to get a little bit of damage here, but Pai, he wants to zone him out to ensure that the rest of the team can actually contest for that purple buff. Luckily, Cortese still having his retribution, but that just means that that the turtle is going to have zero pressure coming in from Omega.
But you know what, Gideon? I think Alter Ego has a better late game lineup just because of the Harith.
Yeah.
In terms of scaling, the Harith can just pop off anytime soon, just getting those certain items on his side. I mean, I get it. Kenji has late game potential as well, but there's a fight happening right here.
Yep, and they're going in pretty hard, but they're backing away as soon as possible. Purple buff again contested, but that's going to be a big ultimate coming in from Cartesi. They can't really do too much to contest, and Heath, he could try to make the play, but again, all 5 members are here. Sorry, all 4 members are here for the side of Alter Ego, and the 5th one just joining from lane. Hajizi is going to get chunked so low, but look at the top side, Kenji, a free push.
Well, I really felt like Alter Ego here is putting way too much of that microaggression, and they are reaping a lot of rewards out of it. Like, as you can see, although the goal lead is going to be relatively small at the moment, they've already got the turtle, they've already taken all these buffs. We're checking out some of these items. Anything interesting to note coming in from early phase?
Not so much. Pai is almost close to his Bloodlust Axe. And as you can see, Heath here catching out Leo Murphy, and Yam trying to go for the help, and Heath might have bitten more than he can chew there. Okay, in terms of items, they're just getting their core items first, but AE here, they really just want to start the fight. Calamity Reaper on that Harith. Haji only has the Raptor Machete. And for Kenji, he has the glowing wand, if I'm not mistaken. I just can't see it from here.
Yeah, he's almost getting it. Oh, wait, no. Cartesi looking to try to jump on top of Leo Murphy, but he's able to get pulled back with the help of Odile. They're going to disengage from the fight, but he's going to get chucked down. Absolutely destroyed and disrespecting his space, especially without Flicker. But it's not over yet. Kenji is going to be dropping down that meteor shower, and even though he used the Way of the Dragon, he might have bit off a little more than he could chew. Yam is going to be able to enable himself to pick him off, and Kenji the next to fall, but it is going to say hello hello. Jelly Boy here. Say hello to this. Can he get one more? The killing spree is going to be enough. No, it is not. Orange buff a little too good. Yelly Hayes goes down, and it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Alter Ego.
And I guess this just explains what the Yi Sun Shin ban is for. If there was a Yi Sun Shin in this game, this wouldn't have been possible for Alter Ego to just dive in, catch them off guard. Omega Esports here, they need to find a way to get Hayes to drop those traps.
I absolutely agree with that, and you just look how well coordinated of an attack Alter Ego Esports responded with. Although they were in really awkward positions with Jellyboy coming in and out of that sort of fight, but he has been able to get those kills in, and he's 2 kills up alongside with Yam. This is where things start to get a lot more dangerous for Omega, and they have to pull those moves because we talk about the early game. This is where they are supposed to shine.
I don't know if y'all are realizing, but Yam's actually kind of getting a little big here. He's got 4K worth of gold, a Calamity Reaper, and a Holy Crystal 6 minutes into the game, but the fight is already going to continue. Cosmic Flag's not going to land, but Yam, he's just going to say, hello, you started the fire at the worst time possible, and Cartesi looking to turn this around with the help of the Meteor Shower. He comes on through. Dragon Tail will actually connect him, but his passive is going to keep him alive, but he knows better. He can't go too far.
Alter Ego is so snappy with their reactions. It's like one time you see that they're at the top lane, you engage a fight 5 seconds after they're there on the middle lane fighting with their teammate as well. So for Omega Esports, they need to find the players from Alter Ego more. They need to be aware where they are at certain points in time to create this advantage, because Omega Esports, they have a lot of pick-off potential. They have the Selena on their side, they have the Cho on their side.
Talking about pick-off potential, the way the Dragon's already be coming through right after, but Yam, he needs to decide on which side of the map he needs to fight on as they got split into 2. They find the first initial catch, but then there is the return coming in from Cartesi with the help of Yelly Hayes.
Very interesting move from both sides. So you can see Yam was really moving in between, splitting the team apart, but they have managed to get that catch right over on towards those small little bushes, and finally, at least, Omega Esports can shut down Leo Murphy in the process, but it still takes a little bit more for them to get to where they need to be, as we can definitely see a little bit of a deficit in terms of goal at the moment, but hey, one good team fight could possibly change everything for Omega.
Kenji right now has the Ice Queen wand with the glowing wand. This is an important power spike for the side of Omega Esports. They can control the fights, or if ever they want, they can contest this turtle thing. But for them, it's not going to be the best idea as they catch out Spy. And that is what I'm saying. Find the right target and punish him. Because Alter Ego Esports, if they cannot rotate to that certain area, you are going to have a better time!
Oh, yeah, he actually didn't hit by any of the skill shots, and Cartesi is able to get a little bit more, but the return kill is Jelly Boy. He's able to dodge the perfect abilities at the right time. Butters, you're totally right there about the target priority, but I think that's not all. Hajizi is going to try and force the fight onto Jelly Boy, who has to run away. Leo Murphy, he's got nothing else. He drops down the spiral. Jelly Boy needs to take out Yelly Hayes, but the way of the dragon came off a cooldown at the right time, and Yam, he can't go down. He wants to look for a return kill, and the Chrono Dash, it doesn't get him just yet. Finally, Omega find the trade they were looking for, 2-for-1.
I just want to say that Alter Ego Esports is giving Yam more freedom to choose the heroes that he wants. He's been forced to use the Yu Zhong. He's been forced to use these side laners that can just tank and deal significant damage. But right now, a Harith with a Calamity Reaper, a Holy Crystal, he's proving the naysayers wrong.
That's right, and with that, we definitely check out some of all these sort of builds. Athena Shield's being bought over from South Heath. He's going to get more and more tankier as, of course, Leo Murphy will be helping him in the process for the side of Alter Ego, of course. But just look at how they control the entirety of all these mid-game fights. It's been looking relatively well for Omega Esports, but they really have to give high priority on all these big objectives. And the next one's coming right in with the Lord.
heading up towards the top side.
I totally agree. And I think, you know, Omega at this point in time at the 26k mark, where a lot of their mid-game heroes have gotten the utility items, especially like the Ice Queen wand, it helps them look for that return kill. Way the Dragon onto the Sylvana for now, but Leomorph can easily jump out with the Imperial Justice. But now they are running backwards, and Kenji, he's just cutting them down with the Meteor Shower. I can't see whether he's going to kill Pi or not. Yes, he is so low on health. He's so trapped. He is done for. But down by the bottom side, Pi is going to trade for Heath, and it's not looking too good until Cartesi comes in. He's coming in with the Black Dragon form as he wants to jump out towards Chelly Boy. He gets him, but it's not enough. No CC to lock him down, and he doesn't want to jump forward any further.
Yeah, and looking at it, Alter Ego Esports, yes, they have the lead, but there's one thing that they cannot get. They cannot get the turrets here onto the side of Omega Esports. Yes, you had a 4-kill lead into the early game, but if you cannot convert it into objectives just because Kenji is just clearing out the waves, then that is going to be a big problem of your side.
And speaking of which, we're going to be having a big fight here. Kenji gets picked up, and he goes unstoppable, and nobody has been able to stop this Harif in the process.
It's tough. It's tough because Yam he's 5-0, okay? He's 5-0, and that means that the rest of AE want to actually push on forward to try and steal the bus. Oh! Lil Murphy getting Hajizi. This is looking great. Can they get one more? Yes, they can. As Yam drops down the Salmon Force. Yelly Hayes, he's forced to run on backwards, and that's going to be 3 of their more important players, 2 of their cores going down, and a tier 2 on top of all of that.
Oh my goodness. Alter Ego Esports, I was just saying that Kenji is going to be very important for their defense. And right now, as you can see, the Meteor Shower is there. It will hit a lot of members here for the side of Alter Ego, but it won't take them down.
Yeah, not just yet, not just yet. It's a slow roll, you know? You gotta wait for the conditions to be right.
Yeah, I felt like Omega Esports is taking too many of these fights where not exactly every single one of the fights are actually necessary. They were pushing in towards mid without much of the area control, and easily Alter Ego just snapped right back at them. And you just see Yam has free reign. He just dives straight on top and goes unpunished. And here comes the Lord attempt coming from Alter Ego.
This is going to be one of the bigger fights here. He flickers forward to try and stop them as much damage as possible as he blocks half of the Meteor Shower from Kenji. Oh my goodness, Alter Ego were willing to throw their bodies in front of the damage to secure this Lord.
But this is okay for Omega Esports. They still can go for the steal. They have Haji, they have Kenji. The question is, will they go for it? The answer is no. Alter Ego Esports, just take that Luminous Lord.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're way too out of reach, understanding the fact that, hey, it's 3 members versus 5, and this time it's already 30 minutes into the game, which is relatively concerning with the Luminous Lord coming at them eventually. So if they were to lose even more members, I'm not even sure, like, with Yellow Haze as well as Cortese comes back up, can they manage a good defense?
I think, sorry about this, but yeah, I do think with Kenji it is possible, but they just have to sacrifice their own life totals to protect the wave, because right now, Omega, they want to cut the waves using their mobility with Hajizi.
Yeah, and Omega Esports, they aren't given the chance to go for their initiates, because if Selena hits someone with arrow or Heath gets a good way of the dragon, that's going to be great for them. But if they are forced to engage, they're just forced to react, and that's not going to be good on their side.
Alter Ego wants to force the situation here. Lord has already been brought down low, but Hajizi forcing to use his ultimate to get out of the way now for the full engagement here. Hajizi tries to pull something off, but Heath is able to get the way of the dragon onto Pi, but that's not going to be enough. That's not the target that you want, as they were able to turn this around, barely using most of their ultimates at that point in time. Meteor Shower as well onto Jelly Boy. This could be a huge pick. They can turn this around. Omega looking for the opportunity, but unfortunately, all they get is a good defense. Jelly Boy survives and ends the game. GG, well played.
Just look at Alter Ego, how they managed to pull every single move on top of Omega Esports. As much as they tried to go in for those picks, nothing is actually going in favor of the Philippine side in this very first match, and solely Alter Ego pushed through and punched in their first point in this best of 3.
It's like Yam just woke up one day, became a monster, and this is really just Yam stepping up to the plate.
we need the perspective from the outside. Leo, what's the perspective here? You watched the entire game. What happened?
It's a great time to be an Alter Ego fan. And as y'all already said, I think that day was yesterday. Yam woke up yesterday and said, the playoffs is going to see a brand new me. Group stage, y'all seen nothing yet. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the caster's desk. Alter Ego currently scoring 1 ahead of Omega, and that's going to be match point. They are threatening the sweep. Could be a clean 2-0 here, and we're going to be saying goodbye to one of the 2 Filipino teams left. Once more, it was off of just Yam just doing great things on that Harith, and I expected actually during the draft for it to be on Pi. We've seen Pi with Harith before coming out of the gold lane, but this time I think they really are just making the moves and the changes to help Yam do good Yam things. It's not just about Lemon. Yam do good Yam things, and even with Udil now, Cassius no longer playing in the first 5, it seems to work.
And I'm really loving how the perception has absolutely changed for this player when, you know, at first everyone was doubting him, like, oh, this Yuzong pick's not really good for him. And he finally found his style of play to be able to get so much out of this.
I don't know. Does anybody feel like he's becoming like a sleep paralysis demon? Like every other team is just like, oh no, I can't seem to move. And he's just watching over them overbearingly.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a good thing, but I think the analyst has more things to say.
Yep, definitely. We need the help of Wolf and LaFell to break this down. Hey, tell us what happened in game number 1.
Somebody woke up on the right side of the bed. I guess that's what happened.
Yeah.
My name is Wolf and I'm with LaFell. We're going to be talking about that game number 1. Many things have transpired in the past few days, but I would say this is a massive waking up for Yam. This is playoff Yam.
Yeah, playoff Yam looks so good, especially that Harv pick.
Crazy.
Where I definitely want to talk about the items a little bit, just a little bit after this, because he adjusted it slightly where it made it really good in the mid game, and that is the thing that Alter Ego did very well is the mid game, where nothing really happened in the early game. In fact, the first blood happened so late on that top lane when Alter Ego rotated there, but basically around the 4-minute mark, Alter Ego, they just got together as 4, as 5, and it works really good with the draft that they're having. But basically, they moved together, forced themselves inside of the jungle of Omega, and Omega had to concede their jungle just because their lineup is not really good to fight there, especially with their jungler, Ling.
Yeah, I think that this is Alter Ego Esports having the better understanding of their win conditions.
Yeah.
Now, they did draft this Roger as well as the Lapu-Lapu quite early on in the drafting phase. And then they finished it up with this Harith pick, which I think was genius. Because there's really not much of a big catch coming out from the side of Omega Esports. So the Harith will definitely have a good late game. Now, before we talk about the items, very quickly, I want to say this Harith only had to endure the first few minutes of the match, and it seemed like Alter Ego Esports knew exactly what to do to make this a Harith game.
Yeah, and right now, Harith, we look at the itemization, and it is normal Harith itemization. However, what is different is the order. So, first, he created the Calamity Reaper, but usually after that, people finish off with the Feather of Heaven because the Chrono Dash, it counts as a basic attack, and you want that basic attack to really stack up with the Calamity Reaper. However, he changed it up. He made Holy Crystal first so that his Chrono Vision is as strong as his Chrono Dash. And what that does is that the mid game is so much more stronger, especially with his team. Sylvana, as well as the Lapu-Lapu and the Matilda, they will set it up for him, and then he just makes sure that he has enough damage. In this kind of situation, he has enough of that destructive damage.
Yeah, I like that you pointed it out because it was really evident in the mid-game stages around the 6-minute mark when they were trying to make the plays. And when you initiate with the Sylvana, follow it up with even the Matilda, the Harith just dealt so much damage even in the mid-stage of the game. You will say that Harith will be online a few minutes later.
Yeah.
But because of the itemization and the fact that he was moving with his team, it allowed him to deal massive damage in the early stages.
And right now we can look at the stats as well. 10 towers to 2, 1 lord to 0, 2 turtles to 0, 7 orange buff, and 9 purple buff over to 6. This just shows that they really conquered the jungle, and Omega, they really couldn't do much. But right now, let's look at the MVP of the game, back-to-back to back.
When will this guy stop,
it's
man?
Yam again.
Somebody stop him.
Somebody stop him.
Somebody stop him.
Somebody stop him. Anyways, 8-0-6 with the Harif. He has used different heroes, and all those different heroes, he has earned the MVP slot. This is one of the situations where we're like, all right, maybe we want to give to someone else, but like, really, we can't. Like, he did so well. Again, very smart itemization and very good of Alter Ego to really play with him to enable him to make sure that he can do what he is supposed to do.
Whoever really poked this guy, I guess the fans were bashing him after the group stages. A lot of people are pinning him down, but
haters make him famous.
Yeah,
and now he's famous for being good.
He is now very famous, and he is very strong. I think that the real anime arc was for Yam. It wasn't for the Set of 10 Seconds game.
He's like Naruto.
He's like Naruto now. Yeah, like the kid is getting bullied, and now he's awakened.
Yeah, he got the Inakyubi.
I hope that I made the right reference because I don't really watch.
Oh no, yeah. Naruto wanted to be Hokage, but people like bullied him and stuff, and now he's the Hokage.
All right, so we are expecting more from you now because he is incredibly strong.
And Naruto has a kid.
Oh,
Boruto.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
Is that how old we are right now?
Oh yeah, we're very old. We're very old.
Well, you know what, Omega Esports, this is their last possible chance. I mean, they can still bring it to game number 3, but let's find out though as we now bring it back to the caster's desk.
And of course, thank you very much. This is the M2 playoffs day number 2, and we are going in towards this match on a great fashion. Special thanks to our sponsors, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting firm. Available in the Secret Lab official stores in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to thank Tumi for being a partner in esports for M2. As the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack, you can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out Tumi.com to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition. An established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, SUTL is proud to be an MOBB partner in esports for 2021 for Fiji Water, Ike Chung's IT's Cups, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
Guys, don't forget that you can be catching this live stream at the mega event MLBB Bang Bang M2 World Championships 2020 held in Singapore for free on Me Watch from 18th to 24th January. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries all here in Singapore to compete for 300,000 worth of a prize pool. That's insane, but make sure you are catching all that action live.
Once again, this is going to be game number 2. Do or die for Omega. I'm pretty sure Filipino fans at home watching M2 are stuck to their seats. My name is Leo, joined here by Contra, Gideon Q, and Butters. We're going to be bringing you the action all throughout today. And after the analysts, LaFell and Wolf, broke down what went down, I'm pretty convinced it's not a fluke. Yam really is a whole nother beast. Today, yesterday, hell, if they make it to the grand finals, it's definitely an alter ego that we have never seen before. And I'm pretty sure a lot of fans are thinking, hey, Ahmad's doing all right back in Indonesia. Alter ego's got M2 covered.
They're just going to bring back the trophy for him just so they can take the picture. It's all for that picture, all for that gram.
Yeah, but I'm seeing him right now as someone who has given freedom to just play whatever he wanted. Like, for the group stage, you wouldn't really see him on the Harith. It was like they put it all on Selly Boy or Pai. But right now, there's this certain amount of trust that was given to him, and he's delivering a whole lot more for the team.
Yeah, and you're definitely looking towards the dynamics of this entirety of the team right now. It's not only Udil or even the likes of Charlie Boy that becomes a threat. Now Yam has been garnering so much attention. Like, how do you actually ban against this team? Like, who do you really want to focus down?
I think it came down to Omega also kind of being a little confused. Again, there was reach. There was reach, but there wasn't an overarching strategy. And to be able to say, okay, you can take mid lane, we'll take the jungle, we'll take the side lanes, that is a huge gamble. Like, how sure are you that you're going to get that down? And so far, even that wasn't true. In the early game, they were attacking top lane, Alter Ego, and they won completely. That's where first blood was drawn.
I think at this point, a lot of teams are straying away from these level 1 invade strategies, especially with how important the laning phase has become itself. I mean, everybody needs to catch that first wave, and in very niche situations, especially when you have Ling as your jungler, you're going to need that buff as soon as possible. And again, those strategies may differ amongst the teams. The priorities are going to be different. However, they need to play safe. They can't afford to make that mistake. One person dies, you're going to need to trade up. And if you don't do that, you're going to be so far behind.
Yep, zoning in on a specific priority. I think for Filipino teams, I've seen this, right? And not just because I'm Filipino, but also as a broadcaster, I've noticed little patterns. Don't play Cho. Don't play Selena. These are heroes that are non-starters. It might have just been because due to studies by your opponents, they figured out how to shut these strategies down. And based on this match's results and from yesterday, it seems like whoever's facing against Omega or Bren have figured out that, hey, stop these things. Don't let them do good show. Don't let them do what Selena's supposed to do, and you're fine. And so far, it's proven well.
Yeah. The Selena could have done more there. This is uncharacteristic of him. He always does great in other matches, but for that certain Selena game, he couldn't really put his traps all over the place. When Leo Murphy has control over the brushes, over the jungle, that's when things get dangerous for Omega, because there's always a chance for you to get stunned and get hit by the Imperial Justice. Now, Omega, they tried their best, but it's always Alter Ego having 2 steps. Their Alter Ego is 2 steps ahead of them. That's it.
Yeah, Leo Murphy knows exactly where to catch him, right? And you know where else you can catch things, free skins I'm talking about? That's a Battle Night, January 30th. It's happening. We are pleased to announce that that's also going to be the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. We're launching this new adventure once more officially on January 30th. There's a new upgrading system called Blessing, a new little commander coming up, a new map, all synergy is going to get revamped, and of course there's going to be a free title for advanced skins waiting for all of y'all once more. This is Battle Night happening on January 30th. Y'all get a free skin if you log in. All right, about 45 seconds before the draft. At this point, anything goes. The Filipinos, they pick up the Yuzhong. They don't do so well with it. I think this just resets everything. Like, no numbers are going to save you from the wrath of Alter Ego at this point.
And I think more importantly, I think they needed predetermine inside their draft what they want to do exactly here. Because they're trying to get a little bit of everything, being a jack of all trades, but the win conditions are extremely difficult to hit if you aren't at that consistent high mechanical availability to pull it off.
It's all over the place. It's scattered. You can't find this certain thing that you want to do. You should have backup plans, yes, but if it's over like 6 or 7, you're probably not gonna do well because you're trying to do a lot of things at the same time.
Yeah, we look how they really want to activate things like the Ling itself, and that didn't really went well. But now heading it towards our second draft in this sort of match, I'm definitely thinking that Omega Esports knows, okay, that didn't work out. We're going for our alternative route itself, and they start off with Natalia, something that is pretty standard that we've been seeing every game.
I'm wondering what an alternative route looks like for Omega Esports, because so far they've been trying these lineups that have done well in the group stage. Playoffs, not so much, so we're looking for them to shape up. Alter Ego Esports going to be answering back. They have the 2 picks after this banning phase. They take out Brody, and so far they're not breaking a sweat, not just yet. They can just really take out the fundamental heroes that you should get rid of, Brody, Esmeralda, Jawhead, and then call it a day. They're not afraid of anything right now.
Yeah, but you have the benefit of being on blue side, right? So you want to like shake your opponent to see what kind of spare change actually falls out of the pockets and then abuse them with it. So it's one of those things where it's like, hey, as long as I don't have to ban the Esmeralda, I'm going to make you make that decision. And if you let it through, I'm going to have this ultra powerful pick that we haven't really found a solution to yet.
Brody, I think Esmeralda is going to be the ban here for the side of Alter Ego. It's just way too strong to give up to the other team. There are teams who try, but most of them don't get the luck of just winning the game.
Yeah, and we definitely see over here that the Jawhead is being banned away. I'm thinking that Omega Esports, once they ban that Lapu Lapu, they're actually finding that opening, hoping that Yishunshin gets through somehow.
Yeah, I think if Omega Esports wants to kind of fix their drafting issue or their lost strategy, I think by picking up a Yu Shin, you kind of fix things because yes, it's also a jack of all trades, but it's also very good at solving problems either way.
The thing is, we've seen a couple of teams actually get punished for the fact that they picked up the... Oh, well, it looks like Omega is actually prioritizing being able to pick it up in the first pick because they ban out the Esmeralda for themselves. They don't want that question to be posed and decided by Alter Ego.
But I guess for Omega, it's Toshi who uses that, who is not playing right now.
Yeah.
So you would want Kurt to go for a Benedetta. You would want Kenji to have that tanky hero onto the side lane and just sustain from there, not lose the lane. That's their kind of playstyle. For Alter Ego Esports, if they get this Esmeralda, this is going to be a hard game for the side of Omega Esports, and you just want to be as comfortable as possible since this could probably be your last game if you lose.
It's so tough.
It really is tough. Isn't it, Contra?
Okay, this shakes things up because now we're seeing Selena here. So, yep, pick your poison, but they did want that Yushin as priority. They will get it in the hand.
I think that's what that gambit was. But I think Alter Ego may not have thought the Selena through because I think Omega Esports, after losing back-to-back games of Selena on Yelly Haze, I'm pretty sure they are also questioning why we should do this now.
I think overall, it's not the worst ban in the world.
Not the worst,
it's like,
but it's not
yes, you do play it, but like even if you do get we're banning it because there are other things of priority that affects us. But if you can play it, sure, that's fine, but it's not so bad to the point of like an Esmeralda level of completely taking
I'm pretty sure
the
they could have dealt with it. That could have been a Yu Zhong if they were going to pick up the Benedetta anyways. But yeah, that's definitely something Yam can play. Thinking of what Omega Esports could go for the couple here. But I just got to note, before things get too crazy, Yam has no specific hero choice just yet. He can play anything so far and play him very well. He's MVP'd on a Benedetta, he's MVP'd on a Harith, and what's next, right? Look at this. Tigreal on Heath and Yelly Haze on that Luo Yi. That's definitely a solid setup already. 3, they can counter with the last 2.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested to see how this works because they've already got a lot of all these defensive kits already up online, but they are giving away that Yuzong straight into the hands of Alter Ego Esports. So this is definitely going to be concerns out there for Omega Esports, judging from how Alter Ego Esports have been playing across the entirety of the playoffs.
I like the Yuzhong pick just because the Yi Sun Shin and the Lu Yi gets accounted for. Like if they don't take care of their positioning, there is going to be hell to pay for these guys. But Alter Ego biting out the 1-1. Yeah, I think this might be the plan of Omega, just to have 2 side laner, 2 marksmen on their team. A Claude is still possible, but I don't think Omega would take that risk. Who knows? Maybe they would, because this is they may try something new here.
Yeah, and I think at this point it's just making sure that, you know, Yam actually has a pretty decent laning matchup. I mean, considering the number of bans, they get rid of the Wanwan, they get rid of the Harith. They first pick the and since they're first picking Benedetta and knowing that they're going to put it on Yam, as long as he does okay, we've seen what he can do. Omega on the other side, they see Matilda. Let's get rid of that straight away. It's a great combo piece, but they're still lacking that wave clear. They're still lacking their mage, and not to mention something that scales hard in towards that late game.
Yeah, something for Chelly Boy. Chelly Boy don't have no hero yet. Omega Esports, are they gonna choke it, or are they gonna continue and make Udil's life hard right in mid lane? And it seems like the answer is going to be Chelly Boy's Ling. Still open is the Lancelot. You can still Roger and Claude. Yeah, he's won with all of these. And there you go. It's going to be
Boxia.
Probably.
No, this is great. This is great.
Yeah.
This is all for Yam.
This is
really solid.
This is going to be Tank Baksha. Then
Leo Murphy, Baksha.
Mid.
Udil. Are you saying Udil Silvana?
Udil Silvana could be a thing. This could go to the side lane as well, and there's a chance that the Benedetta could be the jungler. So there are a lot of the routes that Alter Ego can take here.
Personally, I don't think so.
They
I
need
think-
more scaling. Yeah, they need that ultra hyper carry type deal for Chelly Boy.
And I also think that they've got a lot of options in terms of that scaling. So locking in the box set just to tell your opponents, hey, you're missing 2 offlaners, and as long as you have something that can absorb damage, it's absolutely fine. So they're forced to take this export, and still now they have to play a hyper susceptible side laner like a carry. Yes, she's great in the laning phase, but after that, where do you go from there?
Wow.
We did say that earlier that there could be a marksman, double marksman setup for Omega Esports. So now it's here. Aaron, you were saying?
Yeah, I mean, I'm losing track of what I was about to say, but now they're not even going for any one of these marksmen. They're finishing things off here with, you know,
they're just
picking this up.
Yeah, no. So all the more it seems very possible that it's a Retribution Benedetta.
Yeah,
it could be Benedetta in the jungle, and then you give Udil this Veil. There's your scaling right there.
Because you never can count out the Benedetta in terms of damage output. A lot of the players or a lot of the side laners go for Bloodlust Axe. But if you try to go for Raptor Machete Blade of Despair, Electro Final Blow deals a lot of damage.
And you get away with more because you're healing.
You get away with more because you're healing. And that's why I really thought that it could be a Benedetta, because Omega Esports banned out a lot of junglers.
Oh, they were just going to let it happen. Anyways, wow. Nasi Uduk impressing us. Coach of Alter Ego Esports at every turn. Ladies and gentlemen, Omega Esports, they are hanging by a thread. This game could be their very last here in Singapore for M2. An elimination could be upon us. It is imminent. Here we go, game number 2 in this best of 3. Alter Ego versus Esports. Boys, all yours.
And thank you very much, Leo. And, well, I really got to commend both sides of the coach for getting in towards this draft, because we're seeing so many different styles of play coming from each region, and I'm absolutely loving it. Alter Ego Esports starting on the purple side, and we already have seen a shove over on the mid lane for Omega Esports.
Let's look immediately straight away. It looks like they switched it up on Alter Ego side. Yam is going to be on the Yuzong. Chelly Boy is going to be in the jungle with the Benedetta, with the Retribution, like you mentioned, Butters. And not to say that they don't have scaling per se, because Udil, with that Veil, as time goes on, he's going to be able to one-shot people like nothing.
If you think about it, you would say that, oh, they don't have a lot of damage, but Udil scales a lot. And he's one hero that can play around with his skill range, skill damage. Veil only has that option.
Yeah, and also to note for a fact that Hajizi, he's now on his highest KD hero, of course, Yishin Chin. And let's talk about their win condition here, because late game is looking relatively interesting for the side of Omega Esports. I definitely like this route and pathway that they're going with as compared to game number 1, a very focus-centric towards what the conditions are.
Oh, some good damage onto Carteezy here. And yeah, as you mentioned about those win conditions, I think it's very important to mention that they want to, AE want to punish down Carteezy, but now they already sent both of their members, Hajizi as well as Heath, to shut that down, to make sure, as long as we defend Carteezy, as long as we defend the aggression from Alter Ego and Carteezy can scale, we've got a great opportunity to win this game.
I would have to say that Kenji here on the X-Borg, we don't see X-Borg a lot on the side lane, off lane anymore. But for this certain game, I really like his inclusion here for the side of Omega Esports. In terms of damage output, the Last Insanity can deal significant amount of damage to Yam, Leo Murphy, and Pai. And it can take down Udil if needed.
I think the most important thing is that it needs to peel off Chelly Boy when he's jumping into the backline to try and take out Yelly Hayes, or at the very least try to take out Hajizi.
Yeah, that's definitely very important in some of these fights. And speaking of fight here, we do have the Turtle contest coming up next. Pai tries to dive right in, but Turtle will be in hands of Omega Esports, and Leo Murphy is trying to zone them all away. And just look at the rest of Omega go. Hajizi will be taken down, and Alter Ego at least walks away with a kill.
That was a really good pick. Oh, Leo Murphy, he wants to pick him off, and yes, he does! He's managing to land the Cosmic Lance right at the edge, and Udil is there to zone the rest off. Alter Ego playing some really sick moves, cutting Omega in half and zoning them off from the major fight on towards Topside River.
This is how Alter Ego wins. With all the chaos onto the map, everyone just gets split up. They put certain amount of people on them, probably 2 per hero, then they just get the kill. And this is how they pull over the lead to their side.
Indeed, and as for the matter of fact, we're already seeing pretty much a small little advantages in terms of goal gains, but over on towards the river, we are already seeing Heath getting taken down, dove upon by Jelly Boy.
Yeah, the Imperial Justice does not let you get out. Yelly Haze is going to be the next to fall easily as Jelly Boy runs him down. They're going to be trying to get some extra gold onto this mid turret here, but now Jelly Boy is going to try and zone out Kenji as Hajizi needs to clear that wave.
It's as if Alter Ego doesn't care about the Mountain Shocker anymore. They just stay in lane.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. If you're using the Mountain Shocker to get information, but you're already kind of there in the lane.
Yeah, it's pointless.
Do you use it as a way to poke them down? I don't think that's a good use of it 4 minutes into the game.
Well, honestly, I think that Omega is just using it to kind of like get the information of like, just in case they're in the brush to catch us off, right, Contra?
Yeah, just in case if somebody is hiding in places where they least expect them to be. And with that, you just got to take safety precaution, especially when you're now 1 game away from being eliminated.
A lot of hope is riding on the backs here of Kurt TZ. He's going to be one of the main players here for the side of Omega Esports if they really want to win this game. But Haji going straight for that turtle. Look at Pai.
Well, they want to start this fight. The Toys Poissons coming in from Pai is huge, but Heath and Kenji, last insanity, so big. But on the other side, towards the purple buff, Alter Ego continue to push on forward, and Yam, he is very happy with the turnout here. It's going to be a 3-4-0 for Alter Ego. Huge wins, finally getting the lead.
Did you just see how Yam just choked them off and had nowhere to escape? That was a perfectly timed element with the Black Dragon form crashing right through, and this is definitely that turtle going in favor of Alter Ego. No contest whatsoever, and oh boy, now 7-1. What can Omega Esports do to make a comeback?
Well, just stall time. Let Louis, let Carry, let Yisujin scale. Find the right engagements with Kenji. I really thought that Kenji could have dealt a lot of damage to Yam and Pai, but the thing is, they're not really looking at Kenji right now. Kenji, with the last insanity, just the what, 1/4 of their HP?
Yeah, and especially when it's up against Pai. I thought he would do a little bit more damage there, but here, Sacred Hammer is going to be pushing Pai up, but Leo Murphy looking for a great opportunity to get on top of Yelly Haze, and that's going to be Jelly Boy hopping right over it, taking out the back line, forcing them away, right in between Tier 1 and Tier 2. Heath, you got to run away, my buddy. You got to get on out of there. Mega kill coming out of Jelly Boy. He is just showing a new side of Benedetta in the jungle.
Absolutely, and this is working too well for Jelly Boy. Yep, Yam's gonna be having a slight engagement, but you got immortality on Kenji, so no point for that sort of heavy contention. But back to what you just mentioned. Now we have 2 of the biggest guys being activated, and oh boy, I feel like they got to answer true because things are looking all too well on Alter Ego's side.
Alter Ego here just being so dominant in this game. Omega Esports, they're trying to find this the right opportunity to just get back into this game. Alter Ego Esports, unrelenting. I don't think they will give that opening anytime soon.
With the 6K gold lead as well?
6K gold lead, there might be a chance that opening might not come.
We'll have to wait and see. Omega need to find that opening regardless. If not, this game is going to slip out of their hands. Alter Ego now starting to become more of an aggressor here, pushing into the jungle and looking to choke them out of the economy.
And speaking of the economy here, of course, we've already counted all the goals and stuff, and they're already going in for the turtle attempt coming in from the side of Alter Ego. And members of the side of Omega Esports are being forced all the way back. They just have to defend the turrets. There's no answers towards the side lane right now, being forced upon by both the Yuzong and Baxia in a sort of sense.
Yeah, but Kenji is going to take a little bit of damage, but Yam sees the backup of Hajizi walking up into the lane. He doesn't want to be a part of that. And Omega, I think they're okay for now. They're able to just kind of slowly play the game because the major problem, Lord, hasn't been there yet. Leo Murphy gets a catch onto Hajizi here. This is huge, but now now. The Black Dragon is coming in towards that back guy. Yam needs to cut him off. Hajizi in trouble. He goes down straight away. Execute is pulled on through. Kenji, without the Firaga armor, can't really do too much, but that just means that Chelly Boy is able to run through.
Chelly Boy with the gap closer and with the Blade of Despair. He deals so much damage onto the side of Omega Esports, it's not even funny anymore.
Oh, this isn't funny because Genji, oh wait, his Firaga armor keeps him alive. Chelly Boy gets on out of there, gets hit by the rotation, but luckily he's got Pi to back him up with a Rejuvenate.
So, in terms of scaling right now, Alter Ego Esports, they're telling us that who needs to scale if you can just end the game early.
Yeah, and every single thing that yells at you, oh, it's all about shutting them down from the get-go, and now Omega Esports so behind. Let's check out some of the items here. Kafizi still building in for those big major items, but he's already got the Endless Battle. Speaking of which, we do have a little bit of action in the jungle.
Oh, the engagement is already coming through. The Sacred Hammers pulled through, as well as the Whirlwind. They are making sure that they are stopping Omega. They should not be walking out, especially in these tight corners against Alter Ego. Udil scaling up real nicely at level 11.
Now, as you can see, the item progression of Chelly Boy here, he went first for the Blade of Despair to get enough damage to burst people down. After that, he went for the Bloodlust Axe. For Pi here, looking at it, he went for the Dominance Eyes first just because they had a lot of marksmen onto the other side. You have Haji, you have Curtizi. And after that, he went for a Brute Force Breastplate. That is good itemization from Alter Ego.
He just wants to be able to chase down his targets, especially with the help of the rest of the members like Yam and as well as Chelly Boy, all wanting to do the same thing. They have the mobility to get to the back line, so it makes perfect sense.
Definitely makes absolute sense right now. Now, 10 minutes have passed and we are seeing the lore taken over by Alter Ego Esports at the moment. This is possibly one of the cleanest games we've ever seen coming in from the Indonesian side. And with that, you can see confidence oozing right in. All they have to do is just to force a pick, and if they do get Curtizi or even Hajizi, you know, you lose so much source of damage.
But you know what? Omega Esports, they're not gonna go down without a fight. They still have their wave clear. That is a plus for them if they really just want to defend this turret.
I mean, you say that now, but they managed to synchronize the waves together. And Yam, he's going to be pushing on through Last Insanity to try and clear out that wave. But Yam, he's disrupting the team. And now they're going to look for an engagement. They've got one inhibitor. Can they get a second one? The mid one has been destroyed. Bottom side has been cleared. And yes, they've been brought down to at least 50% of its HP. But I think it's a win no matter what for Alter Ego.
Oh, of course it's going to be a win for Alter Ego Esports. Yeah, and yes, it could have gone worse.
And Pi, he's going to be able to get a little bit of damage in. It looks like Omega giving him a lot more respect than he needs. But hey, he's got 2 items. They're 13k ahead. It's definitely understandable that you don't want to try and force a situation on top of Alter Ego.
Yeah, they've already utilized a little bit of rejuvenation going on to keep them pretty much healthy at the moment. But honestly, I don't see whether or not Omega will commit, but here comes the fight.
Yep, Imperial Justice going to be on top of Heat for now, but it's not going to matter. He's able to flicker over the wall. Yam trying to disrupt this, but they can't. And oh, that Dragon's Tail chucks all 4 with the help of Pi with the Tortoise Poissons. They run out of options. Chelly Boy finally goes down, but they've already traded a lot of their members to try and crack into the base. You gotta give it a Curtizi and as well as Hajizi. Both of these guys, oh my god, the damage.
Wow, just look at that burst. Like, did you expect Alter Ego to suddenly lose so much health? Oh, we definitely got to see that one again if we do have time.
Now that is going to be the Holy Crystal for Yelly Haze. Curtizi here has the Endless Battle, the Golden Staff, and the Demon Hunter Sword. So they can probably peel down these heroes from the side of Alter Ego Esports, despite them being very tanky. I think they have a clear answer for Yam and Pi. Now, they just need to find an answer on how to catch Udil and Chelly Boy. Chelly Boy, rather.
Yeah, I mean, they're running out of time here. Every single one of these big team fights, if they end up losing it, they give away at least 5K, reclaim 5K for recovery of their own economy. Now, from what used to be a massive, massive gold lead for Alter Ego, now turning in a lot less. Only 7K differential from what used to be 13K.
Yeah, of course, that fight definitely mattered a whole lot and gives Omega Esports a little bit of breathing room, but here comes Yam already going over the Black Dragon, pressing in towards Yelly Hayes as well as Katisi, while the rest of them arrive and they'll those big
my
Two members burst it down, and Omega Esports losing 4 members, only Heath is left alive, and this might just be the end of the tunnel. And well, Alter Ego Esports will book their ticket all the way to the playoffs runs in the lower bracket final.
Oh, I mean, Alter Ego is happy, but oh my goodness, the damage coming out of that Yutong. I thought it was a little bit troll, I'm not gonna lie, but especially we carry 3 items in the classic Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff on top of an endless battle. You pop that on, say goodbye no matter how tanky you are.
Man, Yam is finding these plays that just downright win them the game.
I don't even know what to say because Benedetta wasn't even there. Like, their main source of damage to clean up these fights. Like, I did not expect that damage, but all right. Leo, you got to get in on this. I know this is definitely disappointing, but wow, that was a game.
Call it disappointing, but I'm more impressed. This is Alter Ego like we've expected them to be, except with a mod. Like, we know Alter Ego with a mod in it, this is how they perform. But with Yam in it, it's all the more impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the caster's desk. A quick sweep here by Alter Ego Esports. Omega Esports gonna be going back home, knocked out of the playoffs with their heads still high up. I'm pretty sure the Filipinos back home are proud of y'all, but it must end here. 2-0. The Indonesian bad boys with Udil just warming up the seat, and I'm glad like he never missed a beat. Looking at that Veil, there you go. I used to always confuse Valir and Veil, but this time Veil's making a name for himself with that Kanagi skin. Man, there's so much that happened in the game, and I could have sworn that at some point Curtizi had it, especially after that turnaround in that defense, but Udil just came back and like, yep, here's a triple. It's over.
And the best part was, you know, many of the spells were still left available, and yet again, they just burnt everything at one go and still could not walk out of that alive.
Yeah. And this is just a testament on how dangerous the lower bracket is.
Lower bracket, besides just the eliminations, just teams are just all the more angry, right? Let's hear from the analysts, LaFell and Wolf, to break this down.
I am really sad, but incredibly happy that we get to see a lot of I would say not really much on the improvements, but more like waking up coming out from Alter Ego Esports. This version, this strength of Alter Ego Esports, it was dormant at the start of the M2 World Championship, but play of time when it all matters, they show up.
Yeah, that's the perfect time when you do want to show up again. It's Wolf, my name is Afel, and right now, honestly, the name of the game of the last game is Rock, Paper, Scissors. They didn't sponsor us, but anyways, is there any... There's no company that
Maybe we should start that.
Maybe we should start that. Anyways, it's all on the draft, and the thing is, Omega didn't drop a bad draft.
Yeah.
It was perfectly good, but the thing is, Rock, Paper, Scissors, where Alter Ego's draft were specifically catered to go against Omega's draft. And right now we will look at the highlights to really see what happened in the game.
Yeah, if the Scissors were Omega Esports, their draft was slower and they are greedy, they want to go for the double marksman setup. Well, the Rock is Alter Ego Esports with their run and choose strategy, but they literally kept on running.
And we can pause over here because you guys just saw the team fight just now where everyone on the side of Omega Esports, they were over here. And the situation, let's look at the draft from Alter Ego. This is their battle formation. We go straight at them, where this is basically a dive composition, where Omega Esports, they want to stall. They have a double marksman setup, they have a Louis, they have a Tigreal. It's very, very good in the terms of team fighting, peel as well as the damage come mid to late game. But Alter Ego Esports, this is what they do. They just dive right in, where everyone from Omega Esports, they want to clump up together. And we look at the Benedetta, we look at the Yuzong, we look at this girl over here.
Silvana.
Thank you very much. Silvana. Every one of them can charge in front.
Yeah. Even the Baxia.
Even the Baxia can go in. The only one in the backline is the Veil, but the Veil can deal heavy burst damage, where Yuzong with the knockup can pull everyone together, and hey, Windstorm, it's gonna hurt.
Maybe later on during the item build, when we explain it, I can say how amazed I am with this draft, because it is indeed a run-and-choose strategy coming up from Alter Ego Esports, which really thwarted the late game base lineup of Omega Esports. Many times in this particular match, they just become aggressive.
We will pause again right here, where we saw the Silvana initiated in this small place, but look at how Omega they are. This is the composition that they are using, where this is the formation they have to be. Stick together, win the team fight. But just look at the direction of Alter Ego. There is no hesitation. Yam goes in, everyone else go in. Benedetta with the Electrofine blow, she'll be immune for a few seconds, giving free damage, and every time they're inside of there, it hurts. With the Dragon Tail, it hurts, and the Windstorm again as well.
Well, you know, this is the classic strategy battle wherein the outer circle almost always defeats the inner circle, right? Because the people in the inner circle will just clump up together, and there's just enough AoE from Alter Ego Esports, not only with damage, but also with utilities. I do want to take note that Backshot Ultimate, which really destroyed the sustain coming out from Omega Esports.
Now, the thing is, it's not like Omega Esports, they 100% lose with this draft. The thing is, if they achieve their win condition going to the mid-late game, the carry got really fat, as well as the Yi and Shin, as well with proper positioning, with the Tigre initiating, as well as the Luyi doing all of those crazy magnetic skills. Alter Ego might lose, but the thing is, Alter Ego is just like, we're not gonna get you to that point. You're not gonna get the items that you want.
No, you won't reach that point. And when that point does happen, there is still the Veil who can dish out the control and the damage in the latter stages of the game. Do take note that that last clash, it was started by Yam, and that is totally a different story from the group stages. Yam was disconnected from his team during the group stages, but that was the perfect picture of how Yam was now integrated into Alter Ego Esports. It's as if Ahmad never left.
But honestly, I was very impressed with Celiboy with the Benedetta.
I agree.
Because the thing is, right now is the meta where Benedetta is more of a tanky kind of initiator, as well as a guy that baits other people. But Celiboy using a full damage situation over here, we can see the itemization, the Bloodless Axe, the Blade of Despair, a little bit of a sustainability against the magic damage with the Magic Blade for just that extra magic resist, as well as the shield, and the Queen's Wings. And he played very aggressively, where usually Benedetta fails as a jungler, but he made it look good.
He actually made it look good. And not only that, I think the draft made that Benedetta jungler look good. Now, since we've already talked about the items, I want to talk about the draft really quickly, because Alter Ego Esports, they open up with Benedetta, they open up as well with Silvana. Now, if you're a normal drafter, it would look like Alter Ego Esports are gonna go side lane Benedetta, support / mid Silvana, and then you want the Yuzong and the side lanes. But Alter Ego Esports, after them seeing a double marksman setup from the Omega Esports squad with this carry and this Yi Jin, which is, by the way, incredibly greedy, what they did was to throw in a curveball and put this Veil on the mid lane position, the Silvana on the tank role, which is much more faster than a Tigreal, and obviously you have the backshot from the side lanes, which was perfect. This is a very aggressive lineup from Alter Ego Esports. The tempo Omega Esports cannot keep up with.
Yeah, we discussed this before, where between Omega as well as Alter Ego, where Omega really likes the late game, but Alter Ego, they just control it very well from the early stages, mid stages, as well as transitioning to the late stages of the game. Right now, let's look at the stats for both of these teams. Look at how convincing it was. 9 towers to 0, 1 Lord. 0. Rich Guy going over to Telly Boy. The carry, Yam, dealing 41,000 damage, which is very, very impressive coming from the side lane. Sandbag, Pi with 81,000 damage, Absorbed and Forgotten One. Odil with 9 assists.
An absolute dominant performance from everyone from Alter Ego Esports. You know what, the draft looks really good, and you can say that the draft was well done when everybody from your team is getting all of those important stats, the MVP stats, right? The Rich Guy, the carry, the Forgotten One, and Sandbag, everyone came from Alter Ego Esports. And this might be just for features, but honestly, if you're looking at a full team that really dominates the match, you know that the draft is good.
Especially when it's covered by different people. It's usually the Rich Guy as well as the carry. Same guy. But right now, let's look at the MVP of the game. Is going over to Telly Boy with match KDA of 5-1-4 with a Benedetta, where Shelly Boy not only did well as the Benedetta, he did well as a Benedetta jungler. And if he was not good with this Benedetta jungler, they cannot do that draft. They have to put Benedetta in the side lane.
We have seen jungler Benedetta. We have seen EXP and Gold Benedetta. Yesterday, we saw that tank Benedetta. Man, we're waiting for the mid lane Benedetta.
We've seen the mid lane Lancelot.
We've seen the mid lane Lancelot. It was crazy. It did not work, though.
No, the thing is, like, how do you identify when this hero is good? Well, when you can put him anywhere, even the tank position, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. I am a personal. I personally really prefer this hero so much. I think that it's an auto ban. Yuzong also falls in that same category just because of the fact that M2 World Championship is, tailored around teams just team fighting in the early stages.
Yeah, and honestly, Yuzong has potential to go experience lane, gold lane, and I would say even mid lane. His Dragon Tail is that huge. But either way, Wolf, we have an interview after this?
We do have an interview. I'm excited to see. I think that my personal MVP of the whole series is Yam so far. Hopefully we get to interview him, but I think it's gonna be Celeboy or either way. But let's find out in quite a few seconds as we take it to Lysander.
Guys, welcome to the interview segment with the winners, and Alter Ego certainly proved themselves to be the absolute winners, taking a clean sweep against Omega Esports. Unfortunate for the Filipino squad, but I'm here with the winner now. I'm here with Yam, and he has been doing very, very well the last few days, and we want to talk with him and find out what goes on behind his playstyle and how his team is feeling after that 2-0. Hi man, how are you doing? Congrats on your 2-0 win.
Thank you.
Did you expect to beat Omega Esports that fast?
No, I didn't expect that at all.
Can you tell us why? What do you think Omega Esports maybe did wrong?
Nggak tahu juga sih. Kayak tiba-tiba kita bisa menangnya cepet aja gitu. Nggak nyangka lah.
We actually don't know, but we didn't expect to win that fast.
Okay. Well, maybe it's the early morning, they were not ready for it. But I want to talk about your Yuchong. A lot of people have said that from the group stages you were a bit shaky, but now playoffs you have been incredible. Your Yuchong looks stronger than other Yuchongs. Is there something you're doing different? Why are you so good at Yuchong?
Nggak ada.
Nothing.
Nothing special?
Yeah, nothing special.
Okay, what about those fans that have, that were doubting you in the group stages? What do you have to say to them? How did you improve your confidence?
Pas kemarin ya kalah itu kan, ya banyak lah yang ngehujat saya. Terus banyak juga yang nge-support kayak dari keluarga, dari teammate sendiri, dari Ultra Champs.
When we lost before, there's a lot of people trying to put me down, but there were more who has been supporting. So my friends, my family, and also after champs, which Alter Ego fan base.
Ah, very, very nice. All right, so loyal fan base has kept him strong. So there were a little bit of doubters, but what I'm hearing is there were stronger fans. Okay, you're moving on. You guys are still in the lower bracket. It's still dangerous. Who are you looking forward to face later on tonight?
Of course, RRQ.
RRQ, okay. We're looking to face RRQ. Does that mean they lose to Burmese schools?
I mean after this.
Yeah, tonight.
Tonight? No.
Malam ini kan ada tanding lagi. Brand versus ya, siapa yang mau dilawan?
Brand?
Yeah. Okay. You wanna face Brand? Any reason?
Yeah, rematch.
Rematch. Okay, so time for revenge, yeah? Okay. You have anything you want to say to the fan base that has kept you strong, kept you, feeling good about yourself? Anything you want to say to them? You can tell them to the camera.
Thank you udah tetap support gua walaupun gua awal-awal sempet ya underperform lah. Untungnya sekarang udah balik lagi.
Thank you for supporting Yam when he was underperforming. Thankfully, I'm back on my feet.
All right, awesome. Remember, guys, give your heroes a chance. It is scary to play on the main stage. M2 is the biggest honor a Mobile Legends player can earn for themselves. And for those of you back home, thank you for watching with us. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, there's going to be more Mobile Legends Bang Bang action coming to you. Stay with us.
Dawn of the day, I hear you call, face a new challenge, far, far away. Thrill of the fight as we fight to survive, for honor and glory, strong as a knight. Nothing can break us down, we will all wear a crown. We are unstoppable, we're proud like armor and shield. We are unbreakable, we're all invincible. Now we'll take on the world. We can fight, fight for our lives. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never rock the stripe for what you believe in is right. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Another day is dawning again. Forget our troubles, we're standing the pain. Some others are gone, but spirits remain. We'll fight in the names while victory awaits. We're invincible, let's take on the world. Fight, fight for our lives. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never rock the stripe for what you believe in is right. Immortal hero, immortal hero. Immortal hero, immortal hero. We're all invincible. Winning isn't viable. We can fight, fight for our lives. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never rock the stripe for what you believe in is right. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Immortal hero.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
From Malaysia, Team Toda. Iwan. Chiku. X-Ray. Stu. Manatee. Homage. And Boom. Team Toda.
Dawn of the day, I hear you call. Face a new challenge, far, far away. Thrill of the fight as we fight to survive. For honor and glory, strong as a knight. Nothing can break us down, we will all wear a crown. We are unstoppable, we're proud like armor and shield. We are unbreakable, we're all invincible. Now they'll take on the world. We can fight, fight for our life. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never off the stripe for what you believe in is right. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Another day is dawning again. Forget our troubles, we're standing the pain. Some others are gone, but spirits remain. We're fighting the names while victory awaits. We're invincible, let's take on the world. Fight, fight for our life. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the nothing isn't viable. We can fight for our lives. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knife. Fight the fight for our pride. Never off the strap of what you believe in is right. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Immortal hero.
From the Philippines, Brand Esports. Coco. Phil. EJ. Flat TZ. Carl TZ. Lusty. And Rebo. Brand Esports.
Kalau perasaan ya pasti bangga lah bisa bawa nama Indonesia ke ajang dunia kayak gini.
RQ just knowing on the base and another 2-0.
Apalagi kalau bisa juara lebih bangga lagi sih.
E1 has been caught. Fatal Links getting 3. This is huge. Blazing duet. Perfect combo.
Even waktu yang PlayStation 5 kita on drop sekejap, apa yang saya harapkan dapat buat lagi better, lagi bagus dan lagi konsisten lah.
シンガポールに来るのは観光のためじゃなくて M2 のために来ています。
There now KCB gets blasted down. He has an immortality. LY4 destroyed by Sheena.
大会に勝つためにたくさんの戦略を持ってきました。
With our bootcamp training and all the hours we put in that we never ever had.
Here comes Pokemon as well. He gets that double kill. Lobi, shredding them to pieces.
I think we stand a very fair chance in retaining a trophy for Eagles.
Kenji gets caught out. Oh, he hooks him in! He hooks him in!
Sobrang nakaka-proud. Pero at the same time, may pressure kasi yung bansa mo na yung nire-represent mo.
Omega Esports, they will just end the game.
Pero confident naman ako na kaya namin manalo.
ကျွန်တော်ထင်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ပဲအဲ့လိုမျိုးစိတ်တွေကတော့ဘာမှကြောက်တာတော့မရှိဘူးကျွန်တော်တင်ရတော့
That was so good. It's a triple kill coming in for
ပဲတင်လာတာအကုန်လုံးစောနိုင်မယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ထင်တယ်
How long can you stand though as you think they will fall?
Aku harap kalian gak pernah tertidur karena our dream is your nightmare, bro.
Huwag na kayong umasang makakascroll kayo sa amin. Dudurugin namin kayong lahat.
Comes in, blazing to wet. He's got it, man.
Friend lang, malakas.
M2 World Championship. Join the fight.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert.
Mobile Legends M2 World Championship wrapped its first day of the playoffs with a great mix of emotions and surprises.
Nice!
Alter Ego snagged the play of First Blood by beating 10 Seconds Gaming Frost for the second time in M2.
Selecto onward Septia. This does not look good. It might just be another mega kill.
Smart missiles abound. Sheena knocks him out. In goes Yam, the menace from Indonesia.
Nice game, nice game.
While Todak breathed a new life and eliminated the last home team, Evo's SG, from the tournament.
Oh, wait a minute, and Formays has been caught out. He goes down first. Evos look to turn the fight. They've got 3 under their belt. Make it 4. He just can't get caught. Moon, he finds a great opportunity to jump on top of the Pokemon. He's going to be dropping this Avid Quest in hopes to turn this round where Dragon comes out with the OK Shadow Kill. This is a little too much. He goes forward. Crossbow of tag, taking out the last 2 members.
Nice game, guys.
Next, Burmese Ghouls silenced Brand Esports of the Philippines with impeccable gameplay and a diggy pick.
D will try to go for the enemy team here in the middle of everything. Flap Easy trying to control the fight, and Kid just going in with the Matilda, and they get punished.
The pop, the blazing duet, and they are looking for the finish.
Last but not the least, RRQ Hoshi concluded the day by sending Omega Esports to the lower bracket.
There's going to be 4 members from Arkiyoshi coming in. Oh, and they're so aggressive. Lemon gets taken down first. Vladimir drawn by Hajizi. Plus the turtle. Psycho goes down. Hajizi takes him. Here comes R7. Oh,
Airstrike comes through, but Lemon is in the backside wanting to stop this move from Farsa. She can't even hit wings by wings. Hajizi is the next to fall. They're diving.
Oh, no, that's it, ladies and gentlemen.
RQ, they're looking to close the game. Nice!
With that, expect more drama, more intensity, and stellar gameplay today. Join the fight and keep on tuning to M2.
Dawn of the day, I hear you call. Face a new challenge, far, far away. Thrill of the fight as we fight to survive. For honor and glory, strong as a knight. Nothing can break us down. We will all wear a crown. We are unstoppable. We're proud like armor and shield. We are unbreakable. We're all invincible. Now we'll take on the world. We can fight, fight for our life. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never off the stripe for what you believe in is right. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Another day is dawning again. Forget our troubles, we're standing the pain. Some others are gone, but spirits remain. We'll fight in the names while victory awaits. We're invincible, let's take on the world. Fight, fight for our life. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never off the stripe for what you believe in is right. Immortal hero, immortal hero. Immortal hero, immortal hero. We're all invincible. Winning isn't viable. We can fight, fight for our life. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never off the stripe for what you believe in is right. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Immortal hero.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
You know, here in Asia, it's about lunchtime. And if you're having your lunch, why not a lunchtime game on for day 5 of your playoff right here at your M2 World Championship 2020. And before anything, I'm going to make this a thing. We need to thank the people who have made this possible because they had to go through plenty of safety guidelines amidst the whole current pandemic situation. So very firstly, we do want to thank our friends over at Moonton for powering this entire event and our supporters, the Singapore Tourism Board. We know travel very highly unlikely right now, but if you have any memories of Singapore, please use the hashtag #PassionMadePossible, or when this whole pandemic ends, feel free to come to our beautiful city. Create some memories of yourself as well. And why not as well our friends over at SCOGA, the Singapore Cyber Sports and Online Gaming Association. They've been championing esports talents and careers since 2008. Our friends over at IMDA. And later on, of course, you'll be seeing loads of branding coming your way. Our partners for M2 want to say a big thank you to Secret Lab, Tumi, SUTL, Singtel, Cathay Cinema. Got some friends tuned in there. Hello, Vampirette. And not forgetting Me Watch as well. And our friends over at Razer. They got official gaming gear coming your way if you want to win for yourself a very nice Black Shark V2. Simply watch us now on Facebook. Leave a comment in the chat section. And like I said earlier, I don't want to be the person picking the winner because I'm pretty sure you have thousands, if not tens of thousands of comments coming your way. And of course, I'm not alone. My name is Joachim Gomez. With me, Lysander, and of course, Mr. Motormouth, Lafell, and Mr. Analyst, Mr. Serious Analyst, Wolf. What's up, guys?
Yeah, no, I'm just scared. I don't want to make a bad statement once again and be quoted out of context. I hope not. Fortunately not. Please don't remind them.
No. Like he's always said the good things. Like there's one bad thing where it's like RQ naturally loses, but besides that, and I feel great. Like we went out for a bit just now, and I met a friend from SCOGA, right? Yeah, and then he was like, "Hey, I saw you," and I'm like, "Good. If you didn't, then there's a problem. Like I'm in this event as well, right?"
Yeah.
And then we talk. We made small talk. I talk about how I love Singapore, and how almost as good as Malaysia. And then
thanks. Thanks.
Yeah. He appreciated the joke, right? He appreciated the joke. He appreciates the to me punchlines, and I think I'm well liked in Singapore.
Okay. Wow. Changing your tune. Yeah.
I wouldn't jump the gun though. We need to verify this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who? No, maybe you just saw like, oh yeah, SCOGA, important guy. I better, be a bit nicer.
Yes.
Try and get some of those benefits.
I sound whiter.
What?
Interesting, because but none of us are Caucasian, dude. I don't know.
I know.
What you're talking about.
That was an interesting statement there.
Interesting statement. But I think that's a perfect time to slide into this next upcoming series. It is another lower bracket game, best of 3, between Todak as well as Brand Esports. Brand Esports supposedly the favorites to take the entire thing. Now fighting for tournament live in the lower bracket. Thoughts, boys?
Well, my thoughts. Brand lang malakas, so they will probably win.
Translation, please. Translation.
Alright, so
yeah.
Bren ng Malakas is the official hashtag of Bren Esports, which kind of just means they are the only strong team somewhere along those lines.
Okay.
Yeah. I smell sarcasm in there, Mr. Lafell.
Yeah.
You're smelling wrong.
Now, I want to say, because yesterday morning we had Ducky with us on the couch. He looked a bit confident, and then boom, a defeat for Bren. What went wrong for them?
I think that it's more about Burmese Ghouls preparing so much. This is like they did their homework, they did their research, they even made the thesis perhaps along those lines because they really mastered how to deal with Brand Esports, not only with the draft but also when it comes to like the other nuances that we saw. They really read Brand Esports like a book.
Okay, but before we go too ham on one side, let's talk about Todak as well. We have the head-to-heads coming up very soon, but Todak, we expected them to drop to Evo's SG, but no, 2-0 with just a quick lane swap. They actually managed to take it out over the Singaporean team. So what happened with Todak as, we have the head-to-heads come on to screen right now. Talk us through it.
Oh yeah, I think Todak won because they're better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. As a Malaysian, we allow that. But
Spoken
can I
like,
get some
spoken like a true Malaysian. Yes. There you
Can
go,
we get some
Lafelle.
analysis and can we get some analysis on the stats rolling on the board
You
right
know
now?
what? I have a theory because you denounced your citizenship and you became Filipino. That's probably why they won.
No, I don't like Indonesia as much. I'm becoming Filipino again.
Okay.
So please address me by my actual name.
Lafelle TZ.
Lafelle TZ.
There
I
we go.
appreciate
So
that.
give us the professional breakdown of the team head-to-head so far.
This is my professional breakdown. Toda gets better every single game. 9 games versus 6. They have more games to really try things out. And looking at team damage per minute, Toda is ahead, but that's just because they have more games. If we plus, minus, subtract, and divide, Bren is still up ahead. They're still the better team. Bren lang malakas.
Okay. What about? Okay. Can we talk about? Can we talk about Todak changing their lanes though? Has that switched up the stats, or is it going to be switched back? Is there a potential there? Was it just a strategy to counter Evos?
I don't think so. I think that if you're Todak, you really understand that you are stronger when Formbase is playing as your jungler and Chico on the carry / marksman role, right? I think that this is their best form, and against a team like Bren Esports, they should probably be showing up. This is an elimination bracket, right? So they will need to put up their best form.
Toda situation, what I feel like right now, we imagine there's a dog, there's a fish, and there's a cat, and they're going up in a swimming competition. The fish would win, right? Just because it's doing what it is best at doing. And I think that's what Toda is doing right now. They identify Chiku is best at this, Formies is best at this, Moon is best at this. So now, instead of following the meta, following what people think is best for them, they're like, you know what?
We know what's best for ourselves.
We know what's best for ourselves. We're gonna do what we think is good, and we're gonna go through with it. And it looks like they're much more comfortable doing what they do best.
That was the best thing that you ever said that I heard, honestly.
The most logical thing, right? Logical thing. I was ready to be confused with the cat, dog, and fish.
I was ready
analogy.
myself, and you're like, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? That makes sense.
No, but the thing is, the most magical thing in this entire conversation, Wolf was able to talk without the mic.
No, I increased my voice. My voice.
It's like you can talk just like this.
Lapel with the lapel.
Almost like the mic's a joke.
I heard him fine. I don't know how to respond to things like that. So Lafel's one of those guys, that life puts in your way to test you as a host. I think that is the one thing Lafel is.
Do you want me to test you as a host right now?
Here we go.
Okay, yeah.
The examination by Lafel before we get to more stats with Bren and Toda.
Okay. I'm not even testing. It's just that M2, I think, is all about creating memories. Passion made possible. Hashtag. And right now. I want to make memories, Lysander.
I'm scared now.
I want to make a memory with you.
Okay.
And then I will tell that story to other people.
Okay, I'm really scared.
Could you give this back to me? Just give it to me.
All right, Lafel, this game's getting real hard. I need you to carry me. Is there any idea that you might have?
I mean, all I can say is thank you for giving this back to me.
There we go. Player head-to-head right now. Carl TZ against Chiku. Want to break it down for us, Wolf? As Lafel gets serious for a bit.
Yeah, Carl TC versus Chiku. Very interestingly, this should be a player head-to-head should start in the jungler role, right? But Chiku kind of changes playstyle. However, this is also a good player's head-to-head because we still get to compare their impacts in game. For example, their KDA is definitely better for Carl TZ because Chiku, I would say, dies more than Carl TZ. Carl TZ is more like your assassin, your very mobile guy. It's very hard to take down, right? But Chiku is also farming as much as Carl TZ. Now, when it comes to damage per minute, that's where we see a difference. Chiku now participates in the team fight more than Carl TZ does because Carl TZ kind of wants to farm more compared to Chiku.
So this is what we saw yesterday from Toda, right? Where me and Wolf, we were talking about how Toda now understands their power spikes even more. They're like, you're strong, you're strong, you're strong, let's fight now. And they fight as a team. They're not like picking off, okay, you catch one guy and then another guy just bursts and then goes away. That's not the Toda style. They all go in at the same time, especially Chiku. Chiku would die. He would love to die. He uses his flicker offensively, not defensively. So
Yeah.
he's the kind of guy that I sacrifice myself so that the enemy team dies, so that my team can just do whatever they want, which is very, very different from all of the other carries.
Normally you see the tanks risking their lives, but when your carry risks their lives, it's a double-edged sword. You don't want to over-risk it. Right now we have the player lineups on screen. Just want to have you guys take a quick look, see if there's any kind of last-minute changes, anything out of the ordinary. But it doesn't seem to be.
I don't really think anything is really out of the ordinary, except for the fact that in their favorite lineup there is no Benedetta and then there's no Yisun Shin. However, I feel like even Brand has noticed that Benedetta is just too strong. Like you can use in the gold lane, experience lane, mid lane, jungler, tank. So either way, I still think Benedetta is going to be a top pick and ban in this lineup.
Maybe the only weird thing I'm looking at now is that these are the lineups, these are the heroes that are assigned to players with their lowest win rate. For example, Flap TZ on the backside, it's not his best kit. He might be better off with Lapu Lapu, for example. Rebo is much better on marksman or scaling heroes. And you obviously want to see Carl TZ in more impactful heroes. I mean, obviously Harley is impactful, but to a certain degree...
Small sample size.
Yes, it's a very small sample
so,
size.
take it all with a pinch of salt. We have to look at the draft once again, but right now, all we're going to do is just make some predictions here and there and see what we can come up with. But Todak, I think we can agree they're going to be the underdogs in this matchup, yes?
Exactly. And right now, as we look at the lineup, 4-Mace, X-Ray, E1, Moon, and Chiku. So Stu, again, will not be subbing in. And looking at the lineup, the most prevalent thing is on Chiku. Look at his favorite hero, the Claude. He used that on the first game against EVOS SG, and he did so well that it was banned out from him. Now, this is the thing. Toda just showed their more comfortable draft yesterday. So Brand, they can take either two ways. One, ban the obviously strong heroes like the Benedetta, the Yuzon, the Yisun Shin, or focus directly on the players' favorite picks.
Now, I do have a question, because if you remember yesterday's audience vote between Burmese Ghouls and Bran, it was straight up for Bran rather, and then they lost the game. Is the pressure now on Bran to actually win this, or would Todak be feeling the same pressure coming off a victory against EVOS SG?
I think so. You know what? They didn't have the best response from the Filipino crowd, and I think that there's so many hate messages even. And I feel so bad for Brand Esports because they have been raising the flag of the Philippines, but not getting the same treatment. Like, they're not that loved at this point just because of those losses. So I think that, yes, the pressure is just incredibly high now for Brand Esports.
Yep, and right now we have the player lineup predictions on screen, just where the players are going to be starting out based on the predictions that we have made here. And again, all these subject to the draft. Last minute changes can happen. We did see it in the Todak versus EVOS game, where things suddenly took a switch. So right now, do you think realistically Todak has any more strats left that they haven't taken out of the bag, the goodie bag?
I don't think it's mostly about strats for them right now. It's mostly about how they can force Brand to play their own game. Because that's the thing that I like the most when 4-Mace is in the jungler position. They make the enemy follow Todak's pace, where before this, Todak is more of a comeback situation. It's like, we will let you guys do whatever you want in the early stages of the game. While they do their own thing, Todak learns. And when they learn, they come back. But in this situation, I prefer that they take the front seat and then they're like, I control the pace. You follow my pace and then we will dominate you.
Yeah.
So I think it's more about how 4-Mace dominates the map.
Okay. But yesterday we saw Bruno in a rare cheese pick, and I know Joachim was very excited for it.
I was happy to see someone use Bruno. My goodness, and I've never seen Bruno played that way before. Oh my God! There we go.
Definitely some strategies to take back with your squad, the Kennel squad.
Yes. There's a long story behind the name why we call ourselves the Singapore Kennel Club, but I will explain that in just a while. That's it though. We have audience predictions coming up as well as talent predictions. Let's see what the audience are saying first about it. Wow. Do we call this a close fight?
I think
that's close.
Yeah, I think people put too much trust on Toda. They're gonna lose. So I don't know. Like, what
you're back to supporting your countrymen.
Oh no, I am supporting my Filipino people.
Okay.
Now, you must understand the thing about LaFell is whatever he says when it comes to team picks on who to win, you got to apply the reverse because he doesn't want to apply the analyst or the caster's curse on the favorite team.
Yeah. Well, we will see. But now let's see what the talents predicted for the matchup.
Oh wow!
They
Okay,
favor
this
Brand as-
one.
This is better. The talents know what's up.
Okay.
But I think we're
Wait,
focusing.
you guys were involved in this?
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing is, I think we're focusing
it's
too
like
much.
the meme where you give yourself the medal.
Yeah, but the
Okay.
thing is, I think we're focusing too much on the audience prediction as well as the talent prediction, you know? And us on the table,
Yeah.
I feel like it's not balanced because we have 4 people, right? I can vote, he can vote, and then it's going to be a 2-2, right?
Yeah.
So, like, for me, I say Bren will win. Wolf, who do you think is going to win?
As in, seriously speaking,
Yeah, I
or
think-
Lefel TZ speaking right
scared.
now? Okay.
But, of course, I'll vote Bren.
Yeah, you don't have a
He
choice.
can't.
What about you?
Yeah, he can't have a choice. I don't know, man. I think I promised yesterday that since Singapore is already out, we're gonna support our closest neighbor. We're gonna see if Malaysia, see if they can take out Brand. Although I will be heartbroken if Philippines go 0-8 in the entire playoffs. It will be a terrible moment for Filipino fans. I have so many Filipino friends.
You know,
out there.
I'm just going to be a troll right
Yeah.
now and equalize the chair. I'm going to go with Brent. I'll team up with
And
Brent
that's
for
the
this
thing.
one.
I'm gonna break the equalization because we have a 5th member here.
Oh,
so
wait.
I'm gonna pass the mic to Tumi.
Tumi.
Oh.
And
Bren.
yeah, you say Bren.
Bren.
Okay.
I heard that.
So
Bren.
bag.
Yeah.
The bag has spoken. Will the
You know why?
bag...
To me, is the best brand.
Tumi is the best Bren. Yeah.
Okay, right, F5.
They're actually really proud of that pun. And yes,
Yeah.
Wolf, as rightly
Thank
so,
you.
face palming, as all of us are right now, watching us on Facebook, YouTube, or maybe even on MediaCorp's MeWatch as well. Thank you so much. We got the game coming up. Todak against Brand Esports. Be on standby. It happens next, right here, for your M2 World Championship 2020.
Gangsters, but hold that thought right now. They're having a fight.
Blazing duet coming through on towards Aaron. He finds that one pick, but Potato is going to be the next to fall.
Happy lah sebab sebelum ni kalau lawan dorang macam susah sikit, macam kena late game. So bila kita orang dah berjaya control early game tu, dia jadi lebih mudah untuk kita orang.
Is going to be the last and final move you will ever see in strong fashion.
Okay, apa yang berlaku is kita orang just nak have fun. Sebab apa yang kita tahu is Iwan ini tournament last untuk Iwan. And I hope this event akan buatkan banyak memori lah untuk kau.
Brand Esports, they kept them in, cordoned them off in their own from behind, not even a chance for Carl DZ.
Take a 12-minute game.
Ang gigigil ako kasi di naman kami natalo sa galaw talaga. Na-outpick lang kami.
Now we are expecting 40 million viewers worldwide.
Okay lang naman kasi kaya kami nakapag-upper bracket kasi may chance pa kami kung sakaling matalo kami. Kaya gagalingan namin sa lower bracket.
Actually kita orang tak kisah pun siapa yang akan turun ke lower bracket. Kita orang just akan buat yang terbaik and the best. Kita orang just akan langgar lah siapa yang kacau kita orang untuk pergi ke next bracket. Siguro ayusin lang namin yung pickings namin. Sobrang pangit talaga kanina.
once again, welcome to the World Championship of Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 2020. My name is Contra. Alongside with me are our fine gentlemen right here. We've got Leo, Getting Q, as well as Butters. And with that, we'll also give a special thanks to Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
We would like to say thank you as well to PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike.
That's right. And do you guys also know that there is an official live screening event happening for M2 in Singapore at the Cathay Cineleisure Orchard? It's called MVP, and you guys will be able to catch all the M2 excitement in action on a big cinema screen. What's more, you can also win attractive prizes, giveaways, as well as lucky draws when you take part in the entirety of the show. So MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at the Cathay Cineplex's website. You can also check out www.rsg.gg/MVP for more information. And, you know, shout out to our MLBB communities here in Singapore watching at the Cathay Cinemas, NUS Sports Hub, and Bukit Merah Swimming Complex. You guys definitely are our MVP.
Also, we would like to say thank you to the folks watching via MeWatch. You can catch this mega event via MeWatch. This is the MLBB Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 held in Singapore for free. Mind you, for free from 18th January to 24th, with a total of 12 teams from 9 countries competing for $300,000 US. This is something you don't want to miss. If anything, you're already watching with us.
That's right. And of course, gentlemen, we are now heading in towards our lower bracket runs, and it's the final representatives for the Philippines as well as Malaysia that will be playing eventually.
Yeah, and it's a little bit more, I don't know, tensions are rising here at the casters table. We're looking at our partners here as, like, obviously we don't want Brent to lose, but also we do want Torak to win, and I don't know how you guys are feeling about it, Butters.
I mean, it's fine I'm fine with it as long as I get to watch good MLBB.
I mean, you say that now. Later on, I might see you later in my room.
Let's probably leave the beef outside of the room.
Don't worry, we'll have steaks later.
Yeah.
Oh, a whole lot of steaks out there. And speaking of which, of course, we're going to be looking at our brackets, schedules, as well as the players that will be playing in our match. So with that being said, let's have a look at what's coming up for us right now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the bracket in itself can give us a little bit more of a story for it, but let's have a look at it right now.
From the Philippines, Brent Esports. Coco. View. EJ. Flat TZ. Carl TZ. Lusty. And Rebo. Brent Esports.
From the Philippines, Brent Esports.
From Malaysia, Team Toda. Iwan. Chiku. X-Ray. Stu. Vanity. Homage.
From Malaysia, Todak.
And there you have it, the best of both nations here clashing in this all-out warfare in the lower brackets here. It's a best of 3, and it's either Brand Esports or Todak that will be making their way through to face off a very formidable opponent in the form of Alter Ego Esports, I believe.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point of time, I'm not entirely sure who's going to be coming up ahead because Brand definitely have their own strategies. Todak recently finding their footing, especially with the new way to abuse the meta. Where do we go from here?
I think, for me personally, looking at this matchup, for Todak, it's more about the victories. It's how they came up from a very tough lower bracket and are now looking to eliminate the very last Filipino team. On the other side, for Brand, it's all about the struggle. Like, how do you recover from seeing your countrymen, Omega, just get dominated like that, and now knowing that you have all this pressure, all of the hopes and dreams of arguably maybe second only to the Indonesians, the biggest fans of MLBB in the world, on your back.
Exactly, just that. And Butters, you know, this kind of situations definitely will put them to the test, either because of that scenario that they are the final team of the Philippines. It's either that it will put a lot of pressure on them or propel them even further, knowing that, hey, I gotta do well for my country.
I talked to them earlier, and they're kind of chill with it. You know, they know that they're at the lower bracket, but the words that come out from their mouth, they say that at least we're in the lower bracket. And you know that they're thankful that they're in the lower bracket because they know that they have room to adjust.
Honestly, it's one of those situations where it's just like, oh, Omega got knocked out? Man, this is going to be so much better when we get back to the Philippines with a trophy on our backs.
Oh, yeah, and of course, we remember this sort of scenario as well. EVOS Legends the other time also were playing from the lower brackets.
Yeah, that's right.
Who knows, this might just be that sort of a crazy run that they are going to be achieving. And let's have a look at what's coming up on our screens here, because we got to talk about all these coaches that will be preparing all these strategies, and of course not forgetting our hit marshal in the form of Christina Ng. I think so far all the games have been running very smoothly without all too much of an issue, and of course we got to thank all the staff, the production, everyone at the back end for making sure that this M2 run is absolutely perfect. And now on towards the stage, and here we go, we got Ashi as well as Ducky.
Ooh, it's going to be an interesting matchup. I wonder how Ducky actually got to talking to the boys here. The first 5 of Brand Esports, of course. I think they also have to integrate and involve Coco and EJ in, you know, picking up the spirits back from the Philippines. But right now, Ashi, like, it's more of just, again, encouraging Todak, encouraging them, telling them, hey, maybe, as LaFell said, allow Formays to play from the jungle. I think they really are just reaping the benefits of this new form.
Yeah, but for Formays, I think it's kind of limited into not necessarily just the Hayabusa, but probably 2 or 3 more heroes. And for me, Todak can just swing with what they did yesterday. They did great with that. They took down EVOS SG. EVOS SG, by the way, looked great at the group stages. They were the team who was, you know, expected to be dropped off from that round 1 of the lower bracket. So, yeah, I'm thinking right now, maybe Brand Esports, just because of that loss, they were awakened as well. There are these things that they need to adjust, and knowing how adaptable this team is, they might adjust just on time for this certain match.
Great point right there. And of course, I really want to point out that, you know, Todak right now, they showed another different side of the card. You know, like yesterday we did see Formays really stepping up, and everyone was talking about the group stages like, oh, it's all about Chiku. Now that it's another point where Brent has to take note of, do you think that this is something that you know, could be a problem for Todak now that 2 of these cards have been exposed.
Personally, I think it's one of those notable mentions here because again, Forme's usually going into that side lane. You don't get to see that happen too much. But against a team like Bren, now that he goes into the jungle and brings out that Hayabusa, Bren has something to think about just a little bit more.
Yep, and one of the things that I think Bren here, Rebo, Karltizi, Few, Lusty, and Flapteezy have to consider is protecting their mid lane. I think I found out through some study last night, I contemplated like what went wrong, and it's right here. Karltizi, Few, Lusty, these 3 young men in the middle. I think if you attack the heart of Bren this way, right? If you're able to shut down hero choices on Lusty and Karltizi, invade on him and make Few make odd decisions as the shot caller, as the captain, then you're on your way.
Honestly, I think it's between Rebo and 4Maze here. Both of these guys, again, yes, you can attack the heart. These are the people that you should be looking out to take out. However, these are also enablers to set the team up. I mean, looking at the Todak lineup, 4Maze, X-Ray, E1, Moon, Chiku. You know for a fact, E1, Moon, and Chiku being a good majority of the damage for that team, it's very easy to forget about X-Ray and 4Maze coming out from that side, coming out for that flank, setting up bigger plays, similar to what Rebo did.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to be moving into what Butters have to say, but now they're fielding X-Ray once again as compared to Stu. So, your thoughts on the entirety of this battle?
I'm actually looking at the player composition here for both of the teams. Like, I think for Bren, the thing that they're lacking is an anchor. A reliable player that will just keep them on the ground whenever everything is going in flames. Like, they're going in chaos, they don't have that player. Because when they lose the early game, it usually just goes into a loss.
You know what?
But for Todak, E1 and Moon can be reliable for their team. So that if they have a bad early game, they can keep anchored to that. They have these reliable players that will tell them, calm down, we got this. Let's just go for it.
Yeah, of course, we got to see whether they got this or not. And for all of you guys out there, you guys can make your predictions and, of course, get all this great stuff happening throughout the M2 run. Complete tasks and predict the champion to win M2 coins. Exchange M2 coins for exclusive rewards such as the special avatar borders, the skins, as well as battle emote. Also, the sacred statue. Or, better yet, if you guys got some extra diamonds to spare, you can get yourself that Clint Shadow Omen skin that can be gained directly for 899 diamonds.
Hopefully this isn't, you know, a foretelling of what's going to happen here. Because again, these guys need to be able to kind of protect each other in a very particular manner. And I think the draft is going to give us an idea of what weapon they're actually going to use. Are they going to look for that dive composition? Are they looking to control the waves more often than not? Are they looking for invade strategies? And based on what we've seen in the group stages, as well as the first day of playoffs, level 1 to level 2 invade strategies don't seem to be very popular anymore.
And I think that's going to be beneficial for Bren Esports. Like, just in general, on paper, again, we have been a victim of our own prejudice towards numbers, right? Like, numbers usually bite you in the behind as soon as you're like, oh, wait, that wasn't as I predicted. But a team like Bren Esports, history will say that they're always good when you're not messing with what they've got. So if Karltizi has a free go, if he can just clean up his waves, clean up his camps in the jungle, he's going to be fine. And them being on the play here, taking out the Claude, they might have something else in mind. Because Claude here is one of those carries, those junglers that want to take their time. And it looks like Karltizi, I smell some blood here. He might go for something like a Lancelot or a Ling.
I kind of get Bren Esports here with that Claude ban. Did you see how Chiku farmed and
out of the side lane?
Out of the side lane.
Yeah.
Game number 1, 7 minutes in, he already had a Demon Hunter Sword to a Golden Staff. This guy just flash farms out of nowhere.
I mean, flash farming is like, it feels like nobody knows how to do it correctly. And these are the top players. They know how to farm extremely efficiently. They know how to not only take the wave, but join the fights and not lose out on that extra gold. And I think that's one of those things that a lot of teams, especially for amateur teams, need to start learning to get to this professional level, to this M2 or Worlds level.
And also judging from the fact that they are going in for such bands like Sylvana and the Claude, as mentioned earlier on, they're leaving a lot of all these power picks up available for Bren Esports from the get-go. So honestly, Toda has to pick carefully what they want to remove up next, or else they might just see even more advantages going in favor of Bren.
And I like this banning for Bren. They don't ban out just because this hero is strong in the meta, this is what RRQ Hoshi does. They just don't ban out heroes just because it's strong.
Yep.
They ban it out because they did their research on the enemy team, and they just ban it out because they don't want him to get that hero.
Yeah, it's not just the status quo. It's because you're planning something. You're gonna do something with this, not just because you want it to be a fair game, right? You don't want a fair game. You want a one game. You want this to go your way. And right now, Todak, they seem to just still be on that. There's nothing wrong with this, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just saying, it's what we're it's what's standard. It's what we're expecting, right? It's the Brody, it's the Natalia. If Jawhead shows up somewhere on the side of Todak, could expect the same thing as well, or maybe even the Esmeralda. But Rennie Sports, they seem to be going for something very specific.
I do think that the Esmeralda needs to get banned out from either Brent's side or Todak's side. Oh, they get rid of the Yi Shin Shin. It was speaking from which, Butters, you're absolutely right. These are very comfortable heroes that Todak has pulled out multiple times. And if you check the numbers, yes, they have pulled up. Moon has picked up Sylvana many, many times in the group stages itself. Claude, as well as Yi Shin Shin, having some of the highest win rates in the tournament itself. It's something to keep note of.
Yeah, and honestly, just tracking back towards that Sylvana ban, we've seen so many of all these other matches that have been played out in the entirety of today's run, and Sylvana has been that sort of the core pick where you can also flex.
But it's going to be Matilda. Let's just see what the draft brings us, because to be honest, I don't really know what to expect from Brenda. It's the first time that I'm seeing them react to whatever the other team is gonna do.
Jawhead. That's what I'm thinking. Leo, you?
I think they are gonna want to hit the first three first, or I'm guessing it's a big tell if you hit for your first pick something really good in the side lanes or something really good in mid. Like, that's going to set the pace for the rest of the draft. And for Brenny Sports, for Ducky and the gang, there you go. It's going to be a side lane. It's going to be Esmeralda. That's what they were playing for, and it comes through.
Yeah, and honestly, they definitely left this one for the taking, and even better, we were talking about target bans, but nobody has attack formates on his Hayabusa pick as well. So do you think that Toda could potentially snatch this, especially facing Esmeralda is not really the best opportunity to take her down with Hayabusa?
I mean, I would agree here. I didn't even notice that Esmeralda just actually slipped through the cracks here, which is a big no-no in a lot of these situations, especially in pro play. Todak on the other side picking up the Benedetta, and I think at this point, it's like you have to kind of question whether you want to have that utility or you have something that Esmeralda can just absorb the shields for, but at what cost? So Baxia going to be one of those pseudo counter picks.
Going E1. Again, this is something that we know him for, a really good peel type tank. And there you go, Kaltizi. As we mentioned earlier, since we're choking out all these cores, we're going to go for either the Lance or the Ling. And here's one that kind of strikes a chord in me. I'm like, so far, Selena has not been good for Filipino teams or for most teams in the playoffs to begin with. But this might be different because Few here, in case you guys didn't know, has been playing Selena for the better part of 2 or 3 years now.
I mean, Few is a good player is a good Selena player, but I really think that if you put the Selena on the first pick phase at this is really just something that is hit or miss right now. It's not as strong as the other patches. But for Selena, you really have to start hitting those arrows early. If not, you're not going to make the most out of this pick.
Yeah, it's more miss recently. Numbers will say it's more miss.
Yeah, and we're going to be moving in towards phase 2 of the bans right now, as both sides have already selected the first initial tree. And I'm great that you guys actually predicted the Lancelot as well to be fitting right in. So high mobility on the side of Brand Esports, great damages as well. Now, I'm pretty sure that they want to secure some big sort of picks heading in towards phase 2. So what should we look out to ban?
I think for Brenny Sports, that's Lusty still not having a hero, so they might try to choke that out. I don't know what they're reading into this. Already, this is going to be Rebo on the side lane Esmeralda, right? I don't know what they're thinking with the Few. Sorry. I don't know why they're trying to lock out Few when he already has the Selena, because they banned out the Farsa. So that's an oddity for me.
I honestly think as long as you have wave clear, that's going to be the most important thing. You don't really interact with the laner. You're not looking to fight them, right, Butters?
Yeah, I agree. And I can't help but wonder. Formace plays Benedetta, right? He plays Benedetta. So this might be
jungle Benedetta,
a Benedetta jungle.
Yeah.
he might just go for it, and he can just carry the tempo for his team, create space for Chico again.
That's it right there. Like, where the heroes stand is what most likely will happen.
I really think that Brent Esports should be thinking about this. Should they be banning these assassins?
It's one miss for another. The Farsa was a relatively dead ban. The Hayabusa as well. Maybe more the Farsa. I think the Farsa was more dead than the Hayabusa because you can send the Benedetta into the EXP lane. But
there is this thing about the Farsa that Brent Esports uses it on the XP lane as well. So it is
Could
a
be a
good
read.
ban.
Could be a read.
It could be a read. But for Todak here, they just go for that Thams, and I really think that the mid laner is going to be a mage. So I am guessing that this is a jungler Benedetta at this point.
Yeah, I would say it's jungler Benedetta, but I don't necessarily agree with the Thamus. Contra, thoughts?
Yeah, I definitely think that there are picks like, you know, Lapu Lapu and such that could still come right in, but you know, I'm pretty sure that they are looking to sustain and still dish quite an amount of damage coming in towards those sort of team fights and still have that leeway to walk out of it.
I'm wondering why you don't like the Thams, Gideon. What's up with the Thams?
Because let's look here. Thamos is usually a lane bully, and who is he trying to bully? If he's going for the Esmeralda, he loses almost immediately at level 2. Esmeralda can really, like, even if you go all in, she can buy 45 seconds worth of time, and by the time 45 seconds is over, both of you are about at the same sort of health total. So it doesn't really go anywhere unless it's like a Lapu Lapu or a Yisha. Sorry, it's going to be a Yutong into the Thamos matchup. At least then you can kind of push him away from the lane. But Esmeralda doesn't really care. It's about who lands the first ability first.
Yeah. What I'm guessing right now for Todak is this is going to be a Thams just for the fast wave clear. They're not going to force it out on a fight that fast. For Thams, it can be help for their jungler. If this is going to be a Benedetta and a Thams could just go to that orange side. But they go for a Gatot, so this makes things... This makes things a bit confusing
and interesting. I like it though. I like it. It's a no mage lineup. The damage, the magic damage comes from the Gatot and the Baksha, and I get it now. Even before this Gatot, this is what I was thinking. Gideon, this might change your mind. It's a full-on dive comp, save for the 1-1. Actually, 1-1 can even dive as long as she has a crossbow tang. Like, they will catch these arrows, and they will force the engage.
I mean, if everybody just buys, like, 1 blade armor, it's pretty much going to be shut down instantaneously. Or, like, even their tanks should just buy 2 blade armor, so you're not going to be able to penetrate through that much damage. And even a Malefic Roar is arguable on certain heroes. But, again, there's just way too many defensive armor type items that are effective in comparison to Magic Resist. So, in a lot of these cases, Torak will eventually start losing out towards the later stages of the game.
I'll say it now before it's too late in the game. They want to choke out and block Lusty. That's what it feels like. Contra.
Yeah, we're definitely looking at this sort of scenarios. Great theory craft that we do have on the desk, but moving in towards the Land of Dawn, it's all action. And of course, great talks coming in towards our very first game here. It's Malaysia versus the Philippines. We got Todak as well as Brand Esports. Take away, gentlemen.
And this is going to be the game.
Well, this is going to be a tough one here. I don't know. I'm very worried with Todak's lineup right now. They have to start getting some early leads somehow to at least stand a chance, especially when you get that snowball running. In a lot of these games of MLBB, once you get that snowball running, it's so hard to stop unless you make the first mistake.
I don't know. This is weird because if you're nervous for Todak, I'm nervous for Brand. They're on very thin ice, and so far they've drafted very similar to yesterday. And Lusty here checks in, sees Moon on the Gatot Kacha from mid. He has the level advantage, and that's going to be X-Ray in trouble. Pops the Vengeance right there. That's a double Vengeance lineup.
I think you have to keep your eyes on Few here. His Abyssal Arrows are going to be crucial to stopping Todak's aggression in a lot of these situations. And you can see, even X-Ray, he can't really sit in his own lane. He wants to go against this Lapu Lapu, which is already a win, because if he went down to the Esmeralda lane, it would have been over for him.
Now that I see it, I think Moon...
What?
Mistakes.
But going back to what I was saying, now that I see Moon on the Gatot, it's not even the most reliable pick for me. It's not the best pick, but it's a way to catch Carl. Because if you would look at their first 4 picks, they do not have a way to answer the lance.
Yeah, no real hard catch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think more importantly, the taunt is such a powerful ability, especially with a lot of melee heroes on towards the side of Bren here. So if he catches more than 2, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, you're auto attacking me, but you still have to kind of walk up to close that distance instead of a range who just stands still, pew 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 pew, and you're about 50% HP.
Yeah. What I'm looking at here is a relative alternative to Tigreal. Because this could have been the Tigreal, but I think they needed more teeth. So they went with the Gatot, which is, by the way, rocking, Mystery Shop. So yeah, this is literally a mage-type Gatot now. Oh, Lusty spots out Moon. He dashes out. E1 just circling around, looking for the reinforcements. And I think 4 Maze is just about ready. This is going to be a contest on the turtle.
This is going to be the first one as well. So let's see how this plays out, especially as a kind of a litmus test to see how Todak will be able to handle this kind of pressure on a neutral objective.
And Bren Esports is one team that really likes that first turtle, and they will give it to Carl. So that means Carl right now will have the extra confidence to just go in for dives.
Yep. Turtle buff here, definitely a threat in itself. Knowing that Todak has to count out if it's down, if it's done, and he's not as lethal. So far, Moon on this mage-type Gatot, it's working, like it's a nice deterrent, but only for how long, really? Like as soon as especially Carl pops out, that's a vengeance used right here by X-Ray. Early items, let's see what's going on.
Yeah, and I think it's important to see what they're actually going for in terms of build. Moon looks like he's building defensively first, but we don't know if he's going to pick up magic items later on into the game.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of toughness boots and the magic resistance cloak. But for Carl, he's not really just going for the boots now. He just wants to get extra damage.
Oh, here we go. Poissons here by E1 starting the fight off real strong. Lusty taken out already. Carl Teasy trying to look for a nice poke, trying to look for some damage, and he finds E1. There's the Phantom execution still locked in. He has that final dash. Thorn Rose. Oh, here comes Avatar the Guardian. The ult saves him, and he goes for a Thorn Rose underneath. Down goes Moon. Few destroys him. Oh, and the crossbow tang. Chiku destroys Rebo, and the fight ends with Todak's head held high.
I don't think... Well, I think it's a 50-50 between them. The corrosion sight was picked up by Chico mid-fight. That's a good heads-up play for him. But you know what, Todak, they could have left that fight with more, or they could have gone for the better part of the trade, but they just had to lose Moon in the process.
Honestly, it's just bad on both sides. I mean, Lusty, he made the first initial mistakes. He took way too much turret aggro. All of a sudden, took 2 shots, bringing down 50 HP. Oh, Moon, he's getting caught.
That's gonna be it. Down he goes. The Way of the Dragon sets up Gatot. Rebo picks up the Enchanted Talisman as the second turtle of the game comes up. Do note, while the items flashed for a bit earlier, there is a casual Deadly Blade on Flatizi. Very, very important to help cull the regen on the side of Todak. And right now, after this turtle, I'm pretty sure Todak's not feeling safe even in their own lane.
They're making the most of the Gatot. They're picking them. They're taking him out just because he's not as tanky as people think he is. Just because he has the mystery shop on him. He has the magic damage, but not really the tankiness.
Oh, another Way of the Dragon catches 4 Maze. Not enough in the parry to save him there. No dashes, and E1 tries to find a target. Stuns Kartheezy underneath the turret. Nice Phantom execution. Concussive blast here by Lusty, clearing the waves, and there's the Poissons. Will Moon survive? Avatar the Guardian misses all but E1. There was no one home, and X-Ray is in trouble. There's the knockout onto Kartheezy. The revenge kill by Few. It's a 1-for-1.
I mean, they're trading up here. Bren Esports is doing a really good job, and I feel like Lusty, he heard me. It's like, yeah, I know I made a bad play down bot side, but now I'm making up for it. He's got those 2 picks, and that's what's keeping Bren ahead.
Yeah, and what's happening right now is Bren Esports is not taking account of what Chico is doing onto the top lane. Now, he has Swift Boots, he has the Corrosion Sight, he's probably gonna go for a DHS anytime soon. Clock of Destiny on Few, that is a good pickup right now. Enchanted Talisman on Rebo, and he's gonna get the Calamity Reaper next.
I mean, when you're winning like this, especially for Brent's side, they are slightly ahead, just like 1.7k ahead of their opponents here. But in terms of objectives, that's what Todak is looking to play for.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily looking to make those big plays. They want to play as defensive as possible, while Brent wants to be able to initiate. So it's, again, one of those situations where you've got to be ready for anything.
Yep, I like this tug of war. I like this back and forth wherein Brent is thinking, we need kills. We need to make the most of this early game and then convert. While Todak is, you know what, we'll try to slip through the cracks, read between the lines, and take what we can. And so far, that's what this one turret lead is all about. Keeping them relatively in the same range, maybe 2,000 below Brent Esports in this 6 minutes and 50 seconds game. Now, third turtle already up. Flapteezy and Kalteezy starting it up. There seems to be no contest in sight, and it looks like the fight is going to be started here by Lusty. Oh, already, that's going to be a dash out by Chiku. Few beads set in by Lusty, rolling out E1. He catches him. Oh, there's not enough damage. Oh, that's already Moon retreating.
Yep, he's getting away from the mid lane, but just look at the rest of the map when Brent Esports is looking to go for these neutral objectives like the turtle. They're rotating towards topside and maybe catch Chiku. Falling Star Moon's out.
Ooh, that's a poisons by E1. In goes Flapteezy. This Lapu Lapu means business. Oh, crossbow tang by Chiku. Gonna be dashing away. Flame shot from afar. That's view. Garrot taking out Chiku. What's up, fruit?
It's looking good. It's looking really, really good. Great mechanics here. Now, E1 going to be the next pickoff here. He drops down to Rejuvenate. That's not going to save him, but with the help of Moon, he might be able to pull this off. Can he land the taunt? Rebo, he's like, nah, fam, I'm out.
How familiar is Few at these kinds of situations? He just saw that Chico was on the crossbow of Tang. He just threw out that certain flame shot and then hit, and now Moon is the target for Rebo, and he takes him down.
All right, took a while to go around and force that fight, but I think it came at a cost. That was another push off camera by Todak.
Yeah, I mean, look at the objectives here. No matter how many kills that they're giving over, the return of investment here across the map. Todak is playing the map great, while Brent is wasting their time up on top side.
Oh, that's going to be a knockout by Lusty, trying to save Rebo here. I think Lusty's going to bite it. Chiku pops the crossbow of Tang. This man knows no chill. They're chasing them down. Here comes Formaze from the sides. Does he have enough dashes to go? I don't think it's smart to pick this fight. Oh, nice Electro final blow. Rebo gets smashed in. And now Fuse the next target. He's going to be dashing away, retreating underneath his own turret. 1 for none here for Todak.
Oh, Kalteezy might be in a little bit of trouble. E1, he's trying to go for the flank.
Oh, caught an Inferno. X-Ray pops it off, but it goes off a cooldown. Anyways, E1 rolling out. Oh, was that a wrong jump? I think they're forcing this. They don't want to make this an issue anymore, given that they've been losing too much turrets. Brent Esports, I think it's best that they watch out because Todak is slowly hitting the power spike.
They've been getting a lot of these turtles, but the thing is, they're not converting it into turrets. Todak, they might not get the turtles, but they always get the turrets.
Oh! Now they do! Now they do! Kalteezy here smashed in. Avatar the Guardian finally catches 2. That's going to be a lot of damage. Rain down onto Carl. Oh, to Flapteezy. Carl is already out of here, ladies and gentlemen, while Chiku just pushes off camera. Hold up! Hold up! Todak, I believe, is already up by 2,000 gold.
Yeah, they took the turtle. Chiku got to push down on top side, and this is the macro play. I haven't seen Todak play like this in a while, but Brent, they want to answer the macro with aggression.
E1 jumping in underneath the turret. That's going to be Moon charging up a taunt. He misses, and down bottom, X-Ray pops the Inferno so that he can clear the way much faster. Falling Star Moon not going to be saving this turret, Rebo. The doctor is in, but the patient don't want this. Don't give me my medicine. I ain't sick.
Oh man, he's eating his apples, my friend.
This is something new from Todak. We did see him use the Hayabusa yesterday, but this is a whole new level of team play coming up from Todak, and Brent Esports, they seem lost.
I mean, right now, Brent, as of right now, they are committing too many resources onto a certain side of the map. They don't have the amount of burst damage that they want to. The hyper-defensive style that Todak is playing, yes, come, throw our bodies, give more aggression. We'll sacrifice one of our members for 2 of your towers, steal a couple of jungle minions just to even out the gold. Regardless, this game revolves around 2 main resources, gold and EXP.
Yep, and right now, at least they're trying to get some of the map left. That's going to be the Vengeance popped in. Avatar the Guardian, here comes Moon, hits nobody. That's going to be a nice start to the fight by Todak, and that's going to be 1 taken by Chiku. Still no revenge kills on the side of Brent Esports. Where is the regeneration shutdown? They're not getting it. Now Todak still on the assault. Moon looking low. There's a falling star. Moon by Rebo. Formaze coming in. Oh, that's going to be 1 more for Brent Esports. X-Ray is taken out while Formaze just wants one. He's smelling blood. He wants to take out Few. Oh, nice dash out. Nice juke.
What? What was that?
Honestly, Few was ready to give up his life for Kaltizi to allow him to get back into the base to clear out that mid wave. And Few, what a Chad, what a brother.
He's not done yet. He's still there. Look, he's less than half health, but just a chunk, and he still wants to stay in just to make sure Kaltizi is alive.
It's like you tried to protect your brother, Kaltizi, to Few, but Few was dodging the punches as well. Oh my goodness.
Torak definitely Formaze kind of choked when he was trying to get that kill. If he got that kill, it would have been expected, but Few, he got it with a lot more than he asked for.
Yeah. I mean, Formaze here, there's so much mechanics to a Benedetta, but there's also quite a bit on a Selena.
Oh!
Now, nice knock-up. Oh, could not find a way to Dragon. Maybe the wrong target. Again, I like the prioritization here being shown by Brenny Sports. And that show on Lusty still very hard. I think the casual deadly blade on Flapteasy is not enough. They need more.
I think it's one of those things where you need somebody who's relatively safe to go in and out to get that burst. Kartizi and Few being the two major big hitters here. Rebo, yes, he can go in with the Falling Star Moon, and yes, he will survive. But the moment he uses the Falling Star Moon, he has no way out. And now the fight begins.
Avatar the Guardian here by Moon. He takes quite a few hits. The trap set in by Few. They can disengage an arrow. Nobody catches it. No one's home. And Chiku here spotted out. Butters.
The items on Chico right now, he has the Wind Talker, he has the Demon Hunter Sword. Ooh. This 1-1 is stacked, and I think if there's a timer to pop off, Todak got it right now.
Yep, here we go. X-Ray in trouble. That's going to be the Vengeance and the Cotter Inferno. It's enough for maybe 2 or 3 seconds, but I think Todak has a different idea. We're going to start up Lord, and now it's Lusty who's in trouble. Moon charging up a taunt here. That's going to be fights on about the same front here. That's going to be Crossbow Tang, already triggered by Chiku. They're juggling targets now. The fight is coming to Todak. This is Brenny Sports pushing them out of the jungle, and Flapteasy looking low. By Kaltizi from the back. Rebo destroys Moon, and they're not even done. That's going to be Lancelot taken out by Chico. I'm pretty sure there's a crossbow tank waiting one more time, waiting for it to happen. There's the Electro final blow here by Formaze. He's being chased down by 2, and they're not done. Few is on the run, but hold up. Rebo destroyed here by E1. 2 for 2 so far. Make it 3 for 2. Chico's still alive, and he's fighting the Little Wanderer.
Considering how this entire fight went down, Torak actually at a huge disadvantage was able to kite things out against a team like Bren.
I don't even think that was a clash. I think that was a series of mini skirmishes, and it just happened in one certain area.
What an exclamation point. Chico's like, die, Little Wanderer, die.
Oh my
goodness.
This is high-level play.
This game.
Truly, this is high-level play.
It looks messy, though.
It's decision trees.
Yeah.
No, okay, so think about the decision-making that comes into these smaller team fights. Bren, they are up a player. They already took out X-Ray in that process. And now Torak realizing this, okay, what do? E1 needs to kind of protect Shiku and start peeling for him. Formaze needs to get into the backline and get those big hitters. And more importantly, Moon was able to buy a lot of space, slowing down Kaltizi as much as he could until Chiku was able to get that crossbow tang off and put the damage into Bren preemptively.
Yeah. I like the idea here for the side of Bren Esports, just get time or just stall time so that X-Ray and Moon won't be as effective as they are now. But still, if you wait, you have to think about Chiku. I mean, Formaze, a jungler Benedetta isn't as good in the late game.
I mean, yes, I would totally agree with you in these situations. However, you gotta remember, like, it's all about the eggs in the basket here, and a lot is riding off of Chico. If he dies first, this composition will crumble.
Oh yeah, not enough damage, not at all. Formaze is struggling now. After that pickup by Few on the necklace of Durance, they might have a little bit more of a chance. Now Moon here, getting caught out. Avatar the Guardian, a defensive maneuver. Now they all go in. It's going into Kaltizi. Oh! He's scared. He's destroyed here by Chiku. And already it's crumbling for Brenny Sports. It's not looking so great. That's going to be the Puissance here as well as the Cotton's Inferno. That's 2 down for Brenny Sports. Todak is looking to penetrate, and they are going to say, mission accomplished. We get this, and we might even end right here, right now. Lusty struggling to find a way to clear the wave. This is a show, ladies and gentlemen. Not looking good for him. Electo final blow left in already to clear this wave. Oh, and inside the base, that's going to be X-Ray punished here by Rebo and a few. Oh, but he's buying some time.
Yep, he's buying as much time as he can, but again, they're doing Lord while this is happening. As long as Rebo is on top of X-Ray, they don't realize what's happening at the Lord side.
And Lusty sees the opportunity to just steal the Lord, but there is a retribution here for the side of Todak, so that won't really matter. Bren Esports, Carltizi now up, and this is by far the first time that I've seen Carltizi's Lancelot getting contained in this manner.
Pipe dream to even expect that Lord steal, and I gotta agree with you. But Butters, I gotta agree with you. We've been watching Carltizi for years now, and right now, for the first time in a long time, he is really struggling.
I mean, he's met with E1 on a box set that's Toys Poissons. He doesn't necessarily have to be there in the fight. He just needs to leave the trail, and Carltizi can't get as much of a heal, even with the killing spree. So you gotta understand, it's not like he's struggling. It's more of both E1 as well as Moon are playing on heroes that are just so frustrating to deal with.
Hence the hold raft, right? This is it. They'll just dive in. We'll take everything. You find the ways to answer back. Now Lord here marching in mid. The mission for Bren Esports, clear the wave. For Todak, finish it right here, right now. 7 minutes in, this is gonna be a fight waiting to happen. Oh, already a lot of damage
Carl
being put onto Carl. He's destroyed with the dragon. Taking out Chiku, so that's 1 for 1. What's gonna be next here? Lord is still alive. Avatar the Guardian catches one. Few trying to deal as much damage as he can. That's gonna be Flap Easy taken out by E1. Lusty is still alive. There's not enough damage here. That's gonna be it. Todak takes game number 1.
Wow.
Let's go! Jack! Oh my goodness, they just pull off another trick in the bag. 4 Mace on the jungle is just way too good.
Way too good. And anybody expected that Gatu Kacha coming in from Moon, that game-changing Avatar of the Garden in the mid lane, absolutely opened up the map, and Todak, they crashed right through the base and scores the first game of the series.
The first few Avatar the Guardians were relatively missing, right? Like one target, maybe if he's lucky, but sometimes it's none. But it only matters right at the end when you're about to get the win, and here they did. It's a little longer than our usual games, right?
But then again, you don't really just cast the Avatar of the Guardian just to make it hit. You use it to divide the fight. If you can put 2 people in front and 3 people goes back, that is actually a win for you already.
I think it's just the understanding that Sky Guardian's Avatar, yes, it plops an entire area, it does split you up, and it's not because of the initial knockup that people are afraid of, it's the fact that you get slowed in that area. That really is a pain. But congratulations on the win too, Todak there. That was a tough game to pull a win from.
Indeed, and we've got a lot of things to talk about. There's so many interesting talking points about this very match itself. All these skirmishes that we see from the side lanes, all the way around the turtles as well. It's a lot of things to digest, and I think this is the most successful Selena play that we're seeing coming from the side of Bren Esports.
Even if you call it successful, it still didn't do enough. That's what I'm saying. The numbers are now going to even more be buried. It is just plummeting, right? People who are Cho mains, people who are Selena mains, just sad boys right now, sad girls. It's all over the world. It just doesn't work like in this current metagame.
Yeah, I mean, Bren Esports looked really strong in their groups. They did the same things. But right now for the playoffs, everybody stepped up. And Bren Esports need to figure out what's happening to their team, because if they don't and they lose game number 2, they're out of the tournament.
No, I think you're taking away a lot from these players, especially from Lusty specifically. He did a fantastic job in the earlier stages of the game and actually got Bren a huge lead. That 2k lead was maintained throughout the entirety of the game until finally the macro was coming in for the side of Chico once he got his 3rd item. So I think Selena, yes, a little bit of an issue because you can't really force situations, but Lusty on show, that was great.
Indeed, and with that, of course, we got a lot more things to be breaking down upon this entirety of the matchup. Let's head over towards our analysts as we'll be seeing what do they have on their mind. So, LaFell as well as Wolf.
Hello and thank you very much. Yeah, we saw an evolution of the Todak lineup. Not only did it change position in terms of the players, But Moon right now playing those tanky mid laners. My name is Lafel and this is Wolf. We're here in the Allen segment to try to break it down between Todak against Brand Esports.
I think that it's very nice that Todak really threw in a curveball themselves. I think that the main problem with both Brand Esports and Omega is that they were so much into their comfort picks.
Yeah.
Like there's a big pool that both of them are just playing at, and unfortunately in the world stage like the M2 World Championship, you gotta have to reinvent something for you to become the champions.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not like Brand Esports not respecting Todak at all. They banned the Hayabusa first. Yeah, and then they banned the Claude as well. Yep. But the thing is, Team Todak, they still have all of these heroes, and it looks like they're very comfortable with it. E1 on his Baxia was so great. He ganked, he protected Chiku like no other thing that I saw before. And that is also another story throughout the game, where the gameplay, Chiku felt so confident doing whatever he wants just because everyone else just protected him.
I think that this is a matter of Todak really adjusting to what Brand Esports revealed. And maybe they have set the trap, because if you're looking at Brand Esports, this is so much of a comfort lineup and they have done it before. They have made it work before, like the Esmeralda first pick as well as this Lancelot. But a perfect answer, now that we have the item build, I want to show the backshot. It was picked up, what, second for Todak, and was perfect. Why? Because not only does it have this passive, but it can also be played in a very defensive manner that you can now prolong the game. This Esmeralda and Lancelot, they were not that impactful because they kind of need to dominate in the early stages, and that didn't happen because of the tankiness of Todak.
Yeah, and right now let's look at Gato Kacha's itemization as well. They have the Baxia. They have the Baxia mark as his passive to cut down on the lifesteal. But even Gato Kacha being a frontliner, having the Necklace of Durance, making sure that Esmeralda, Lancelot, Lapu, none of them can really take advantage of any of their sustain.
And you have to take note, the Bakshia's ultimate and the passive combined together is also anti-sustain.
It's stackable.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And what I really like about Todak is they went in for, what, 3 pieces of Anticuirass, which kind of built up from their dot armor. Perfect against the physical damage, and you did take note the Sea Halberd. Chico, this is just so perfect for Todak.
Basically, what Todak does with the Baxia as well as the itemization from all of their teams, they want no sustain. And when the enemy cannot sustain themselves, every team fight is going to be won by Todak. Any prolonged team fight is going to be won by Todak. Even though Lancelot can take out the 1-1, but the thing is, Benedetta and even Tamus has the capability to get for the kill. And right now, let's look at the MVP of the game, where this guy made an impact largely on the map and in the gameplay. He's going to go to E1 with his Baxia with 0 deaths as a peeling tank. 4-0 and 6.
You know how amazing this is? He's up against what? Selena, Lancelot, Esmeralda, very strong in the early stages, but he did not die. He went for 4 defensive items. I also love the fact that he went for tough boots because it just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And overall, Baxia really answered so much from the lineup of Brand Esports. I want to say though, I really like their movements in there. The decision making that they did to just put Chico in places where he will not be like give Chico places where he can farm so comfortably without being ganked. And Rebo, as much as he played well. He played well with the Esmeralda. The draft didn't work for him. This was the first time that the Esmeralda was allowed in the draft. It was first picked by Brand Esports, but all along it was a trap from Todak.
This is a logical response from a team that shows that they have good teamwork, where they know Brand Esports, they are really, really strong, especially with the Selena and the Lancelot. They would get punished a lot in the early game, so might as well give Chico as much space as he can and then try to win back in the mid to late game. But right now, we're going to go for second game. So our casters are ready, and we'll be giving up to them right now.
We could not thank you enough, Lafel as well as Wolf. And also, we would like to thank Tumi for being the partners in esports for our M2 World Championship, as the journey to become the champions of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage as well as backpacks. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worries, and be sure to check out tme.com to perfect your own journey and enjoy the entirety of the M2 competition.
We would also like to thank an established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, SUTL. This group is a proud member of the 2021 MLBB, and they are also a partner in esports for Fiji Water, Ike Chong's ITS Cups, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
That's right. If you guys are wondering, you guys can catch the live streaming of the mega event Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 held in Singapore for free on MeWatch from the 18th till 24th of January, and a total of 12 teams from 9 countries that has included EVOS SG from Singapore has been competing for that $300,000 US. And with that being said, you guys can support your favorite teams that are still currently playing in the playoffs run. And oh boy, going in towards game number 2, Toda really pulled the trigger on that one. And yeah, we're going to be continuing on this hot topic because this is a very different side of meta that Toda has been playing against Brand Esports.
I think we can see that in terms of just setting the tempo, Formace is better at it. I mean, Chico is good. But if you just give Chico the time to get his items, he can carry all the way. But for Formace, now that he's setting the tempo for his teammates, they have a lot more leeway to just do the things that they want.
Yeah, I think not only that, it's surprising because looking at the stats just now with the analysts were looking through, literally a 10k teamfight damage disparity, which I thought was extremely shocking considering with the lineup that Todak actually had. So I think it's more notable that, again, the AoE damage here coming up from the Tutori's Poissons and also from the abilities from Gato Kacha, and just being able to burn them out with the Cursed Helm really starts adding up.
Yep, and the Vengeance.
And the Vengeance.
The Vengeance. So you're looking at this pinpoint damage being dealt by Brand Esports, and then at every moment, whenever Vengeance is off cooldown, you know, folks like X-Ray here and Moon can just pop that, and the numbers just skyrocket towards Todak's side. So I guess that explains a lot of this, and maybe Brand should just really consider what strategies they go into here, how they make these overall macro choices. Even in the draft, we said this prior in the first Filipino matchup with Omega and AE, Alter Ego, but this time it's all the more true. And right before we throw it over to our analysts, they didn't cover this much. I think they did yesterday, but a huge point of Brand Esports' defeat in game number 1, I'd say, is just how shut down Lusty was. The Cho feels bad the Way of the Dragon more than half of the team. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and in the early stages, definitely we see some great catches from the Way of the Dragon, but hitting in towards the late game phase, like, you can't exactly go in towards the target that you wanted the most, and you have to deal with what? Like a Gato Gacha or even the likes of Boxer always in the forefront.
And a Thams.
Yeah.
Right?
Thams.
See, all of these are just bad for you.
It's so bad that you can't really get the 1-1, even if you got the Cosmo 10, and she could easily just kite a wave, not using it at all. So what's the answer to this coming towards our second draft? Because Brand Esports hoping to switch things up a little bit.
Because the thing is, the way I'm seeing it, you pick a Selena in front of a Benedetta, which is high for an eye, so that's accounted for. Then you go for the Lance for the next pick. So what happened was, Todak had a lot of time to just think about it and adjust. They just clearly had this idea that, okay, since they're gonna have a Selena and a Lancelot, let's not pick a usual mage mid. What we go for is something that's tanky that they cannot burst down.
Honestly, I would totally disagree with the Cho, with your ideas on Cho, because right now, Lusty was able to catch Chiku, and he caught him multiple times. The deaths coming in for Chiku was thanks to Lusty. So I cannot say that Cho is a terrible pick. I will say it is a struggle, and it's actually accredited to Lusty to make this work. But we have to mention this game itself, literally, it is just a nightclub fight, and arguably, I'd say it is a battle night.
And that's exactly what's coming on the 30th of January.
And of course, we're pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on January 30th. So, of course, there's going to be so many new things, such as the upgrading system, blessing, little commander, and map All synergies revamped and free trial of advanced skins awaits you out there. Make sure you guys log on and, of course, claim your free permanent skin.
How perfect on the Battle Knight banner. That's Cho. Back to the ongoing discussion here. By saying that, yes, Lusty did catch Chiku with the Cho several times, maybe even killed him more times than we would love to count and remember. That's like saying, oh, that's fine. I survived with, I survived one thing, but I have another thing coming anyways. Like, oh, I got $10, but I owe the bank 500. So, right? Like it's a small consolation in an overarching bigger problem.
Agreed. And here's the overarching bigger problem that I see that Bren was really struggling with was tunnel visioning on exactly what they wanted to do. They really wanted the turtle, send 4 people, send 5 people arguably sometimes. And when they realized what was going on across the map, losing their turns, losing jungle pressure as well, that's when it all started to crumble down.
Yeah, I definitely got to take this point here because earlier in the stage we saw that 1-1 really took a whole lot of time up to the top side, but now moving in towards our second game, we're already seeing a couple of bans coming right throughout, and it's Benedetta absolutely negated here from landing in the hands of Todak.
Now, the heated discussion. I'm just looking at you guys, and you guys like, okay, they're agreeing to disagree. Okay, I'm just gonna come in and talk about the draft. Todak here, banning out the usage.
This is for the draft.
Yeah,
right? Look at Lusty.
This is for the draft.
Look at Lusty.
Just calm down, guys.
He's thinking about his life decisions right now because
calm down, guys.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. All of the signs.
All right.
All the signs lead to one direction, right?
It's just a game.
Oh, is it?
Not anymore. Not on this table.
It's not.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for country pride. This is for livelihood. This is for professional acclaim. Butters, this is very, very important for all these players, all of us involved. And right now, Todak bans out the Natalia. And
I'm just saying, for us, just chill out. They're just having fun. Just go with the draft.
I'm pretty sure fun was out the door after that game. This ain't fun no more. This is just blood.
It's serious business. You can already see all of our casters here are already having our own
this is
battle night.
Everyone's just waiting for me to say something. They were just looking at me in the eye.
No, this is serious business because, again, look, Todak on the play. Obviously, Bren Esports losing game number 1 had to choose a side. They went with the red side. They want the power to be able to pick those 2 first and then react. I'm guessing Lusty's hero gonna come towards the second phase. They don't want that same thing anymore.
Actually, I think it might be an adaptation here because they can at least see what Todak is going to do.
It's very reactive.
Exactly, and reacts so that Lusty doesn't get counterpicked later on, or at the very least give him a good pick when it comes to the first phase of the draft. Now, Todak, it looks like they basically follow the same drafting pattern that they've been doing before. Shin, Natalia, Matilda, quite high on their priority list.
That's right, and now that we're looking at this final ban here, we've had talks about, things like Esmeralda, the Jawhead, so honestly, Brent Esports got to pick really wisely because this is going to set the entirety of the tempo. So that actually did back in game 1, they did give the Esmeralda away. Now, can Brent Esports actually punish them if they were to do the same? Let go of the Esmeralda, we get 2 power picks of our own.
Yeah, for Bren Esports, they ban out the Benedetta. They know that they can deal with the Hayabusa better. Like, Hayabusa is still a problem, but with Benedetta being present there, just having the extra damage or extra,
he just does more overall.
Just does more overall. Yeah. She can even wave clear if she wants to. Now Todak gets their hands on the Esmeralda, and Bren Esports does also play a Baksha, so it can be answered in a way that they can just pick the Baksha. But Bren Esports go for the power pick. Pam Pam, Yuzhong, Claude. They're really good with this.
Oh boy.
I really love this. Like, we saw the Claude actually ban away in game number 1, but this is the time where Brent Esports is bringing something that they're really, really comfortable with. And heading in towards this scenario, the box is going back in towards the hands of Todak. So, Gideon, I know you have a lot of taunts. So, seeing the third pick here, they're going to be getting their favorite Hayabusa.
I think, already Bren Esports should be considering what they should be doing about this boxer because they can rotate around. Bren, wanting to be able to catch him off, need to understand that E1 is going to be rotating twice as fast. Even if you set up on bot side, E1 is going to be looking on top side because he can get there twice as fast.
All right, and while you're at it, I do hear some sigh coming from, Butters, Leo. So that's coming from the pick of the signal, right? So
yeah,
there's a little bit of dislike, I guess.
Yeah, that's already 3 targets you don't want to hit.
I mean,
so odd.
Let's be fair to Few. He did well in the early game of game number 1.
Arguably best Selena in a while.
But I like the adjustment that Brent Esports did. They secured the Claude, they banned out the 1-1. Now, Todak banned out the Eason Shin. That's on them. Now, which hero does Chico go for?
Carry. If they want something, Roger, Carry. I don't think it's going to be a Ling. Bruno
as well, yeah.
Bruno side lane is okay.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like these heroes don't exactly have the greatest of mobility in comparison to things like Claude, and I think Bren have they figured it out. Like, okay, 1-1 Claude, both of these have great abilities to kind of dodge fights and stay relatively difficult to catch. But compared to like Carry and Bruno, they've got you got the Phantom Dash, yes, you got the Slide Tackle, but Slide Tackle has a high cooldown. Phantom Dash, it's very short, so you're still so susceptible to so many types of CC.
There's a gold laner that could have been picked up by Chiku. We haven't seen it yet. But yeah, Farsa is sometimes played in the gold lane as well.
Yeah, that's true. And Torak, even they know we need to get rid of hard CC. Ban out the Drawhead. Unstoppable Force, a deadly, deadly weapon.
Oh no, and I think the second phase of banning might all to be targeting this young man right here, Lusty.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they should be prioritizing the heroes here for the side of Bren. Carl, Flap, Few, probably Rebo. But for Lusty's side, since he has been picking a lot of Cho, he has a lot of tanks on his repertoire to, just be the final priority for the side, or the last priority here for the side of Brent Esports.
Akai is still out there.
Yeah, Akai is still out there. If they want to, they can just pick it. But for Todak, they ban out the Cho. They still think it's a problem against the Hayabusa.
I think banning out the Cho here was smart for Todak, but just the same, I think Brent Esports wouldn't have picked it anyways.
Really? I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on it.
Kind of 50-50 as well, because they're somewhat comfortable with that pick.
Yeah, they still need the lockdown on the Hayabusa. Right now, we're not really seeing it. We're not really seeing anything.
I don't think it will come from the Cho anyways, because it's super reactive. You're literally just picking something to answer something on the other side, but how do you go from there? Like, what's the 1-2? What is the long-term investment?
I mean, ideally, they would have liked to have the Draw. I think that would be
Drawhead would have been best. Drawhead would have been best. Drawhead would have been best.
And for now, Bren, I mean, they do have Kaja as an option, but it looks like they're going to take the Alice instead, where it's like, okay, even if you are going to do a lot of damage and you do want a team fight, which is fine. However, Baxia, still a thing.
Yeah, that's the side lane Alice right here, gold lane Alice for Bren Esports. Todak, Contra, what are they missing? They're going to be finishing up their lineup here, last two. Possibly for the sweep, right? They're going for the sweep.
Yeah, of course. I'm wondering if Todak really wants to get some interesting sort of and marksman pick up what we said early on. Like, Bruno is still a thing that Arkihoshi has brought up, and of course something that may be having some good time in towards this matchup, but then again, that Alice could easily dive into you, same towards the Claude, as well as every one of these members of Brent Esports. And, well, they're going to be bringing Belleray to double down on tankiness.
What?
Oh, lick that triple. Lick that triple.
Okay, so this is literally almost the same lineup as game one.
I wouldn't agree with that. But
you know what? This is the same idea as
the same idea.
It's the same idea as what RQ Hoshi did yesterday.
Okay.
Wait, which one? The Bruno one?
The Bruno one.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Except that you replace the Bruno with
the Hayabusa. And you don't get a marksman. You just get two heroes that can carry into the late game.
All right, guys. I guess all our predictions aside, we're going to throw it down the bin. And now, big problems for your Brent Esports. How do you prioritize?
Oh, no.
They say, okay, you know what?
No.
You're taking tanks. I'm taking the giant rock, rock into play.
This feels so bad for Brent Esports. I honestly do not enjoy this draft.
This is great.
Well, I mean, I have to say, Lusty here is one of the best Groks. But you know what? For Todak, they got what they wanted. They set up for this. And Brent Esports really need to bring their air game.
On paper, conceptually speaking, it's a simple idea, right? Like, you know what Todak is going for. We've seen it before.
Oh, yeah.
It's taking some ideas from RQ Hoshi, taking a few concepts from their game one lineup. But that's fine. It's good. They can afford this. They can afford to experiment a little, unless this is something that they've been doing for a long time. But Brenny Sports, I'm bothered by their lineup.
Exactly.
And I kind of get why Gideon was just laughing, because it was cheesy and at the same time it made sense.
Yeah,
it's gonna work. I feel like it's gonna work.
It really makes sense right here, because what is the Slim about to do? Like a pistol arrow. Okay, I'm landing on someone that I can't take down. So.
They'll catch.
There's a big issue here.
They'll play catch.
And straight in towards the land of Dawn we go. We'll see how well will Brand Esports take down the likes of Toda, because this swordfishes are hella tanky.
Oh boy. All right, now that I've caught my breath after laughing so hard here, Todak, the simple idea of what their composition is similar to Game 1. They want to out-macro Bren here, and they've got a bunch of tanks who are actually pretty decent, or fairly decent at actually pushing the lane, given enough time at level 4 itself. X-Ray, he'll be able to clear these waves without having to put himself at risk. Same goes for both Moon and as well as E1. Chico, on the other hand, he can play a little bit more defensively, and with the help of the lineup, can buy a lot more time. And for Maze, he's great at cutting waves.
Yeah, he does have the avarice, you know, just set up things for the late game, just get that mid-game power spike a bit more early. But for the side of Brand Esports, Carl Tizzy here, I think will get aggroed a lot by the time we reach level 3 for these guys on Toda.
I think we also have to mention the adaptation coming in from Bren, realizing what the heck is Todak doing, and oh no, they've got quite a lot of wave clear, and the only way that they're actually going to maintain it is to not throw in the Loyi, who naturally is a very squishy target, and if two of these tanks can get on top of her, no matter how much damage she has, you can itemize against it. And yes, she can block the waves, but Grok is a much safer pick to go for. He can face check, he has the power of nature, he clears waves decently fast, and arguably even to Todak's tanks.
Is it safe to go for killing spree here for Flap? I feel that if you don't have anyone to burst down, why would you get a killing spree?
I wouldn't say it's a mistake for sure.
Oh, here we go. Fight breaking out here. The battle for the gold crab goes over to Chiku. I think he went for the killing spree because Festival of Blood's going to be non-starter against the Baksha. It's just something else to, you know, if I'm not life-stealing, I'll just heal up straight if I'm killing with Execute.
Yeah, exactly. Not to mention that Execute is a great battle spell against the Todak lineup when they have like, oh, big shields, a lot of life, no problem. E1 gonna get caught out.
Oh no, there's the Poissons here and the Blazing Duet, but first blood is drawn by 4 Maze anyways. There's the Ogi Shadow kill. Lusty barely survives with the blessing, and in comes Flapteasy. Is it too late? The answer is no, he gets 1. Avatar the Guardian, can he get 2? Yes, he does. Double kill, down goes 4 Maze. And now Moon, he's going for the duel, but there's enough shot energy here on Flapteasy to survive.
So that's what the killing spree is for.
Oh, it adds up. It all comes full circle. But don't forget that while this is happening, Todak, we saw them do this in Game 1. As long as, I mean, Bren can trade up as much as they want, but if the return of investment is going to go on Todak's side, yeah, throw as many people. Take all of our guys. If you can't push and you can't get a goal lead off of that, no big deal.
E1 here just staying near that brush, just trying to see if there is a turtle take going on for the side of Bren Esports. Now, Claude isn't getting controlled, but Chiku there is going to be the next casualty for the side of Toda.
Okay, that was a nice catch by Bren Esports, and there might be another here in mid. Lusty just catching everything that these 2 chunky tanks in mid, Moon and E1, are bringing. And if there's anything here that we can note, it's the fact that Bren Esports here ahead by about 600 gold. Actually, Todak earlier was up higher. They were playing more of the map again 3 minutes in, so they have the same one-track mind, they have the same plan. But right now, here we go. Moon engaging with Kaltizi, and now a few beads after the Guardian. Oh, nice battle mirror image out. Moon is in no man's land. He goes down. Sticker goes up for Kaltizi. That's going to be 1-4.
This is great because now Bren, before this Lancelot, super susceptible to a lot of tanks because again, he is melee. If he's going to get any damage in, the auto attacks are important. 4 Maze, same thing, same problem. If he wants to go in and it so happens to be, you know, Alice or Flapteasy or even Lusty, big deal here. He won't be able to cut through them.
Yep, now Rebo, blood flow out of here. He's in trouble. He got 2 beads on him, E1 and Chiku. Now I'm wondering, this is the first time we're seeing Chiku on an Esmeralda. He's always played this side laner that is very safe. Sometimes Esmeralda has to dive. I wonder how he transitions to that. Now X-Ray jumps in. Wrath of the Dryad gonna take one out. Kaltizi caught out by the roots. but it looks like vengeance is nearly upon us. Vindication. They're looking for vindication and they just gave up. Oh, there's the damage now. Oogie Shadow Kill onto one. Rebo is going to survive, but only for so long because he's going to be destroyed here by Chico. Now goes for the wild charge, misses, and that's going to be a sticker. Oh, I feel bad. Now it's going to be 3-on-1. That's going to be the revitalized dropped in, and an arrow from down below. Few says, hold up, I'm a little too late.
How did he get so much movement speed all of a sudden? I mean, well done to Todak here, but every single time we see a fight being started from Red, especially when one of the Todak members is deep inside a really off position, we gotta look elsewhere across the map because Todak is making something happen.
Now for Bren Esports, yes, Alice might have gone down. Rebo and Lusty could have just offered himself right there as sacrifice. Karatizi here is still kind of bit good in terms of his farming.
Oh yeah, very good indeed. But, you know, just give it some time. Have faith in Karatizi here because he is playing on a hero who is going to be abusing a Demon Hunter's sword, which is going to be the bane of the existence of Todak because the more health you have, the stronger this item is going to be.
Demon Hunter's sword is another way to actually do it.
Yep, so hoping that they find that. Oh, it goes to Lusty. That's going to be the turtle now down, as well as E1. Flapteezy gets the kill. So far, this killing spree, Yu Zhong, is paying dividends for Bren Esports. 2 for none, plus the turtle. I think they're just finding their ground. They must be feeling great.
They're feeling really great indeed. And I think, you know, just some great adaptations on Bren's side to say, yes, we are going to shut this composition down one way or another. Chiku does get a return investment on towards that top side. But again, Bren only just slightly ahead. They need more than this.
Flapteezy is just doing great for his teammates. Now, I guess for few, we're not seeing a lot of these arrows just because it wouldn't really take just one arrow to take down people here. But here comes the fight.
Wild charge
that is going to be a disengage.
But it's not going to be enough. What as you were saying?
Now, I was actually done with my... thought, but
perfect.
There's just a fight happening.
Perfect.
Again.
Perfect. Lusty from behind. There's the saving arrow. It's going to be enough. Moon is so brave. Moon is so brave. He's in. He's able to charge up the Avatar the Guardian to escape. And that is going to be the purple. That's going to be their consolation.
Demon Hunter Sword is now up for Carl. Let us see what will that do. What difference will it make for the side of Bren Esports?
Yeah, can we pull up the item list real quick? I want to see where Karatizi actually is at, but the dive coming in from Todak on towards that bot side to try and punish Flapteezy, but the rest of Bren is coming in.
That's going to be... Oh, the Black Dragon form started in by Flapteezy. In he goes. E1 is taking a lot of damage, and that's going to be Few getting a kill. And in mid, Oogie, Shadow Kill. The ult on the Hayabusa popped in, but Lusty just wants to clear the waves. All right, so there was some minions, and just Lusty was not going to have any of it, so he survived the most part.
Okay.
Oh!
But for...
Surprise!
But for Bren Esports, it's not about going for the team fights. It's divide and conquer. Divide them, separate them on the map, kill them one by one. As long as they don't have the team fight up, team fight on us, we're gonna win.
Yep, and that's exactly what's happening here. They don't want to face down 3 tanks all at the same time, and now, the swing, the clothesline from hell helps, but it's not gonna be enough. Moon retreats once more with another Avatar the Guardian, and Lusty wants to finish the job. He started. E1 pushes him back. The enforcers of Todak Esports.
Oh, this is so frustrating, but Bren, they're going to get all the neutral objectives here, and Todak, they know, okay, it looks like we're going to have to play for late game here because Karatizi, the moment he gets that golden staff, it's going to be impossible for Todak to actually be relevant, especially for the tanks to be relevant in this game. Yes, Belleric, yes, can have a great passive to bounce him multiple times, but that doesn't mean they're going to win the fight.
Yep, and here we go. That's going to be the Ogi Shadow kill called off. Quad Shadow out of here. I don't want none of this. They're looking to go maybe for another choke, unless it's looking dire, because look down bottom. Chiku is slowly pushing once more. That's something they got to watch out for.
Yep, Formay is making sure that he's showing tribute to the fallen foes that they did dirty yesterday. Can they do it again onto Bren this time round? Lusty just, you know, walking around just saying, hey, I need to know what's going on. E1 finally getting that blade armor. But Karatizi on the side, golden staff being brought.
Yeah, and with that blade armor, Bren Esports need to look out for their damage output. They cannot just throw it loosely because that might bite themselves at the back.
Karatizi Battle Mirror Image out. Avatar the Guardian is gonna come in, hit few, but not Kartheezy. Not just yet. Moon taking quite a few hits there. Oh, in comes Kartheezy. That's gonna be the knockout. Oh, he still survives. He still survives. E1 is alive with the Puissance, and that's gonna be a disengage, and they want more. I think it's gonna be Todak's prime time to engage. Flapteezy in the front line taking quite a few hits. Caught in with the lockdown by X-Ray. Rat the Dryad gonna push him back. Another disengage, and Blazing Duet from the back. Chiku takes quite the beating, and that's gonna be one for Kartheezy. Make that two. 4Maze goes down as well. Few blasting him. It's a triple for Bren Esports. Down goes 4Maze, and it took a while, but they eventually got it down.
Yep, this is one of those situations where you have to admit that in the previous game, Bren, when you have something like Lancelot, he really struggled, but now with Kartheezy on this Claude, he's having the time of his life.
Look at the block!
Yeah!
But that doesn't matter as he can jump from that, but there is another kill up top. Now, this is a problem for Todak. In terms of their lineup, their early game is good. They can go for a lot of the team fights. If they win those, they might win the game. But for Bren Esports right now, they know that Todak has no comeback mechanic on this.
Yep, they're just going to have to stall it out. Brick wall Bren. As long as they don't break their crystal or their inhibitors, they have a very good opportunity to turn this around, given like, 20 minutes or so.
And here comes the penetration, and the fight actually breaks out all in. Chiku gonna be backing out, but there's Rebo on the other side to catch him off. Black Dragon formed now by Flapteezy to trying to find a kill. Chiku goes down, Rebo finds him down bottom, and they are gonna continue the assault. E1 goes down, Avatar the Guardian catches quite a few, but there is the Blazing Duet. Kartheezy's doing it, ladies and gentlemen. It's just 4Maze left to defend. Can he do this? Bren Esports looking low. There's the block by Lusty, and this might just be it. One Shadow. Ogi Shadow kill going in. Is there enough damage? Ladies and gentlemen, that's one. Lusty goes. Can they continue? Can they finish? That's the question. 11 minutes, 20 seconds in. They'll take the lower tier turret. Is Bren taking too long here, or is they going to finish? It feels like it's a ladder. I think it's a ladder. Ladies and gentlemen, Bren Esports takes game number 1, forcing game number 3.
Oh boy, that is a difficult situation to be in here for Todak, but honestly, great adaptation coming in from Bren, especially with that Claude pick. Really comes in handy. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect Belric's passive to almost put Kartheezy in a very uncomfortable spot at literally 10% HP.
Very much so, and now things are evening up, and we're going on a tie, 1-1. Bren Esports still carrying the hopes of the Philippines. You can definitely see both sides already sweating it out, but Todak's side, they drafted this composition hoping that they can break wall the side of Bren Esports, but that Grok pick honestly walled them off, and slowly but surely having each one of these picks coming out of Todak.
It made a lot of sense when it came out, but the thing is, they don't have a lot of damage. Flap there is the off tank. He does have the tankiness and the damage as well, and they did not have anything to deal damage to him with.
And I think the execute was key. Good catch, by the way. It's odd. Like, why is he on killing spree? And oh, it made sense when we put the dots together.
Yep, this is going to be it. I mean, it's 1-1, but this has been a really, really sweaty series.
Yeah, and so far, the playoffs, this is the only match that goes in towards a 2-1 scenario. And oh boy, a lot of predictions went wrong, but this time around, we've already seen multiple sort of the meta that has been coming to fruition. But this all-tank meta that's coming out from the side of Todak, inspired by RQ Hoshi, honestly needs a lot to be able to pull it towards its best effectiveness in towards this game, because if you actually get something wrong in the early phase, it's pretty much over.
Like this.
I really think that when you do those kinds of when you make those kinds of compositions, you really need to go for a marksman.
Oh, that's right. And speaking of which, I'm pretty sure LaFell as well as Wolf has a lot to say. We're going to be throwing on towards our analysts on the panel, and please take it away.
Hello, thank you very much. And right now, we can definitely see Wolf. It's very tense. It's very tense right now.
We're shaking here.
Yeah, like, look at how even this is. Todak, 1. Bren Esports, 1. 2 Malaysian casters. 2 Filipino casters. And 2 Filipino analysts over here with Wolf as well as Flapteezy. Thank you very much. Thank you. So right now you guys are watching two Filipino casters analyzing this game. And the thing is, for Toda, they chose to early pick the Hayabusa instead of the 1-1, which is the score right now. 1-1.
Before anything else, can you say Baka Renejeto?
Baka Renejeto.
There it is. There you go. But yeah, perfect. You know, I love the fact that this is Brand Esports really recovering because of the fact that both of their TZ brothers, as we're talking about, they are performing well. Carl TZ finally popping off with the Claude, and Flap TZ was my personal MVP of this particular game.
That's so weird. It's my personal MVP as well. It's almost like we could choose.
Yeah, it's almost like you can actually choose the actual MVP of the match.
But yeah, honestly, Flap TZ did so much work. Their lineup were so tanky, and yet they all look like paper.
Yeah. This is
We're not sponsored by paper, by the way.
This is because of the fact that they eventually will have enough damage through the Claude. I think that if you pick up the Demon Hunter's sword comboed up with the Golden Staff, naturally that will take and pierce down those tanky heroes. Not gonna lie, I love the idea here coming out from Todak. I thought it was very scary.
Yeah.
Especially in the early stage of the game. This is Baksha, Gacha, as well as Belleric. And then if you think about it, the Esmeralda can also act as a tank, but the problem with incredibly tanky heroes, 4 out of the tank tank heroes, is that they will eventually lack damage.
Yeah, and not gonna lie, I don't like the draft. So let's look at the itemization. Let's break it down. So Carl TZ with the Demon Hunter sword as well as the Golden Staff. We all know that the Claude was really strong in a meta where there was a lot of tanks, a lot of high HP heroes. Now the thing is, Belleric, it's a debate where people are like, yeah, Belleric is supposed to counter all of these high DPS heroes because it keeps bouncing back the damage. But the thing is, if he kites very well, it's not going to reach the spikes is not going to reach him. And Belleric has a very, very high HP, so Demon Hunter sword either way is not going to be good for him. And looking at the lineup again, Yuzong looking a very big beefy boy, 806, 2 towers for the side of Toda, 9 for the side of Brand Esports. No Lord in this game at all, which just shows how dominant Brand Esports was, where they don't need it just because, as we see, a lot of skirmishes, Toda just not have any damage. Like, I don't know what they were thinking. Maybe they were just like, maybe Esmeralda is, can 1v9, you know?
The defense is the best offense.
Yeah.
But you know what? This is really a good theoretical approach from Todak. I say theoretical because if you look at it, it really makes a lot of sense because you kind of bring back the damage through the Belleric as well as the Blade Armor. The problem was they tunneled vision into the Claude and they did not mind this guy. Oh, what a surprise.
I did not see this coming.
I did not see this coming.
I didn't know that Flap TZ was the MVP, but 806 KDA, whoever chose the MVP, did a very, very good job. Itemization wise, he only had the Bloodless Axe, and one interesting thing is the Molten Essence. Well, Molten Essence is building on his HP and then creates an aura around him, and that thing does generate spell vim as well.
This is what you call the casual items, or in Filipino terms, chop suey, which is kind of like stir-fried vegetables.
We have that as well, chop suey.
Ruin all that together, and it tastes good in the end, right? So it's not your big-ticket proteins or your big-ticket items. It's just those casual items that make a lot of sense, like the Deadly Blade, the Dreadnought Armor, and in this case, the Molten Essence, which is a value item, as you can say.
You know what will make it awkward? If chop suey is some kind of curse word in some other country that we don't know.
I hope not, and I am just saying that it's food in the Philippines, so please don't.
It's food in Malaysia as well, and in Singapore where we are right now.
Yeah, stir-fried vegetables.
We're having very, very safe distance from each other.
That's right.
Yeah, either way, right now we have to go, so I think we're gonna go to a short break. Giving the players a chance to relax. So guys, we're going to get chop suey. Bye bye.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Surge.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
And once again, welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship M2 2020. My name is Contra. Alongside with me are our fine, handsome gentlemen that will be casting throughout all these matches here. We're already going on a draw between Brand Esports as well as Toda. We've got Leo, Getting Q, as well as Butters. And my name is Contra. Thank you guys so much, as all this is powered by Moonton.
Boy, has this game kind of shaken things up, as some might say it, especially between the Malaysian side as well as the Filipino side. Both 1-1, but only one team can make it through.
Yep, it's a hard reset here. Sudden death, it comes down to this one last game here in this best of 3. And I must say, you know, as a disclaimer, earlier on, as soon as the drafts were locked in, I was so vocal about how I did not like what Bren was bringing, right? It was, again, a repeat of the Selena. They picked, again, Yuzhong as an old fundamental, Carl TZ on the Claude, and, again, that very last Grok. A lot of question marks came up, like, we haven't seen Grok in a while. But,
yeah.
Sorry, were you going to try to say something? I mean...
I think we just didn't think of the fact that Todak's lineup had its own weaknesses. Like in terms of damage output, it could not really go toe-to-toe with the damage output that Brent could bring out. They did not have that late game insurance. Even the Esmeralda could get answered by a Necklace of Duran. So it was just them lacking that certain damage output that they wanted.
And I think if you're looking for damage output, you go to heroes that you've been playing for so long that you know how to maximize for, whether it be the early, the mid, the late. And this throws us back to about 2 years now for few. The season 2, MPL season 2, winning Selena, and you have Grok on Lusty season 3.
Yeah, and we've been looking towards the entirety of the lineup of Todak. Initially, they don't really have somebody to lock on towards someone and you say, hey, everybody beat this guy up. Like, yeah, everyone just get cluttered up. And the best part is the Grok really displaces a lot of all these units coming from Todak.
It buys that like 1.5 second worth of time. Just getting knocked up and then you're just on the floor and then you wait there for like half a second. And that buys, in especially at the highest level, it buys a lot of time for the teams to kind of reposition themselves and kind of get a better grasp of the situation.
Yeah, I still don't like the Selena, that's particular part of the game, like the particular part of the series. I still don't like it, but I like what Bren did. They went for the Grok. They did not go for that one single target show tank because it was banned. They didn't go for anything that's ordinary this meta. They just went out, they just went back to what we're comfortable with in the first place, and they won from that.
Here we go. We're going in towards our final game of this best of 3. It's Brand Esports now starting things off with the Claude as well as Yishin Shit. A lot of all these marksmen have been removed from play. Same goes to Brody as well as Natalia.
I think I see what Brenny Sports here is saying to Todak, and I think they both understand. If y'all want to play off meta, so do we.
Yeah, they're going to put everything on the table here. And this brings up the question whether or not Todak is going to go with a very traditional type of lineup here. Again, Claude as well as the Yishin Shin have been taken off. And it's not like they're, it's not like they can't play other things, but again, it's a lot less efficient compared to these two particular marksmen.
I mean, looking at it, there is still a 1-1, if ever. So maybe that is something that Todak wants to acquire for the first 2 picks that they'll have.
I mean, you say that, but Bren has been... They've been keeping an eye on these things, but they're getting rid of the Yutong instead. I feel like Bren's got something up their sleeve. It looks like they want to force Todak in a particular sort of lineup to punish.
Yeah, indeed. And now, of course, back towards Todak's side of the court, Yuzong was very successful in that very first game. So now that they don't have the Yuzong, of course they're going to be replacing it with something with a bigger impact coming into play.
Oh, I don't know. What about you, Leo? What are you thinking? What are your thoughts? I can see the gears turning.
Yeah, I don't know. I might just be overthinking this at this point. Because again, if a lineup like Bren's from game number 2 could win it so quickly, who's to say that this next game... they're not packing something nuclear. It might be, the fact that they're in the first pick right now that changes everything. And I'm scared. I honestly am just nervous because anything goes. Look, Esmeralda's open. You have Benedetta open. All of these foundations, and there you go.
Oh. Yeah, this is the answer to all the questions that we needed as they open up the Benedetta. Now Esmeralda back on the court of the side of Todak. So... what's going to be it? Because you mentioned about the 1-1, that's going to be really important, and this is where they just first pick it before it gets banned out.
1-1 Haya.
Hayabusa?
You can just go for it right now. 1-1 Haya.
That's what they did yesterday, right? Yeah. Make my day.
1-1 Haya, then just adjust accordingly.
Play around it.
I mean, I don't know. They could go for the Belleric if they wanted to, as we've seen RRQ do it before, and now we've seen Todak actually having the capabilities to pull it out, and it has been shown to be pretty okay against the Benedetta. It's like Benedetta doesn't really do too much against it. She only gets lane priority, but that's as much as she gets. Or they could get E1.
Okay.
Oh, Savannah's out the open.
Okay.
I love this.
They didn't ban out the Cho, and other... they didn't ban out the Cho so that they could probably just get the Sylvana. It could have been a direct counter, direct answer to that, and as well as the Benedetta. It holds on the Benedetta.
Still out there? Jawhead.
Yeah.
Jawhead's still out there.
I think that's pretty free for Bren. That's pretty free for Bren here. But again, none of these guys have taken Esmeralda just yet.
Exactly. Esmeralda and Jawhead. Like, it's crazy. Okay, so Few is still on a one-track mind. He's feeling it.
He's on his streak, though.
Side lane Farsa.
This is going to be an XP lane Farsa. And Selena is just gonna maintain... Just gonna maintain the map control, map vision for Bren Esports alongside with the arrows.
Real talk. what are the odds that Benedetta is going into the jungle here? What are the odds that they're holding this up and they're flexing the Benedetta here? The Thamos gets shown for God knows what reason at this point in time. Like, I'm not entirely sure why you would have him. Is it to fight the Benedetta? Is it to kind of off-put it? I mean, Lapu Lapu was online.
Catch arrows, possibly?
I'm not entirely
That's
sure.
what happened game 1. They were catching arrows game 1. True?
Yeah.
True?
Literally.
I guess it's to stop Bren Esports from the snowball. Generally, in terms of dueling, Thamos may not be the best at this moment, but for clearing the minion waves, it's still great. It's still a great mechanic. Slaughtering sites.
Yeah, and which actually speaks out that, they can also opt to remove even more peskier ones like Alice, which we saw early on with great sustain. The Lapu Lapu, though, is honestly optional.
Oh, but I think Bren is reading into it. With this Tams, Bren bans out the Baksha second phase first, and yeah, they don't want game 1 to repeat because that's honestly really hard to answer.
Yeah, it's about that rotations here, and it's definitely understandable for the large majority of it. But now Todak has to kind of think about this twice. Okay, if Benedetta does go into the jungle, that means the offlanes is something that Bren wants to take full advantage of. 1-1. It's 1-1. She'll always win the offlane, and she's really, really hard to punish.
Now with that certain ban that Bren Esports did on the Baksha, this is going to, in my opinion, this is going to be a gold lane Benedetta, and Bren Esports they're still aiming to go for a Lancelot.
For a Lancelot?
They're still aiming to go for Lance.
Yeah, with the last ban, it'll telegraph if it's a Lancelot.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I can definitely understand that. And even Todak is kind of pushing them as like, hey, take the Lancelot. We got rid of the Ling already. You can either go for Hayabusa or the Lancelot. Both pretty good options.
You just took the words out of my mouth because, like, I'm looking at the Ling ban. It's already telling you all the things that you have to look out for, and they've respected that. They want to see Lancelot or even something else. I don't know, like something absolutely random, but Jawhead somehow slips all the way through to the very final ban, so that could potentially be a cause of a problem as well.
Yeah, Tigreal might be here for Todak. That's up here for E1. That's a choice.
Well, it could be that the Sylvana tank is on their side.
And then Moon gets something else.
Moon gets something else, because if they get a Hayabusa right now or a Roger, they are lacking magic damage.
I was actually thinking about the Harith as well, which...
It could be.
You know.
There could be a Harith, but that would be really greedy.
Very, very much.
Very greedy.
No, you gotta remember that Esmeralda is still up. So even if you do get the Harith, Esmeralda, if you jump on, it doesn't work that way. They're holding them hostage with this Esmeralda pick. Anything with a shield might not necessarily be a great idea for Todak.
They go for a Harley.
Okay, so I think this is the minimum of the 3. This is the minimum 3, and Lusty gets the Atlas. Okay.
All right. So let's see a wombo combo coming up from the side of Bren Esports. Fatal Lings and towards everything Kaltizi could possibly throw alongside with the fair airstrike, but they're to land the final blows. But what do Todak wants to complete the entirety of the lineup? Because
still need a tank.
Yeah.
They still need a tank.
And Choke is left untouched. Bren Esports, they're not hot on the idea anymore.
Yeah, they let it go. They're over it. They're over it.
Okay. All right, this is a pick that E1 is very, very familiar with, but I'm not feeling that comfortable coming from the Malaysian side with this very final pick. Yes, we did see that success last game, and
it's not the same conditions. I will give you that E1 brought this team all the way through M1 with the help of that Grokky in his hands. But this is one of those situations where I think it's about 50-50, and I'm leaning a little bit more towards Bren Esports because their composition is very straightforward and you know exactly what it wants to do.
You know what I was thinking for their last pick? A Hylos. A Hylos could have reached the backline more. They could have access to it.
Just block the Benedetta.
That could have been the pick, but still, this is their choice. Todak just went for the anchor, just went for what brought them victory after victory in M1.
Yeah, with that said, you know, whoever wins this matchup will be meeting Alter Ego. With that, gentlemen, We're going in towards our final game of this best of 3. It's either Brent Esports or Todak that will be advancing forward. And we're already seeing a little bit of a catch up in the areas. Of course, there's a lot of tension on the stage. And certainly on the casters desk, we've got mixed opinion about the entirety of the draft at this moment.
Yeah, I definitely would agree that, again, it's one of those things where it's like, where are we looking for those win conditions? How are we looking to kind of pressure the map here? Because Todak has shown that, yes, we can have macro superiority over the map, but if Bren have a good idea of what exactly the draft wants to do, they can easily shut it down with 1 or 2 picks in the draft itself, as we saw in Game 2. So, what kind of situation is this Game 3 looking for?
It's definitely is a very big question here, but I'm really thinking for the fact that, you know, Brent Esports now looking pretty tight with that sort of lineup that they've drafted, very clear things that they want to execute. And honestly, I'm not really giving too much of a bad remark on that saloon, because all these games, there's so many great consistent results. Yeah, they might have dropped game number 1, but hey, they really were getting all the picks that they need.
Yeah, no, this is the exact way you build a Harley lineup. We've seen Harley lineups in the playoffs, and they all felt compromised. They all felt like, oh, as soon as I pick the Harley, I have to stack on the magic damage. And what do people do? Athena's shield, call it a day, right? But this time around, it felt more ready. It felt more like, okay, this is what we're doing. If we get the deadly magic, okay. If we don't, then we find another way to get in there and finish the job. But this time, I have to say, Contra, I feel exactly like you, but for Bren last game. Like, you're looking at that last pick Grok and you're like, like, I know you're good with the hero, man, but
Yeah, I would say it's a little questionable as well.
I would treat the Harley like a Gushan in a sense.
Then why did you pick Gushan?
It's not because, well, it's a more stable pick and it doesn't
Harley
really fall out as much. But if you think about it, when you have a Harley or a Gushan on your team, the other team cannot go for the split push. There's always this chance that a Harley might pop out. Just use Deadly Magic, just use the cards on you, and just go away. You get popped, and that's it. But one of the reasons why a lot of people don't go for this, especially on the teams, is that you really have to have good early game control. If you get a lot of turtles, if you get your buffs, that's going to be great. But these are the kinds of drafts that if you lose early game, it's really hard to come back from.
Yeah, and definitely the Harley is a lot more stable in the early phases of the game where, you know, he could easily just go in there, chuck in the damage, get out of it safely. So definitely a safer pick as compared to a Gushan that easily could be halted midway.
Yeah. You know, to be fair, I will say that at least for Bren, looking at Todak's lineup and their composition, it's a lot more standardized, something that they're familiar looking at. You know, the Sylvana, you know exactly what she wants to do. You know exactly what they want to be, where they want to be at level 4 itself. I think that's going to be, you know, the first benchmark that we're going to have to keep our eyes on at level 4 for both of these sides. Because again, the pick potential from Todak really, really high, as well as the disruption. However, just the exponential amount of damage coming out of Bren is ridiculous. Deadly Magic, Feathered Airstrike on top of everything else. Those two alone, on top of everything else they have in their lineup, that's kind of scary here if you're walking alone in the river.
Yeah, and not to mention the Fatal Links from Lusty.
Exactly.
And everybody knows, if you've been watching M2 so far, especially in the group stages, opponents of Todak have banned out Atlas because of how well E1 used it.
Yeah, he could have possibly get this pick for himself. And not only that, like I felt like the Tamus pick could have come a little bit later, and even if they very unlikely ban out a Tamus, probably a Lapu Lapu is more likely the case, right? They could have gone for the Baxia as well. Which,
Baxia banned.
Yeah.
Phase 4, yeah, second phase.
That's why, like, they actually choose this Tamus on pick number 3.
Could have gone first. Yeah, could have gone first. You're right.
Yeah, the order, again, I don't know. That's why I didn't agree with the blind pick Thamos. Like, I didn't exactly understand
it was a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, almost. But I think, at the end of the day, Thamos has one job, and it's either he's going to be looking to cut those waves, speed up those neutral objectives, or at the very least just start peeling away their opponents. But the problem with Thamos, and I think a lot of the pros kind of understand this, especially after Season 4, where Thamos really started to dip off when a lot of these offliners came in, was that he could easily be countered the moment you could get a deadly blade, and eventually the Sea Halberd, especially for Hayabusas who had to deal with Thamoses, where it's like, I'm losing the lane, okay, I get the Bloodlust Axe, okay, no big deal. Finally, I get the Sea Halberd, okay, I 100% win this matchup.
Yep, and Butters, we saw some pretty interesting mages coming in towards this draft. Like, who will you pay attention to in this both sides of the lineup?
I guess Moon on the Sylvana has this capability of just building up items. He won't be forced to go for the defensive ones. If he has an early start, then that means he could build into the concentrated energy, probably a truncheon or two. It could be one of the things that they need to look at. A Clock of Destiny is there as well, but it could be optional. Like if you really have a good game, you can start out with that so that you can get the benefits early. On the other side, it's going to be the Harley, because Harley is in the heart and soul of this 3-mage setup. When you get the magic resistance, when you put it on, that's going to mean an Abyssal Arrow will hurt more, an Abyssal Trap will hurt more, Feathered Airstrike is going to hurt much more, and seeing how this two-team plays, you really have to look at how they make or how they initiate their team fights. Game number 1, Todak showed us that they're really good in terms of the team fight. Teamwork makes the dream work for them at game number 1. Game number 2, just show there a bit of the tenacity of Bren Esports. They just showed you that even in the weirdest of lineups, they will still try to find a way to make it up on top. Game number 3, with Atlas and Lusty just being there for his team, I think in terms of execution, this is still going to be a game where individual mechanics, they require you to have the good individual mechanics, but teamwork at the end of the day, at the end of this game, who has the better teamwork on their side, they are going to have the 1 point that they're aiming for. It just advances the tournament.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think what you're trying to say here, Butters, is at the minimum, these two teams we have proven are mechanically gifted. Like, they are toe-to-toe, right? And prior to the playoff starting, a lot of people would say Bren Esports were the favorites. And right now, Todak is just equally able to eliminate them as the other. So, man, this pause might be the most gut-wrenching of all pauses in M2 so far.
It's the worst to see. But to answer your question, Contra, easily just look at Atlas and just look at Sylvana. Those are the two heroes that you need to keep your eyes on here, because no matter what, you're expecting Harley as well as the Farsa to dish out damage and Selena to get those picks. But if Atlas is just kind of hanging around, can't get those Fatal Links together, can't find that Wombo combo to set things up, it's really not going to matter. And the same thing can be said about Moon on Sylvana.
That's right. Back in, Season 5 of the MPL MYSG, Atlas was very relevant, but it has definitely fell out of meta with things like, Sylvana that we are currently seeing right now actually coming into play. And I just felt like it's just about these two trying to get those sort of big pickups like you said. And there's a big bounty on that Harley's head. Who else could possibly go in for the catch if not for, that Sylvana out there? And, speaking of pauses here, back in M1, there's going to be those memes out there for Toda pause. So there's this running thing that was going on for seasons after seasons.
It's a signature thing now.
I mean, it started in Season 4, and that's when EVOS SG was able to get the championship win, and Todak was, contesting them for it, and they only got first runner-up. A lot of pauses happened then, and from then on, since as Season 5, it's just every single game in the MPL itself, just somewhere in between, the pause had to come in. I hope this isn't one of those situations.
Okay, so in fact, the pauses are actually spelled P-A-U-S without the E, because Yes. In Malay, paus or ikan paus is actually a whale. So, yeah, they definitely swim with the fishes, the swordfish.
Deep. It's deep.
Yeah, it definitely runs deep in the
We're
vein.
going deep.
Very, very
deep. Now, I'm seeing the draft here for both of the teams. I just have to say that I'm really expecting a lot from Flap. Flap was phenomenal with Benedetta when he used it against Tennis Gaming.
True.
And I'm excited because we've seen a lot of side lane Benedetta go for the off-tank build with the Brute Force Breastplate, the Oracle, the Queen's Wings. They don't go for the damage Benedetta. But Flap, when he played that hero, he just went full on damage. He got a Brute Force Breastplate, that's for sure, but he just likes the damage all in all, and Flap Teasy here is with the Festival of Blood. He really just wants to get the lifesteal.
Oh, heck yeah. Let's see how they're going to play this out. Finally, we get into game. It's going to be Brent Esports versus Toda.
This is for sudden death, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams fighting for tournament life. And as expected, this is the laning we were looking for. Quite a big visit by E1 to the bottom lane. Lusty looking to catch someone as the Atlas, and that's going to be Moon being chased out. Poker trick here by Carl TZ, and rotation on the bottom lane. Flap TZ caught up by the Spiral Strangling. Oh, that's going to be the jump in. The perfect match. Moon dealing quite a bit of damage on Lusty. Few sets a trap underneath Moon, and they disengage. Oh, arrow misses.
Oh, good sidesteps all across the board. I think you can definitely see how antsy everybody is. They're kind of tiptoeing around each other. It's like, I don't want to go too far. I don't want to get caught like this. You know, a single mistake could cost them so much more than they would expect.
Yep. Oh, that's a catch by Few, bursting down with the garrote and the trap right after. An interesting duel situation here between Moon and him.
Yeah, both of them can't really push waves that fast, but, you know, they're going to try. But Carl TC, he's already level 4, and Moon at level 1. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Something's telling me he forgot to buy the mask.
So far, I'm liking that Formaze has stuck to this. Again, when a team like Toda is put up against the wall, you know that they're sticking to their guns, because any team would have just crumbled and said, okay, just put Chico back in the jungle. Put Chico back in the jungle, but I think they really prepared for Formaze this time.
Yeah, so it looks like, you know, Moon, he was able to kind of purchase the mask. It's just that the wave hadn't crashed in at time. But Butters, what do you think about the current situation of the game?
Looking at how they set up, they're trying to get the buffs as much as possible. Well, it's gonna respawn in just a bit. Now the Harley is at the middle lane. He's just trying to clear out the waves. Now the blue buff is up, or the purple buff is up.
Close
for Bren Esports, and that is going to be the flame shot.
Close.
Almost taking down Chico.
1 HP.
Now, at least for the side of Bren Esports, they're giving Chico problems. They might not have taken him down, but the thing is, he's forced to go back.
Yeah, on auto -1 now. Easy turtle take here by Bren Esports. Skyrocketing their gold lead up to 500 now. And they are trying to engage here. That's Moon caught with the deadly magics. Not enough other magic spells able to capitalize, and they disengage.
I got to give it to Bren. They are making sure they are covering their previous mistakes in game 1, whereby they didn't really keep too much track on their waves, but now that they saw, okay, you know, Wan is recalling back to base. There's no way she can push. We're going to the top side of the map where we can kind of monitor if they push too far and still get the turtle. Minimal loss, major profits all across the board.
Well, Flap he's just contesting the farm of Chico.
Yep, here we go. Electo final blow used to clear the wave. Nice catch by Few. Purify here by Chico. Oh, from the back. In comes Lusty. Didn't pop the fatal link. Caught easy in the back line. There's the deadly magic. And, oh, they missed it. There it is. The delay damage, first blood drawn. That's going to be the catch onto one Carl TZ.
Look at Flap.
Gets the brunt of the Imperial Justice now. Moon in the back running away. Flap TZ once more. And there's not enough dashes in here to take down E1.
If he only had Electro Final Blow, that could have made all the difference in the world.
I mean, he had to get out of there. Come on. Unfortunately, like, it's one of those situations where you have to make the best of it, no matter how you look. But they are going to get quite a lot of gold here off of those barriers from the turrets.
I like that Flap is not shy to use the Electro Final Blow, because he did count that, hey, team fight just ended. I'm pretty sure maybe less than a minute from now nothing's gonna happen, but hold on. Up top, that's gonna be X-Ray popping the car. Fatal links at Lusty gets one. That's going to be extra taken out, followed by 4Maze. Carl TZ follows through. 2 for none so far. Rebo escapes with just 1 HP.
And Moon, just doing Moon things. He catches Carl TZ
There's an
once
Imperial
again.
Justice, but here comes Lusty to the rescue. And there's going to be an arrow. Oh! Oh! Moon! Moon goes down.
The plays are not working out for Todak's side. I mean, yes, they are succeeding in terms of the first initial catch, but Bren, they've got some really good responses. And honestly, can we get a counter for the entire of M2? How many people have survived with literally 1 HP? Because this has occurred way too often.
Just keeps happening, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the backup, the response from the other teams is just being way too good. It's evolving into something that we can't even understand. Right now, Flap TZ goes in.
Yep, E1 gonna be well charging out, but there is the period. There's the exclamation point. Now Chiku goes in with the crossbow tank, takes one. Few is gonna go down, and here is the jump. Moon misses the Imperial Justice. Flap TZ gets away, but will he live? There from the back, trying to poke him. There's the dash, sword intent. Lusty now coming in. Perfect match. Oh, is he gonna get it? He's gonna call it off. Not enough damage to waste a Fatal Links.
However, I mean, topside, they were able to break the top tier 1, which is a huge win because Bren, now they are 5k ahead and they will be able to steal this away. Oh, yeah.
Retribution.
And that is a huge loss for 4Maze. Thinking about it, the Roger runs on the dive mechanic 100%, and what he needs is that orange buff. Now, without the orange buff, his damage output is lessened significantly. So that now, Todak, what do they do about this? Do they force the fights or do they turtle?
Oh, it looks like it's Bren who's getting forced into a fight. Few here destroyed by 4Maze, but there's the comeback. Atlas, Lusty, there's the Fatal Links. That's Moon going down, and from the back, Laptizi with his own orange goes in trying to chase E1, but again, the blessing on Grok able to save him. Enough movement speed to retreat underneath his turret. Oh, but it's not done. X-Ray being chased down. That's gonna be one more from Flaptizi. Y'all thought it was done, but it's not over. That's 4-4-1 in favor of Bren Esports.
Oh, no. What are you doing?
Oh, it's still not done. What? What? Here we go. Electric Boogaloo. The fight part 2. Chiku goes for the crossbow tank. Flaptizi gonna be the mark here. Oh, they're gonna be bouncing back. That's the flicker by Lusty, and they disengage.
Oh, Chiku, he's got the mechanics to keep himself alive and at least get one return kill, but overall it's just wins across the board for Bren. They're 3k ahead. As we go into the 7th minute of the game, they're going to be able to start contesting for this turtle. I mean, Bren is doing a great job, and this snowball is still rolling.
Was that the best play? Probably not. They could have just taken down the turret. That could have gave them the opening to the jungle if they wanted to, but they just have to go for the kill.
Yep, here we go. This is Todak threatening to take underneath the turret. That's gonna be one. Moon down by Flaptizi. Another. It's a double for this young man, and he goes and gets E1 as well, and 2 for none for a turret. Is that worth it at this point?
Nope, not at all. I mean, they got the turret regardless, and it is a mid-turret, which is important, but again, can they abuse its strategical effect at this point at being this far behind? And the 21k mark here, going into 22, Bren is going to be able to hit their second item, and this is going to be a tough game here, and Torak is going to play a lot of catch-up for the next 5 minutes.
Demon Hunter's sword, though, is up on Chiku, so he's getting his items. Although the map isn't really sided to them in terms of control, but at least Chiku is getting his items.
Yeah, so you're saying it's more Chiku now than 4Maze, huh?
Yeah, it is.
All right, well, that's a push here by Bren Esports in
Chiku gets caught!
Oh, no! That's going to be a couple of blasts from the Federal Airstrike, and from the back, 4Maze catches Rebo, and Moon as well. They're waiting. I think they know. Arrow thrown out here by Few. Oh, and the Garrote! That's going to be Rebo. Blasted down, Fatal Links onto one, saves Rebo, but only for a second. E1 takes down the Farsa, and now Moon is the one who's next. Deadly Magic's being rained down upon. Oh, the Strangling keeps him alive, but only for so long. 1 for 1 so far.
Oh, really good idea coming in from Moon. I'm pretty sure he's already purchased the concentrated energy to be able to get some major spell vamp there. Let's have a look. Yes, he does. But now, again, they need the Athena shields. The Athena shields are going to be so important in this game.
Looking at it, Carl TC goes for the Star Shard. That gives him the extra firepower that he needs. Flaptizi has a lot of items, And if you would look at Rebo right now with the Lightning Truncheon and the Clock of Destiny, even Few has the Clock of Destiny, I think he's gonna go for Calamity Reaper. Next Dominance Ice is on Lusty. And on the other side, Chiku here is probably planning to get an Athena Shield.
Hold up, Lusty finds him. That's 2 he caught. Oh, Fatal Links just underneath the turret. Arrow in by Few. That's going to be transformed, but it's not enough. Few gets him. 4 Maze goes down, and it's only E1 left. X-Ray, I think he's abandoned his ally here. Off camera, Kaltisi takes down one. Chiku is blasted. Feathered airstrike underneath the turret. E1 survives, but only for a second more. As Flapteezy, it's 3 different fights happening on 3 different fronts. And Flapteezy gonna be disengaging. Oh my god, Bren is dominating. They're saying it's clobbering time.
Yep, and they're fighting. Oh, here we go. X-Ray, he's going to be popping off the Vengeance, but nothing is spell value. Is that going to be enough damage? No, it is, and he is still good.
And while that's happening, the bottom lane gets cleaned up. There are no more outer turrets here for the side of... There are no more outer turrets onto the bottom lane here for the side of Todak. And Bren Esports, 10 minutes in, they're going for the Lord. I don't think Todak can do anything about this.
Yeah, they're going for the throat here. They want to end this game as quick as possible to abuse how their comp has been working out thus far. But let's see how this fight is going to end up. They're on the run.
Nice use of the feathered airstrike, and now X-Ray caught out by the flame shot and Kaltisi finishing the job. Fatal Links onto one. Moon is looking low. He is going to get a few life steals from the Spiral Strangling, but will not survive anyways. Third one for Bren Esports. That's going to be E1. Chiku is alive with less than half health. Triggers a crossbow tank underneath the turret, and 4 Maze. Not smart for him to engage here, and now Kaltisi finds him. He's able to blast him, but there's the counter go by the Farsa. That's one. Flapteezy gets the kill. Stacks on that Festival of Blood. 1 defender left for Todak.
Yeah, and this is it. I mean, Chico has to figure this out. Moon is coming back up in 3, X-Ray in 1, and they're going to back away just to kind of wait for this next upcoming Lord, or at the very least get another free pick, because right now Todak has been taking a lot of fights that they didn't need to take, and with 11k goalie on the side of Bren, they could really force another one if Todak get a little too angsty and force the fight again.
Look at Moon, is just using that concentrated energy, and Bren Esports really hasn't gotten a Necklace of Durance for that, so he'll get away with it, but he doesn't really have enough damage to supply that life steal with Spell Vamp rather. And looking at it, Flapteezy is just going 1v1 with Moon, and Moon, even though he had the chance to lock in Benedetta, he wouldn't, he just can't.
Close one on to E1 as well. If there was a Scorch on there somewhere, that would have been GG for the Grok. But right now, X-Ray as well pops the Cauldron Inferno just to survive. Goes back in. This is a surgical, just methodical destruction of the base of Todak.
Yep, 13k ahead, and there we go. E1 doesn't have enough damage, but X-Ray, he's going in hard.
So many targets, so many people to steal life from, but instead he's bursted down. Kartizi takes down the Tams. X-Ray, see you later. Now 4 defenders left in the base of Todak. This is dire. This is very close. This is scary. Hold on to your horses, ladies and gentlemen, because there's a Fatal Link here by Atlas. Lusty, that's going to be Few with the alley-oop. And now E1 from the back, destroyed by Rebo. And now it's just 2 of them left. Chiku and Moon, can they defend? Bren Esports is here to finish the job, what they started. Now that's gonna be Chiku with the crossbow tang. He's gonna come down and snap back to reality. Bren Esports takes game number 3.
Bren Esports, ladies and gentlemen, finding the right adjustments, adapting from game number 1. Whatever happened game number 1, it was a wake-up call for them, and they go for the 2-1.
Oh boy. Oh boy, what a game that was. Really a great back and forth between the Filipinos and as well as the Malaysians. But unfortunately, it's going to be Bren moving on, carrying on the dreams of an entire nation. The Philippines smile upon them. But unfortunately, for the region of MYSG, our region has been knocked out.
You know what? You can't say that we're happy, but at the same time, just looking at what the players sacrificed, at what the players did just to make it here, it also, for us, for me, it also breaks my heart to see the players, you know, just go from the tournament, because, you know, they gave up a lot, they sacrificed a lot for this kinds of setups.
That's right. We've had champions coming from around the world finally having a taste of defeat. But then again, in the grand scheme of things, this is the World Championship that we're talking about. We only need the finest on top of the throne at the end of the day. And of course, MYSG's final representative in the name of Toda here has been performing pretty well and have shown us what a display of skill that they had throughout the entirety of the run. And now, Brand Esports will be facing against Alter Ego. And with that, we're going to be moving towards our analysts before we get ourselves in towards another display of games.
Malakas, and yes, my voice is now heard. I just said Reng Malakas. Congratulations to Brand. But the thing is, Toda, they put on a very good show. Like, this is one of those series that no matter who you're siding with, it's a great game to watch. And the thing is, like, me as a semi-Malaysian, semi-Filipino, I have to say, Toda, if they could lose to anyone, losing to Brand is a big honor.
Yeah, you know what? I was able to read through the comments from my page, and people were saying that they're just gonna wait for the updates, for the text updates, for the posts, not gonna watch the match anymore because they were so nervous about it, even more nervous than the players.
Yeah, and this M2, anything could happen. Right now, let's look at the highlights to see what really happened in the game, what Brand Esports did right, and what Toda did wrong.
Two things for Brand Esports is, number one is baiting out all of the skill shots or the abilities from Todak, and second is to poke Todak. Well, again, poking also kind of is baiting Todak to the point where they will just try to use their skill. That was a big bait coming out from Brand Esports up top, and they were able to punish 2 times. And in the upcoming clash as well, I think Carl TZ is feeling a lot comfortable punishing Moon, and every time that there's someone that's punished by Brand Esports, there is always a response from Brand Esports. No, I think the most important clash will happen at the 6-minute mark. By the way, Flap TZ played this well. He escaped that so many times, man. Now we can pause here now, because here's what I thought. Why I was talking about poking your opponents, and the concept of this is you throw out something so that Todak will just be baited into that spot. And indeed, they were heavily baited here. They had to enter this spot. That was a very big arrow. But yeah, I think that the thing is, they were already in this spot. They were chasing Few so much.
Exactly.
And the punish was perfect. Lusty came from this angle, and I would say he's one of the most crucial heroes in this particular match. So he came from the right side and then used his ultimate in such a good manner. And you know what? This is not really a big highlight, but what I like about it is that how Brand Esports were able to bait Todak in this spot.
Yeah, and honestly, in this kind of situation as well, we do have to look at the draft and how Brand Esports played their draft and how Toda played theirs. Because one of the situations that I can definitely see is that Toda, it seems like they're very, very comfortable if they get their composition. And however, over here, we can definitely see that Formains on this Roger didn't look all that comfortable. He didn't go very, very aggressive. The Grok as well didn't able to do much. Where we can see that E1 is really good at peeling, but with his Grok, he didn't do all that well. And unfortunately, in this kind of situation, with this kind of draft, every single lane is lost, especially when we look at Brand Esports. They have a lot of bursts in the early game, and Lusty just played out of his mind, Wolf.
Man, this highlight, we don't need to pause it, but you can see how much they were able to just dissect the members of Todak. Yes, they did lose few in that occasion, but they got more, and that's always what happens in this particular game. When the trades do happen, it's always favorable on the side of Brand Esports. And look at the positioning of Rebo on this side lane Farsa, which really ramped up damage because he's a core in a way.
Yeah, and honestly, in this kind of game, I do have to say, we will show who the MVP is later, but in this game, Lusty.
Oh, Lusty played well.
Lusty, it almost looked like he carried the entire team, both his and Todak's. You know, get it?
Yeah. I got it. You didn't have to explain it.
Like to me.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Lusty played in game number 2 with that wonderful Grok play. We were so amazed. If you don't know, guys, we screamed when Lusty made that Grok play the last second, wherein he utilized his
the Hayabusa
to catch the Hayabusa, and then he picked off from game number 1 into game number 2 to game number 3 with an amazing display of Atlas. And is this the turn? Are we going to see more playmaking tanks in the future? That's gonna be exciting.
You see, that's the thing. Sometimes when we watch games, it's because the tanks cannot make a play. And in this game, Lusty was very, very free to make his own play because Team Toda, they will always cut it together, make it very easy for the Fatal Link combo, right? But either way, again, congratulations to Brand Esports as well.
Yeah, I also want to add that there is some draft issues, I would say.
Yep.
From
and right now we're
side.
going on the interview with, the itemization for this builds. I'm sorry, the voice in my head is a little bit slow right now. But either ways,
we understand why, man.
Thank you very much. I have conflicting between Malaysian and Filipino.
Yeah,
it's just
It's just like two languages speaking over your head, so it's crazy.
Exactly.
But kidding aside, I think that some of the draft issues can be reflected onto the item build screen, as we can notice that there's really not much that Mace can do on the Roger. In fact, he is 5 deaths. Why? This is because of the quote-unquote bait strategy. If you're looking at Brand Esports, they have Atlas, they also have Farsa and Selena, and even the Benedetta can be considered as heroes that are quick to punish when you're overly aggressive. And unfortunately for Roger, even when he builds up items, he's not gonna have enough against all the heroes of Brand Esports, because that's just how it goes. The Roger is not the best pick in this particular game.
Yeah, and honestly, besides the Roger, I do have to say that the Grok as well is not really all that good, because looking at Benedetta, you need someone to really catch her. And this lineup from Toda is slightly different from the thing that they've brought from Game 1 and Game 2, where a lot of bursts, a lot of tankiness and a lot of peel for the 1-1. In this game, not so much, where the Roger did want to go aggressive, but it didn't go aggressive. And Grok is one of those aggressive heroes, but against a lineup like Brand with the Harley, with the Selena, with the Farsa, with the Benedetta, it's really difficult to be very aggressive on this one.
If you think about it, there's really so much the Grok can do when it comes to tanking all through and then using the Pirate Nature to just become crowd control immune, but it wasn't enough. I think it's also evident in the last stats that we are going to see. The dominance of Brand Esports, 10 turrets to 1, a Lord to 0, and 14.0 clean KDA compared to 0.6. Think that we don't have to really explain this, but man, Carl TZ waking up from slumber as well.
Yep, and speaking of Carl TZ, he got the Rage Guy as well as the carry with 816 gold per second, as well as 83,000 damage dealt. And Sandbag goes to X-Ray, taking 103. Yeah, he took the most. And Forgotten One is Lusty. And speaking of Lusty, MVP of the game is gonna go over to Lusty with that Atlas with a 3-0-16 KDA.
And if you're gonna see his items, he went straight for Dominance Ice after the Courage Mask and then the Immortality, just to be very tanky against his opponents. Do take note, the Dominance Ice makes a lot of sense because it's great against the Roger, great against the 1-1 for sure, and even the Thams. Now, if you think about it, all of the heroes coming out from Todak, they're basing their damage output on physical damage, and Dominance Ice just wrecked through it. He didn't even need the Anti-Cuirass because Dominance Ice affects the attack speed, which also is the effective amount of damage from both the Thams 1-1, not both, but 1-1 Thams as well as the Roger.
Yeah, and plus it just helps with Atlas's passive, where it passively does slow the enemy as well. So it's just stack on stack on stack on slow, and it just makes it very, very disgusting. And on the way, he was going to complete his fleeting time. And in that kind of situation, if we go to the very, very, very late game, we could have 2 to 3 Fatal Links in just one team fight.
That happened before. And more importantly, the tempo that Brand Esports played around that, it's quite fast. And that is testament to their damage output. They are playing this magic type of composition, which kind of irks you a little bit when you saw it. But when in practice, when you see it played like that, was well put. I want to say Carl TZ dealt 83,000 damage in a very short amount of time. I think that he really did pop off.
Yeah, either way, right now we're going to go to an interview with Lysander. So Lysander, when you're ready, take it away.
Hey guys, I am really, really glad for the Filipino fans right now. Their dream stays alive at M2. And it's all thanks to Brand Esports clinching that win against Todak 2-1. A close shave after the game one defeat, but no, they prevailed, and And that is the expression they're going to be feeling. And it's also the player next to me. Hi, welcome. He's their support player. He played Selena in the third game. And I just want to ask him a couple of questions. How they felt, this entire series. Starting off with the first game, what happened? How did Todak catch you guys off guard?
Nahirapan kami sa draft ng Todak kasi nga parang for protect 1 yung lineup nila. Nagki-clear lang sila ng wave hanggang mag-late game kasi doon sila lamang eh.
So we had a hard time with the Todak draft because they were playing for Protect 1. So it mainly revolves around one hero when they played it. Yeah.
So they hyper-carried you guys. Okay. And, so they did well. And then why didn't they try and do something similar in game 1? Why did they go for like a 4-tank draft with no MM? What do you think was their thought process behind that?
Kasi nung game 2 na binana namin yung marksman na ginagamit nila which is yung Claude Pate 1-1 lang. Kasi hindi naman nila magagawa yun ng Curry or Bruno kasi madaling huliin yun eh.
So the reason why they didn't go for the marksman draft on the second game is because we banned it out. We banned Claude and 1-1. It's very difficult to pull it off with a carry and a Bruno because those heroes are really easy to catch.
Okay, and as the last PH team, you guys got anything you want to say to the fans back home? Reassure them that you guys are going to take home the championship or at least get to that grand final. Anything you want to say, any heartfelt words?
Yan sa mga fans namin, nandito pa rin tayo, boy pa rin. Bren lang malakas. So try namin umabot ng grand finals. Alter ego na kalaban namin next.
So all of you guys who keep supporting us, I wish, I really hope that we get this tournament for you guys. The hope is still alive.
Okay, anything you want to say to Alter Ego? Because they are who you're going to be facing tonight. Do you have any plans for them? You want to say anything to them?
Good luck sa ating dalawa ng Alter Ego. Maglalaban ulit tayo ngayon sa playoffs na pantay na ulit tayo. Kaya good luck.
Alright, good luck to Alter Ego. We'll be playing against each other again. And we're in the lower bracket.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Few and Alter Ego, as well as Brand Sports. We'll be facing on later tonight. But first, we have a best of 5 to get to between Burmese Ghouls as well as RRQ. That's correct. All right, brain freeze for there. But anyway, we're going for a break, and then we're coming back with that best of 5. It's going to be exciting, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
Way in the desert.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Unstoppable monster kill!
Wherever you are in the world, we say welcome back to your M2 World Championship 2020. If you thought that game was dramatic, strap yourselves in. Hopefully you're keeping nice and cool because it's gonna get smoking hot for our very first semi-final happening in less than 50 minutes. That's it, of course. With this M2 World Championship, we're giving it to you in a whole new way because we wish we had audience in the crowd to hear you guys scream and shout. But of course, given the whole pandemic, we give it to you differently. And that is why we must say an extra thank you to all our supporters and partners who made M2 possible. Of course, this whole entire show powered by Moonton, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, STB. If you have any memories of Singapore or once travel is allowed and you're allowed to come here as well, create new ones and use the hashtag PassionMadePossible. Also want to say a big thank you to Skoga for supporting careers and esports talents here in Singapore since 2008, and also IMDA, and to all our partners. We got the likes of Secret Lab, Tumi, SUTL, Singtel, MediaCorp, Cathay Cinemas, and of course LaFell's favorite Tumi. And not forgetting, of course, our friends over at Razer. What they have for you today, if you want to win for yourself a very nice Razer Black Shark V2, simply log on to our Facebook page, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and start leaving the comments on why it should go to you. If that's simple, like we said, smoking hot semi-final coming our way. Handing you over to my co-host Lysander, and on the panel, of course, Mr. Unofficial Tumi Ambassador LaFell, and then we have Wolf, who needs a bag as well. Somebody get Wolf a bag.
I hear. Okay, good news though. I hear we are all getting a bag. Like for real, we're all getting a bag.
And because you said it live, then it must be true.
Yeah. Our antiques have actually made it to made it to them. That we're getting bags.
Yeah, like if for some reason the bags don't appear on our socials, then you know.
You know what?
Yeah.
LaFell, let me hijack you for a bit. Very quickly, can you model the bag for us right now? Of course, this is the brand new Tumi Tahoe. If you love outdoors or maybe say urban lifestyle, there you go. It's so sleekly designed, you're able to sling it around your shoulder and carry all your gaming needs. You can put 3 or 4 or 5 phones in there and have your entire team play Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You're a hard carry. Thank you very much, LaFell.
Yeah, Joakim, do you think the bag looks good?
It looks good on you.
Yeah, I think it looks good to me.
All right. Let's break it down now. We saw some drama earlier with Todak and Bren, and right now it's the upper bracket semi-final. We got the Burmese Ghouls against RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, fun fact, apparently RRQ, the boss of RRQ, named his 2 squads of Mobile Legends after his kids, which is pretty cool. I think Hoshi is one of his kids, and the other one's called Senna.
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
Nice. I love it. That's awesome. I want to be a rich gamer dad, own an esports team, and call my kids. Name the teams after my kids as well. That'll be awesome.
I just noticed that my pants is the same color as the sofa.
Okay.
And you're blending in.
Can you see this?
Not so much, I think.
That's how much he's blending in?
Okay,
I
only see your head.
Oh, wait, what?
I only see your head floating above the couch.
So anyways, we're talking
I was trying to play on your joke. I was trying to salvage your joke. I'm just trying to help.
Let's bring them back to the semi-final. Yes, LaFell.
No, I kind of... Okay, so we are going to talk about the semi-finals, right? But I'm just going to take a little bit back, right? I mean, I know I'm not the host, but I just want to make the scene look much grander. Right now, officially, Indonesia, Philippines, and Myanmar are the top 3 regions in the world. And right now, Malaysia has been dropped to number 4.
Yeah.
And everyone knows whoever wins M2, they're the best in the world. And not just in Mobile Legends, in terms of food, in terms of their toilets, in terms of their bags.
I don't remember seeing that in the terms and conditions, but and again, there are a lot of terms and conditions. It could be there. It could be there.
It's a long list.
No one really read all the terms and conditions. It could be there.
I read it, and it says specifically that.
And now I really wanted Singapore to win. We could have put the end-old debate to the Malaysia versus Singapore food thing.
If Myanmar won number 2, they would have the best Razer stuff there, best Tumi stuff, best roads, best clouds,
and basically win M2 to be the very best.
Yeah,
that no one ever was.
The reason why we say best in the world, just look at the flags on our table right now. The various countries represented for M2. We got the likes of Japan, Philippines, Russia, Brazil, Cambodia, and of course not forgetting home ground Singapore. We got Myanmar, Malaysia, and not forgetting Indonesia as well.
We also have team head-to-head stats.
Let's go.
That's right.
Yep, and right now we can see that both of these teams have played 7 times each. The damage per minute is almost exactly the same with 2,600 damage, but the average game score is completely different. RRQ Hoshi with 59.66, while Burmese Ghouls has 39.7, and I think this is a little bit skewed just because RRQ Hoshi played a longer game, so they have more chances to get more kills and such. But Burmese Ghouls, they actually clear every single game very, very fast.
I kind of want to say the same because RRQ Hoshi, they played this very slowly. I think they are so similar with Omega when I'm watching Omega from Omega Esports from back in the Philippines, but it was clear yesterday that RRQ Hoshi had a better preparations. And if you compare them to Burmese Schools are much faster when it comes to the tempo that they play in, but they are also very good when it comes to controlling the map by taking over objectives.
Yeah, and it is a best of 5, guys. The first one we received this tournament, and talked about this a lot of times, but this really gives a little more leeway for strategizing. You can out-strategize your opponent because of the best of 5.
Yeah, and looking at the stats right now, if the stats can stay there for a little bit longer, it's only the average game score that is different. Every other stat is almost the same. 1.1 to 1, 1.9 to 1.6, 8, 9. Even the average KDA 4.7 and 5, average kill per game is roughly the same. Unique heroes pick exactly the same, 23. So there's not much difference between both of these teams except for their country.
Yeah, I think this could be a grand finals preview almost. You know, if things go right, these could be the last 2 teams to face off in that grand finals. Whoever loses here drops into a lower bracket, but they can still come back up and fight for that final spot.
Let's draw focus to Burmese Ghouls for a bit. Now, earlier we saw James from RRQ Hoshi and we had a bit of chat with him about Burmese Ghouls. Do you think it's an upset for them to be here, or were they just that good against Bren yesterday?
You know, if you're gonna ask me maybe a month ago, or even at the start of before the M2 World Championship started, I would say yes, it's an upset. That they're not the team that's favored to win. But the way that they played and the way that they won against Bren Esports, I think that it is telling that they are indeed one of the strongest. And you know what? It's weird to say that this is the Grand Finals preview, but that is not a far-fetched idea anymore. That could be true.
Yeah, and now we have even more stats to try and back up our claims here with the player head-to-heads coming up on screen right now. We got Ace, once again, I talked to him yesterday, as well as Albert.
Yep, both of these players are the carries for their teams, and in terms of the KDA, gold per minute as well as damage per minute, it really doesn't matter that much because look, it's very much similar, but these are the players that we do have to look at once we get into the game because Albert, he in his own region has been known as the baby alien just because he plays out of this world. He is an emerging rookie and he's doing so well, but Ace, he has been with Burmese Ghoul for, I don't know, about 2 years now, and every single time he's on stage, he is popping off.
That's why I call him Ace. That's why I call him Ace.
Yeah.
And I love this whole alien thing because yesterday we were having a talk about it. I was wondering why chat was spamming alien. I thought it was an insult, but actually it means playing out of this world. And that is so crazy that M2 has brought all the different internet cultures together.
Exactly.
Teaches all the memes, all the different...
The doctor meme.
The doctor meme.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Wolf.
I love all these multicultural memes coming together. And we will build the biggest, most diverse chat room by M3, I think.
Exactly, exactly.
Now, can somebody break down a move by RRQ Hoshi that he did yesterday? A Benedetta tank. Somebody explain the move behind that, please.
I think everyone on this place has equal talk time, so how about we ask Tumi about its idea on the
Go for
Benedetta?
it, Lafel, go for it.
Yeah.
I'll ask it.
Oh, you'll ask it. Okay, that's good. And so basically, after watching the Benedetta tank, what I, Tumi, have concluded is that Benedetta, it baits out the enemy. And as a tank, that's how the Benedetta is played.
Wow.
Okay, wow.
Thank you so much. I didn't think you were too Japanese a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it sounds a bit Japanese.
To me, got a voice deepener.
Yeah, just 2 hours ago it was like a high voice, and now it's a bit of like a deep voice.
Yeah, a little bit deep. You got a little, you got a bit more sensei. Eh?
No, the thing is, to me, what I've heard is very versatile, so it can do a lot of things.
That is true. Very good one. And that's why you're the unofficial ambassador and soon to be main ambassador, hopefully. I don't know. All right, here comes the player stats. So this is the lineup they'll be fielding for game number 1. And what do you think, boys?
Pretty standard stuff, I would say, for Burmese Ghouls. This is what we saw from them. What I do want to take note is this Lunox. One thing that maybe professional players, not only in the Philippines, but even in Southeast Asia, would argue is that Lunox is not that favored anymore, and it's very difficult to pull him off. But Burmese Ghouls are so comfortable with this. Fun fact, it was also the Lunox of M1 Burmese Ghouls that also took down the Sunsparks team, which was also a Filipino team.
Yeah, and right now, honestly, for RRQ, the guy that we have to look at is Lemon, because Lemon has been using a wide range of heroes. Now, here's the thing for the desk, right? For you guys to know, Lemon is the guy that we have to look at for all of these crazy picks, because usually that hero is not all that good. But once he picks it, everyone realizes that it's good, and then that's why people pick it up.
Becomes a lemonade.
Becomes a lemonade, exactly. So Lemon is very, very hard for us to predict the kind of hero that he will use. He's had used on M2. He has used the marksman carry. He used, I think he was one of the first ones to use Belleric.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, he could bring something different in this best of 5, because again, in the best of 5, you can cheese in the early stages of the game and then learn as much as you want from the enemy, and then use that information to get back to them in the later match in the series.
Yeah, a common strategy in a BO5 is to cheese round 1 because you can afford it, number 1. Number 2, even if you win, your enemy can't do much in terms of research, because a cheese strategy is not worth researching because it's only used once. So it's a very effective way to throw them off guard, It's, okay, we just lost to cheese, what's up? And then they might lose game 2 and suddenly they're on match point. So,
absolutely. You know what? I think that it's very interesting that you brought up about this best of 5 thing, because it is by track record RQ Hoshi that wins most of these best of 5 matches. There's really not much that we can see from Burmese Ghouls, and I think that a team and an organization as established as RQ Hoshi is more favored in these long drawn matches, like a best of 5 or best of 7 series.
Now, very soon, of course, going to bring up the audience prediction. I do have a question for the both of you, Lafel and Wolf, because I was asking you questions about RRQ Hoshi yesterday, and you were saying they're very good at the late game. Can BG, Burmese Ghouls, take them on at the late game, or should Burmese Ghouls win them early to mid-game?
In my opinion, okay, so this is my opinion. I don't think Burmese Ghouls has a problem with the late game, but I feel like they are the kind of players that they always take the aggression in the mid game and they will force it out early instead of later. And the thing about, so I said just now, Lemon, he uses these crazy heroes, so the draft is going to be crazy, but I think Wolf here is going to agree with me that Burmese Ghouls has shown their capability in terms of the draft, where they will use all these heroes that we don't even think about in the current meta right now, but if we think logically, it actually fits very well against the enemy's lineup.
Yeah, my short answer is definitely they need to be more aggressive and more assertive against RQ Hoshi.
All right, so we actually, okay, because you guys were talking about it, we didn't want to interrupt you, but there was a big, there is a difference between the talent prediction between Burmese Ghouls and Burmese Ghouls as well as RRQ, and the audience predicted the Burmese Ghouls will do better, but talent predicted RRQ do better. Any quick thoughts on this?
My quick thoughts is that apparently all of the audience, they really like this underdog story.
Yes, they do.
Before this, they were just like, all right, I'm going on the whoever is the most popular train right now. But now,
Viva RRQ.
Yeah, but now all of the audience, they are more educated. He would say more educated than the analyst. I say no. But either way, we can definitely see that people are really invested in M2, where they are giving their predictions based on what they see on the screen instead of the stats of how many followers they have.
Thank you very much, Lafel, Wolf, and Lysander. Now we'll find out who is right. Is it the audience prediction? Will it be the talent prediction? Don't forget your very first and only upper bracket semi-finals, Burmese Ghouls against RRQ Hoshi, happening in less than 10 minutes. Keep it here at your M2 World Championship 2020.
Lusty almost getting hit by the arrow, and this is the push that Burmese Ghouls wants to go for, and the blazing duet just deals so much damage.
I'm very glad to win against them. They won us in the MPI, so we got a good revenge against them.
Biggest threat, I guess, because they look down on us. That's the biggest threat.
Easy just in time. Crossbow tank and they burst him. That's he taken out. R7. Where is R7? That's going to be Easy. Oh, Hajizi as well. They're running away.
Rasanya di game pertama ya kita anggap aja itu pemanasan. Kita kan emang udah sering juga yang 30 menit apalagi yang MPL season 6. Jadi game lama itu udah biasa buat kita. Ya terus kalau misalnya kita udah ngerasa kayak pegel-pegel baru nah.
We barely meet them in the tournaments and it will be a good chance to play against them. And so we will try our best to play.
Gue nggak expect sih dia bisa menang lawan brand e-sport. Ya dia kuda hitam lah. Berarti kita harus mewaspadai juga baru kasih gol. Cuman kalau misalnya dibilang takut, enggak. Kita nggak takut sama siapa-siapa. Kita cuma takut sama diri sendiri.
You guys need to prepare because we are coming to you next.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the caster's desk. But before we talk about the game, let us first thank our sponsors. Special thanks to our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
With that, we would also like to thank Singtel, our partners in esports, to unlock lag-free and ultra-fast gaming experience with Singapore's fastest 5G network. Keep calm and get the edge you need on your road to Mythic in MLBB with Singtel, the Singapore's fastest 5G network.
And I am here to inform you guys that there is an official live screening event for M2 in Singapore at Cathay Cine Leisure Orchard. It's called MVP, and you'll be able to catch all the M2 action on a big cinema screen. What's more, you can also win attractive prizes when you take part in the activities and lucky draw. MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at the Cathay Cineplex's website. You can also check out www.rsg.gg/MVP for more information on MVP. And the biggest shoutouts to our MLBB community watching at Cathay Cinema, NUS Sports Hub, and Bukit Merah Swimming Complex. Thank you for tuning in, and we are going to be your casters for the series number 3. This is going to be a best of 5. I am Butters, he's Gideon, that guy is Leo, and on the farthest left, that is going to be Contra.
That's right, and this is definitely going to be the most interesting of all series, as whoever gets this best of 5 win is going to get that golden ticket to the grand finals. Definitely, they have already secured that top 3 position, but, you know, Burmese goals, they got their way in towards this matchup, and they've already predicted, hey, I'm looking forward to meet RRQ Hoshi, and they got what they want.
But before we actually head in and discuss this, I want to talk about the videos. There are actually a lot of chunky stuff that these players talked about. And Burmese ghouls, they think, and a lot of people think, that people, that the teams here are underestimating them. Do you think that's true?
I mean, when you do get to scrims, you get a good idea. And I think, you know, a lot of people who haven't been able to have access to, you know, the VODs to the scrims don't actually have an idea of how powerful these guys are. And when we come into the group stages and the playoffs and what we saw just now, absolutely great team.
I have to admit, even I underestimated them.
And we will be passing it on. Before we talk about RQ, we will be showing you the intro videos for the teams. Let's go.
All the way from Myanmar, it's the Burmese goal. D. Maybe. Kid. Ace. And Ruby DD. Burmese gold.
From Myanmar. Burmese.
From Indonesia, it's RRQ Hoshi. Psycho. Albert. The Ball. R7. Vin. Risky. And Zin. RRQ Hoshi.
From Indonesia, RRQ Hoshi.
Now, we were talking about the video that showed earlier. Gideon answered about Burmese schools being underestimated, and he does agree at some extent. But for you, Leo, I think RRQ is confident, but they're not too confident. Do you think that's a good thing? Because they are one of the contenders to actually take home the trophy, or the, you know, just the title of being the best team of M2 World Championship.
I think some level of confidence should be involved, especially when your team as strong and as looked up upon as RRQ Hoshi. But the fact remains that they did comment on that long game that they had against Omega. And I think one of the things that will keep you up there is the fact that you respect how certain teams play and how long and what they're willing to do. That might be something that a lot of teams are not doing against Burmese ghouls.
And speaking of which, of course, we want to have a look into the brackets as well to explain this one further, because we've already gone a long mile. And, well, with this, just looking at what's coming next, it's either Alter Ego or Bren waiting along the lines. Whoever wins that and whoever gets knocked down from the upper brackets.
Yeah, and Burmese Ghouls here and RRQ really just wants that grand finals slot. Now, whoever loses this game goes to that match number 9, the losers finals, to determine who's going to go to the grand finals. You were going to say, Leo?
Just a quick bit of perspective here. We started with 12 teams from 9 countries, right? And we are about a day and a half away from closing all of this down. And just today, literally with the last match that just concluded, we're down to the top 4. This is the top 4, ladies and gentlemen. Burmese Ghouls and RRQ up top, Alter Ego and Bren down bottom, and both of them are quite storied matchups.
Now, thoughts on BG just being one of the teams that surprise us with every single match that they make. They play so clean. And what do you think these guys do to just observe that discipline when it comes to their games, Gideon?
Well, I think honestly, it really comes down to that snowball at the turtle fight at level 4. I think a lot of teams have been kind of underestimating them when it comes to how strong are their team fight capabilities. And I think they've been practicing this particular setup so many times. They really have a great game sense over the game. And I think most importantly, once they get that snowball, we haven't seen the team so far been able to say, stop right there, can we come back from it, other than RRQ. But that was with Omega. So can they do it with BG, who's even more aggressive?
My question in this matchup is, yes, they have the snowball going, but they haven't faced off against a team that's both as creative and as mechanically gifted as RRQ, right? Literally, the Kings of Kings just brought out the new suit yesterday, right? That is the Bruno hyper carry, and I'm wondering if Burmese Ghouls have an answer to that. I mean, they scouted out Bren. Obviously, they learned about how Bren works, and they destroyed him from the inside, right? So with that being said, how will they answer what RRQ Hoshi brings onto the table against these 5 on screen?
Yep, starting things off, we got Ruby DD, maybe Kid, Ace, as well as D, which will be unchanged. This is the main roster that we've known since the past couple of seasons of their own respective MPL, as well as back in M1. Of course, Panda is the guy to look at when it comes down towards the draft, and same goes to James, as we're going to be heading towards RRQ Hoshi's side.
R7, Lemon, Psycho, Albert, and Vin. That is going to be their starting 5 for this certain series. Now, Leo, do you think Lemon is one of the players that just reinvents how is the game supposed to play? Like, he's been playing a lot of Lapu, he's been playing mages as well, and besides that, he played carry yesterday.
Played Belleric too.
Yeah.
This man is
so versatile.
A jack of all trades. He is such a gem in esports. Like, knowing that he's capable of doing certain things, of being creative and just executing to the highest degree. Like, I'm impressed. I'm super impressed. I'm wondering what he'll pull out this time.
Well, honestly, I think, Lemon, what sets him apart from a lot of other pros here and why he's so notable is that he has an insane amount of game sense. No matter what hero he is playing, he can kind of adapt and kind of read the situation very, very well and utilize his resources to its maximum potential. And it's not like he hasn't come up with weird stuff before. In their own region, they were able to pull up Mincetar in their own Season 5. And that was something no one would have expected to go into the offlane.
I still remember that as well, just looking at how he's been playing the game. Even if he was playing that carry, he's always that in-your-face character as a whole to just punish the enemies. Whether if they go for them, there's always going to be all the other teammates that has already been enabled. Like, from the Burmese Gold side, it's also very interesting. Every time they get that lead, they are very disciplined to be able to push for even more of these objectives and translates it very well.
We talked about Lemon. In your honest opinion, gentlemen, who is the player that RRQ Hoshi should look out for when it comes to facing the Burmese Ghouls?
It's definitely got to be Ace right there because he's been really scoring on every single one of these matchups. And other than that, you have been able to see the rest of Burmese Ghouls having to have some great setups to play, not only around him, but also you see other factors such as but we got a lot of gems in this game.
And make sure to complete task and predict the champion to win M2 coins. Exchange M2 coins for M2 exclusive rewards, including M2 special after border, M2 exclusive skin, Clint the Shadow Omen skin, M2 battle emote, M2 sacred statue, and you can get that for only 899 diamonds. The event is happening right now till the 24th of January, so don't miss out. Just get those passes and get that skin.
Yep. Butters, to answer your question, Contra says Ace, right? I'd like to say it might be maybe. It may be maybe.
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, Ace, as great as he is, we can expect that on first look, right? When a team is winning, it's so easy to say, oh, wow, their core, their junglers just taking over, they're invading, they're taking all the kills, ramping up and pushing forward. But I don't think Ace will be as good as he is and he has been over the course of M2 without maybe.
And this is the chemistry. They have not changed players ever since. This might be the chemistry that they have built up. But enough of that. RQ Hoshi, Burmese Ghouls. This is the draft 1 for game number 1 of the series. And RQ Hoshi starts it up with a Yi Sun Shin and a Yu Zhong. As we've seen yesterday, Burmese Ghouls just bans out the Matilda.
Very understandable bans from RQ Hoshi, especially after the games between the Burmese Ghouls and Omega. Both of these heroes, absolute dominators. Yi Sun Shin, we've seen time and time again. But Burmese Ghouls, they're gonna have to ban out something else to tell RQ Hoshi, hey, we don't want to do this anymore. They ban out the Benedetta, but that means Esmeralda and especially the Brody and Natalia still hanging on.
Meaning one of them is gonna have to pop out. One of them is gonna come through.
It has to be. It definitely has to be. But I'm seeing that RQ Hoshi is trying to force a Brody out into the Land of Dawn. Like, it definitely will be interesting because we haven't seen RQ Hoshi taking that pick. But okay, I'll take my words back. I guess they don't want to see it.
Not having it. Not having it.
Burmese Ghouls, they know that the Benedetta is going to be bad if RQ Hoshi gets their hands on this. Just because you wouldn't really know which lane is it gonna go to. Is it gonna be a Psycho tank? Off-tank, semi-tank Benedetta? Or is it going to be the side lane, gold lane? Who knows?
Yeah, and I think the question right now is Esmeralda or Natalia for the side of the Burmese Ghouls. Which do they want to kind of let go and give away? Because again, plenty of picks. The Jawhead is still up there, but is it ban-worthy here? And how many of these players are confident in their capabilities of playing the Natalia as well? It's been a long time, and for the large part of it, nobody's been able to touch it. And yeah, they decide, you know what? RQ, I don't think you have what it takes to do Natalia first pick.
Yeah, no, that's the question is because we're so scared of the Natalia and teams have been banning her out left and right, almost as if part of procedure, right? But really, how strong is Natalia in this current metagame? We haven't seen enough for her to actually prove that.
Yeah, the last time we saw that were games from inside of Unique Devo where Sunset Lover has been able to pull off a couple of all these significant pickoffs and assassinations, but heading it towards a very, very late game phase, you know, the Natalia may not be as effective as you want it to be, and that definitely proves to be the name of the game right now for the side of RQ Hoshi. They say that, like, if you hit late game, that's my turf.
Yeah, it's not as good as the proven Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, this is the Lapu Lapu, which is secured by RQ Hoshi, but Burmese Ghouls, they go for a Selena and Jawhead.
Yep, they want to be able to kind of just snowball effect really, really hard. If Burmese Ghouls, they're going to lose hard, but if they win, they're going to win so much harder and be able to push their leads when they get the gold. RRQ now see this. They see, okay, we see the Jawhead, we see the Selena here. Natalia is still on the table. However, Natalia doesn't exactly work too well against the Jawhead. Smart Missiles is still a problem. They look at the Selena specifically and go, that's not exactly the prime target that I want to go through. She transforms, Garrett's right through me. It really doesn't get too much going here. So RRQ they need to make a choice. They get their carry, and as well as the Sylvana that I was getting to.
Yeah, I definitely think that the Sylvana here is definitely the best pickup possible before we go in towards phase number 2. And Ling was something that they have relied on as well. And oh boy, we're bringing about the Diggy once more. So Burmese Ghouls have done this before towards Brand Esports.
Yeah, so this is an early Diggy. It says a lot, but also it kind of gives RQ Hoshi the signaling to say Burmese Ghouls are up to something, and we've seen this. We know what they're capable of.
Yeah, they have good zoning when they do have these two strong zone heroes. The Abyssal Arrow is there, the Time Bomb is there. There's a lot of setup.
Vision.
And it does give extra protection against a Ling and the Sylvana.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it just reiterates the fact that your CC is not going to work. Sylvana going to be absolutely shut down, and Lapu Lapu, he can get quite a number of stunts, and we've seen a lot of players with the Lapu Lapu do a lot of work. But now coming into the second part of the pick ban phase, Hayabusa is going to say hello, goodbye. Same goes to Natalia here. So again, both sides, especially for Burmese Ghouls, they don't have a scaling carry just yet.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a big concern. The reason why they want to go in for this sort of Deki pick right now is to ensure that whatever pick that comes from RQ Hoshi's side is going to have so little crowd control and a lot more focus on other things like, you know, maybe a little bit more burst damage or so. And that can definitely throw off RQ's plan right here.
And I think what Burmese Ghouls are also going for is, regardless of what RQ Hoshi brings, if they want to answer back with the CC, want to overload it or totally avoid it, I think Burmese Ghouls, they just want to go fast. This Diggy will either just invade you hard, blow you up with those auto alarm bombs, use the times journey to free up and force fights, and if he feeds, yeah, that's a good plan B to turn it into Diggy feed strategy, and I think it's on RQ Hoshi to figure out if they want to bite that trap.
Going back to the draft here, Burmese Ghouls banned out the Lu Yi. RQ Hoshi takes out the Roger, and this seems for RQ Hoshi, they're just trying to stop Ace from getting a comfort hero.
I mean, Ace is going to get it no matter what. They are on the red side. They do get that first pick. So RQ are like, all right, sure, whatever. You do get a really powerful hero. You show up, Claude. No worries. I got the Belleric up in my back pocket, which kind of is telling me that RQ want to say, hey, we are just reacting to what you have, and we'll make the best out of the situation later on. We've got great pick potential and a strong lineup.
Yeah, what do you guys think about the 1-1 right here? Do you guys think that it will be able to suit right in towards RQ Hoshi?
Yeah, I think 1-1 would be alright. The fact that she doesn't really rely on her stun as much, it's more of pick-off damage and just good scaling. I think they definitely need one more scaling hero, and it's going to be a burst type. Eudora scales pretty well, if we've seen previously, and this is a good answer as well for the mid-game. Not exactly the early game, but the mid-game, especially when she gets her first 2 items. You can actually just turn the Diggy into a non-factor. Even if he's the first one you find, like, yeah, get as much gold as you can while you can before the whole rule of diminishing returns happens.
Yeah. Who needs stunts if you can just burst them down?
I think
from the get-go.
I think the chain CC is important here because, again, Diggy's going to bail them out for at least 80% of the CC if it's done within a certain time. So you have something that can CC consistently over a long period of time, which is going to be the Eudora. Once they get into the later stages of the game, that stun is going to come off a cooldown super, super fast.
And Balmond here will be their pick. Cheesy as it may sound, it makes a lot of sense. You just want to deal a lot of damage against the Belleric, against the Lapu Lapu. Try to sustain yourself in lane, and you do have your own way of execute.
You know, I feel like this is a sort of an impersonation of Lemon coming from D, because he has pulled this out before back in M1. But of course, different stories as the Myanmar side is looking to set new scores as they face off against the likes of RQ Hoshi right here.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this one. I'm not so sure about the Burmese Ghouls lineup.
Yeah, I've seen people try Balmond jungle, and it deals a lot of damage. But yeah, it does. If you see it, it does. The thing is, you really just have to have a good early game.
This is pro play, and I feel like, yeah, sure, you can have a good early game with the lineup that they have here, but again, overall, I just think that RQ, their draft right now, it's super solid, it's very understandable, and you're banking on a lot that Burmese Ghouls is going to get this snowball running, and I hope they do to make this work out.
But you have your casters right now, Gideon, Leo, and Contra. Take it away.
Well, of course, back towards the topic of the Balmond, right? It's something that many new players are introduced to when they get in towards the Land of Dawn. And back in the days where people say, hey, Tigreal is nowhere near viable, and yeah, he's just way too simple for a competitive play, but look where we are. And I believe that Balmond can actually fit in towards a very certain win condition that the Burmese Ghouls is looking for.
I can see it, but also I understand why people are speculating and why it's very, very shifty, very sus, if you will. That's what the kids say these days. But right now, looking at the way lanings go, it's going to be a side lane Balmond. Again, looking to go toe-to-toe against a Lapu Lapu. And yeah, even with all the shields and lifesteal that Lapu Lapu may have, the stacks that R7 can build up here. Yeah, I think a lethal counter on Balmond would be great, especially if it's stacked up with all of the damage that can come from Kid, damage from Ruby DD even. Yeah, by the way, that is not a tank Jawhead.
Oh boy, great that you actually pointed it out. And I believe that they'll be playing with a whole lot of aggression coming in towards these lanes. And with that, oh boy, Vin taking a little bit too much.
Yeah, again, this is one of those side lane mid lane matchups where it's just like, okay, we're just looking to poke and harass and just clear out the waves before making that rotation. Burmese ghouls are gonna get the first. Ooh, Albert, he's getting real close to those abyssal arrows.
Oh boy, he just dodged it by a couple of inches there, and he's dealing with R7 right here. I don't think R7 is gonna be taken down just about yet. These gotta respect the territory as much as they want to proxy the wave over the mid side. It's Kid versus Psycho as well as Albert. Psycho's gonna be backing away. A little bit of reset. Turtle is already up while the Diggy tries to plant as much bombs all over these bushes.
I want to be wrong about this Balmont. I want to be wrong. But the more I look at it and the more I think about it, I'm really hoping Burmese ghouls get ahead here because D, he's going to need a lot of babysitting for a good majority of the game, for at least 4 minutes until he can kind of sustain on his own. But until then, he basically can't win any trades against Lapu Lapu. If he gets rotated on, he's just hoping he does against Dove. And most of the time, RRQ is just going to either dive in pre-4 or look to play on the opposite side of the map.
To be fair, if RRQ Hoshi bites on that, that's actually on them. They're wasting quite a bit of effort. And again, to think that this is just a Balmond. He has a dash, he has a flicker. That might be what Burmese goes going for anyways.
Oh, well, I hope so. And I really, really do. I want to see this work out and be proven wrong here. But Burmese ghouls, again, unless this is a meta that utilizes Uranus, I don't see this working out. But let's go.
Oh, R7 moving straight in for the kill, as it will be first blood for our RQ Hoshi, cracking Diggy and towards the neck.
And now they're going to be rotating towards top sides here. Hello, hello. R7 is going to be under his turret here. D could be going, but a great flicker from R7. And now the pick onto D.
And with D already running right back, they're going to be focusing on their attention on towards Kit instead. It's going to be called up as RQ Hoshi respects their ground, but Psycho might just be the next one to fall right here with the Blazing Duet coming out from the side of Ace. Oh, way too close.
Short seems to be the story here for Burmese ghouls. They put out so much damage, and I saw that D was literally going to go for the lethal counter, but with the flicker out by R7, I see now. We all see now. We understand what the intent was. But I think with that failed engagement, at least they opened up top lane to get the turtle.
Yeah, and definitely you can see Vin tries to go in for first, but instead gets returned the favor from Ruby DD. He just went in with the unstoppable force, and now it's a 1-1 trade right in, and that jaw hit, like you said, playing very offensively.
Yeah, a mistake onto Vin's side personally, because again, Belleric on bottom side is probably saying, hey, I pushed the wave, I don't see Jawhead here. There probably should have been that communication much earlier on.
Pressure on towards R7 while Psycho's going to be cunning in towards the corner just to negate a little bit of a pressure. Vin will be able to clear some of these camps pretty much safely, but I don't think that it's really much necessary for D to be there at this moment, but definitely RQ Hoshi can take it slow, and eventually they have to ramp up, and here goes Albert driving straight in towards 3 members, and well, they will be able to catch out Ruby DD.
Yep, really well played coming in from RQ Hoshi. They cleared up their top side. They realized, you know, they're putting a lot of pressure on our top side. Let's just run down bot side and make a play.
Here we go in mid. That's going to be one caught in the middle. Vin. D from the back spinning around. Time's journey by maybe. In comes the other. R7 gets one. Psycho finished the job. Kid is going to bite it as well as D. It's a 2-for-1 here. RQ Hoshi win that one against Burmese ghouls.
Is it really worth it to actually risk everything over mid-side just for this, as RQ manages to punish Burmese ghouls, and unstoppable force at the ejector straight towards Psycho, and he will fall. Overstepping in towards that zone definitely is very punishing.
Great punish. I mean, honestly, great punish coming in for Ruby DD. He even gets the Blade of Despair. We haven't seen this in a while, but at least he's going toe-to-toe, and he's doing a great job, an excellent job, in fact, doing so. But let's look at the builds and kind of have a bit of a deliberation over it, because again, you can see Lemon, he's building defensively once more.
Well, there's looking towards those builds. You've already seen some Heptases out there for R7 as well. So I believe that he'll be doing just about fine. A lot of attention on towards that turtle coming up. And Burmese Ghost already got one in the back, and just looking at the goal differentials, Arkihoshi still having it in the back. They do not want to lose this though. Psycho approaching really close, but Albert, he tries to go in with the Retribution to steal it away and end towards the Tempest. The time journey has been popped, and they're chasing right in, looking for Kid. Flicker has been popped up as well. Maybe with Slither help, will be taken down by the Ling as they go in for more, but see, they are in their face, and Albert is the only few that's left alive alongside with R7.
Oh boy, oh boy. I mean, Albert could have gone for one more, but I think he didn't want to risk it considering that Ace did have the orange buff on him and he didn't. So it's like, I want to go in, but he's got a lot of damage, and Marksman's with orange buff slow me down with true damage. It's definitely not the best decision. So he pulls back out. It's going to be a 2-for-3 trade.
I think the Burmese Ghouls here, they're trading good for numbers, right? They're catching up. RQ Hoshi still keeping up the pressure. And that one turret lead, if they continue trading this way, it might take a while for Ace to actually be unleashed. And so far, so good. 7 minutes, 30 seconds in. About D is holding his own here.
Yeah, I definitely like what I'm seeing right now. As much as they did actually give the turtle away accidentally with Ling just flying through with the Retribution. Not that they can stop it anyways, right? So with that, we're going to be seeing a little bit more skirmishes over on towards Smith, trying to catch over on towards Smith, but Psycho jumps right in. Time Journey being popped up as well. Ruby DD sets up for the dive with the unstoppable force, and there we go. A catch on towards Ruby DD. This is Albert punishing them all the way through. What a huge one coming from RRQ Hochi.
Kid for Albert, and in goes D. This is not a good look for RRQ Hoshi. They lost their core for a mid. This is the jungler. Albert should never be caught out like that. Wow. There's very little catch on the side of Burmese Ghouls. What do you want from there? You're looking for that reverse time. You're looking for that knock-up or that throw away the ejector. You're looking for that arrow. And for that split second underneath that turret, they were able to still take out Albert every time. Oh, if they keep doing that, hold up. He's getting bursted.
Oh boy. That's going to be a turret being lost up, and great that you mentioned it, as of course that's her 1-for-1 trade in that role exchange. Not entirely the best of scenarios in the long run, but look at what we have. Another turtle here. Ace could easily take this one for Burmese Ghouls, as goal disparity obviously is not really too much for the moment, but big items have been purchased by Ace as well as D.
Golden Staff and as well as Brute Force Breastplate onto D here. And going back to that fight, honestly, it literally was just maybe who saved the entire fight. That Aegis, on top of the smart missiles, the shields wasn't enough for Albert to actually win that fight. And then once they walked away far enough, the high and dry came into play. But it looks like they want to go for more here.
Oh, they caught out Psycho. This is going to be an opening for the side of Burmese Ghouls. They're trying to find a way to just get some picks, but Lemon has already popped his ult, and there's nothing much that the Valorant could have got out of that anyways. Now Albert tries to move across the map, trying to make a little bit of a split push coming in towards the top side, and well, members of Burmese Ghouls, they're definitely nowhere near towards where the Ling is.
I mean, Ruby DD is on his way up to kind of match the push, but I think it's going to be a little too late. And you don't forget that Vin, he's going to say hello, hello, get a good stun here, but hopefully he doesn't get one shot.
Definitely a good trade in towards mid, but Ruby DD, speaking of one shot, yeah, there we go. Albert just gets one for free.
Great bait coming in from Vin overall. Leo, I mean, the way that this fight is going... Wait, hold on. Hold on. This fight is
going to be the spin and the Dryad. Wrath of the Dryad in by Lemon, turning it into a false engage. Oh, but they were baiting D. Lethal counter, not taking anyone down. Blazing the wet by Ace. Oh, I think they're just going to say, we'll take this purple and get out of here.
Yeah, I guess perhaps it was worth it at the end, although they did expend a lot of all these elements like the Blazing Duet, and this is where Albert wants to find that sort of takeoff with all these members coming rushing through the Little Wanderer side. They're going to be looking for Ace, and maybe gets popped out instantaneously. Whoa, that was a little bit too much for the Diggy.
Okay, say what you will, but I think the fact that Vin has to expend an ult to take down Maybe, that's fine, because I think that was Maybe's job anyway.
Yeah,
to some extent,
what they
if you keep doing that, especially in big team fights like this, especially when Maybe's time's journey is off cooldown, he wouldn't mind. But right now, I guess, since it is kind of a standstill, watch out. This might be conditioning. I don't know.
I personally think that no matter what, it's always going to be a win for Vin here, especially since maybe if he dies cooldown or without, it means that he's going to get gold. He's getting that free pick. And if this continues on, this could be one of those, it could occur where a situation says, hey, we're going to have exactly what we see here, Psycho catching somebody off with the Imperial Justice. So if maybe he gets caught out way too early through Vin, might be some problems later down the line.
Do note this is a flicker burned for Psycho. So that's one less bit of range, one less escape. But I'm not counting out the fact that he might get away with 1 HP. It seems to happen all throughout the weekend.
Yeah.
I'm being purchased by maybe.
And time to time again, we're going to be seeing a little bit of the choke point being set up coming in from the side of Burmese Goals, but nothing that they could possibly get out of, perhaps just trying to contest for this buff at the moment. But Lemon is already moving right in. Maybe is going to do exactly the same, just to soak in whatever is being thrown at from the side of RQ Hoshi. Goes in for a reset, but honestly, they are setting their eyes on the prize here with a big win on a team fight. They could obviously look for the First Lord, but Live Despair has already purchased from R7.
But also notice how this is working out. Lord is not really being contested here, and I think, you know, RRQ understand that he can't do much about it because look on top side, Balmung actually getting a preemptive push to set this up for the rest of the Burmese ghouls. And RRQ Hoshi saying, if we fight now, looking a little bit into the future, D is going to get that first rotation and catch off that back line, and R7 is going to be a little too late to the fight.
Yep, and that's what the Balmond is looking to bring to the table, is this whole mobility and this fact that you have to notice him. He's a little bit like a Yu Zhong, but a little more lethal, and I guess now with the flicker, he has a little bit more range.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be having that sort of reach just to go ahead and catch either, you know, on a good day you get Albert, or perhaps Finn that's pretty close by. Now, that turret's going to be going down eventually, but the Lord is over on here to the opposite side, and Arkeoshi forcing the fight right here. This is going to be Psycho getting a catch, and the Lapu Lapu will be able to take down Maybe, and once again, it's a lot being used up just to get that Ziggy out there, so Burry's Goal can still plot out another engagement right there. They still got those flickers up online, and this is Lord really taking down a turret.
But also notice this. I mean, the fight's having oh wait, it's a full engagement.
Oh no, D got caught out there, and this is going to continue on. Lemon already used the Wrath of the Dryad, and it's going to be a false engage. Purple still kept here by Albert. They need to go ahead and clear this Lord. I think they're fine. Hold up. It continues. Kids get taken down here, and Psycho able to Mamba out. That's going to be a lot of damage taken in by Lemon. That's a trade so far. A tank for the mid laner, and the Blazing Duet has been used up. Eight for 2 so far. That's going to be Tempest the Blades taken 3 for 3. Very messy for both teams, but Albert is running for his life. Flicker in by Ruby DD, and they disengage. Still no turrets taken down on the bottom lane, but they actually push top.
Yeah, I think it's good enough for the side of Burmese Goals after that sort of fight that they have called on for, and almost actually getting everybody in the back except for Albert, of course, having so much mobility to move in and out. But hey, eventually, this is definitely going to pay a whole lot of dividend. Let's look at the instant replay to break this one down further, Gideon.
I mean, check this out. The way that they're taking these fights here, Rubididi actually getting the ejector on that slide, into the slide, really great play. They trade evenly so far, but now they want to actually catch Albert here. I don't think they have the tools to do so. But coming back into this, now, it really comes to how strong Maybe is going to be. The more survivable he is, his ultimate is going to be very relevant in these full 5v5 team fights. If RRQ Hoshi wants to really punish them, they hit Maybe first. And one more thing to know, Burmese Ghouls not getting as much as a snowball, but they are getting those objectives. So get ready, because RRQ is going to start fighting it out and really starting to play more flexibly in the late game.
Yeah, the only goal difference is only 1,000, and here comes Maybe once again. Coming in from the side, it's going to be D as well. And Psycho getting caught out. He needs to run for his life, and he will eventually fall to the hands of Maybe. And with that, Maybe, as much as he gets popped up, D is all the way towards the back line looking for Albert, and R7 already dropping out. But Kid is giving his life up eventually as Albert pops in the Tempest. The damage is good, as you can see. Ace and the rest of the members of Burmese Goal, they're looking to end game 1 right here, right now. And Burmese Goals, they take first blood.
Woo! What a way to drop the game. One mistake coming out from the side of RRQ, and Burmese Ghouls take a game off of RRQ. This is a big statement. Myanmar will rejoice.
I love the body block that was put in place to save Kid. That was close, but I think that was exactly the moment wherein, all right, if you're able to bait Albert, he won't be able to clear the waves, and we're able to finish. And that was just, chef's kiss. The 1, 2, 3 alley-oop slam dunk. Balmond just won a game in M2.
Yeah.
Not to mention that RubyDD was able to actually use the ejector to flick Lemon out of there, so he couldn't affect the wave as well.
It was all about just going straight for the core anyways.
Yeah.
The base!
Right now, I was just seeing you cast. That is a high level mechanics in just one game. They were just, using a lot of these small things to their advantage. It's just that RRQ was the first one who made the mistake, and Burmese Ghouls took advantage of that and got the win. I actually tried playing the Balmond, but you know what happened? He got stolen from me. I was trying to find the reason why Burmese Ghouls play them, but we will know that in just a bit as we are going to throw it back to your analyst, Wolf Lafell. Take it away.
You know what? The bag of surprises, the bag of tricks is way too deep from the side of the Burmese Ghouls. This is another surprise. It's really not that surprising if you look back a few months ago, maybe during the MPL Season 5 or Season 6 timing. But right now, we know that after the nerfs onto Balmond, it's no longer that viable. But why don't we look at that particular match and see if it is actually the reason why they won. My name is Wolf, your analyst with Lafell. Lafell, what do you think about that Balmond? Because to me, the sustained type of composition really suffers against the instant execute mechanic that you get out of the ultimate.
Yeah, so let's talk about the draft since you have brought it up. Now, just because Burmese Ghouls win doesn't mean entirely that the draft is flawless. There are still flaws in the composition, where earlier as well as in the mid game, where we can see that Lapu Lapu is actually very strong, and the weakness of that particular draft is that the Selena as well as the Diggy are like the main magic dealers in the team, so they cannot build a necklace of Durance just like they can build, but the thing is, it's very hard to apply on the Lapu Lapu. So if RRQ played even more aggressive in that kind of situation, it actually will be very, very difficult for the side of Burmese Ghouls. And right now, let's look at the itemization as well as the hero as well. We can look at the itemization from the Claude. Here is the thing that I want to take note. We talked about power spike in M2, and when Burmese Ghoul takes the real fight, we have to look at Claude. Claude, once he has his Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, as well as his Queen's Wings, that is actually the timing that Burmese Ghouls were waiting for him to really go ham onto RRQ Hoshi. Before that, they take anything that they can get, some skirmishes as well as some picks by RubyDD. And since you did ask me about the Balmond, it's reminiscing of how Uranus used to be played, where it just zones people away, and once he feels like, okay, this might be a little bit trending, just runs away.
It kind of makes me think that this lack of Durance or the Blade Carrier coming out from Burmese Ghouls, they just thought of the idea that this is all about just hitting the objectives, getting the turrets, getting the Lord, getting the turtle, taking down turrets and pushing down, because that's exactly what they did. 14 kills only for Burmese Ghouls in a non-dominant fashion, but if you look at their map control, it is amazing. 9 turrets compared to just 3 from RQ Hoshi, 2 turtles to 1, and obviously that Lord that changed it up. You know what? There was a point where Burmese Ghouls are using the Balmond for zoning out RQ Hoshi and then pushing the turret.
Yep, and I'm also going to talk about Selena in a bit, but right now let's look at the MVP of the game. He's going to go over to the Claude of Ace with a match KDA over 3-1. It basically full itemization over here, ending off with the Athena Shield. And again, Claude did so good in this game just because he waited properly for his power spike and then going in winning all of those team fights. Now, again, talking about the draft, just because we're like, oh, a Diggy pick as well as a Balmond pick. This is, I would say, a very new way of actually doing the poke composition or the siege composition, where if you look closer at Selena's itemization, it was actually full on the offense, where she has the Calamity Reaper, the Lightning Tranchuan, as well as the Clock of Destiny, where they want to push RQ away from the turrets just because, all right, turrets are important in this game, not really killed, so they try to get as much as they can, try to poke out a little bit, and then once Claude is online, is like, you know what, Claude, turrets, no turrets. We want this kind of win. And speaking of turrets, RRQ, I think, made a small mistake in the fight at the purple buff.
Yeah, I think that this was when they were trying to focus on maybe on the team fight, right?
Yes.
It actually resulted into another purple buff fight wherein RRQ Hoshi prioritized that purple buff too much that they lost the Lord.
Two towers were taken down by the Lord. First, the second tier, and then the inhibitor, which in my opinion, it was not worth it because they didn't get a wipeout. Ace died, sure, but the thing is, Burmese Ghoul, they got so much out of that play, and it's not like Burmese Ghoul did anything extra. Is that RRQ, I would say, kind of a bad decision letting go of those towers, and then just like, yeah, we won this team fight, but they didn't even win the team fight.
You know, whoever the shot caller and the drafter is from side of Burmese Ghoul, I think it could be like a very smart war general. Because they started with the draft, it was great. They started with Jawhead and then threw it in to get the digging, the last phase of the picking session. And I think they also did this against Bren Esports when Bren Esports were picking up the Sylvana and the Harley. The Aegis onto the dig, it just made a lot of sense. And in this particular game, how they executed the actual picking of the draft, and then in the game itself, it was amazing. The way that they're winning all of these small stuff, trading against RQ Hoshi, and then understanding their win condition. Again, that exclamation point in the end for them to focus onto the base instead of the kills was immaculate. You know, if I had the chance to just review that I will review it for so many minutes. But now we have to give it back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you to our analysts, Lafel and Wolf. But before we discuss our side of things for game number 1, we would like to thank Tumi for being the partner in esports for M2, as the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. Be sure to check out Tumi.com to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
As an established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, SUTL Group is the proud 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water 8 Chunks, its cup, as well as Mountain Dew. To find out more of what SUTL is all about, visit www.sutl.com.
And you can also catch the live streaming of this mega event, Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, held in Singapore for free on MeWatch from the 18th of January to the 24th. A total of 12 teams are competing for $300,000 US. Please do support your favorite teams, and who knows, we might have a surprise of a champion as the ways things are going right now.
Actually, in the top 4 here, there still are 2 Indonesian teams, 1 Filipino team, and 1 Burmese team in the Burmese Ghouls, right? That's from Myanmar. And by the way, Leo, Contra, Gideon Q, and Butters will be bringing you this best of 5 with the Burmese Ghouls already at 1. I'm so surprised that they are performing to this level against a team like RQ Hoshi, who also dominated day 1.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But now let's look at the whole scale of things here, because the Burmese Ghouls, if they do win this, they're going to be knocking down RRQ Hoshi down a notch into the lower brackets. And then guess what? A repeat of M1 wouldn't be happening. They would stop it and start something new, because in M1 itself, there were 2 Indonesian teams and 2 other teams from 2 different regions as well, and they weren't able to make it. It was going to be an all-Indonesian final. So if Burmese Ghouls do it, then at least they secure their spot. And more importantly, they are contesting the Indonesians. They have closed the gap.
They have to be the catalyst for change.
Exactly.
And of course, we're looking for that big change right there. With this, Burmese Ghouls already scoring that first pointer out there. You see, all the fans on Myanmar side is definitely for a very good reason. And they have shown what Burmese Ghouls can possibly bring to the table.
Now, looking at what happened in game number 1, RQ Hoshi, what do you guys think are the things that they have to adjust for them to win? But before you answer that question, it's Battle Night. Log in on January 30th to claim your free permanent skin. And we are very pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on January 30th. There is a new upgrading system called Blessing, new little commander and map, all synergies revamped, and free trial of advanced skins await you. Now, in terms of adjustments, Magic Chess has it, but for RQ, what are the adjustments that they have to do? Gideon.
Well, I think for RQ, the first couple of things that they need to kind of readjust here is just being a little bit more proactive on the map. They're playing defensively against a team who is starting to look almost macroly sound. The Burmese Ghouls are making the right decisions all the time, and you can see in a lot of those team fights that back and forth, if the conditions aren't met, Burmese Ghouls hyper disciplined. They all pull back.
Yeah, and you can definitely see that RQ side look a little bit distracted in some of these sort of goals that they have set initially, and they focus on towards things that, yeah, oh, this is a problem, we should deal with this problem, but honestly, the Diggy is definitely looking for their attention, and they're falling straight towards that trap.
Now we are heading into the draft. Burmese Ghouls versus RRQ Hoshi. This is a best of 5, and we are only at game number 2. So with Burmese Ghouls here, they just ban out the Benedetta, ban out the Esmeralda, RRQ Hoshi, answering with the Yuzhong and the Yi Sun Shin.
Yo, these bans are going fast. These are like selling out like hotcakes. Is it breakfast time or something? It's already pretty late. And I mean, the fact that they banned out the Esmeralda tells me quite a bit. It's like, okay, sure, priority bans, get rid of that Benedetta. We've seen RQ kind of perform on it, like R7, yeah, and Albert, the way they play it, nah, we ain't gonna allow that to go through.
Yeah, Panda versus James here. That is going to be a battle of minds between the coaches of these two teams. And so far, I think they've started to build a huge respect for each other, and given the Balmond that was fielded by Burmese Ghouls to answer RQ Hoshi's Belleric from the side lanes, I'm looking forward to what else they're packing here. And if ever it was to come out, I'd be a little disappointed if they pulled back a little here, because again, this is not the only time that they'll be meeting. They could come back. This could all just repeat in the grand finals.
Agreed. Now, Brody and as well as Natalia being banned out, what are some of the first picks we should be expecting here, Contra?
Well, we've definitely seen a very effective jaw hit, but they're going for the Matilda first. That was initially being banned in game number 1. So definitely the Circling Eagle will be contributing in some of all these fights as well as pokes. But RQ Hoshi now with the double pick, they definitely have options out on the table.
Yeah, I mean, the Jawhead is still up for grabs here. What else is still up? I mean, they could go for Jawhead Lapu Lapu if they really wanted to. I'm just going to quickly scan around. Yeah, it looks like there's not too much after that, but it looks like it's going to be the Selena here, showing a lot more often, especially in the second day of the playoffs in comparison to the first.
Yeah, I mean, the Selena is one of the things that Burmese Ghouls really take advantage of, and right now they can, well, they still have probably something up their sleeves that utilizes the Diggy and another hero, but for now, the Selena goes to the side of RQ Hoshi.
Could they force Balmond again onto the side of Burmese Ghouls? Are they willing to bring out the Balmond? Because I feel like the only way they're bringing Balmond out is only if they expect RQ Hoshi to be bringing out specifically, oh, Claude as well. What's his name? Belleric.
Well, I definitely think that it's definitely not first phase worthy to bring out the Balmond, in fact, and there's many of the things that can do somewhat similar in that sort of way, so they shouldn't really just, okay, go in for a Balmond again. It's very much expected for RQ Hoshi right now. So in response, now on the side of RQ,
I think,
how do they deal with Diggy?
I think the Burmese Ghouls are waiting to see if they can pick out the Balmond. Second phase is their last chance. They are going to be closing up with the two strong picks here to try and answer RQ's counter. But the thing is, yeah, no, I don't think you try to counter Diggy at this point. Like, if the Burmese Ghouls are so ready that they pick up Diggy second pick, first phase, then that means whatever RQ Hoshi is bringing, they're willing to answer back, and that's what makes maybe Diggy so strong.
Yeah.
It's not the usual Diggy that's like, okay, I just need my ult, or okay, I'm all in Diggy feed. It's more than that. They've turned Diggy into a lethal weapon here.
RQ Hoshi getting that Khaled, and the Jawhead is their fourth ban onto the side of Burmese Ghouls. That's going to be Akaja What are the possible bans here for both teams that you're thinking that's possible that they're just gonna come up with?
I'm thinking, like, I would have been thinking a Cho, but even then, this is kind of very situational here on what RRQ is going to be first picking. So we're just going to have to wait and see, but it's going to be, the Ruby is going to be taken out, and that's just going to leave Ruby DD a little out in the open.
Yeah, he only has the DD now, not the Ruby, because it was banned out.
Feels bad, feels bad.
Very much so. Like, I definitely felt like it's somewhat of a good option to replace the Balmond, like, with the Ruby itself, but now they're going back at it once again. Are we going to be having that Balmond in hand, but Burmese goals, they still can go into negate a couple of all these sort of the high mobility heroes in the form of Ling, which, you know, there was that split push that they tried to pull up, and Albert was definitely annoying to deal against. So no more Ling. They gotta look for something else.
But then again, RQ Hoshi here, banning out the Ruby means they want to give a lot of opportunities or priority to that Khaled. So that only means they might be rotating this whole lineup or this whole draft on the Khaled.
Potentially, I mean, they lock in the Harith here, you know, it doesn't matter what Burmese goals pull out, they're going to have some really dominant side lanes, and they're just making sure that they have some wave clear, have some great scaling, and just kind of force Burmese goals to kind of play RRQ's game, where it's keep it in lane, keep it sane, as long as we're going for those 1v1s and small skirmishes, most of the time RRQ should get ahead, unless the Burmese goals emphasize even more on their early game composition, because level 1 is looking real nice for Burmese ghouls.
If through the draft RRQ Hoshi is able to execute that and enforce that kind of gameplay, then yeah, Burmese Gold's gonna get shut down. We're not gonna see the same way Ace played in game number 1 so quickly, 15 minutes in, even if they were behind. But right now, they locked it in. Hold up, it's going to be a side lane Claude. There's no way that a Hayabusa can share the spotlight with a Claude this way, and for them to both get good amount of farm. And yeah, this is, I believe, the third Grok of the day. One of them successful, the other not so much, still 50-50. The Burmese goes looking to skew and change the numbers.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and interesting enough, you know, the whole time in this pick and bans, there is Sylvana available, but none of these teams actually went for it itself. So, yeah, like, this Grok now looking to display some of all these members and, of course, ram them right in with the power of nature if they could just catch them on those sort of choke points, which will definitely be great as a setup for Claude to move right in. Now, final pick, and it's going to be that Roger. I'm pretty sure you guys have an opinion about this.
It's great against the Diggy, the Grok. It can dive as much as possible.
And go forever.
And one of the things that RQ Hoshi is thinking about right now is to just stop the game by the time we hit the 12-minute, 14-minute mark, because it's not going to look good for their way if it is a Hayabusa and a Claude at the late game.
Yeah, I mean, their scaling looks so much better in a lot of these situations here, but I mean, RRQ, with the composition that they're bringing out, it's got a lot of ups, it's got a lot of plus points, especially when it comes to the early to mid-game phases. Like, around level 2 and 3, that's when you're going to see RRQ get a little bit more lane dominance and priority.
Yeah, and speaking of which, you know, like, we talk about that early game, a late game for the side of RRQ Hoshi. This is literally a ticking time bomb for Burmese goals to just close things out.
And looking at it, we have your 5 players on the screen, and right now we will head on to the Celestial Palace, and I am gonna throw you to our casters, Gideon, Contra, and Leo. Take it away.
And away we shall. Here we go. Game number 2, Burmese Ghouls versus RRQ Hoshi. Looking at lanes, it looks like this is indeed going to be a tank Khalid on Psycho, and he played that Benedetta yesterday, and it looks like this is a little more sane, a little bit more of a throwback, and they are heavily invading in the purple of BG.
Yeah, I mean, they want to abuse Khalid's level 1 here. He goes all the way around. He's got the Concussive Blast as well, so keep note of that. But Ace, he already predicts something that is going to be happening around here, which means that Psycho needs some help. No, unfortunately, no Matilda on his side, but no, now Vin, he goes in, takes a little bit of damage, but he can only target one person at a time. Vin getting the stun onto D, but it's not going to be enough. R7 as well, trying to pick him up, and D on the rod, Battle Mirror Image over the wall.
They almost caught Psycho out there, but of course, they tried to invest in that Ruby attempt as well, but he's being caught in between. Now having to force a couple of flickers in the early phase itself. They're going to be pulling right back, but still nothing has happened all too much as of yet. Great response though coming from Burmese Ghost with the defense.
Yep, they saved themselves from the first blood. Could have been close. Literally one more hit from Vin here could have been just the down onto D, but let's do note, D is playing from the side lane. It's actually Ace who is the jungler for the Burmese Ghouls, and as similar as it looks from game number 1, especially after they lock in the first phase Diggy, it's actually a very different draft now.
Oh,
Ace gets checked in on by Lemon. Oh no, there's a pullback.
Oh boy, a 4-man investment just to take down Lemon. And he still managed to walk away alive. So members inside of RQ are going to be happy that, okay, we know that all the other members of Burmese Ghouls are already down here. They could definitely start the turtle, but Ruby DD is trying to find a way to pull it away, force the flicker, and here comes the rest of the members of BG. They're already taking a chunk of health away from Psycho.
It's tough. I mean, he does have the quick sand guard to regenerate his health back up to full, but again, it's all about those level 4s, and right now, more level 4s on the side of Burmese Ghouls in comparison to RRQ Hoshi, and I mean, at least R7 for one does have the Zaman Force ready to go off, but Ruby DD just making sure he's being relevant in this game. R7 now going to be dropping the Zaman Force to try to go for the solo kill. Does he get it?
Oh!
Close, good use of the gift. Oh, just the tip. He's scared of just the tip. Oh, nice swing.
Wow.
And there's going to be the first blood. Outplayed by R7. That's going to be Psycho checking in. You good? You good? Aight.
Not good anymore. Like, that sidestep just on time before he gets rammed to the wall. So, well, RQ, Hoshi drawing first blood, but maybe here's the next one here that won't fall as the big bad wolves arrive.
They're going to be continue pushing on this with this lead here, and RQ Hoshi, they got a 2k gold lead for now, and I mean, let's see how far this is going to get them, because the Burmese Ghouls, they can easily turn this around. And this is the first time we're seeing, actually, on the first turtle fight, that a team was able to start a snowball on their side, or at least get a lead against the Burmese Ghouls.
And we talked about how important the early game is for the side of BG, and they're already dropping the ball right now. And, of course, a couple of boots have already been purchased out. R7 going back at it, but Ruby DD already spinning his ult. Zaman forced to chase right in, and Psycho tries to pin him down, but he knows, okay, he's expecting a lot of attention, and he'll draw a little bit more from RQ.
Yep. Kill me once, shame on me. Kill me twice, shame on me. Wait, is that how that goes? Anyway, here we go. Yogi Shadow kill helps out, maybe knocks out Vin, maybe gonna be revenge killed here by Alberto. It's a 1-for-1, but I think that's something that BG can afford anyways. But the push continues. Here comes Kid with the dash in for free by Ace.
Right now, Matilda's been, I mean, Kid has been doing a really good job, especially towards the mid lane of, you know, getting that information and zoning up and allowing maybe to get really aggressive here, because again, this harassment is really abusive. Like, they're just gonna keep on smacking him, circling Eagle as well onto Psycho.
How many things do they want to throw at the Khalid, and he still walks away unscathed? Now, is going to be having Albert to be able to cover grounds over on towards the mid lane. Demon Hunter Sword for D, and the dive sets up. He walks away with so little left.
Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Lemon even bothering to flicker to try and close the distance against D, who did use his Purifier. So regardless, if D gets caught out in the next upcoming fight, he's not going to be able to get out that hard CC that RRQ have dedicated themselves. I mean, they've got the Raging Sandstorm, they've got the Abyssal arrows as well. There's just so many things to worry for.
Oh no, Vin gets smashed here by the Guardians. Barrier 1 for Ruby DD here, which by the way is not your traditional Grok. Look, he is on high and dry.
High and dry. Well, it's a little bit of throwback because back then aggressive Groks is definitely a thing, but well, I don't know at this point facing against R7.
Is this the Burmese meta invading M2 right now? This is amazing.
I suppose, but let's see if it works out. It needs to garner some results. If not, it's just going to be standing there in the water. And RRQ, they want to contest this next. They want to contest this turtle, but can they even get it here? Especially with Burmese Ghouls, they're trenched in hard. But yes, they do. They managed to get a steal.
1-for-1 turtles now.
Yeah, and not only that, they managed to exchange it with the turret being taken by the side of RQ. So a little bit of different sort of objective are on their their eyes right at the moment. But they blazing duet on towards Lemon. But how long can he last? He will be able to survive, but the rest of RRQ nowhere to be found to be providing assistance, knowing that he does not need any of that. But having more members being sent right through, they are trying to stop the push. Whoa, Sandstorm right at towards that corner, and time journey has already been popped. Here comes Kid though, knowing that, okay, we've already called off many of these big ticket elements.
Ridiculous regeneration. I counted, what, 2 or 3 ults dropped by the Burmese ghouls, and RQ Hoshi was like, okay, let's go. Let's do it again. Quick sand guard and the lifesteal on Lemon, but we almost missed it. Maybe goes down. What a quick blast by RRQ just to take down the Diggy. I mean, yeah, they can afford it, but it's never good to just lose a hero like that. Circling Eagle right now. Psycho is the target. A few slashes laid down onto Albert, and Psycho, in comes Lemon from behind, but that's gonna be a double for free. Ace gets one. The trade onto Kid, and that's gonna be Lemon. Reverse time, even in this small pit. That's going to be the flicker out by Lemon. They survive 1 for 2 so far.
They go way too deep, and well, I guess that answers your question with the high and dry, right? Like, wow, that Grok is definitely being placed in that perfect scenario, and they will be able to just reap the rewards by just taking down all these members of RQ who was hoping to get more catches after maybe goes down. But speaking of maybe right here, he's popping the time journey already, so free pick coming from R7, popping out that Zaman Force, and now looking for Ruby DD as well. But, you know, Grok can last for quite a while as he is buying a little bit more time. Top side, though, 1v1.
No, they managed just to pull away, and you know the power nature, especially with the nature shield, it's great ability. He walks away.
It was a 2v1.
A 2v1, and unfortunately, that's going to be Albert paying the price, maybe taking a lot of damage here on towards that mid side. But even Vin, he doesn't want to play part of it. Raging Sandstorm coming in from Psycho, but he has no way to get out. Pistol Arrow doesn't land, and that should be it for him. Quick Sand Guard.
Just look at the Sand Guard, and it tags the entirety of the OG Shadow kill, but he will still go down nonetheless. 6-7. Burmese goal looking to secure the mid side of the tower, but Vin has just arrived, and Shadow stepping away, and oh my goodness, Pistol Arrow goes all the way through, but not hitting anyone in as of yet.
This is a very slow matchup from either side. I mean, both still maintaining the gold lead, and Burmese Ghouls catching up and evening out that score, both the 1-1. Finally, they get that top tier 1. Burmese Ghouls pull ahead slightly, ever so slightly with gold.
Check out the items here on the Burmese Ghouls. D already has 2 core items. That is the Golden Staff and the Demon Hunter Sword. Let's check out Ace here. That's going to be a Blade of Despair right now, just now, and the Raptor Machete. That's going to be Psycho spending here the Rampaging Sandstorm.
Albert's in a little bit of trouble here. Zaman Force already being popped up, and R7, he's trying to find a little bit of leeway, but in the middle of it all, you can see Psycho tanking every single thing that he can just to buy some time for RRQ. But just look at RRQ. All the OG Shadow kills going to be popped up, but the rest of RRQ, they're shoved all the way back to base with a tick of health. How did they even make it out?
Okay, styling and profiling on us. The King of Kings show us. All right, everybody's been running away with 1 health. How about all 4 of us do it at the same time?
Oh my goodness. I mean, whatever, they make it away with 1 health. It's I mean, the Burmese Ghouls gotta be really frustrated, and all they get is just a tier 1 from it. So that's all the tier 1 turrets taken out. Lord is on the table. This game is absolutely ridiculous. 9 minutes into the game, only 26 to 24k. Usually by now we usually see a lead, but both teams going strong and extremely even.
Yeah, and each of them actually take that damage distribution from the that taunt, as Sandstorm has already used up time journey perfectly. Big use as well.
And a flicker.
That's very costly.
Oh boy, Vin. Oh boy. He might have misclicked that one. And he this could be huge. They don't have the time journey anymore.
All right, here we go. They're coming in. That's a false engage by Ace. I almost thought he was going to pop the shadow kill.
Yeah, I thought that he will actually go in for the full commitment, but Ruby DD also occupying Albert. They know, okay, we can't exactly fully take this fight, and Burmese goes. They're waiting for another chance right here, but the rest of RQ Hoshi, they try to land maybe a couple of taps of the autos to be able to take down the turret, but you know, they've already got enough of that clear speed coming from D.
Wind of Nature picked up by D now, so he's basically safe from Lemon, even the basics from Psycho. And hold up, real quick, Ruby DD, wild charge out of here, and he just leaves Albert in the dust.
Yeah, and you can see if he stayed any longer or didn't use the flicker, he would definitely gone down. And that Grog didn't look like he's any potent at all. Great catch with the missile arrow landing, but it's gonna be time journey being popped immediately from Baby. And the next one to be caught out is D. He's forcing the flicker away. 50% health left, and now Kiyoshi attempts to draw the Lord out of the pit. Kid has to respond right now. They're trying to catch Psycho as well, but Lemon definitely going in for a little bit of protection. Over the back, it's going to be a flank coming from the Hayabusa. This might just be it. They're looking for Psycho, and he's going to be putting the quad shadows out there just in case. Great push and pull, but oh boy, we're not getting results here. But Lemon now going in towards the mid side. D already popping the blazing duet, trying to stretch the health out. But here comes Ace. Ace will go in for Lemon alongside Ruby DD. They get one kill in the process for an exchange against Burmese Gold's Kid.
Oh boy, this is some really good macro coming in for Burmese Schools. You could literally see Ace, he's running up topside. There was this fat wave about to crash into that tier 2. And when they see this fight occurring, I would have preferred if D decided to actually, stick around, use the Blazing Duet to his advantage, but he didn't have the ult. So, no choice, he runs up topside and lets Hayabusa stick around.
And so far, it went well for them, right? Trading Kid out for Lemon, winning this whole tug of war, because really, Arkiyoshi could have finished the Lord there, but it took some time for them to say reset, 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 and I think Arkiyoshi at some point got frustrated.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, Burmese School is playing a super disciplined game. They will only take fights when Maybe is on their side, or at the very least, the rest of RRQ Hoshi, especially for R7, drops down that ult.
Yeah, and previously, they also managed to get a real good catch on towards Maybe, and that missile arrow did land perfectly. So they say, okay, it's call time, and maybe we could pull even the Lord, but after that, BG understanding that they need to apply a little bit of pressure, and they've managed to get that catch eventually towards Lemon. Although it's a Lapu-Lapu, but it's still big. Now, forcing the flicker from inside of Psycho. They're trying to chase in. Couple of all these. Oh my goodness. How many bombs are inside of that bush?
They've stacked up quite a number in there, but at this point, I think RRQ, they're just looking for a macro opportunity to get inside of the Burmese Ghouls. They want to play on the inside, but now Psycho getting caught out. He is gone, and this is going to be the green light for the Burmese Ghouls.
Circling the Eagle straight on towards Lemon. He might just be the next one on the chopping block right now with Albert focusing on towards Kid. Same goes towards R7, while Lemon is still
Journey! Oh! Journey! It worked out. That's going to be Lemon down. R7 as well. And that's still going to be one more. 4 down. Vin is the only survivor, and he's running back into his base. This could be the finish.
Yeah, look at the timers right now. They don't really have much. Maybe Psycho can come out in 10 seconds, but they can't take as much as they please. And with that, that's a free Lord for Burmese Goals.
Yep, they're going straight for that Luminous Lord. This should be no issue, no contestation, and even Psycho is going to be bringing out that blade armor as well. Oh boy.
I love how Vin just throws out a rogue Abyssal Arrow. Just maybe.
Just a Hail Mary.
Maybe.
This takes it, we'll win.
I'd better try than not. All right, I accept. First Lord going over to Burmese Ghouls.
He didn't even try to stay to look. Oh, did I get it? He just walks away. I'll just throw this javelin. Maybe I might score the longest throw from the Olympics.
Maybe.
Oh boy, it's just one of those situations where cool guys don't look at explosions. If he gets it, he's going to have the best clip of his life.
If he didn't, then let's see what happens. Right now, fight about to break out.
Yeah, Lemon tries to hold on the front line of the defense for Arkiyoshi, and there you go. Engagement coming in. Time Journey's been popped up, but they're chasing right towards the back, though. All these waves coming from the side, and it will be Burmese Ghosts looking to secure one tower up top. They immediately disengage, and they know they've gotten enough. It only takes a little bit of a touch over on towards middle as well as on the bottom to just open all the inhibs.
They need to get on out of there. At least they're abusing the mobility of Ace to kind of just steal away the economy and act like a complete bully, making sure that they don't have any way to kind of bring themselves back from this economic damage here. And Burmese Ghouls, as you can see, they're 6K ahead against RRQ. So RRQ, no matter how hard they engage, maybe it's just the problem.
Yep. Oh, he shadow kill, taking out Vin. You try to chase me? Ha! Come back here, circling eagle now, stunning Lemon. He misses the ult on the Lapu Lapu. That's gonna be D coming in. Time's journey, ladies and gentlemen. That's gonna be a raging sandstorm by Psycho down, stopping the fight there, and as well across the map, it's gonna be retreat for RRQ Hoshi.
Why did they just let Lemon just stand there? They could have easily taken him out.
Yeah, and like it's a very massive call coming from RQ as well, extending all the way outside, out of the turf, just to perhaps find a couple of all these picks, and maybe that might just be an opening for their side, but you know, still they managed to have Lemon still standing.
Oh boy, 2 minutes away until the Lord is back up, and that just means that RQ have 2 minutes to try and catch up to the Burmese Ghoul.
Yeah, let's take this time to appreciate what Ruby DD is up to. He has a Bloodlust Axe, and I do believe with 2 Legion Swords, you're gonna build Blade of Despair. What's going on with this Grok?
I mean, it's the classic Grok, you know, the kind that deals a lot of damage. I mean, look at him! No matter how hard Lemon hits him, and Ruby DD is, as long as there's a wave, I can heal back up to full and just clear the wave, do it again, rinse, repeat.
Oh, interesting now. Oh, wild charge knocks up Lapu Lapu, and no mercy. All the ults, man, just all the ults, and I think Lemon is gonna get away because here comes Albert.
Oh, Albert coming right in. I'm not too sure if this is definitely a smart call because they can't really get a catch on towards Ace. 7-4's been popped up, and Ruby DD, as much as he's a tank, he's a rock, and he's still trying to survive, and he bought so much time for his side of Burmese Gold, and he managed to take down Albert. What a great call, and Burmese Gold, they are taking whatever they want, because guess what? Game number 2 is going over to the Myanmar side, and we are looking at match point real soon. But Psycho, he's trying to defend for his life, trying to exchange, but look at that live regeneration. But this is it. One more game for Burmese Goals, and they will punch the ticket to the grand final.
2 in a row! Burmese Ghouls! If this was a best of 3, they just got, I mean, if this was a best of 3, RQ just got knocked to the lower brackets, but this is a best of 5s. This is the semifinals that we're waiting for to see who books that slot into the finals, the grand finals itself, and Burmese Ghouls looking mighty fine.
I'm back, guys. But for that,
welcome.
I am speechless.
Welcome, Butters.
Burmese Ghouls, they had this certain thing in mind that the Diggy is really the gem that they found, the hidden gem that nobody looked at. But for them, this is going to be one of their lethal weapons for the M2 World Championship.
It's not a reactive Diggy. The way that they're using it, I'm pretty sure we'll hear from the analysts. But right quick, let me just say, the writing is on the wall, literally. M2, Myanmar 2-0 right now against RRQ Hoshi. Predictions are just thrown out the window at this point.
Yeah, like who would have expected them to make it this far, and especially doing so well against RRQ?
Yeah.
I tell you who, everyone back in Burma or Myanmar, because tell you what, all your predictions of Burmese Goals getting the games, it's been working very well. And, well, Butters, I guess that's all I'm going to say for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, all our predictions go out of the window now, but you guys in Myanmar, you guys probably have your predictions intact. But before we head on to game number 3, let's throw it back to our analyst.
Man, oh, this is crazy. You know what? I think during the panel, there was somebody who asked us if there should be like a bag of tricks or, you know, some sort of surprise that Burmese Schools will bring out. I thought that we were done after 2 days, after 2 series watching them, but my oh my, that last game, the Grok, the side lanes. But I think the biggest surprise here is how the clashes or the skirmishes happened. It was executed by Burmese Ghouls. My name is Wolf. I'm with Lavelle. We're going to be talking about game number 2 between Burmese Ghouls and RRQ Hoshi. Real quick, Lavelle, what do you think went in the game?
All right, so if we're going to talk about real quick, I'm just going to say I have actually a lot of things to say, so we'll be talking about it more later in the Discord session. But if we're going to keep it quick, it's damage. The amount of damage coming out.
Damage.
Yeah.
Damage. Did I pronounce it correctly?
Yeah, it's actually damage.
Yeah. Of course.
Thank you. But yeah, the thing is, the damage coming out from Burmese Ghoul is just, it outweighs every single thing that comes out from RRQ Hoshi. And the thing is, plenty of times, like if we could look at the highlights, which we're not, if we could look at the highlights, how many initiation from RQ Hoshi that was cancelled just with the Digi ult, and that is key.
Yeah, I think that the way you say Demaji was because of how fancy it was from Burmese schools.
Yes, that
how
was
fancy,
totally...
how fanciful they executed this, because they were baiting so much, they were poking Arkihoshi in the process. I think that during our break time in here, when we were studying the game, we were so amazed on how Ace on the Hayabusa was able to just make the space, ace the space, and of course Ruby DD on this drop with all of those big plays.
Yeah, Ruby double damage and D Magi.
Yeah. Maybe this is gonna be good for Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, no, Burmese Ghouls, the thing that they brought into the game is they're like, we don't need the defense, we just need the damage. I think they've been bringing this all throughout from the group stages until here. It's just that until now, we're just like, when Grok is used as an off laner, as an experienced laner, that is the key. And I think many people are curious about the itemization. So Grok, first item, Bloodless Axe, to make sure that he can sustain. Now the thing is, Grok has been buffed in terms that when he is close to the wall, his HP regeneration has been increased, making sure that if he runs low, he just goes close to the wall and he can just passively regen, and then the Bloodless Axe.
You know what, Burmese Ghouls, with all of their lineups, with how they drafted, I thought it was going to be Matilda in the side lanes and then the Grok as the tank support, but in the end, it wasn't. Now, Ace on this 4-0-8, Ace the space creator with this Hayabusa. I think that the way he played this was similar to how Formaze kind of did it, but in, I would say, in
a
cleaner manner. That's right. That's right, because what they did with this Hayabusa was very smart, and I like the fact that they picked this up. Look at that beautiful casual Deadly Blade in there, just to make sure that even him as the jungler, which is supposed to be the main player, right, the ace player, he still is providing utility. And now here's the thing, D also played the Claude in this particular series already, and it's like Ace just played it as well. They were so hot swappable in this particular lineup of Burmese Ghouls, and I'm so amazed. Maybe the last question is, what do you think about that Diggy, the first phase pick Diggy? What was the idea behind this, and why do they keep on picking it up?
I feel like because they know that James is on RQ, he's very clever about the meta as well. He's like, all right, if we give the Diggy again, it's going to be a problem, but we don't want to ban it first just because RQ felt that they will push it to the later stages of the game. But probably it's like a counter, it's like a reverse card. It's like, I know what you're going to do, so I am going to take the Diggy early and make you like, all right, they took the Diggy, now what? Because Lapu tried to engage so many times, and we see that Lemon can have that 1v5 potential, but if there's no crowd control coming out from him, there's no stuns, like, he can't do much.
In fact, there are really no hard CC coming out from Arkyoshi. Only what they only got is the Raging Sandstorm. Apart from that, there's nothing else. Lapu does have a stun, but it wasn't enough, and of course, the counter from Burmese Ghouls, the Diggy strategy, and that wild charging Grok. It's gonna be exciting to see, but I know that you want more from us. We still will talk about this particular game after this break. Hold on to your seats. We will be back after this.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert.
Welcome back to your M2 World Championship 2020. We are in the middle of your semi-final between the Burmese Ghouls and RRQ Hoshi. If you just joined us, as it stands, it's 2-0. Now, before we delve deeper into what's going on, let us just say a very quick thank you to all our partners and supporters for making M2 possible. Of course, not forgetting it's powered by Moonton, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board, hashtag Passion Made Possible. We got Skoga as well as IMDA and all our various partners. We're talking Secret Lab, Toomey, SUTL, Singtel, MediaCorp, Cathay Cinemas, as well as official gaming gear Razer, who are giving you an exclusive giveaway if you want to win for yourself a very nice Razer Black Shark V2. We're pretty sure the comments section, it's flooded already. I don't want to be the person in charge picking the winner, but please leave a comment and tell us why you deserve to win the Razer Black Shark V2. Now that's it, of course, my co-host Lysander and our panelists Lafell and Wolf. This is kind of like halftime in football, because the teams are kind of rebranding their strategy right now. What do you think is going on in the camp of RRQ Hoshi, who are 2-0 down?
Well, I think that they are really shocked. They are really shocked of what is happening, because I think that they did not see this coming. The drafts that they have pulled out. And I think that Lysander talked about how we can pull up those cheesy strategies. And the way that Burmese Ghouls executed this, it kind of doesn't look like cheese. It looks like very standard because of how flawless they were when it comes to executing.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do the job that we were supposed to do anyways, you know, being as analysts, and also honestly, like right now, I'm being totally serious. So in Mobile Legends, they're the thing called meta, right? And meta is basically most effective tactic available. Now the thing is, Wolf has brought it up before that usually in this kind of situations, people call it a tournament meta, where like for that specific tournament, like right now it's M2, it's like, okay, in M2, this is strong, this is strong, this is strong. Now, if we look at a broader spectrum, right, if we're looking from a sky-high view, before this, there was like a very tanky kind of meta, correct? Where it's like using the funding strategy where only one person does damage and then everyone else just peels. And right now, we can definitely see certain teams, just like Todak before as well, has used that kind of strategy. But now Burmese Ghoul, they really turn it all the way around, where only one person or one hero does the protecting, and all other four, even though the hero is a tank, they turn it into a damage dealer where they just maximize the amount of damage. Only one person is in charge of making sure no one dies.
Yeah, and you were telling me that you've been telling anyone that will listen that Moonton has been trying to encourage those tanks to go into that off lane, build a bit more damage so that they can chunk people down. And you saw Grok. He was having a good time that game, rolling around, not dying because he's a tank, but also doing a lot of damage, taking 2 people down with him. And I think that alone, if it takes 2 people to take you down, mathematically, you guys are winning.
Yeah, and this is like a personal, I would say, advice to anyone outside who plans to be a coach, plans to be an analyst, whether being an analyst in terms of on stream or being for a team. You have to learn how to read the patch notes and how to read, I would say, the trend that Moonton is putting out. Because before this, there was a trend that it was all assassins, right? But then, after revamping the fighter emblem and then buffing a few heroes in the fighter lane, you have to understand that this is what Moonton is trying to push, right? And then during that time, people didn't really listen. But some of those teams that do listen, they encourage the use of fighters, and then now it's becoming the meta. And the thing is, in terms of the patch notes, it's all like, it's subtle, but there's a lot of change.
No, it was pretty obvious. Join the fight. It was obvious from the very beginning, guys. It was super obvious. So coaches that missed out on this,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
But like it's very subtle in the way that they have been increasing the damage output, as well as most of the fighters, they have been nerfed in terms of clearing the wave. But those tanks, they do not have that kind of nerf. So usually tanks deal more damage in the early to mid stages of the game in terms of clearing the wave. And if you're building damage just like the Grok, then yeah, you're gonna deal a lot of damage as well.
I was just going to add, I want to quote Butters again. He was saying after the end of the second game, all the predictions just went out the window. But full credit to you, the audience who voted for Burmese Ghouls.
That's right.
You're currently in the lead, but hey, you know, no matter which team loses this particular series, they are not going home as of yet. They have one more chance to try to get into the grand finals happening tomorrow.
But you absolutely do not want to drop into that lower bracket. It's filled with Sharks, Alter Ego, as well as Brand Esports await you. Either one of those teams will be coming out of that Lion's Den tonight for that final best of 3. So after this match, it's still not over. Today's still not over. We still have one more BO3 to go. Alter Ego versus Brand Esports. And the winner of that will fight the loser of this BO5. And looking at how it is right now, Burmese Ghouls have them on the rocks. You know, they have that Diggy strategy. And a few of us were talking earlier, maybe a different strategy needs to come into play. You need to be able to nullify Diggy. You can't just go Bandit and give the respect. Maybe there's a Bandit solution, but 3 games in a row, you can't just ban 3 games in a row. You're giving too much opportunity to the drafter. Maybe some split push.
Wolf, anything on the film?
Yeah, I think that you will really have to think of something else, because so far back-to-back you get 2 games that are very dominant on the side of Burmese Ghouls, and it's not like you're even denting the confidence of Burmese Ghouls. Burmese Ghouls looks like they're not even sweating at this point, so you really have to bring out something if you're Arkeoshi if you still want to get into that finals.
Yep, so Lafel, Wolf, Lysander, thank you so much for all your insights and your analytical vibes as well. We're going to hand you back to the casters calling round 3 of the semi-final between Burmese Ghouls and RRQ Hoshi. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, hosts. Thank you, panelists. And thank you, that one bag that's in the middle of Wolf and Lafel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wonderful insight. We are back in the casters desk, and we are going to be your casters for this series. My name is Butters. I'm with Gideon, Leo, and Contra. How are you guys feeling about this? Burmese Ghouls 2-0 against RQ Hoshi. They're at match point.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job at it, but the question is, can they close this out? We've seen reverse sweeps before. It has happened multiple times, and after M1, RQ, I don't think they want to let that happen again.
You know what? I'm at the point where I'm just going to pack all my notes and just call it a day, because who'd have thunk that Burmese Ghouls would just sweep the King of Kings, right? Nothing we've studied in the past could show that they're likely to do this. I mean, it's possible, yes, but the fact that we're living in this reality where RRQ is sitting at 0 and Burmese Ghouls are threatening the drop on RRQ, our MPL Season 6 Indonesian champions, that's a scary world to live in, but I'm glad that we're here.
Yeah, and RQ right now has to treat this as a 3 sets of best of 1 to make it out, or, you know, play even more games on the lower brackets in such a way. But the Burmese Ghouls side, they're definitely feeling so confident, because there doesn't seem like there's much answers from the side of RQ Hoshi at the moment, and now we are having some stats coming in towards the lower thirds, and we are comparing both Ace as well as Albert.
Ace and Albert, very talented players, junglers for their team, but right now, as you can see, these are the same stats as the ones that were showed at the beginning of our series. Now, let me ask you something. I hate to do this to you guys, but I just have to address the elephant in the room. Does RRQ require the banning of Diggy to just proceed to a game number 4?
And 5.
And 5.
I don't think so. I don't think that it's going to be necessary. I do think that they have to kind of reiterate the way they think about the draft here, because again, they're trying to play around the Diggy, and I think in a lot of these senses, it's like, hey, we got a lot of CC, but as long as we, you know, bait out the ultimate, it's gonna be a-okay, boys. And then the Purifies come in, then you realize it's a lot harder to get off than it's supposed to be. So something to just think about when they're going into the draft.
I'd say yes. Sometimes we overcomplicate things, and the solution is right there in front of us. So I just say yes, James, take it out and then play as if you just move on. Like, just make the most of that pickup.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you right here, Leo, because if it's been a troublesome thing to deal with Game 1 and Game 2, might as well just remove it. But starting things off, they are taking out the Selena first before anything else, and following up to that, it's a use of Big Man away.
For a side of Burmese Ghouls, it's going to be the Mathilda. They don't really like this hero for some reason. It deals a lot of damage and it goes to the backlines quite easily.
Yeah, they'll use it every now and then, but yeah, I think they understand now how important the mid lane is and how important it is. I think Burmese Ghouls feels the frustration right now. I feel like it's do or die right here after this ban. RQ Hoshi, take the Diggy, or else we'll use it again.
Oh, I would like to agree, but I think especially with RRQ on the blue side, they can kind of determine and dictate, because Burmese Ghouls in the previous matchup, they locked in that Diggy super early, and RRQ said, hey, you know what, we don't really care, and they kept forcing. But in this sense, now that you've kind of respected the pick, you can start building around it, and I think that's something they have to take in mind. But instead, you know what, don't even bother, just get rid of it.
Get that bird out of the window, just throw it out. And right now, RQ Hoshi, they just go for that ban. Burmese Ghouls here, I think they're happy with this, because the thing is, the other team is looking at it as a threat.
Well, of course, speaking of threats here, there's a potential that we are going to be seeing a Brody if Burmese Ghouls don't ban it out.
Or Natalia.
Yeah, either side. So it's a very big call. Now, Burmese Ghoul looking to be stuck in a very interesting scenario. And there are times that, even Natalia was being left out in the open. They have been able to push it in towards phase 2 bans.
With that final Brody ban for the first phase of the banning, so to be RQ Hoshi. Without the Diggy, the Sylvana is looking good.
The question is whether Burmese Ghouls have the confidence to be whipping out that Natalia here, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do, but instead they go for the Benedetta as well as Yi Shin. Again, 2 high priority picks here in the tournament.
Now, we have seen Burmese Ghouls take advantage of this Yi Shin, and they're very good at it. Now, what does RQ Hoshi have to do to just maintain this certain 50-50 balance between them in terms of the early game, Leo?
I think for RQ Hoshi is try to get as much flex as you can, and given how creative RRQ has been throughout the group stage and even in the playoffs, this Cho is going to be key. The Cho here showing up could be a tank, could be a side laner, could be an assassin type Cho once more, but the Burmese Ghouls seem to want to revive the Lunox. We haven't seen the Lunox much, and in Season 6 of many an MPL, Lunox has been showing up, so right here, right now might be a good time to do so.
I just got word of this earlier when I talked to some of the teams. The Lunox right now has this certain mechanic that he can do double brilliance.
Double brilliance?
Meaning, he can deal twice as much damage as your normal brilliance.
Oh, we have seen a Lunox in the playoffs once.
Yes, we did.
Once. So here we go. Another go. Ooh, 100% win rate. Are we seeing that?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Ling, and Ling has been the next man coming in for the Burmese Ghouls, and now it's just about the scaling because RQ haven't really shown what they wanted to play, an assassin type or going to be the traditional marksman, especially against the Burmese Ghouls. Like, I don't think Natalia is going to be touched mainly because Yi Shin is going to be, every single time Mountain Shark comes out, Natalia is revealed, loses all that pressure and presence.
Now, the show on Psycho, this could be their tank. But the thing is, RQ, Bren used this yesterday, and this did not stand against Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, and of course you still have Lapu Lapu on their side as well, so it's definitely going to be a layer. I feel like it's potentially Lemon really going pretty tanky heading in towards late game, but the problem is you can't really get a grasp on Benedetta if you're going for the Lunox side. She can easily just burns away. So very tricky scenarios, but of course the biggest bounty is on the Yi Shin. Now that we're having only last bans for both RQ, Hoshi, as well as Burmese Ghouls, they have very certain objectives that they're going for this time.
Yeah, and one of them is just locking out the jungler. They get rid of the Lancelot and they get rid of the Rafaela. Because I think, yeah, they might be reading into this. RQ Hoshi could use these two last slots to fill in that hyper carry role once more. It could be a Rafaela and a Bruno.
Yeah, and they've done it before. They've shown it that they are capable of doing it yesterday, and Burmese Ghouls need to shut it down, and that's exactly what they're going to focus on. RRQ, on the other hand, now the question is, do they want to kind of give away this Natalia? I mean, Burmese Ghouls, they still don't necessarily have a support, and there's still plenty of space for Natalia to actually fit inside the composition.
There are a lot of red flags for the side of RQ Hoshi that they want to go for the hyper carry, especially that that fourth ban on Kaja. It really just says a lot about what they're planning, and now the Chang-O, you do not want to have that Lunox Chang-O combination for the side of Burmese Ghouls. That is a hard defense to break.
Yeah, I felt like if they really wanted to go for that Bruno Rafa, they could have possibly picked it earlier, like what they did on the other day when both picks were left in phase number 1. And obviously, Burmese Ghouls have already seen their game, studied well enough to, okay, if one day we're facing them, this is what we're gonna ban. And yeah, going to phase 2, this is the problem here.
Yeah, the reason why RRQ Hoshi, Coach James to be specific, was so confident and bold to do it phase 1 was it was relatively unknown. Like it wasn't as open. But right now, after winning day 1 with it, I think Burmese Ghouls would read well into it. I mean, they literally did. Like, they got rid of the 1/2 of that formula. So after this Khalid pickup by the Burmese Ghouls, RQ Hoshi have to finish up strong, and they're still lacking a jungler.
Yeah, to add on top of that, the other time that they have the Bruno Rafa lineup, they also had Khalid to just be the icing on the cake. So with that being still off, obviously it's going to be something that's extremely different.
Yeah. You can get the Bruno, but then, yeah, you're lacking one more thing. It's going to look very awkward. Yeah, RQ is not forcing anything here. They have to play to a strategy they were thinking of from phase 1. They can't just change on the fly.
Usually, RQ Hoshi just jumps the gun and just presses those picks. But right now, they are in deep thought, and they have picked their last 2 heroes. That's going to be the Claude and the Louis for their side. Burmese Ghouls, what are the things that they need for this lineup, for this draft to actually go or to turn out better? It's going to be the Hilda. Just want to be very aggressive.
Yeah, that's a tank.
This is tough because, I mean, even in Hilda in a lineup that RRQ Hoshi has as of right now can easily be punished here. Like, level 1, she's not really going to get too much, especially with the Cho on their side. And if Cho is going, it really depends on who is going in towards the side lane. Is it the Sylvana? Is it the Cho? And I'm pretty sure that it's going to be the Sylvana and the Cho is just going to be rotating across the map. Or it could be the other way around. Who knows? But Hilda might not get a lot of value.
Yeah. But the thing is, Gideon, right now, and in other tournaments as well, there's this Khalid and Hilda setup that goes into the jungle and they try to push out marksmen jungles like Claude. That could be the game plan here for the side of Burmese schools. RQ Hoshi, how do they stop this?
I mean, they've got the low Yi on their side.
Yeah.
And I think that's already one piece of the puzzle that they need to consider. And it really depends on which side of the map the turtle is going to spawn. And more importantly, which buff is going to be contested here. Because if they guess wrongly, it's like, oh no, they're not on their orange buff. I've wasted too much time. It can be a little too late. So let's see how this goes. And more importantly, the lane assignments.
And it's time to go into the Celestial Palace. And I am going to throw you to our casters, Gideon, Leo, and Contra. Take the floor.
You know, potentially this is going to be the final game between this best of 5 series, or unless RQ is going to change the tempo of the game. But speaking of which, we're already seeing Vin being pressured from the get-go and, well, has to get himself regenerated.
Yeah, just look at the way they opened it up. They sent RuBDD in just because they know he can get out no problem. Maybe he walks in safely, at least no problems there. Top side's going to get pressured, bottom side get a little bit of a push, but more importantly, they have mid-prio, so they know exactly which buff they're going to go on before actually looking to consider the invade.
Yep, and right now, as we expected, maybe alongside Kid even, forcing out the time for Albert to take that buff, although not as fast or not as slow as they wanted to, so we're still relatively at equilibrium. But yeah, this is going to be R7 on the side lane show. Their tank here is going to be Psycho. Now maybe comes in.
Yeah, maybe now a bit too much more than he could chew. The rest of Urby's Ghost is not going to be giving him any sort of helping hand, but he might be walking out. First blood for RRQ.
And what did I say? Not going to get as much value, even though he did take the Purify as well, which is really good. A really good shout too. Maybe understanding this, like, yes, there is quite a lot of CC there, so I got to be a little bit more careful. But again, once you get onto that blue side, there's only a few brushes that you can work with, and if you get hit by the Cosmic Lance, it's game over.
Indeed. Now, of course, a lot of pressure on towards the top side. Blazing to it already used up, but nothing too lethal for D to deal with. And Turtle's coming up next, knowing there's no Blazing to it. This is going to be some pretty good deals for the side of Burmese Ghosts if they really want to contest.
Given how crazy games 1 and 2 went, I'd like to just comment on the overall lineup and especially how they're behaving. This is relatively tame. Like, it's come down. Like, after all the diggy action from game 1 and 2, like, we've gone back to the basic 1-3-1. Like, this is interesting to see how these two teams are going to be pushing the envelope and seeing how far they can take it. Now, Mountain Shocker here by Ace, and they catch out Psycho.
Wrong place, wrong time. Psycho definitely had seen better days, for sure.
And you definitely hate to see it.
Like, things like this, you can't really commit such errors in such a point in time because we're talking about this game of depth. He might just drop towards the lower bracket, but for Kit, though, he's having a lot of chunk of helping to get out. And then caught out, flickers away, but the dive is already being set. RuBDD tries to go in for the X. He's a little bit too deep in towards the turret range as he soaked a couple of all these sort of taps, but you can definitely see Psycho still going at it over on towards R7. He's still staying in lane.
Yeah, and Lapu Lapu Lemon is on the bottom side. He's going to get a good amount of gold there. Benedetta finally catches up, but she is low. Lemon, he pops the ult. He wants to go for the kill so bad. Flickers right on top of him. Doesn't even give him the chance, but Kid looking for the return kill.
I don't think that Kid could possibly do much here after everything expended, including the flicker, has already gotten him a little bit of safety ground, but RQ already pulling the turtle out. But look at D, though. He's coming from the backline. Death Storm and towards RQ as they put in a challenge, but look who's arrived. Blazing to win, and the rest of every skulls, they got caught up with the weight of the dragon as well. Maybe goes down. Double kill going for for the side of PG.
A late response here by Ruby DD, popping the Electo final blow, not even landing most of those slashes from behind. Gotta note, I think Ruby DD, this is a good call to actually rotate and leave bottom lane, because Lemon's doing something right there, because I think Ruby DD should have the advantage. He has the high-end dry, he has the whole kit of Benedetta, and against Alapu Lapu, you should be winning more fights than you're losing, so I don't understand. So now I get why he went up here. This might be greener pastures.
Yeah, speaking of which here, R7 obviously will have to just give a little bit of the sort of go away, and Flicker being popped up. Oh, close one.
Not in range of the darkness, but down on, the greener pastures here, D is taking quite a beating, and the Sandstorm Guardian, Quicksand Guard is not going to be enough to take it out, and RRQ going to profit off of this, while BG up on top of the top side is going to be trading 1-for-1.
It's a mirror.
Turn.
It's a mirror. A little faster on RRQ though. Oh, sorry, I'm a little faster on Burmese Ghouls, but the gold lead is still very significant, about 1,500 here for RRQ in about 5 minutes time.
Yeah, and we've already got 4 kills on Albert. Unless if they can shut him down right now, then maybe it might just be a little bit of even terms, but we definitely see that they need to actually get Ace back up ahead. And speaking of Ace here, he gets caught by Psycho, and he gets bursted down by Sylvana with great Imperial Justice.
Wow, that was really smart. Vin sets it up and, oh wait, hold on, it's not over. Maybe he might be in a little bit of trouble and makes sure that he shows his recall. Can't catch me, but yeah, smart stuff.
Oh no, Ruby DD gets caught out after the Electo final blow. Still catches quite a few bullets from Albert here, and underneath the turret, that's Burmese Ghouls losing this fight even on their home turf. Kid couldn't take down Lemon. That's 2 for none.
Yeah, and slowly but surely, RQ Hoshi is getting all these sort of leads, and speaking of which, Ace now in trouble once again. Psycho takes all the damage. Wow, look at Vin. He's slowly becoming that mage monster, and D can only hold on for so long.
This is interesting positions to be in here, for sure. For sure. But RQ Hoshi finally getting Burmese Ghouls to play their own game, but now the Brilliance comes out.
Oh, Albert here returning with the Blazing Duet, and he times it so perfectly. They underestimated what the rest of RQ Hoshi could have done, and he pays the price by popping the Brilliance for an offensive round.
Yeah, maybe here wants a little bit more. He is going to be a little too aggressive, a little too haughty for my taste here. 6 minutes, 30 seconds in, there's a turtle up. I think Ace is just, I don't know, poking the lion. Might get bitten here. Real quick, I think an item check would be in the right timing, because after that turtle take, we're sitting at a close to 4K deficit behind for Burmese Ghouls. Albert already has the Demon Hunter sword. He already has his machete, and I'm pretty sure that's next going to be a golden staff.
This is pretty huge, but now Ruby DD caught in the Imperial Justice is a full-on fight.
Yeah, this is not looking all too good. They get one free pick, but R7 is just going to be walking on top of maybe and says, oh, there's not going to be any threat. I'm just going to take this free turret. Okay, great work. And there's nothing that Burmese Ghouls can actually gain out of, but they're already setting up shop here. Lemon goes in to dive on towards maybe once again. As you can see, Kid does all that he can just to take Lemon, but it's been costing a lot. Mouthing Shocker now spots out the rest of RRQ, but over on the mid side, D goes down.
They want to get some more Brilliance. Comes out perfectly. Great dodge, but that's not going to be it when the Blazing Duet comes through. Rotations to try to slow it down, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be a full-on chase coming in for the Burmese Ghouls.
They can't finish. Oh, finally one for Ruby DD. And from the back, a little too deep. Nice knockup by R7. That's going to be Ace trying to run away. That Yusen Shin survives. And up front, it's Ruby DD dancing. Albert finally ends it. 3 for 2 is the final tally.
Somebody's got to stop Albert, and as much as they try to do that, Ruby DD has expended everything he can. Electo, you name it. Like, they can't get the grasp on towards this really slippery clod. And, for Lemon as well as R7, they say, okay, it's worth it to just buy a little bit more of the attention heading in towards the tier 2 over the mid side. And well, call for that sort of the exchange. Now 15 seconds towards the next objective here. Can Burmese Ghouls contest?
Well, to be fair, there is no lock on Burmese Ghouls, right? It's only maybe. Maybe has to hit him with the 2 over and over again. and then that's it. It's a huge ult that you catch, but hold up, Way of the Dragon.
Way of the Dragon has been expanded here, mounting Shocker as well as they force a way to go on a retreat. But Lemon wants this fight. He's going right in, tries to look for Kid, but you can see Psycho jumps right in, tries to get him with the Imperial Justice, locks him down as R7 gets the kill. The next one will be D as he tries to run for his life, but now all he can do is just to hold on to the rest of the members of RRQ, and the rest of Burmese Ghosts get a little bit of breathing space to retreat.
They have to breathe now. They finally get to breathe, but Albert, he is just absolutely gigantic here. He's got 7 kills under his belt, level 13 in comparison to Kid, who's only level 8, and not to mention that Ace only level 12 here. Like, Ace really needs to make a play, but Psycho, he's going to find the first catch, but I don't think they're able to capitalize on it just yet, and this is what they've been doing between Psycho and Vin. Vin has been sending Psycho into these really awkward positions, and if the Burmese get caught out, that's when Psycho jumps on and the rest of RRQ pounces.
Yep, that's the fanciest face check I've ever seen. You had to use the diversion just to see, is anyone there? You could have walked it, but here's another one, obviously. I think the fact that Vin and Psycho have been pulling this off means Mountain Shocker's not enough. There needs to be more vision. There needs to be a little bit more information outside the Burmese Ghouls to get back here and to give Ace more space. But right now, it's looking like Arkihoshi owning the map. They are ahead about 7,000 gold. For the first time in this best of 5, Arkihoshi is obviously in the lead now. Way of the Dragon on to D.
Yeah, and it seems like they do miss the Sandstorm right there, but Ruby DD is going to be caught out by the Blazing Duet. Going to help the Benedetta as he goes legendary, but maybe now, just fall back for the moment. And like you said, they can always go in for the backdoor divergence out there, and maybe has pulled in the attention way too much. Psycho catches him off.
Yeah, it looks like RRQ have adapted well. They're forcing the Burmese Ghouls to play their game, a very traditional, very classic style here. They have to kind of get some pressure on towards the side lanes, but again, the macro coming up from RRQ in the lead. They have huge with the Blazing Duet as they take out one and now go for the second.
Wow, great dance down to land on top of members of Hoshi, and Lecto has been popped up on top of Lemon as he flickers away, but he does not escape from the grasp of the Benedetta. Ruby DD, as when she gets one, the mid lane now exposed, but at least Burmese Ghosts, they finally catch a couple of members of RQ.
Good news and bad news. Good is they shut down Albert. Bad news is they lost all of their out of the base turrets. They only have inhibitors left, so the rest of the map is open. It's going to be hard to go for Lord contest. It's going to be hard to go for wave clear. It's going to be hard to even get your own buffs. So slowly but surely, I think the Burmese Ghouls here are going to want to make sure that they take what they can while Albert is out. But hold up, that's a cancel diversion. In goes Psycho.
Oh, Psycho tries to actually goes in for the Lord Steal attempt, but here comes Vin as well. He's catching on towards Kid, but it's not enough. Brilliant's being popped. He's going to be safe. Burmese Ghosts, they do get the Lord. Big news for the Myanmar side as they do have to play the Spur, and they are preparing for a comeback.
Vin. I mean, Vin was trying to do his very best to try to chunk out the main damage dealer, going to be Kid and Ace on their side of the map. But I think overall, very desperate attempt. He probably should have played a little bit towards the back line, waited for R7, and maybe could have potentially baited Burmese Ghouls into a fight that they weren't expecting to get that pick. However, now that that is done, Lord is going to be knocking on their door, and let's see how Burmese Ghouls maximize their goal, because this was their comeback mechanic.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of game number 1 where, you know, once they get that Lord, they will be able to just get a lot more of that macro pressure going on. And speaking of macro pressure, you look at Ruby all the way up towards the mid side. He uses the Lecto, not really the direction that he could possibly get any sort of a way to escape, but the Lord already knocking on towards the top side here, and it seems like they will be able to save it.
Also, check out R7. He's just working, man. He's just working, pushing up this wave, and in comes D. If anyone can afford to, like, check into things, it should be maybe it should be D. But hold up, Kid gets destroyed.
Oh, that's a big one coming in. He just shouldn't build his way in. And, well, of course, he did use his Way of the Dragon, but here comes Psycho locking in D with the Imperial Justice as D will be able to walk out alive. But the rest of the members of BG, they're focusing their attention on a split 2-2, as the other members just trying to see whether or not will they just dive right in.
I think Ruby DD should take care of himself more. Again, that whole defense that turned into the Albert shutdown and eventually into the Lord was only because Ruby DD performed. Ruby DD did so well, and I think if they can protect him a little more and again tell him not to go too deep, maybe 1 or 2 more team fights that go that way, then yeah, Burmese Ghouls can reclaim the map. But right now, if there's another pickoff on Ruby DD, RRQ is looking at a quick finish after that.
Yeah, and I think I would totally agree with you there, Leo, because again, RRQ, they've got the better front-to-front combat system against Burmese Ghouls. Burmese Ghouls need to get in towards that backside. They need to take out Albert. Albert is gigantic, and he's going to be so hard to catch. He's 8-1 unless he makes a mistake with his Blazing Duet, which he doesn't necessarily even need most of the fights.
Yeah, you can already see RQ Hoshi is on an automation mode itself. Like, they're so comfortable with this recent meta, and R7 could definitely buy as much time as he wants from all these sort of side lanes, do exactly what RQ Hoshi does best, you know, just pressure from both left and the right wing, and now Vin also gets his big purchases.
You know what? I'd like to add to what you just said. Comfortable in this current meta. I'd like to think they're pushing the meta. Save for that whole Diggy thing, like that's a Burmese thing, but for our Q here, James, they've also shown us quite a bit of what they're capable of when they're trying to get creative, but right now, this is just bread and butter. Gotta point out as well, the unsung hero here, Vin. A lot of these engages, a lot of these team fights, a lot of these free pickoffs wouldn't happen without Vin.
That's right, and of course, very fair point right there. And I definitely think that Vin has been able to actually go in to just set up a great sort of engagement opportunity for the side of RRQ alongside with Psycho, and you could evidently see like easily he's managed to just participate in 16 of these fights.
Ooh. I think they need to just slow it down. I mean, like, RRQ Hoshi is just literally waiting for the Lord to come up, have their win conditions at hand, and this is their last push. If Burmese Ghouls is able to defend it, then the gold is not going to matter, and this game is going to drag on until Kingdom Come, until somebody makes that mistake. And right now, R7, he's actually quite a force to be reckoned with, especially when he has Hydra in a 1v1 lane against Ruby DD, who has a slight advantage only because of the battle spell.
Well, speaking of which, this is where the Waiter Dragon will connect towards Ruby DD, and in this 1v1, you can obviously see who exactly is winning the trades, as he will call for this to be breaking off. And with the Lord already being out there, RQ Hoshi is having Albert just pulling the Lord out while the rest of Burberry's Ghosts, they're arriving towards the scene, and they does get a catch right here. But Lemon, he's really getting all the attention that they need for Albert to come right in for the Blazing Duet. The rest of the members of Burberry's Ghosts, they're shredded down as they melt like butter. But Ace, they do get out of this one with a slither health, and D, he cannot really hold off for this defense.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Like, Ruby DD is such a big part of this fight, and the fact that R7 just isolated him and now might take him out, it's such a big deal. Nice use of Sword Intent to run away. Another free dash here for our Benedetta. Ruby DD, oh, he goes on for miles. This is a marathon for his life, and R7, he's not going to give up. He knows you're still there. Nice use of Electro Final Blow, going to be clearing the wave. Lord taken out off camera. Quick solo there by Albert, and this could go forever, and there's the knockout.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Ruby DD did his job, and that is, oh, we're losing the fight, clear the waves. You have no way to really pressure us until the Lord is up. And now that, the Lord is down, that might, change things just a little bit, but it buys enough time for the Burmese Ghouls to prepare for it. Okay, we're back off of our cooldowns, we're back alive in our base, and we can actually defend this properly.
If I really could just honor an MVP right now, like you said, it's R7, because he really pulled the entirety of the attention of Ruby DD up to the point that, yeah, you might just go in for the split push, but if you can't get anywhere near the Lord, like they were attempting the Lord, and they know that, okay, doesn't matter, this Benedetta is already on the elastic of health, and you can just keep him there for a long time. But here comes the dive, and Psycho is trying to go in for the setup.
Yeah, he wants to go for a little bit more, but Lord, they're playing this slow. They're not looking to get those fights. They're saying, hey, give them the inhibitors. As long as we can get rid of this Lord, we have a great opportunity. Mid is going to be the next target here, but when is the fight going to start?
And speaking of which here, this might just be the end of it all if they don't take out the Lord. And with that, RQ Hoshi breaks down the final inhibitor up towards the mid side, and now all doors being opened up for RQ Hoshi to secure point number 1. But you can see Burmese goals, they're looking to set up the perfect defense right here. Maybe getting a chunk of health being taken out, but Lemon, they're in the middle of it all, and D almost dropping out as he tries to get his health all the way back up. But look at Ruby DD finally going in for Electos. He tries to cut over on towards the back lines, and Finn, he does fall down with a sliver of health still left. Mountain Chakra being popped up. They're going for Albert, and the Sandstorm goes in for that dive, but RQ is prepared for this defense. And look at Finn, he's perfectly positioned. He might just be able to turn this one around. D goes down, but he does have immortality to buy a few seconds off. And look at it. It's still 4 members still available for Burmese goal for the defense.
That was a great fight for both sides here. RQ finding the picks that they were looking for. Lemon doing a great job. R7 able to zone out the right targets. And Burmese Ghoul is pulling back when necessary, but that's not all. They're going to fight one more time, trying to duke it out.
Maybe you're going to be running away, but the Blake Duet has been called in by Albert, and Psycho takes down Ruby DD. Again, a very big key to this defense and the whole Burmese Ghouls agenda. And right now, that's 3 defenders left. 5 for RQ Hoshi. They can smell blood. They know that it could end right here, right now, and it's looking grim for the Burmese Ghouls. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a fight you don't want to miss. That's down onto maybe, the knockout onto one more. Ace goes. That's going to be it. Game number 3. RQ Hoshi is still in the upper bracket in this one.
Woo! The semifinals are looking good. RQ managed to take another game, managed to take a game from the Burmese Ghouls, bringing it 2-1. So this bout is not over just yet.
Now, looking at the draft, they just banned out the Diggy. And it feels like RQ, they're more, how do you say, confident into just going for the initiates, knowing that the Diggy isn't there.
I think more importantly is that Burmese Ghoul is playing in a particular style that RQ is very comfortable with back home in Indonesia. Like, they do this every other day in the MPL. So Burmese Ghouls, they got to get a little bit more creative here if they want to get ahead. And for the majority of the game, even though that they were down a ton of kills, they were able to kind of maintain that goal lead. And honestly, if they had something that skilled a little bit harder, they might have been able to turn it around.
Exactly, and this is the thing that we did mention early on when we went in towards this draft. Like, this is something that even the rest of the teams that have been participating in the M2 will be able to play. And after that Diggy has gone out of play, I felt like that playbook has stuck back towards what they were used to before, and they underestimated what R7 could possibly pull out with the Cho.
Yep, and this is the kind of Cho I like, all right? I hate to beat a dead horse, but I talked to Lusty from Brenny Sports about this and said, man, they choked out your Cho. I'm not a big fan of it the way that other teams are receiving it, but this time, it seems like RQ have found a way to revive Fighter Cho, to revive the Cho from the side lanes, and again, R7 just did a magnificent job.
But before we actually throw out our ideas here in the caster's desk, let us know what our analysts think. So Wolf, Lafel, what are your thoughts?
Thanks so much, casters. We are going to be your analysts. My name is Wolf, and I'm with Lafel in a seemingly weird draft coming out from the side of at least Burmese Ghouls. The way that they pointed out game number 1 and game number 2. Game number 3, it was honestly too standard for my taste. At least knowing Burmese Ghouls, this is not their comfort, which is weird, right? Because when they went in for a comfortable or a meta draft, it kind of looked weird.
Yeah, but right now I'm gonna talk about what RQ did that really changed things. Of course, our casters have talked about Diggy, and yes, Diggy does seem like a big thing, but the question is why? What is the difference between having a Diggy and not having a Diggy? So the thing is, we won't have it highlight, but if we do, there's a lot that I can show. Number 1, RRQ Hoshi, they use the map to their advantage. They use the layout of the bush, because as you guys see throughout the entire game, Sylvana was able to cash them out. But the thing is, look at the position of the Sylvana. She's always in a bush that is positioned behind or beside the team of Burmese Ghouls. And why and how that was achieved, number 1, with the Louis sending Sylvana back into the backlines of the enemy team. And this shows that Burmese Ghoul, the reason why they look so good with the Diggy is just because they are not really that suitable in terms of getting surprised by the enemy. And we look at Cho, we look at Sylvana, both of these heroes are very good at catching people in the backline, and that's what happens, and that's why we see Burmese Ghoul couldn't do well.
Unfortunately, can we say that Burmese Ghoul's no Diggy, no win? Hopefully not, because this is one thing that we should be looking out for. Teams should not be one-trick ponies, right?
Exactly.
And we did say that Burmese Ghoul's, they were creative with their draft in games number 1 and game number 2. However, in this particular game, what I didn't like is their combination of playmakers. I don't like that they played Khalid with Hilda, and Hilda being the tank for Burmese Ghouls in a meta that does not favor her at all. Hilda was the queen of the invasive meta wherein you just mess up with your opponent's jungles, but in this game wherein you need to secure your own side of the farm, it's not good. Not only that, Lapel, I don't like the fact that Burmese Ghouls are playing Ace in a I would say objective-taking manner when in fact they do have the Yi Sin Shin. It's just that they were defeated when it comes to overtaking those objectives. Like turrets, it favored Arky Hoshi 10-2, while the Lord and the Turtle, it was always on the side of Arky Hoshi.
Yeah, and please don't take this the wrong way, but the way that Burmese Ghoul was playing, I did not even realize that Ace was playing, just because he has been out of the map for quite a long time, so he farmed. But the thing is, he wasn't able to dish out the damage. And the thing is, Burmese Ghoul in the early stages of the game, it looked like they were going very aggressive, invading the jungle of Arky Hoshi. But just like what Gideon has said, it is a very tight space, making it very easy for Sylvana to hit her Cosmic Lens as well as the spiraling skill to make sure that she can survive as much as she can while having a positive trade against Burmese Ghouls.
Credit where credit is due, however, because I think that the reason why Ace wasn't able to just be that objective-taking kind of core was because of the fact that Psycho as well as Vin were playing well. I think that, look at this, 20 assists on Psycho, 14 assists on Vin. The way that they were aggressive in the early stages, in a way it's effective against Burmese Ghouls because it wasn't the aggressive type wherein you just die so much, right? It's not like only just brute force. Very smart control coming up from Arky Hoshi's supporting crew by overtaking the map and not letting Yi Sin Shin get the farm themselves. Now, looking at the MVP, it is actually Psycho with a 5-2 20 KDA. And this is a tank Sylvana that went for the Dominance Ice, comboed up with three more defensive items, and add value onto that armor boots. I love how he played in this particular game. Any other thoughts now from Psycho?
I love Psycho because in this game, he is the bane for the side of Burmese Ghouls.
That's right.
He initiated a lot of those fights. He protected his team. And the thing is, Psycho could not do anything when there is a Diggy, but when there is no Diggy, it makes it very, very easy for him to engage onto Burmese Ghoul. And I think without the Diggy pick, RRQ is playing their game. And Burmese Ghoul, they do not know how to play RRQ game.
You know what? That game really showed us that Arky Hoshi kind of understood how Burmese Ghouls wanted to play, and that is based on team fights. They were so phenomenal when it comes to their team fighting. Burmese Ghouls were really in sync with each other. But Arky Hoshi, the way that did this was they were winning the fights by actually not engaging fully, but trying to take it in a more slower way. And we did say that this is the games that Arky Hoshi wanted to play. They want to play slowly, they want to play methodically, and indeed, they were able to do so in game number 3.
Yeah, RRQ, they just picked them off one by one, lowering all that firepower. And the thing is, all of them did focus on firepower, not really defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, in the upper bracket, the finals that we have, it's not going to be a 3-0, at least 2-1 in favor still of Burmese Ghouls. But let's find out what happens in game number 4 as we throw it back to the casters.
Thank you, Lefel and Wolf, and you are back in the caster's desk with Butters, Gideon, Leo, and Contra, and we are still your casters for this series. This is a best of 5 game number 4, and I have a question, another question again for you guys. Why is it that every single time Diggy comes back into a tournament meta, he's always broken or something can be exploited when this Diggy just comes back? I mean, the last time that we saw this guy, he was in a feeding strat. Right now, just seeing how the time's journey work.
Yeah, he's like a sledgehammer. He's just like, we don't care. We are going to break down. We are going to get our fight regardless. No, I think I have an answer. It's the way his kit works. It's a very polarizing kit. It's either it does everything for your team to activate it, or it does nothing. Some teams just don't care. Like, there were some moments when maybe just walked in and poof, he's gone. And those are fights that the Burmese Ghouls don't like. But the fact that he's still there is always a threat of activation. And I think, again, this is just a genius of the design of the hero, which could also be the reason why he's kind of broken, is because of his passive, right?
Yeah, his passive makes him omnipotent in such a way.
Yeah. Plus, pull yourself together. So you're always afraid of, this thing is always online. This thing is always just waiting in the bushes. It's a scary thought. He's so cute, but he's so scary.
I think, teams are evolving in such a way that, when we're looking at other mobile titles here, there's a lot of, in-depth mechanics that people have to kind of, be aware of. And I think a lot of that is translating over to a lot of these teams because they're reaching higher and higher peaks in the game itself, realizing, hey, these are abusable mechanics. These are extremely powerful mechanics. The only way is, how do we abuse it at the right place at the right time? Because yes, they are powerful. However, simple things like, crushing Diggy very early on, or forcing him to use his ult very early on is a significant game changer here. And the same can be said for mechanics like Cho, Cho and Kaja, again, as we are seeing in the tournament meta here, showing up once or twice in the picks or bans, or even selected as picks. Their kits are just so good.
Yeah, and speaking of Kaja, although it's as good as you say, it have fallen off of the radar coming in towards the playoff itself, and maybe it's something that Burmese Ghouls could finally rely on once again. But then again, it's a Cho that they're trying to deal with against here.
Yeah, no, when the Diggy gets picked up, you see the Kaja in the second phase of banning. It's the only real thing that can go through the times journey. Second to only Bloody Hunt, exactly. But who's gonna play Franco?
Well, give it a couple of times. Realize, keep hitting the same wall again and again and again, and somebody's gonna have to adapt.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge.
I'm just gonna stray the conversation away from Diggy to Claude. Now, Claude has been a staple for this Burmese Ghouls draft, and they've been playing it very well. We have to put a bit of a light into it. Do you think that this is going to be a draft, or game number 4, is it going to be a drafting that there will be a battle for the Claude?
I would say a little bit, mainly because they're trying to get rid of super safe picks here. And we got to think about what safe picks are going to be about here overall, because this really is truly a battle night.
You know that's not safe, but Battle Night is here. Log in on January 30th to claim your free permanent skin. And we are very pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on January 30th. There is a new upgrading system called Blessing, new Little Commander and map, all synergies revamped, and free trial of advanced skins await you.
Okay, Butters, to answer your question, back to the discussion, right? Gideon says a little bit, maybe, depending on how James and Panda's feeling. I'm gonna just answer with yes, because Game 3, RRQ won with the Claude, right? On
That's
Albert,
right.
And as Gideon puts it, he's huge. He's gigantic right now. And if they can do that same thing for game number 4, we're going the distance. Contra, what do you think before this draft even goes further?
Yeah, I definitely think that they can definitely go another few extra miles, but a couple of times we've seen even other marksmen has a really good sort of pick, but maybe not as efficient when it comes down towards a full-blown fist fight in those big team fights for all these objectives. But things that you could expect if you actually go for the Claude ban is maybe a 1-1 coming in instead, which has been pretty much reliable as well.
Now we are in the draft. Burmese Ghouls versus RQ Hoshi, game number 4. Will we go the distance? We will know after this game. But right now, Burmese Ghouls still don't want that Benedetta Psycho.
Yeah,
and I think Sylvana, they just take it out.
I think it's really understandable getting rid of specifically Sylvana here. It's just been an absolute menace here in the tournament meta itself, and people are just straying and straying further and further away from everything else because Sylvana is just that powerful. So banning it out for the Burmese Ghouls, understandable. Matilda also an understandable ban here, but that just opens up so many picks here. Esmeralda, Brody as well.
What, Natalia, one of them's coming through.
Exactly.
One of them's coming through, and do note, RRQ Hoshi not wasting any more time. Game number 3, they were a little conservative. Like last ban was the Diggy. This time it's like first ban Diggy. Your move.
I just have to say that Burmese Ghouls didn't ban the Brody, didn't ban any of the, let's say, huge meta heroes right now, aside from the Benedetta and Matilda. But for RRQ Hoshi, they're pretty confident with this. I don't think they'll ban anything meta or anything that is really strong right now, just because Burmese Ghouls might get that. But still, they know that they will get 2 of those picks and they will get a better trade out of that.
Okay, now we do have a little bit of a question here because they open up the Brody, like you said. So, is there a true way to just make sure this Brody does not come online?
Potentially Natalia. And I say potentially this with a little pinch of salt because there still are really reliable things to deal with Natalia. Jawhead is a great example. His unstoppable force with smart missiles, just a great way to just completely shut it down. But the Burmese Ghouls have to make the choice, and they're going to go with all reliable Lapu Lapu, denying Lemon the pick.
But RRQ Hoshi has access to the Brody, the Jawhead, and the Esmeralda.
Ooh, but no, they ignore the Natalia, they ignore the Jawhead, they go for the Brody, which I believe is going to be a debut in the playoffs.
Yeah, and Burmese Ghouls, they have the opportunity to go for the Natalia.
Oh boy.
Is it worth it at this point? Is it really worth going for the Natalia, considering that RRQ have both locked in the Esmeralda and the Brody, both of which a little bit of a struggle to catch in most situations, and the Yishin Shin has been showing up, so you can see that even the Burmese Ghouls are straying away from the Natalia, saying, hey, at the very least we have an early game hero like Loi, and we have the Mountain Trucker just to reveal your position.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's all too wordy, but what I can tell you is this, that at the very least the response come pretty much in great cycle for the side of Burmese Ghouls with the pickup of the Loi. So no more diversion plans, and Mountain Shocker is something that we've been expecting coming out from Burmese Ghouls side, just to get as much vital info for those fights.
Yeah, Vin was pretty good on the Loi earlier. I'm guessing Burmese Ghouls want to invest in a good tank as well after the bans, because that's what made the whole Vin and Psycho connection from game number 3. There's so many catch. And right now, RRQ Hoshi field, prior to the playoffs, what was looked at as the best tank in the game before Sylvana started taking over and Jawhead. That's the Akai for RRQ Hoshi before we run out of tanks. Now, second phase of banning, that's Atlas. Oh, they're going to choke out all the tanks, all the good tanks.
Yeah, RRQ Hoshi, they do have the Brody on their side, so an Atlas is a big no-no. Burmese Ghouls, what are they planning to ban out right now? In terms of Burmese Ghouls, they lack a tank and another side lane.
Yeah, and the side lane is interesting because they don't have the Yutong anymore, and more importantly, the Cho is R7 going to opt to go for the Cho at this point in time, or is Burmese Ghouls going to ban it out?
Yeah, and we've seen them actually go for Grox much earlier, like way earlier, but I don't think that it's really the best alternative when it comes down to, you know, drawing a pick from a very small bag.
I have this feeling that this could be a side lane Brody and they can just pick another assassin.
Assassin. So, yeah, speaking of assassins right here, so, well, do talk us through, because we got like things like Hayabusa, which we see from time to time. Early on, being picked by the side of, you know, Brand Esports, there was things like the Lance as well. So I'm not sure if Burmese Ghouls is honestly very adaptable to that.
Oh yeah, there's one big assassin, Ling. So Burmese Ghouls, their second phase of banning was a little here and there. They were attacking specific things, like one, R7 was amazing on the Cho. Second is maybe we can choke out Albert. But I have a half a mind that it might be the Brody in the jungle as well. It's possible. Oh, hold up! Shades of the Hyper Bruno. This might be it. This might be just another version of it.
I suppose, but it's tough to say. Again, a lot of their heroes aren't very early game oriented. Besides, you know, the Brody and then Burmese Ghouls, they lock in the Allison themselves, saying, okay, whatever you want to play in the side lane, I'm just gonna scale up and just continue wave pushing, no matter how hard you push.
No, that's what the Raphael is for. It's what speeds it up. That's what makes the mid and the late game come in sooner, especially if you're snowballing. So I think Brody is just an all-around better choice than the Bruno.
More reliable choice.
Yeah. More painful in the early game.
Oh. Burmese Ghouls, who are they gonna go for? They need a tank or a tank figure here for their side, and it is going to be a Baksha.
This definitely slipped our mind. Like, this is definitely something that they could still actually make good use of. But, I mean, somebody's got to get all the way back.
Yeah, Todak used a lot of Baksha. And these two teams don't really go for this Baksha usually. But for the side of Burmese Ghouls, it made all the sense in the world just because there's an Esmeralda, you can catch out the Brody, you can negate some of the healing by the Rafaela, so it makes a lot of sense.
And not to mention that it's also a pretty, I mean, the Toys Poissance is always going to be relevant against Alice and Lapu Lapu. So just anti-healing, taking away another pick, and RQ just going to say, all right, fine, it looks like I got to dominate this lane.
I like it. Vin can just swap between Albert and Lemon, who he wants to go hyper with. But it looks fragile. I gotta say, it looks fragile, but if it works, you got the early, mid, late, just marksman just running around. It's a high-risk, high-reward lineup.
Okay, so right now, I think there's a chance that Lemon might play the 1-1. So, at early game, it's going to be Brody and the Rafaela, just giving that what do you call this, Brody the certain push to actually just have a certain advantage in terms of healing and the movement speed. But at the late game, it could be a Lemon aid. It will aid Lemon. It's a Lemon aid.
Butters, I give it a 2 out of 10. It's been a long day.
I mean, you guys just didn't get
It's been a long day. All right.
Tough crowd here at the cast.
I mean, I tried my best, but I hope you guys try your best as well as you will cast the game for this series. Game number 4. Take it away, guys. I give up.
Obviously, game 4 brain on Butters. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it on. One more game until we say it's the final one for this semifinals round. Burmese Ghouls versus RRQ Hoshi.
Let's see how they play this out here. Now, RRQ are going to be looking to control this mid game as much as possible with the rest of BG. Are you still thinking about it?
I'm good. It's go time. It's
Honestly,
go time.
a little bit.
It's
Go
time.
on, Butters. Like, we just can't get it off our heads, and for the side of BG, they gotta find a way to get in the hands of RRQ, starting off by taking down Lemon.
A huge pick off here, and that's why, you know, the Baksha can be a very annoying pick because, again, it rotates so fast and you don't exactly have a lot of time to react to it overall. And not to mention, with the added, you know, Chain CC coming in from Ruby DD, it just helps it speed it up some more.
I like that first blood. I mean, it's good for Burmese Ghouls because they're cheesing out. Nice steal by RRQ. This is smart. This is smart. And are they baiting out their second core? Are they baiting out their second core just for the steal? I don't think so. In goes Ruby DD. Oh, they missed out. Lemon out, playing them. Hold up. You're going to pay, says Ace. 2 for 1 so far. They do have the purple, I think, but they lost out on the orange. They trade out Ruby DD. I call it a wash.
I mean, not gonna lie, Ruby DD kind of trolled there, especially when Yishin Shin was coming up there. But more importantly, maybe actually took the execute. I thought he was gonna take a rejuvenate, and that's why he just popped him straight away at level 1.
Ooh, I like the execute choice. This is a lethal Baksha coming in, making sure that everything he starts, he finishes.
Yeah, just like what he did on the Grok in the sort of way, you know, gotta play it a little bit more offensively, but I just missed a little bit of a glimpse of that. Yeah, pretend I didn't see that.
All right, but for now, the Turtle is back up, and this has been a high contestation point for a lot of these teams. How is Burmese Ghouls, especially with a lineup like this, very standard overall, going to deal with RRQ as R7 getting a pretty good lead onto D here, but this is going to be the 1v1 of a lifetime. He has to dodge a lot of these abilities when he transforms into that big broadsword. He's got to be a lot more careful.
Nice Cyclone Eye steal here by Kid, and I guess Burmese Ghouls is just of the mind of, you took our orange, let us take most of the things in your jungle that we can take safely right now. Starting up this turtle, nice vision being set in here by Ace. Mountain Shocker. Oh, they know that all 4 or 5 are here.
Oh, they will be able to get the turtle though. Psycho's chasing right in for a Kid, but you can definitely see maybe he's dropping really low. The rest of RRQ, they're focusing their attention on towards D. And oh my goodness, look at the damage coming out of Albert as they will be securing 2. But in exchange, of course, a little bit of it back and forth, but still looking pretty hot coming from RRQ.
Ooh, maybe here with the concussive blast dealing a little bit more damage, and Ace can't finish the job. Maybe his execute is off of cooldown. Interesting how they didn't get anything out of that.
I mean, again, execute works in a very particular. Oh, he was willing to trade. He wanted to go for the double kill, and now Psycho has to sit under the turret to protect the cell. He 1,000-pounder out of there, and now, I mean, 2-for-1 trade. Regardless, RRQ very happy with the situation, but now D wants to get the kill. Ah, no!
Oh man, this is a full-blown Rumble Royale in such a way, and you can definitely see up top, it's going to be Lemon. It's going to be having the Aegis for himself, and Albert has arrived and torn him apart. All memories all washed up.
I mean, if they give it enough time, Burmese Ghouls is going to slowly fall off, especially when in the likes of having Brody and Wan in that position. However, I will say that Burmese Ghouls have a lot of utility in their composition.
Oh yeah, for sure. Psycho here gonna go ahead and retreat. Close one. That's gonna be a takedown by Ace underneath their own turret. I wonder where the trade-off's gonna happen. Yeah, RRQ Hoshi going for that top lane. Both marksmen getting quite a chunk of damage in. The first to take it down. Open artery in mid. Vin from the back lines. Nice jump in by R7. Maybe steals. The Cyclone Eye bumps right in to Vin.
That was really dangerous here. You can definitely see Vin, although he's low, he's trying to pull it back, and it's going to be it. R7 will be able to find that pickup here, and D running for his life. He's trying to turn this one around, but how long can he just survive as R7 goes in for another? It's a 4-1 on R7's side.
I'm so very confused here. I mean, maybe he decides to turn around with the Cyclone Eye, but again, what was the Burmese Ghouls trying to do? Were they trying to buy a lot of time so that he could get the push and break the shield off down bot lane, or were they trying to go for the invade and steal away a couple of camps? Not entirely sure, but they didn't get that return of investment that I was looking for.
Yeah, if anything, that was a masterful outplay, a team fight orchestrated over the span of what, 20-30 seconds by RRQ Hoshi. They won overall. They won. That was their call.
Oh, RubyDD getting a good hit onto Lemon, but again, only 50% of his life goes down, and the rest of the Burmese Ghouls want to say hi.
And Psycho now being stuck in a rock the hard place. As you can definitely see, Lemon has already gone down, and Psycho makes it out alive, giving the turret away to Burmese Skull. At least this exchange is favorable for the side of BG, as they're hoping to catch even more out of that, but maybe stuck in between the pit is really able to jump over the wall. So RRQ Hoshi, yeah, they're still having very slight leads at the moment.
I mean, they're getting some good pushes here and there across the map, but again, pretty 50-50 overall. The gold, relatively the same, 2 objectives each. The only real difference is that RRQ have been able to get a little bit more turtles in comparison to the Burmese Ghouls. And at the end of the day, it does come down to the fight. Ooh, RubyDD forcing out the flicker out of him. This is important because RubyDD, once he scales up and gets into that backline, if he gets a huge flowing blood with that blood ode, he can just start chunking out a lot of these squishier targets.
That's what's interesting about both lineups. They have quite the insurance policy. Both can scale pretty well, but it looks like RRQ Hoshi just wants to get there first. And so far, mission accomplished. They're ahead by about 2,000 gold, give or take. But Burmese Ghouls, they're regaining quite a bit of the map. It's looking pretty blue, save for that huge wave coming up top. But right now, maybe cutting the wave from the back to give space for Ace. But right now, Vin and Psycho want to engage.
The rest of the cavalry has arrived. D being stuck by the corner. He's got the flicker away. The rest of RRQ hunting him down. And Burmese Ghouls will have to give up D. And well, so close for Vin, and he survives.
So very close. And I mean, D sacrificed his life just so the rest of the team has first rotation on this turtle. Burmese Ghouls know what they are doing. Great use of the diversion as well. Maybe he just needs to slow them down. They get the turtle, and now, could they go for a pick? No, it's a little too dangerous. They gotta back away.
Oh, look at Albert though. Great position. Trying to pick up. Maybe. Oh, it's a setup. A big setup. As you can see, they were blown apart, and Albert is down.
We need to see the items. How far is RubyDD in this game?
Oh boy, let's pull it up.
Here we go. He has the Enchanted Talisman, so no problems with mana. That's going to be the Clock of Destiny as well. And if I'm not mistaken, he's building up towards at least some magic lifesteal. But right now, that's going to be... Oh, Rubididi from the back! R7 is in trouble! That's going to be the Blood Ode pop. D looking for a nice target. That's going to be crossbow tag taken out, Kid.
Oh, it's going to be able to take D down low as well.
Ooh.
Not much to be left instead. Just look at how they maneuver across the map. Flip the spare on the hands of Ace as they are looking to shut down the rest of RRQ. But they're still Albert as well as Win. There is a little bit of hope for them to turn this one around. But they still have the buff in hand. And Burmese Gold really picked up the right fight.
2 for 2 here. D and Kid for R7 and Lemon. If you're talking about who's more valuable, I'd give the win here to Burmese Ghouls. You took out 2 cores, 2 side laners that RQ Hoshi have invested so much in, and all that was lost was D and the support.
Yeah, I would agree on that trade as well. And the Burmese Ghouls honestly just evening out the gold against RRQ Hoshi here, where both sides, it's really going to come down to when the Lord is coming up real soon, and really who is going to be winning these fights. I mean, Burmese Ghouls have been so disciplined with the way they take their fights. They won't go without an advantage.
Small skirmishes over on towards Psycho. You don't want to be on that Akai this position. The rest of BG, it will be pretty tough to break out of that Hurricane dance. Now, Mounty Shocker reveals the rest of RQ. A little bit of 1v1 action going on, but you know, Lemon has to back away. This is not where he should push his advantages all the way towards BG side, and there goes Lord on the 9th minute. We can see Wings on the side of D as he gets more beefier.
Yeah, I think real quick, while we're waiting for this first Lord take to happen, a lot of the reasons why players get away with like 1 HP and then just live is because they're so good at juggling defensive item now. It's part of the meta game. And right now, they're jockeying for position. Burmese Ghouls have already started Ace on the Lord.
I'm not too sure if RQ knows about this, and speaking of which, they are already having Psycho being caught in between, and a great wall of defense just to gatekeep the rest of RQ from even marching anywhere close. But R7 is coming within towards the middle side. He's trying to disturb this Lapu, but you know, not exactly the ones that he's been looking for.
Somebody just has to push up too far. Falling Star Moon on the wave. RRQ want to have full mid control so they can sink their feet really deep in towards this Lord side and start pulling up their trenches so that when Burmese Ghouls do decide to push on through, they can take full advantage of it. But look, top side as well. They're getting a push. Oh, wait!
Maybe getting caught out right now. The Hurricane Dance will push him all the way towards the back. As you can see, D coming in response, trying to hunt out where exactly Albert is. But just look at his health being chunked out away. Maybe it will eventually fall to the hands of Lemon. As you can already see, they're focusing on towards Albert instead, putting every resources that they have, and they have managed to shut him down. While BG, they might just be able to close out a few members, but just look at Psycho as well as Lemon. They're dropping real low. Rupee DD, he's putting so much of the hard work, and he might just be able to catch them down. It's a 3-for-2 exchange now in favor of the side of RQ, but they have to back away.
It's Ace and D taken down. It's Kid, Ruby DD surviving 3 for 3 right now, and neither walk away with a free Lord, neither get much movement on the map. It's because these fights are lasting longer than either are comfortable with. And now that's R7 pushing away Kid. He might even get the kill. Oh, he does! He does! R7 does the unthinkable in the face of maybe, and here comes Lemon. Wow, RQ Hoshi's so fast on the takeback.
Unbelievable, he's extending so far up ahead. You did not expect this Esmeralda to be up in your face.
Yeah, they got to push on even further, and R7 once again onto Ruby DD, who's clearing up the waves, and again, Lord is up. Flowing Blood is going to put him into safety, but the rest of the Burmese Ghouls, they're just getting ready to start another fight, and it's still even on both sides.
Psycho jumping right in, zoning out the at the moment. Well, maybe he tries to go in for the face check. Lemon is already getting himself pretty much pinning him off, but just look at R7, he's having that big fat shield, but Ruby DD comes in for back, hoping to actually get the catch, but maybe he's dropping real low, and this is not looking all too good for Burmese Ghouls. They get caught out, and the Blood O has been popped. He can only last for so long, but just look at the back though, R7 almost takes down Ace.
Tough all across the board. They managed to get the pick with nothing in return, and Burmese Ghouls finally they're slowly losing the lead here, but in terms of gold, not that big of a deal, but they lose a lot of position, especially with that Lord, and the question is, how far ahead is RRQ going to get with this upcoming Lord push?
It's enhanced, by the way. Now R7 caught out here by 4. There's a lot of damage coming out there. Maybe gets the job done, but at what cost? There is a huge wave coming in from bottom, being taken care of by Lemon. Lord marching up top with enhanced minions, mind you. Oh, I think the Burmese Ghouls need to make the most of the gold they've gotten. Real quick, let's check the items onto Ace. That's going to be the Bladed Spear. Endless Battle, I think he's looking for Queen's Wings right after. D has that casual Dreadnought armor. Queen's Wings as well. And the Bloodlust Axe. Oh, I think he needs more damage. D needs a lot more damage here. It's not enough.
Yeah, we definitely see it's pretty evident. And just look at how they need to expend so many resources just to take down R7 has gone to be a huge factor of RQ's current lead. So they should be able to shred this Lord down to less than 50%. But RQ, they're looking to find a pick up. And now Albert is being chunked down. This is not looking all too good. And Blood Oath has been used out there. They've been able to catch out the Brody, and things are not looking any all too well for the side of RRQ. Burmese Ghouls calls in for the small victories.
Oh boy, and just looking at the situation, it's unfortunate. Somebody needs to really take care of Albert to peel a lot of these, backline divers away, especially Ruby DD, who has no problem absorbing the damage because he's just going to heal it back up. So, again, they need to start thinking about getting some heal reduction. And more important to R7, he needs to be able to get a good chunk and be a part of the fight.
Yep, and here we go. 3v1. R7 is just being chased by a crowd. Can Psycho save him? He's going to jump in. Oh, that's going to be Vin joining the fight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is M2 Action game number 4. Here we go. Oh, there's 3 fights happening at the same time.
Yeah, they are dispersing all across the map. Beautiful Morgan dance, and they might just be able to catch out maybe as he just lights up. And this is so tough to actually pick up. It's still lasting on towards this fight, and they finally found a way to remove this Loi.
Doesn't feel good, man. You trade Vin for Ace and Kid. That's a bargain. That's something you would never miss out on a good day.
And you still didn't get R7. You threw 3 people at him. He takes 2 of you out, and you trade the other guy. It's like this. You just got scammed.
And the other guy is literally the guy who want to die anyways.
Yeah, and speaking of which here, Psycho is also pushing them back as well. Maybe it might just be the free pick, but will they invest a lot on towards him because he is dropping really low. But Albert looking to finish things up toward him. And Port once again lost out with a crossbow time. They used up, but Ruby DD coming in with a Blood Oath as well. He will be able to last longer than he should, but R7 a little bit too late to the scene.
This is too even of a fight. Unfortunately, RRQ only get that 3k gold lead, ever so slightly 3k rounded up. But Burmese Ghouls at 42, I mean, a lot of these fights aren't decided by them. Most of the times, every time they have made a play, RRQ take a really defensive stance, and they are really good at defending the aggression coming in for Burmese Ghouls. And RRQ, the only time they get aggressive is when they get a pick on the Burmese Ghouls.
And that's why the fight seems so orchestrated by RRQ Hoshi. They're the ones who dictate, and there's the ones who say it's over, or you can keep going. And even if they do lose trades, it's actually all right. So here's what I'm wondering. Why can't Kid use diversion as good as Vin did in game number 3? It's interesting because this is what you should do, right? Like, try to bring 1 or 2 folks into the backline and take out Albert, but instead they're just walking into R7 and Psycho.
Yeah, it's of course much more easily executed when you do have a Sylvana. Now they don't really have that. So if you're expanding a lot of all these frontliners all the way up top, it's going to be a catch coming in from RRQ as we will have to hold that compensation. Crossbow tank, as you can definitely see, Kid managing to survive that sort of aggressive pull from the side of RRQ, but they do get this Lord for free.
Wait, look on top side here. As you can see, D is getting a really good tier 2 push here, and he should be able to take it with no problem.
Oh yeah, but Gideon, are you not taking this as signs of despair, right? Like, there's nothing else they can do on the map. They can't contest Lord. They can't fight RRQ Hoshi front on anymore, so they're just like, okay, we'll take what we can elsewhere and just keep running away. I'm sensing that Burmese Ghouls have chosen turn the other cheek. They're on the back foot right now. How long will it take before they're back on track to setting the pace? Here we go. Check this out. Wind of Nature onto Ace, as well as an endless battle last time we checked. He's looking better now. D just picked up the ancient... that's the ancient Cuirass, I believe?
Yeah, the anti-Cuirass.
Anti-Cuirass, there you go. They're both old. They're both old. So, that being said, he's going to be all right against Lemon. He's going to be all right against Albert. But if R7 gets a beat on this Lapu Lapu, it's going to be tough.
Honestly, this lore push is going to be a make it or break it for the Burmese schools. It's either to defend it and then scale back up, or it's just going to be over.
Last call for a dive coming in with Psycho already hopping out, trying to look for the perfect Hurricane Dance. And speaking of which, you can definitely see D trying to go all the way towards the back line. They are all torn apart. And Burmese Schools, they have lost 3 members. And with this might just be the reverse sweep commencing from this point onwards, because RRQ Hoshi is bringing it in towards a Game 5.
Oh boy, yeah, I mean, they've learned from their mistakes from M1 itself, and they've become a dominant team to the point where reverse sweeps isn't even in their dictionary. They are able to set the pace, and they won't let the Burmese Ghouls take it away from them, not without a fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we go the distance. This is Game 4 taken by RRQ Hoshi. Butters, man, it really came to Lemonade, huh?
Lemonade, that's what I'm telling you. It was funny, and it made a lot of sense. Now, I'm gonna force that, by the way. Now, coming into game number 4, I know that Burmese Ghouls really looked lost when they went back to this traditional meta setup that we're having. It seems like Lafel was right. RRQ cannot play BG's game, but they figured out what made BG's game run. Now, RRQ is making them play their game, and they can find the groove, they can find the rhythm.
Yeah, I think Burmese Ghouls are just like, especially when they have to play standard against RRQ, this is where the experience kicks in. And I think, you know, when James was making the comments that, like, as long as it goes until the late game, my team is going to be absolutely fine. In RRQ, they've done this multiple times. And considering the number of games they've had, and considering how the MPL Indonesia, a lot of their grand finals, especially when it comes to that best of 7, extend to these lengths, RRQ, this is their kind of play zone.
Yeah, the veterancy and just the experience now showing. Definitely still a comfortable place for RRQ Hoshi. I think they broke a sweat, but that just means it's go time, right? Like, it's, oh, very well done, Burmese Ghouls. Now you've awoken the dragon. That's what it feels like right now after Game 4.
Yeah, definitely facing against this so formidable side of Indonesia. Their stamina is really going to be lasting for a very long time, as we've already seen some of these great plays. But of course, there's a lot more that the analyst wants to say.
As much as I love to talk with you guys about this on camera, we have to throw it back to our analyst, Lafel. Wolf, take it away.
Well, what a game coming out from both Burmese Schools and RQ. My goodness, I thought it would go it could go either way. There came a point where it was an objective-taking battle between both these teams, where they were taking parts of the map, mirroring each other. In the end, it was RQ Hoshi who stands strong. My name is Wolf, and I'm with Lafel. Gonna be talking about game number 4 of this best of 5 upper bracket series between RQ Hoshi and Burmese Schools. What can you say about that match very quickly?
So the first thing, Joachim, our host, he asked a very good question during the discourse. What if RRQ forces them going to the late game? And that's what we've been seeing for the last 2 games, where they bring it to the late game, and just like what James, the coach of RRQ, said, if it comes to the late game, we'll win. And it looks like that's the case.
They're the king of kings, but I guess they're the kings of the late game as well. I want to say I completely agree with that, because when I was studying Burmese Schools, they were off of them just snowballing. And it's not like an aggressive snowball. Sometimes it's a snowball that you get out of getting all those objectives, getting your timings correctly, which is normally in the early stages. But then again, they were facing up against a team that's more experienced when it comes to this late game strategies. I want to get back to 2 important players for the side of RQ Hoshi, which is R7 and Psycho. I think that their clutch mechanics are so good. They know exactly what to do in the latter stages of the match.
Yeah, right now we are looking at the itemization of both of these teams. So let's look back at R7 with the Esmeralda. Of course, by this point of the game, I feel like most of the teams have most of their core items for R7 over here with the Calamity Reaper and with the Holy Crystal, as well as the Enchanted Talisman, is enough damage, as well with the Oracle and Brute Force Breastplate, making him able to chase down as well as protect himself. And R7 reminds us again why Esmeralda is always banned.
Yeah, he says Esmeralda plays so good. He understood this this game so well, and even the Esmeralda masterfully played by Arkeoshi's R7. Do take note that they went in for defensive items. I think they had like two Athena's shields, and then they paired it up with this wonderful Sea Halberd coming out from Lemon. He actually completed that item so that all the sustain from Burmese schools are perfect. But for Burmese school side, there's really not much that we can say because they were put in a position wherein they needed to just rid Arkeoshi of sustain. But then again, they were also dealing with shields. That's probably why there's a lot of true damage sources from their side.
But quickly, look at the stats over here, just under gold, it's damage. 24,000 damage on the side of Burmese Ghouls and 19,000 damage on the side of Arkeoshi. This means that Burmese Ghouls, they are playing their own game where they like the damage kind of game. But damage, sometimes it's pretty bad in terms of the late game, because if you don't get the damage onto the right target that you want, then it's going to be very, very difficult. And that is what Esmeralda did. She went through the back line, making sure that everyone is very, very scattered in the team fight, making Burmese Ghouls very, very difficult to position themselves. But right now, let's look at the MVP of the game, and looks like it's gonna go to R7 with the Esmeralda.
A wonderful display from R7. I think there were many times where Burmese Ghouls tried to go for him. In fact, Burmese Schools, if you think about it, they do have the draft to kind of answer this Esmeralda. Loving the Baxia last pick, it really makes a lot of sense. Maybe the weird thing about this is that he went for Execute. But then I thought there's a lot of shielding coming up from Arkeoshi, so probably the Execute made a lot of sense. However, the way that R7 played this, he made a space for his teammates to just get the farm, and in the latter stages, he didn't get really caught by the side of Burmese Schools. Imagine this, Burmese Schools had Louis. They should be controlling those maps. They should be the ones looking for the pickoffs, but they weren't successful in doing so because Arkeoshi, they held their ground.
And this shows the level of prowess on their mechanical skill. It's like you have all of these counters on paper with logic. R7 should be taken down, but right now he is the MVP just because mechanically he knows what to do in this kind of setup.
You know what? I will have an hour more just to discuss all of the good plays that both R7 and Psycho did, and also Burmese Schools. They put up a fight in this particular match. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of that time. For now, we're gonna be hopping into a very quick break in preparation for game number 5 of this best of 5 series. We'll see you after this one.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert. Legendary. Serve.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Welcome back to the caster's desk and one more game for this series. But before we talk about it, let me introduce ourselves. I am Butters, Gideon, he's Leo, and the guy right there that's very cute, he's Contra.
And the killing
he did
Not gonna delete
he did
this
it like
last
this,
video.
so I just have to play with it.
Did this?
Yeah, he did this, so I have to play with it. But right now, this is going to be the final game for this best of 5 upper bracket finals. And man, looking at the games, you guys were talking a lot when we had to throw it back to our analysts. But what were the things that you looked into when you saw that Burmese Ghouls was actually going toe-to-toe with our queue, but they fell a bit short?
Well, it's just the standard line of play, you know, where both sides are trying to do the exact same thing, and then you're looking at each timestamp, what's happening, and bottom's gone, top's gone. Mid's gone, mid's gone. Invading buff, invading buff. Everybody comes in a turtle, rinse, repeat.
And the thing is, I'm still looking at Burmese Ghouls as one of the teams who really give importance to that first turtle, that very first turtle on the map. Is it really working for them this time?
Yeah, no, I think everything went well up until RRQ Hoshi got into the point wherein they can dictate where the fights happen and when, right? Like, nothing is wrong by prioritizing a turtle, even if you're gonna trade like one life, whether it be like an offlaner or your support, right? But at some point, I'd say around the 8-9 minute mark, wherein R7 was the one who's saying, all right, this is where the fight happens, or Psycho says this is where the fight happens. That's when I kind of felt that, ooh, even if Ace and even if Ruby DD is getting into shape, getting in form here to carry on and finish the game, it just was not going to happen.
Yeah, and also we also see a side of Burmese Goals that knows that, okay, they want to call a fight around that Lord, and sometimes they just say, we're not having it. They did respond well, but when you put enough pressure to say, hey, are you taking this or not, at one point you just have to say yes.
I mean, even saying yes to it, it's like you have to make sure that the conditions are right. And I think both sides, they struggle with this very often. And I think RRQ, as I mentioned before, the experience, this is their kind of area. They have so many games. I think the rest of Indonesia have experienced games like this, and when you come from an MPL region that is totally fine having 20-minute games almost every other day, this is what it looks like.
You have the stamina, and stamina is a factor here, just that mental fortitude. Like, Burmese Goals, they were feeling great. 2-0, you had 3 games on you to actually finish the series, and there was no pressure. There were room for error, but right now, it's a best of 1 again. Yep. They reset it.
Yep. And I think this is where the Burmese Ghouls run so far is going to be tested. Like, right now, this is where they have to say, all right, none of what we've done so far is a fluke. Everything that we've said and everything that we've done means something. And against the King of Kings, I could not ask for a better chance than this. This is their biggest opportunity yet. It's not a championship grand finals, best of 7 just yet, but this best of 5 feels like it's quite the appetizer.
Yeah, definitely something that has been served to all of our audience out there. Pretty much sure that thousands of you have been enjoying this best of 5 that really went in towards all 5 games. Now, one thing for sure is to note that Burmese Goals, after pushing RRQ in towards, that final game, which they could possibly clinch right there, they have already got every single respect. Doesn't matter who falls down in towards the lower bracket now. They know that whoever goes down, the other teams have to worry about facing a demon.
So we have 1 minute and 30 seconds left before we head on to the draft. Before that, let's talk about hero priority. You guys, we have watched the drafting. What do you think are the heroes that are gonna get banned and picked? But before we answer that, we are gonna tell you about something special. It's all about completing tasks and predicting the champion to win M2 coins. Make sure to exchange M2 coins for exclusive M2 rewards, including the special avatar border, the M2 exclusive skin, the M2 battle emote, and the M2 sacred statue. And remember, it is the skin of Clint, the Shadow Omen. You can get all of those for only $899. Make sure you get it before the 24th of January, or it's probably gone forever. But going back, what are the heroes that are going to be banned, and what are the heroes that are prioritized in the first phase of picking?
Pick me.
You just go for it.
Teacher Butters. I think RRQ Hoshi is going to ban out Diggy. Like, that's just something that they need to do.
I think it's standard at this point in time because
against BG,
yeah, I think BG are very comfortable with the Diggy, and RRQ, just like it's been out of the meta for so long, and they tried in the first 2 games to try and crush it. It did not work out even with the adaptation.
Yeah, I definitely think that we're not going to be seeing any more Diggies, and yep, straight in towards the draft pits already. We don't have to say it. We've already got that removed.
They just went for pow! Let's just go for the Diggy. RQ Hoshi, Yuzhong, and the Diggy. Burmese Ghouls banning out the Esmeralda. Now, RQ Hoshi showing us how it's done. And I just have to say, I'm excited to see how this affects the next few series that are gonna come up. That's because there is this Diggy that was introduced by Burmese schools. Benedetta of Psycho is still not gonna make it through.
Yep, no differences there, and I think at this point in time, RRQ might be considering to get rid of the Sylvana here, and instead they actually opt to go for the Selena. Now, Burmese Ghouls, the question is, Brody or nada?
Oh, tough pick, and you know what? Like, Sylvana pretty much available for either sides to pick up as well, so...
RRQ Hoshi won't think twice about it.
For sure.
They're one team who really just wants they really just want their tank to have a good time, Psycho to have a good time.
So yeah, it's a big responsibility for the Burmese Ghouls here. And given that their Diggy has been taken away, they still have quite a long way to create a lineup that works for them so far. And it's going to be a Matilda. So yeah, they're just saying, okay, open season, go ahead, make my day. You pick up the Brody, you pick up the Sylvana, I'll get what's left.
Ooh, got Lapu Lapu, you've got, you know, all these sort of picks. We sometimes talk about the Jawhead. Here makes sense for the Brody not Esmeralda. That's the first thing that they took out.
Lapu and Brody is probably going to be
Lapu Brody.
Yeah, put respect on it.
Jawhead Brody.
Jawhead Brody even is a pretty good shout, but I mean, you know, considering how much they don't like Lemon being on Lapu to begin with, like, I feel like the Burmese Ghouls are going to take it. Lapu Brody is probably going to be my prediction for this one.
And looking at it, RQ Hoshi, looking at their faces, their interactions, they're more lively right now. And it seems like they figured out a decade-old question or a decade-old riddle that they just, you know, they're celebrating right now.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Gideon reading it like a book. Man, over on to the side of RQ Hoshi. What can they pick up? And it really is quite a sigh of relief when you figure out the answer to that riddle, right? Like, what never dies and is annoying and round? Diggy, just ban it out. Like,
I guess what's annoying and round in the past game was also the Akai, you know?
Yeah.
In a certain way, but that's definitely not going to be seeing any sort of bans. And I'm looking at the Yishin Shin that was also something that we didn't shout about during the first phase of the bans itself, makes its way in. And at first I want to call for the 1-1, but this definitely looks a lot better. Now, back to Cho.
R7.
R7's Cho. This is a fighter Cho.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if Burmese Ghouls decide to go for Jawhead at this point in time. I mean, it's a pretty good shout here. It does the job. It's a great flex pick, and not to mention that it absolutely just shuts down Yishin Shin if it gets close enough. So, gotta be careful there.
Burmese Ghouls, they go for an Atlas.
Wow!
Okay, this definitely changed the tempo of the game right now because one great Fatal Links connecting down towards Savannah or even, you know, Albert right there.
All right, Butters, you seem to be trying to figure something out.
Then again, it's a counter for some marksmen, but I don't think it's going to work against a Yishin Shin. Yishin Shin has this way to actually just get out of that with the traceless, but Brody is just... I think this is a deny pick.
Right. Saving them the trouble.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword. It's hitting two birds with one stone. What Burmese Ghouls are trying here. But yeah, I think they're gonna make the most of this odd Atlas with their mid choice. They're gonna get a good hero on to your boy Kid here. So we'll see. Banning now. That's gonna be Luo Yi for BG. RRQ Hoshi getting rid of the Farsa. Oh, I think they're both on the same page.
I think BG is gonna ban out Wan here.
That's a possibility.
They should actually go for it. This is something that RQ has been doing for so many times.
On a
I'm not
roll.
gonna let them get away with this.
On a roll, my guy.
Well, Gideon has been very observant on the first four drafts, and right now you can just paint a clear picture of what this team wants.
I mean, I could get a general idea, but again, like things like Atlas here, for me, it's Burmese Ghouls trying to think out of the box to try a different style to try to catch RRQ off guard. And, you know, RRQ, they ban out the Claude here, very understandable to ensure that, you know, if 1-1 is gone, expect Claude to also get axed as well.
Yeah, and speaking of which, now let's see what sort of mages do we have on the table, because I'm seeing two potentials here. They have gone for Lunox, and also Harif is a possibility, which I definitely think it's looking pretty solid if they want to go for it.
I would probably lock in the Harith here. Like, just me personally.
Alice is still out there though. Alice from the side lanes.
That's
what's rude for the Burmese ghouls, because that's going to be the Brody going to the jungle for Ace. So let's see.
And they go for a Harith.
Harith's easier, I guess. Harith's safer.
I mean, yeah, Harith is safer, and you know, we did see the performance earlier of the Alice where, you know, RQ just locked in the Akai, and I think that's what they're afraid of.
Yeah, Ruby DD wants a change of pace, and I guess with the Fatal Links, you want them to go into a place wherein it's all for you, right? So yeah, Zaman Force is gonna pay dividends. Now RQ locking in their final heroes for slide.
Oh boy!
And this is an answer to the Harith.
Oh, Mincetar.
And it's they're like playing chess.
Straight up.
Remember this, Lemon has pulled this up before. Is this gonna go on towards Lemon's answer or what? Because we're also seeing a combo, an ultra lockdown that they are trying to set up with Kagura coming in.
This is the rock to the Burmese Ghoul scissors. Literally,
Wait, guys. Natalia has just arrived.
Natalia.
You know what? I'm surprised that she only got picked at the second phase of this. And I think it's an answer probably to a Kagura and a Sylvana just to stop them from initiating properly.
Yeah, no, more importantly, just to punish like the fact that Mincetar is on board. As long as he doesn't get the Kings calling down, no matter how good that perfect match in Fatal Links is going to be, this is just a great disengage mechanic for the team. Oh, we get caught out, Kings calling, back away, we're gonna be A-okay.
Both of the teams have their own flavor, have their own style in terms of drafting. RQ Hoshi versus Burmese Ghouls. This is the upper bracket finals. This is a best of 5, and this is game number 5 of the series. And boys, what do you think? Mincetar or Atlas?
Mincetar or Atlas? Two oddballs to choose from here, and I honestly want to see a successful Mincetar, but the success rate for Atlas to pull off great Fatal Links is even higher.
Yo, you got the King from the King of Kings? That's on me.
I will leave you guys with that question, and please take the floor. Go cast the game.
Thanks, Butters. And once again, let's see how this is going to play out here, because we know that the Burmese Ghouls want to just snowball out of control. And so far, they've been struggling to do that against RRQ Hoshi, who's been able to play very defensively and punish the mistakes of the Burmese Ghouls whenever necessary. And so again, let's see how these first turtles go about.
Yeah, that's a very fast 3-man clear coming from the side of RQ Hoshi, and now on towards Little Wanderer. We can also see a little bit of the tussle, but obviously RQ has been able to snatch that Little Wanderer away, and towards the purple buff we go, but over on towards the side lanes here.
I love it. It's the gentleman's cut, I'd like to call it, because look, up top is going into BR7, and then down bottom is going to be D. They just understand that the other's going to do the same. So now Kid trying to look for a nice pick-off. Here now we see, in the debut of Natalia at the playoffs, we want to see if it's worth it, the investment.
I mean, that's not just all the Mincetar, especially on Lemon. It's like, you know, we see him play it once or twice, especially in MPL Indonesia, but like bringing it out on the world stage, this has occurred multiple times, and that's what Lemon brings to the table, just the unpredictableness and how deep his pockets really are.
Yeah, and of course, reaching deep in, do they have that coin? And speaking of which, M2 coins, hopefully you guys did predict correctly on this best of 5.
Yeah. Oh, Vin attempting to steal, but Ace secures it nonetheless. Still no first blood here. About to approach a 2-minute mark. That means Turtle is imminent. It is nigh. And down bottom, that is a forced retreat on to Maybe, and Psycho cutting the lane up top.
Now Ace does arrive to the scene, but looking at the situation where they don't really have the elements available, RQ retreats and definitely don't want to underestimate what Ace could do at that moment. Oh, this is where we start our first blood with Kid unleashing what he's got.
Yeah, just baiting R7 out into this fight. Now Vin getting a good yin-yang overturn. However, I mean, Turtle is half in D. He just wants to get this over with. Vin, he's running out of mana to actually pull this off, and pulling in back into his jungle is the safest bet. But don't forget, Kid is going to hit level 4.
Here's a trademark BG move. First Turtle, very, very important to have Ace hit the ground running. It's as safe as it gets. R7 just, you know, being a thorn on the side of D here. Nice Mountain Shocker, just checking where everyone is. Albert looking low. Kid trying to get caught out by the King's Calling, and he gets out of there. Ooh, I think he's going to run out of options. Nice dash through the wall, but Traceless gets him down nonetheless.
Oh, R7 getting a good way of the Dragon onto that Lapu here. Is he actually winning this matchup? Oh, no, it's going to be the big bait, but R7, he's got the game sense. You don't go in with that much life for no reason, but he still walks up anyway.
Flicker in time, and you can definitely see that they have already popped what they could. And R7, he's trying to control to his best of abilities, but at the moment, Arkihoshi is going for some great invades in response. Sam Force.
BDD getting some good damage, but let's see where it goes from here, because again, it's about Burmese Ghouls pushing their lead. RRQ still ahead by 1k, even though Burmese Ghouls did take the turtle. How is Kid going to force this agenda and really get the ball rolling, bowling against RRQ Hoshi?
Ooh, so far, I don't think they need to force anything, because this is great positioning by Burmese Ghouls. They're setting up. Nice catch, purified here by Vin, but the damage is real. D takes him down, and R7 juggling the aggression back and forth. D comes in. R7 bites it.
What an opening. And well, I definitely feel like Vin doesn't have to push the issue right there, but maybe Suki whatever he can. It's going to be an exchange here for the Sylvana. Have to see he's being bought by Lemon, but here comes Kid.
Oh, Kid, he's doing a really good job here. He's dropped out the smoke screen, and now Rubini D, this is his cleanup time. Burmese Ghouls playing off of a huge snowball. He gets Lemon with the last hit of the Chrono Dash and starts pulling backwards. This is huge for the Burmese Ghouls. They were able to get so much gold off of this.
Yeah, 2 for 1 here, and you're giving out Kid. I think Kid understood the fact that given how much firepower RQ Hoshi's packing, a lot of the things he's going to do is going to affect the other part of the map. But if it immediately trades for, if it immediately results in a trade that is valuable and that is beneficial to Burmese Ghouls, by all means now, Kid faces R7 here.
Yeah, and back towards what you just mentioned there, Albert being picked up. He cannot afford to go down once again, especially in this early phases where Burmese Ghouls is just going to take every sort of objective that we can get. This turtle definitely going in favor of Burmese Ghouls for a moment. And Psycho, he can only watch as it falls, while R7 not really getting himself back in towards that form where, this Fighter Cho is going to be able to put so much great effect in the early game.
Oh boy, R7, he doesn't get caught luckily, but he actually flickers in and finds the king onto Brilliant, but the counterplay coming in from Maybe, the perfect match! Oh my goodness, RRQ hit back and they hit back hard! No, you can't overturn, but the Umbrella Open was going to be just enough to trade 1 for 1, Vin for Ace. So worth it for RRQ.
Just a perfect counter right there with the Fatal Links. Disconnecting the way of the dragon, pulling him. It's like the mind's telling you, yeah, I want to go for it, but the body is being taken all the way back.
Interesting move here by Burmese Ghouls. They're patient, letting the turret be taken down, and now they want revenge. Here comes the cavalry. That Psycho destroyed by Ruby DD, and Albert might be next. A little bit of a silence in here, put in by Kid, and he finished the job. Albert is taken down in Vin, a little too late to the party.
R7 could still actually help Vin out in this sort of scenario here, but will they cancel the recall? Looks likely that it's going to be a no. But over the mid side, Burmese Ghouls going to be opening up the map. Fatal Links once again on towards Lemon, and Vin will be looking for a shutdown on towards Maybe. And Lemon
it's like you remember that really dumb thing you said 15 years ago. That's what happened to Vin, torn apart by Ace, the Burmese Python.
Oh my goodness, what a catch that was. And that's great because now Burmese Ghouls, they need to start pushing their agenda. 15 more seconds until the turtle comes back up. But they're up by a tower, finally, 5-9 against RRQ Hoshi.
This is the biggest lead that they've got throughout this entirety of the game. Not only in terms of the kills, let's look at the goal. Yep, 1,000, but hey, it means a lot when you're facing against this RRQ side and you're taking every single one of these turtles. So they're going to be having that item so much sooner than what RRQ's Alberts has at the moment.
Looking at the items here, the most developed, relatively speaking, for the side of RRQ Hoshi would, you know, still be Albert, but it's interesting to note how much Lemon is also making up, right? Like, that's very close, 4,700 to 4,700.
And we also have the kill side on the side of Ruby DD, so... well, things are just going to get tougher for R7 right here.
Oh no, even with the smoke screen, it's not going to be enough. He does get a good Shinpo in time, but Psycho, he's under a lot of firepower and scrutiny from the rest of the Burmese Ghouls. And you know, speaking of which, don't forget on D. D is actually almost matching Ruby DD in gold.
Yep, and he's looking good, 2-0-2. This Lapu Lapu has not died so far in this 8-minute bout so far, and he's just going to go down, try to answer Lemon on that Mincitar, which, by the way, Mincitar, Lemon, he should be finding more duels, because if not, High and Dry is not doing a lot of work.
Yeah, and looks like they want to go in for this catch flicker coming up from the side of maybe this Patches, and will be getting himself back in towards safety. But look at R7 buying a lot of time with a little bit of a home run all across the land of Dawn. But Burmese Ghouls is going to be having their plans on their own with D in position.
He's going to get kicked for sure. He's going to get hit by the way of the dragon. Oh no, he doesn't even bother going into the brush side. Burmese Ghouls, at least they have a good idea, but they can start stealing the orange buff, this Soul of Lava, away from RRQ.
Yep, and it's an easy take. The rest of the map for the past, what, 2 minutes? Burmese Ghouls have been working on making this kind of space so that the next big attack that they do will be beneficial to them. They know this much that R7's going to try to get away, so they'll try to cordon off as much of the map towards them, make it as red as possible, so that even if they do spend some time going for the chase, at least waves are crashing in.
Yeah, Blade of Despair now being a big purchase for Ace.
Woo!
Lord is right now just on your screens, and both sides ready to take note of that. The Natalia, let's talk about this Natalia, because it's definitely pulling some great effects on Burmese Ghouls' successive picks.
Yeah, a workhorse, definitely. Kid here with the execute, and again, the High and Dry. I think he's able to make the most of it, because again, he can just track people. He can just shadow them and let everyone know, because yeah, Albert has Mountain Shocker like that, just checking in on it. They go on a Psycho. Nice Fatal Link onto one. That's going to be the flicker used up. Torn apart memory, expended by Ace, but there's not enough stacks. Wave the Dragon going up.
OD gets exploded into pieces, and you can see the double going in favor of R7. They're still looking for more right now, but just look at Ruby DD. How much can he take? R7 still looking for the right timing, and we might just actually find a little bit of the exit grounds right here, because Lemon as well as Albert did not exactly in position.
Unfortunate indeed, and I was considering why didn't R7 decide to go in a little bit earlier, especially when Psycho came in with the Imperial Justice. Then I noticed R7 already used the Way of the Dragon, so there's no point, because he even if he did get on top of Ace with the third hit of the Jeet Kune Do, that big knock-up, yeah, that's great, but you don't have the follow-up, so you just end up being a sitting duck.
Yep, that was a trade that I think Burmese Ghouls won in the long run. Again, it's because it's an unfortunate event, like series of events, as you did note. Looking at the items real quick, just barely 1,000 gold ahead is the Burmese Ghouls, and looking at their most developed character here, Hero, it's definitely going to be Ace. He's building up towards a defensive item. Looks like it might be an immortality early on. He knows how dangerous he is, and he knows how badly RRQ Hoshi wants to take him down.
Yeah, speaking of which, we do see some very aggressive plays coming from the side of maybe. He does have Flicker, and definitely he's looking for that chain where he just Flicker as well as link them in towards the teammates, but Vin is definitely not going to be falling into the stab. But over here, it's going to be the Weird Dragon here, getting the pick on towards Ruby DD. And Burmese Ghouls, they lose a lot of damage in this sort of skirmish. Kid has to back away. This is not the fight that they're looking for. And D is trying to set this one up.
That was a free take onto Ruby DD. No consequences at all. Maybe Vin, but I think they had that under control anyways. And here's a nice split push by R7.
Yeah, I gotta say that R7 finally getting that room to do what he does best. Going for a split push. So many of all these endless battles coming right in. And here comes the team fight. They're catching on towards Albert. This might just be the pick that they need. Dean does get that kill. And now over on towards Lemon, running for his life. Kid easily gets him killed off. Perfect assassination coming from the Nada.
2-for-1 trade-off, and RubyDD is back up, and he should be on his way after clearing down bot side. He's running down towards mid to hopefully change up this fight, as RRQ have to wait 20 more seconds to get and even try to contest this Lord. So Burmese Ghouls will get this Lord, and the power play will come into effect.
It's free. This is Luminous Lord. Kid gets blasted down by Vin. Interesting, might have been for shock value. Psycho did have to use the Imperial Justice there. And hold up, they do have the Retribution advantage. Let's see if there's going to be a tragic loss now. Fatal Links spells the end for Vin, and Psycho gets away, but not so much for R7.
And even Ace gets to live to tell the tale. This is looking so bad for Arkihoshi. They don't have the Retribution because Albert is down, and they might have actually given that away and just waits for another sort of a pick there. And Burmese Ghouls, they are now pretty much establishing not only map control, just look at the goal lead, just swinging in abundance.
Yep, they are very happy with their current position right now, but can they get more as the Burmese Ghouls with 3K ahead? They want to catch them out. Oh, Lemon! He finds the King's Calling, but again, this catch isn't looking good with the Fatal Links. Albert not in position. He gets absolutely blasted by the Brody. They can't stop it. Fatal Links again. Say hello to my perfect match here, as now Burmese Ghouls, have they done it? This is the big pick. They've killed 4, and they are pushing through to end this best of 5. Will come home as the Burmese Ghouls, GG, well played, take out RRQ and send them to the lower brackets.
They have done the unthinkable, and now they make history. The first Myanmar team to make it towards the grand finals of the M2 World Championship 2020. They've waited for so long.
Lord knows how long ago in this series we said that the Burmese Ghouls are aiming to become catalysts of change. And boy, oh boy, have the tables turned. This is a new age. Burmese Mobile Legends is the standard, ladies and gentlemen. They are waiting in the grand finals, and it's up to 2 Indonesian teams and 1 Filipino team to rise up and challenge their claim.
In all honesty, we've been saying that the Burmese Ghouls has been slowly and surely getting a lot of experience. They've been there for MSC. They've been there for M1. They were there at MPLI. Now, with all the experience that they got facing these kinds of, or these international teams, right now, it's their time. And they are in the grand finals for M2 World Championship.
I mean, this is huge. This is making history, especially for Myanmar esports, and more so their Mobile Legends community here as they have broken into the grand finals. Who would have expected them to make it this far, and in such a fashion as well?
Yeah, and if you just take a glimpse on towards that book, these players have been there since the get-go throughout all these tournaments that you have mentioned, and finally writing a new chapter and like just close that one off with a big title under their belt.
And this is where it gets interesting, because the Philippines and 2 Indonesian teams are now in the lower bracket, and as you can see, we went the distance with this. Burmese Ghouls just gonna stand by and watch the contenders for the M2 World Championship title.
I think more so even when you say contenders here, literally any one of these top 4s have the standard that we've been looking for here at M2. And right now, it's just whether or not the Philippines can actually start pushing through against 2 Indonesian teams back to back to back to meet Burmese Ghouls at the very end. And for Indonesia, it's who wants to be the representative at the end of the day.
I don't know, man. I'm just excited to have this broken down, because that game felt like a fight, like a brawl. And if anything, it's our analysts who can break down the details and let us know what exactly went down.
Analysts, take it away.
Well, thank you so much, casters. Back here at the analyst stage with Wolf and Lafel, your analysts breaking down that game number 5 and that 5-game series between the Burmese Ghouls from Myanmar and RRQ Hoshi from Indonesia. I did not expect that to go that deep, man.
Yeah, and before we move forward, I have to say thank you to the casters. They casted their heart out. I can see that they're all very, very tired and they deserve a break. But either way, it's looking at the game, right? Even though, yes, we're analysts, we can point out things. We can point out, oh, he did this good, he did that good. But in this kind of context, it was like a best of one. And honestly, it was a brawl of mechanics where both of these teams are using the hero to the utmost ability, where there were not that many mistakes, in my opinion, and it's mostly just outplays.
And we were talking about how teams should be creative in a 5-game series, and it's kind of weird for me to see Arkiyoshi put up the Minsithar. It made sense. Don't get me wrong, but unfortunately, only the ultimate was the counter the heroes of Burmese Ghouls. Let's talk about that later as we tackle the highlights, man.
Yeah, right now we're gonna look at the highlights for all the plays that has been happening throughout the game. And the thing that I want people to see is the team fights between Burmese Ghoul as well as RQ Hoshi, especially maybe on that Atlas, setting up for his team, as well as D, always going to the back lines and making sure he gets the correct target.
I think that this is really a good tell on how coordinated Burmese Ghouls are. Like Rupi DT jumping here just to go after Arkeosha have already expended their skill shots. Burmese Ghouls was able to win it for sure.
Yeah, and the thing is, Burmese Ghoul, they are a team fight based team.
This is perfect.
Pause here, where again, this is why I say this is a game of mechanics where we've seen many times. I even told tank players that you guys should have stopped the Way of the Dragon, because now it is stoppable. It's no longer a perfect going through. And we look at what Maybe has done, where he used the Fatal Link. It's like, oh, Fatal Link, you should wait for a lot of people to get into one place and then just do his ulti. But not necessarily the case. You can use it as a peeling tool for your teammate. Granted, his teammate still did die, but that is because Arkeyoshi is just that good.
Yeah, I think that Burmese Ghouls still will win this particular clash, but do take note, that is a good trait of a very smart tank. You know how to utilize your ultimate so well.
Yeah, and the thing is, as I was saying before, Burmese Ghoul, they are a team fight based team where they try to win with all of their members in the Land of Dawn. They're not like a pick-come kind of situation. And over here as well, we have a pause over here, and it is not on the side of Burmese Ghoul, but it's actually on the side of R7, where something special that we have here, Wolf. We can hear the communication of the players.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, because they are shouting so loud, and in this situation, I just like how R7, he called this. He was like, I can get this guy, come to me quick. I don't care who you have to mow down, just come to me quick. And that is what Arkihoshi did, and I like this kind of teamwork where they're just shouting so loud, and this kind of I would say coordination is very good, even to the point where R7 in this clip as well, if it shows, he wanted to get another kill, but his whole team's like, no, don't take the risk, come back, and that's what he did.
Coordination and communication. I think that the hosts asked us earlier if this will be a prelude to or a preview of the finals. Because of both teams' synchronization and coordination, it is much possible because they're so good when it comes to really team fighting, both of these teams.
Yep, and again, I will pause again here, and I'm very, very sorry to the producers, but the thing is, D over here, he always used his ulti to go to the back line, and as I think our casters have pointed out as well, Albert with the yes and shit, he really couldn't do much, but that's not his fault. He's always mowed down by D. D just like, I don't care what happens to me. I die. You have to die. And with that, Burmese Ghoul is actually disrupting RQ Hoshi's backline, making their main damage dealer not able to do anything. And just like you said, Lemon as well. He was more of a utility kind of pick to make sure no dashes are going through. So maybe he should have dropped his ulti on the backline instead of in the front line.
And we're going to be talking a lot about circles. Look at the green circles that's no longer available for Arkeoshi. That's why Burmese Ghouls were just jumping into the fight. And again, outer circle versus inner circle, when it comes to clash, the outer circles almost automatically wins.
Yep, and in this situation, we just see Burmese Ghoul, they win the team fights time and time again. But I think it's just the basic of mechanics in terms of the team fight. Eliminate the most devastating target, and then after that, you just pick off one by one by one, or in some best case scenario, just eliminate them all at the same time.
I think this is like one of the best series if you to watch if you want to study how to peel in a MOBA, right?
Yeah.
Particularly in Mobile Legends, I think both Burmese Ghouls as well as Arkeoshi have shown us how to utilize that strategy so well so that they can win the team fights. And now we can see the item build for both teams.
Yeah, and we can see that Natalia, she does prioritize more of the damage with the Blade of Heptases as well as the Blade of Despair. And I think this is also part of their idea. It's either Kid or D. It doesn't matter who, as long as you guys can eliminate Yeast and Shin from the fight, it doesn't matter if they can't dash away, they will still be able to win. So I think this is the push that they were trying to get. And again, Burmese Ghoul, they work well with a full damage composition, but Atlas is the key to this victory. The setups, the peels. I would argue he's the only one that doesn't do damage, but I think he is the one that really enabled the team.
You have to take note, Burmese Ghouls in their core heroes, particularly Ruby Didi, going for that Dreadnought armor that's just perfect against all of the physical damage dealers coming out from Arkeoshi. If you're looking at their cores, it's the Mincetar, it's the Cho, it's the Yisen Shin, and all are stopped by the physical defense coming out from Burmese Ghouls. I don't like the fact that you are putting your you're kind of compromising your damage department by having this quote-unquote core Mincetar, which if you think about it, you just want to utilize his ultimate, right? There's so many questions I want to ask Arkeoshi, and probably the most questionable one is that why they picked the Mincetar.
Yeah, I mean, right now we are looking at the post-game stats. The rich guy will be going to D with 746 gold per second. The carry, 42,000 damage dealt. Ruby Didi, sandbag over to Psycho with 65,000 damage tanked. And the forgotten one, maybe with the 15 assists.
And this is such a big, how to say this, comparison. You see the Mincetar, you see the Lapu-Lapu plus the Harith, and then the Cho plus the Mincetar. Just the damage output from both of these cores are so... It's night and day. Even the Atlas, as you're pointing out right now, almost dealt as much damage as the Mincetar. That is how you know that this is not a good pick. You're sacrificing so much of your potential as a team by drafting these weird heroes.
Yeah, and then doing it on 5th game?
That's right.
You know, if it was the first game or second game, completely understandable. Right now, we were looking at the MVP of the series, and is going to maybe the only guy that did not do damage, but the guy that made sure that all of his team stay alive, as well as make sure his team get the kills.
0 kills, 15 assists in 13 minutes. And not only that, his usage of the ultimate. I think that many times we saw maybe with his fast and decisive usages of the ultimate, you don't really need to wait for the 5 of your opponents to do that. Because obviously they will not group up. This is Arkeoshi. And we saw Atlas just even commit his ultimate onto one hero. The best, I would say, usage of his ultimate was in the middle, where there was a King's Calling for the Mincetar, and for them to get out of the King's Calling, he actually used his ultimate, right? The Fatal Links.
Yeah, and I really think that maybe is the unsung hero, because we have to remember the first 2 games that Burmese Ghoul won was because of his Diggy.
That's right.
And now the 5th game, they won because of his Atlas. We all look at the damage, but we always forget there's that one guy that enables everyone else. Even though it's like, oh, no kills, just assists, but those assists really help.
And they are in the grand finals, man. How big is that? Burmese Ghouls from Myanmar. Man, we have always seen Indonesian teams secure the grand final slot in the M1 World Championship and even in the Southeast Asian Cups that we are having now. But this time, it's Myanmar with Burmese Ghouls in there. I'm sure that we will get to talk to one of their players, and that is going to be through Lysander. I'm excited to hear this. Lysander, take the floor, man.
All right, guys, thank you so much for your analysis. I'm sure there's plenty more you'll talk about later on tonight, because that was an incredible best of 5, but we have history made here today in M2 history, because we have our Myanmar team in the grand finals. Burmese Ghouls have exceeded all expectations and made it there after 5 tough games against RRQ. And I'm here with the MVP of game number 5, maybe. You know, his tank plays has made so much space, so much crowd control in those team fights. Analysts had to give it to him. Hello, maybe.
Hello.
How are you feeling making Myanmar proud in that grand final?
I'm really proud cause I'm the Myanmar pride for M2. I'm really excited. So I'm really nervous.
Very nervous and excited to win the championship.
Yeah.
I think regardless of what happens in the final, you guys have done Myanmar very, very proud. And I think all the fans back home can definitely say that they supported the right team. You know, they supported Burmese Ghouls, and a lot of analysts at the start, they said you guys are underdogs. But y'all proved them wrong. And all right, so
I want to.
Oh yes.
I want to say, whoever, if they think we are underdog, they will lose the M2 trophy. Okay.
Ooh.
That is my opinion.
Okay. I love it. If you think we are the underdogs, you will lose that M2 trophy. Perfect. All right, I guess those casters don't deserve the M2 trophy. Casters, I hope you're listening to this. He just laid down the law. Okay, I want to ask about that best of 5. Okay, the first 2 games, really well done. Everyone thought it was going to be 3-0. You had Diggy. They didn't know how to deal with Diggy. And then they started banning Diggy. You know, they started panicking. They banned Diggy. And then they won game 3 and game 4. And then, you know, I'm sure the fans were scared for you guys, but you guys prevailed. So how did you guys come back? You know, losing 2 games like that, is there panic? You know, what's happening?
You know, this best of 5 series. We like to play first BO5. So and then we really we did mistake a lot, but we try our best and we know how to play next game, and we really excited, and we really proud of for Myanmar country.
Okay, so earlier on you taught me how to say the Myanmar cheer, how they cheer in the chat. Can you say it with me? So we're going to say Burmese Ghouls Cha, right? Yeah, so can you shout it with me in the camera? And then we'll throw it to a break, all right? Okay, we're going to say, okay, 1, 2, 3. Burmese Ghouls Cha! All right, guys. We have the upcoming final series for today, AE Alter Ego versus Brand Esports, coming to you guys right after the break here at the M2 World Championships.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
perasaan ya pasti bangga lah bisa bawa nama Indonesia ke ajang dunia kayak gini.
RQ just knowing on the base and another 2-0.
Lagi kalau bisa juara lebih bangga lagi.
E1 has been caught. Fatal Links getting 3. This is huge. Blazing duet. Perfect combo.
Even waktu yang PlayStation 5 kita on drop sekejap, apa yang saya harapkan dapat buat lagi better, lagi bagus dan lagi konsisten lah.
シンガポールに来るのは観光のためじゃなくて M2 のために来ています。
There now KCB gets blasted down. He has an immortality. LY4 destroyed by Sheena.
大会に勝つためにたくさんの戦略を持ってきました。
With our bootcamp training and all the hours we put in that we never ever had.
Here comes Pokemon as well. He gets that double kill. My goodness me, shredding them to pieces.
I think we stand a very fair chance in retaining a trophy for Eagles.
Kenji gets caught out. Oh, he hooked him in! He hooked him in!
Sobrang nakaka-proud. Pero at the same time, may pressure kasi yung bansa mo na yung nire-represent mo.
Omega Esports, they will just end the game.
Pero confident naman ako na kaya namin manalo.
ကျွန်တော်ထင်မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်ပဲအဲ့လိုမျိုးစိတ်တွေကတော့ဘာမှကြောက်တာတော့မရှိဘူးကျွန်တော်တင်ရတော့
That was so good. It's a triple kill coming in for Ace.
ပဲတင်လာတာအကုန်လုံးစောနိုင်မယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ထင်တယ်
How long can he stand though as you think they will fall?
Aku harap kalian gak pernah tertidur karena our dream it's your nightmare, bro.
Huwag na kayong umasang makakaskal kayo sa amin. Dudurugin namin kayong lahat.
Comes in, blazing duet. He's got it, man.
Friend lang, malakas.
M2 World Championship. Join the fight.
Dawn of the day, I hear you call. Face a new challenge, far, far away. Thrill of the fight as we fight to survive. For honor and glory, strong as a knight. Nothing can break us down, we will all wear a crown. We are unstoppable, we're proud like armor and shield. We are unbreakable, we're all invincible. Now we'll take on the world. We can fight, fight for our lives. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never off the strap, but what you believe in is right. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Another day is dawning again. Forget our troubles, we're standing the pain. Some others are gone, but spirits remain. We're fighting the names while victory awaits. We're invincible, let's take on the world. Fight, fight for our lives. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never off the strap, but what you believe in is right. Immortal hero, immortal hero.
serve.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Serve. Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert. Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on
We've already seen 3 amazing matches here at your M2 World Championship 2020. We have one more coming up for you. Good evening here in Asia, wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for watching us. If you're on Facebook, YouTube, or even MeWatch, keep those comments coming in. We're pretty sure our friends over at the Philippines and Indonesia, they might be flooding the comment section right now in support for their favorite team. More details on that in just a while. But before we delve into the action, as always, we do want to say thank you to the people who made M2 possible. Firstly, this entire event powered by our friends over at Moonton, supported by the Singapore Tourism Board. Use the hashtag #PassionMadePossible if you have any memories of being here in the Lion City. And how about Skoga, supporting esports talents and careers since 2008 here in Singapore. And also IMDA and our partners Secret Lab. We also have SUTL, Signet, MediaCorp, Cathay Cinema, Toomey, and our friends over at Razer. And just to let you know, the Black Shark V2, it is still up for grabs. So aside from supporting your favorite teams, why not leave a comment on our Facebook page? I repeat, our Facebook page on why you should be the winner of the Razer Black Shark. As always, my name is Joachim Gomez, one of your hosts for M2, joined by my fellow co-host Lysander, and on the panel for the final time this evening, it's Mr. Unofficial Toomey Ambassador, and also a proud Malaysian Lafel, and of course all the way from the Philippines, it's Wolf on the panel. And I like how it's a bit of a show and tell happening. Now, gentlemen, a repeat of the group stages. Alter Ego against Bren. Will we see another 2-0 victory for Bren? That's my question.
I don't think so. A win for Bren, it could be, but it's not a 2-0. Let alone it will not be the same. Because the thing is, Bren Esports, they won against Alter Ego in the group stages by abusing the fact that Yam is quite not in the playoff form yet. And they were also focusing on Liam Murphy. And the thing is, they kind of revealed that thing too. I think Ducky actually said what they did to Alter Ego Esports. So I don't think that Alter Ego Esports will let that happen once again.
On the question of the amount of games we'll be seeing, I would like to skip this question.
That's a smart
yeah, I think
for all of us involved, production, crew, everyone, maybe not the players, but you know what, maybe actually the players as well, because you affect their lives in some dark and mysterious ways. So speaking of 2-0 Joachim, I think Bren Esports, before this we all talked about them like they're titans, infallible, that's the word, infallible, and they've shown that they could bleed. I think that's my point I'm trying to bring here. It's like they've lost a couple of games. They brought some of the Filipino fans to, they've scared them into submission. It's like, oh my gosh, my champions are actually going to get knocked off the main stage. And right now, I don't know, man. I think Alter Ego have stepped up. This playoff has been really nice for them. So they're going to put up a fight, I think. That's the thing.
Now let's not forget their opponents yesterday, Burmese Ghouls. They are through to the grand final. Yeah. In the words of Lysander, they are chilling and just going to be watching the entire action to find out who their opponent will be. So here's to run you down what's going to happen. The winner of Alter Ego against Bren, they'll face off against RRQ Hoshi tomorrow, and then the winner of that game will go on to face the Burmese Ghouls for the grand finals. Guys, it's crunch time. What are your thoughts on the game about to happen right now?
That's crazy. If you think about the journey of either Bren and Alter Ego, particularly just Bren Esports, they're going to be facing the runners-up of MPL Indonesia, no pressure. They're going to be facing the champions of MPL Indonesia, no pressure at all. And then they will go to a best-of-7 grand final, no pressure at all.
Yeah, this is a nightmare boss fight. Yeah?
It is.
And for me personally, I've been making a lot of jokes, but for real, this is...
You're making a prediction?
No.
Okay.
This is... I'm pretty sure this has been a crazy roller coaster ride of emotions, not just for the players, for the panels, for the casters, and more importantly, for all of the viewers at home. Because, okay, we've seen in traditional sports, you really like this team. You put your heart into this team. When they win, you feel like you win. And when they lose, you're with them there, feeling the loss as well.
Exactly.
And now it's for the country's pride.
Exactly. Those
Philippines, they only have one more team. Indonesia, they have 2, but they are in the lower brackets.
Exactly.
And right now, Myanmar, they are celebrating because worst comes to worst, they are the 2nd best region in the world.
Yeah.
And as a Malaysian, I know that all of the fans at home, even though we're sad that Toda is no longer competing, but at the same time, we are very, very thankful to the team that they have made it this far and they still made Malaysia proud.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, I want to just focus on Alter Ego for a bit. We saw Yam's true potential yesterday and earlier on as well. Do you think this is going to be the difference maker along with Udil, who might be playing? We're not too sure what the starting lineup is yet.
I think definitely the difference maker for sure, because of the fact that Brand Esports kind of relied on the idea that they will try to abuse Yam's inexperience in professional play. But then again, this is a completely different story. And I would say that it's so weird for Brand Esports now because you're kind of running out of options. You just showed a lot of your strategies against Todak, and you also showed a lot of your weaknesses against Burmese schools. Now, Alter Ego, they're showing strength. So it's gonna be a tough challenge for them for sure. It's gonna be we have to erase what we saw in the group stages because this is entirely different.
Yeah, we talked about the lower bracket run. There are advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is the earlier you start in the lower bracket, the more dangers you are facing. So you have to pull out the best strats, otherwise you go home. And because you reveal more and more strategy, you gotta be ready to fight without any secret strats. But the good thing is, if you play from the lower finals, you're warmed up for grand finals. Burmese ghouls might be chilling in their hotel room too chill, and it might affect their first few games. So there have been ups and downs, but ultimately, I think some teams, I think Alter Ego were the ones that said this, their plan initially was for their fellow countrymen to take the upper bracket and they fight from the lower bracket. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Regardless of what happens, Alter Ego brand, 2 Indonesian teams might have to fight each other at the end of the road, or they will have to defend the Indonesian honor against Philippines. So I think either way, Indonesia is in for a rough day tomorrow.
Lafel, if let's just say you were the coach of Brand Esports and having judged your performance against Todak earlier, what would you be saying to your team to hype them up for this game against Alter Ego?
First of all, relax, because we don't want any jitters happening on stage, right? Number 2, remember your basics, right? Because the moment you forget about that, you start looking like a headless chicken, right? And the thing is, that I think that is the most important thing that we have to see, because both of these teams have played today. And today has been a very long day, as our casters know especially, right? Yeah. And in this kind of situation, the pressure is really on, because whether you play or not tomorrow depends on this one series. So I definitely would say don't overcomplicate it. You know what's good for you, and
no funny stuff.
You know your opponent. You fought against them many times.
You 2-0 them.
Yeah. So know what's best for you. Don't overthink it, because I think we also saw it on the last round with the Minsitar. I think they overthink it.
That's true. That's true. Do not overthink. And also, maybe the one thing that I can add to what Lafel said is don't read the comments.
Oh yeah.
For now, just stay away from the comments
Stay
now.
away from the comments.
Gentlemen, we have the team head-to-head on your screens as we speak. Want to run us through, because we've seen this many times today, but I feel this one could come in handy, especially for a team like Alter Ego against a team like Brand Esports.
Yeah, and right now we can see the team damage per minute. It is on the side of Brand Esports, but again, they are a very aggressive kind of team. But average game score is actually on the side of Alter Ego with 46 against 39, which means Alter Ego, when they play really good. And the thing is, they always finish out with a very high kill ratio.
This is going to be a little bit closer. If you were to look at the game day 1 stats of both Brand Esports and Alter Ego Esports, it will be heavily sided on Brand Esports. But with all of the recovery that Alter Ego Esports did, they have also recovered their stats, and it's gonna be really close. As you can see right now, a team will lead a little bit for Nerd Slate per game, and then the other will lead for Turtle Slate per game. This is so similar. But one thing's for sure,
a lot of unique heroes.
Alter Ego Esports with a lot of unique heroes played compared to Brand Esports.
And the thing is, Alter Ego did play originally from the lower bracket, and every fight in the lower bracket is do or die. So they, just like you guys have said as well, no more hidden stress. Whatever you have to put on the table. So this shows that between Alter Ego and Brand Esport should roughly know what Alter Ego want to do.
You know what? The memes aside, I think there are so many memes that we are talking that is attributed to Brand, them being stubborn enough to let all of these picks
Power picks over, yeah.
Power picks like the Yuzong, for example. And I think that this is also attributed to the fact that the Philippine teams in general, they are actually really stubborn when it comes to picking and approaching the draft. They will, if you have a signature pick, for example, we're gonna give it to you and defeat you with that. That's how the mentality goes.
Like giving Burmese Ghoul the diggy.
Exactly.
There you go.
But RRQ had the discipline and said, okay guys, we need to put out the fire. Diggy gets banned from here to tomorrow. I think maybe Brand might have to do it. But the thing is, there's nothing to watch out. You got that BO3. You want to survive this, but let's take a look at the player head-to-head first. We got Flap TZ versus Yam, and Yam is the guy we're talking a lot about. Yutong seems incredibly OP in his hands, but Yutong seems to be killable in other hands. So what is he doing right?
Yeah, so even Joe Kim talked about this. Yam, is he going to be the factor? And looks like, in the player head-to-head, Yam against Flap TZ, both of these guys have been doing well. Now, the average KDA 3.4, that just proves how much Yam has improved, because in the group stages he did so bad, but right now he has increased his KDA slowly and slowly. And I'll look at the damage per minute. Yam is actually higher than Flap TZ, as well as the kill participation. So now in the playoffs, Yam has not just used the Yuzong, he has used the Harif, he has used other plethora of heroes, where I feel like we definitely have to look at the side lanes. Wherever Yam is, wherever Flap TZ is, maybe there's a lot of plays in those areas.
Yeah, they might want to retarget, send the jungle there more often, mess with him a little bit. You know, sometimes I think a player's good streak can be messed up. You mess his mojo, he's feeling confident from the past few games. He overextends a bit because he knows he can, but then you bring a jungle in, suddenly it's 2-on-1, he dies a couple of times, his confidence is shaken, you break him. It's a best of 3, you can take them out in this short window. If you get to that best of 5 like we just saw with Burmese Ghouls, there is time for recovery. RRQ almost recovered, Burmese Ghouls almost didn't recover. BO5s are a whole new ball game. So you want to get to that BO5. It's the last BO3 of the tournament. Get out of that, and then you have more breathing room.
Now, Lafell and Wolf, judging your knowledge of both Alter Ego and Brand Esports and their history with Mobile Legends Bang Bang, who needs to win this round? Who needs to win this?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, wow, that is such a difficult
question. Which team will be feeling the most pressure to say, hey, we really need to win this. We need to fight for our life.
I think when it comes to the pressure, it's definitely definitely in the Filipino team. The Brand Esports, they are really carrying a lot of baggage, especially when it comes to how much pressure the country really relies on them. This is, literally speaking, one representative left, while Indonesia there's 2. But not only that, Brand Esports, how many times have they told online that they will easily win this M2, and it looks like it's not that easy for them, you know.
Yeah, and I would like to skip that question. And right now we will look at the lineup. It is Yam, Leo Murphy, and looks like Udil will be playing around one side with Chelly Boy.
Yeah, okay. No more. He said hi to you earlier.
Oh yeah, Chelly Boy said I told him good luck, and he said thank you.
It's your fanboy moment. What about our friends over at Brand Esports? Let's have a look as well.
It is Rebo, Carl TZ, Few, Lusty, and Flap TZ. No news of any substitutes from the Brand Esports.
It's the full power.
It's the full power indeed. And this is one of their most picked heroes. And like we said, they played fewer unique heroes compared to other teams. And these are the heroes that you really will see.
I get the point. Few heroes.
Yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
Okay. But they don't want to get out of their comfort zone. I think, like we said, it's a BO3. Don't mess around with things you don't know.
Yeah, but Flap TZ. Over there, we can see that his favorite hero is the Baxia. And the thing is, Baxia is not a hero that we always see in the side lanes. But this just proves that Flap TZ has a wide range of heroes. So it's one of those situations where you can't really predict. And right now, we can see the player lineup position where Uldil will be going up against Few. Flap TZ against Yam, as we said before. And Rebo against Pi. But just like what Lysander said, we have to look at their jungler. Chelly Boy as well as Carl TZ, where will they bring the fight? If they bring the fight to the experienced lane, I think we'll be seeing a lot of action.
Yeah, and I think the last things as well, you know, we talked about who needs this win more. I'm going to say Brand, because they have been receiving a lot of heat. You know, the TZs especially, the 3 of them. I've seen the chat they are ruthless. And I thought these guys were fans, you know, and they're just roasting these guys for even underperforming in the slightest way. And meanwhile, Yam has been doing good, but make no mistake, he trips up into his lane, he's going to get roasted, thrown to the dogs.
Lysander, the thing is, they are fans, but you just have to wait for Brand to win, then they become fans again.
Right, true. Bandwagon fans.
Oh my goodness, that's it though. I cannot wait to see what the audience predictions are going to be like. Wolf, go for it, Wolf.
You know, I'm going to teach you a Filipino word. Word. It's balimbing. It's
balimbing.
Balimbing. Yeah, perfect.
Balimbing?
Perfect. Balimbing. It's word for star apple, if I'm not mistaken. It just literally it means that you only side with the winners. When you win, you side with the winning team almost all the time.
The thing is, balimbing is a Malay word as well.
What does it mean?
It's a fruit that looks like a star.
Yeah, it's a star apple.
Now,
it's perfect.
If we go by audience predictions alone, I guess we're all balimbings. Am I saying it correctly?
Yeah.
Alter Ego Esports 22.5%, but Brand Esports 77.5%. Is this surprising to you guys for audience predictions?
The audience just wants balance, one of each.
Audience has been right a lot.
Yeah.
They
so
have been correct.
One of here is the casters are not doing their jobs then? Is that it? What's up, guys?
No, I think we just have to look at the talent prediction and just look which one is not the...
Okay, we'll see. Maybe talent prediction is the same.
Okay, that backfired.
Okay.
That backfired a bit, yeah.
But the thing is, I am actually surprised about the audience predictions, but because I think there are more Indonesian fans compared to Filipino fans. And then I remembered the Indonesian fans.
They're still RQ.
They are so divided between RQ and
Wolf. It's just that the thing that you have to know, fans aren't always right. Now, talent prediction.
Okay.
I feel like this is a Thanos situation.
Yeah, balance in all things, yeah?
Balance in all things.
Yeah.
This is pretty. I like that.
I think this is the first time we had a 50-50 score when it comes to the predictions by either the audience or the talent. So well done to you for making our lives difficult and making your life difficult as well as you watch the action between Alter Ego and Brand Esports.
I'm sorry, like that is still on me. I've never seen something so divided and at the same time so...
I'm just very cautious that you might accidentally make a prediction
no.
and then we all...
No.
So, yeah, we're banning your magic for now. We're putting the magic resist on you. We're not going to allow you to make any predictions. Maybe you can make it off stage, but make sure none of us hear it. Make sure no one in the air hears it.
Live on record right now, we leave LaFell out of this. Wolf, your predictions, Brand Esports against Alter Ego.
I think that more... I saw the performance of Brand Esports. I think that they have recovered already, so I'm gonna give them, but it's a 2-1 for sure.
2-1 to Brand.
Yeah. I think I wanna see your the Brand boys do it as well. All right, good job, LaFell, being responsible. But I think the Brand boys need it a little bit more.
Yeah,
they need that. They need to at least make top 3 for Philippines. I think that is what it's at. So, Philippines. You do you, but Alter Ego, put up a good fight, give us a good show. Joakim, over to you.
It's been hyped up already. Thank you very much, Lysander, LaFell, as well as Wolf. Now, don't forget our friends over at Razer and M2, they have exclusive giveaways for you. Now, be on standby for the action that is Alter Ego against Brand. Casters, over to you.
There is only one match away before we enter the final day of the Mobile Legends M2 World Championship. Regarded as one of the favorites to win it all, even though Alter Ego came short in the group of death, they are clawing their way out of the lower bracket with sheer dominance.
While the rest of them arrive and those things.
Oh my goodness!
Two members burst it down, and Omega Esports
Another hot prospect of the tournament, Brand Esports took care of Tuna in a 3-game series. Brand is now looking to shift their gears going into their next match, where they will be facing their international nemesis, Alter Ego. These two teams are somehow fated and attracted to fight against each other. Alter Ego, the Kingslayers of Indonesia, and the Philippines champions, Brand Esports, who will come up on top in the lower bracket final of the Mobile Legends M2 World Championship.
Oh my goodness, it's been such a long day, but we have to give out a special thanks to our sponsor, Secret Lab, for making sure that we are in maximum comfort. The award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. I mean, these guys are available in Secret Lab official stores in major e-commerces in Singapore, or you could visit secretlab.co to get one for yourself now.
Of course, we have to say thanks to PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike.
And did you know that there is an official live screening event of M2 in Singapore at the Cathay Cineleisure Orchard? It's called MVP, and you'll be able to catch all the M2 action on the big cinema screen. What's more, you can also win attractive prizes when you take part in the activities and the lucky draw. MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at the Cathay Cineplex website. And you can also check out www.rsg.gg/MVP for more information on MVP. And one last thing, shout out to our MLBB community watching at Cathay Cinemas in NUS Sports Hub and Bukit Merah Swimming Complex. Shout out to you guys watching there and honestly sitting along this entire journey. With that being said, welcome to the Casters Desk. We got Butters, we got Leo, we got Contra, and me, Gideon Q. This time around, it's going to be an exciting one. How you guys feeling? It's been a long day, and I hope that you guys can hear that, because these games are going to be hot stuff.
That's Alter Ego, go, go, go. And it's going to be against Bren Lang Malakas.
Oh boy, I really hope that they do shout it out in the back. But Leo, what do you think about this particular matchup here? It's been a long awaited time for this, for the last Philippine representatives.
This whole experience has been ethereal, all right? A lot of what's gone down in the playoffs have been the stuff of dreams. And right now, we are about to witness a fated matchup. People have been building this rivalry up ever since the MPL Invitational, and right now it's more than just a game. It's more than just competition. This is all-out war, especially between these two, and how crazy is it that it's in the lower bracket?
You know what? I just want to call them a love team right now. They can't seem to get each other. They can't seem to get separated from each other.
Star-crossed lovers.
Yeah, star-crossed lovers. They're meant to be.
Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, they truly are. But with that being said, let us introduce the two teams coming up here. Let's check it out.
Alter Ego Esports from Indonesia. Young. Cassius. Leo Murphy. Zelly Boy. Pi. And Udin. Alter Ego Esports.
From Indonesia, Alter Ego Esports.
From the Philippines, Brand Esports. Coco. View. EJ. Flat TZ. Carl TZ. Lusty. And Rebo. Brand Esports.
From the Philippines, Brand Esports.
And this is the final matchup of today. It's going to be Alter Ego versus Brand Esports in a final best of 3 to determine who stays and who leaves. Aaron, Contra, Chan, my man, you got to tell me more about these two because this has been a very long journey from both of these teams.
Yeah, we've already heard from Butters as well as Leo. Now, here's my take. They've been meeting time and time again, and once again, this is the journey of redemption because we look in towards Alter Ego. They were defeated 0-2, and in the hands of Brand Esports where they went up in towards the upper brackets. And of course, Brand definitely having all smiles on their face, but now they're bound to meet again, and they still have a little bit of the reminiscence of that grand finals back in MPLI. Oh boy, I don't know, but on stage, we've already seen cheers coming from the opposing end. Soon, you know, enemies might just bound to be friends at the end of the day.
I mean, enemies bound to be friends. I like the way you're putting it here.
Very optimistic.
Exactly, it's really optimistic because at this point, it's going to be arch nemesis at a certain point, right? Come on.
I just want to say they underwent jersey exchange already.
Oh.
You know what? I think that is just how... again, when you go into a blood pact, it's very violent, but it's also for peace, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's the opposite. Like, you do something nice to start, and then you go into a fight. That's what this is.
Oh, boy. Let's check out the brackets just to look at the overall journey that these two teams have come from. Starting off with Brand. They knock down Alter Ego down to fight in the lower brackets against 10 Seconds Gaming. And Brand, they had to deal with the Burmese ghouls. And again, once the battle started to take place, Brand gets knocked down to the lower brackets. AE taking out the other Filipino counterparts. So again, there's a lot of rubbing shoulders here for both of these teams. And honestly, I don't know who's going to come up on tops, but the fans, they've got a lot to say.
I think Brand Esports here, they're out for blood and for vengeance. Again, after falling Omega Esports earlier in the day, they now have to face the big boss, which I don't know, for the longest time now, ever since the playoffs began, Alter Ego has that aura. They feel like they're the bad boys. They feel like you owe it to them to fight them and to beat them, especially with Udil playing now.
I mean, it's one of those situations where it's like Indo pride, you know? It's one of those things where it's like, we're the best region, therefore it's only natural. Am I right, Contra?
Yeah, definitely right. And of course, speaking of the Indo pride itself, we've always seen all these Indonesian teams that have been able to make it to a certain grand finals or one another, and they're hoping to send both, but now there's only going to be at least one. But RQ is going to be waiting on the line. Even if, you know, Brand Esports goes up, it goes to show that, you know, if you have taken down one Filipino team, it's time for us to take one out as well.
Oh my. I mean, you're totally right there, but it's time to get this bout on the road real soon. But we first got to call up our head marshal here. She has been doing a lot of hard work, and it's been a long day for her as well. Christina Ung, making sure competitive integrity will always be kept while she is going to be marshaling this entire game. Now, with our two coaches as well coming here up on stage, the brains of the team, the directors, the men in the driver's seat to allow the rest of the gears to keep on working. It's going to be Ducky as well as Nasi Udo to guide these boys to glory.
Yeah, both of these sides, we've already known that Nasi Udo has been able to draft some amazing picks, coming in with different players that comes on board. And we talk about the three faces that we've already seen so far. What else have they prepared? Because they have been watching games coming in from the upper brackets, and look at the tenacity that they had throughout the lower bracket run.
Yeah, they've beat each other time and again. Indonesia, Philippines, this is a never-ending rivalry, the unspoken rivalry. And right now, the time is right to settle it down. Like, who is the best between these two countries?
I like the way you put it. Who's the best between these two countries? Because
Burmese ghouls is
the elephant in the room, exactly.
Yeah, the Burmese ghouls just went here.
Yeah, no, Myanmar is currently the strongest team in the M2 World Championship. So let's not forget that. But right here, right now, it's essentially an underdog battle, right? How does that feel? It's so weird that the Philippines and Indonesia are the ones rising up from the lower bracket while the Burmese will just wait.
Honestly, here's my take on this, because again, I think all my predictions coming in from that one article that people keep referring me to.
You put the Burmese was an 8th.
I put 7th actually,
7th.
and I put them because there's not a lot of info on them. But it honestly all started to go wrong when Bren knocked down Alter Ego. They knocked down Yam, Leo Murphy, Udil, Chelly Boy, and Pai down to the lower brackets, and I've been called a racist because of that.
Wait, they didn't give you the memo that your predictions can't be used against you.
No, don't worry.
Hey, I made the prediction as well. You know how hard it was to actually put either Alter Ego as well as Bren, because now it's so weird to see them on the lower bracket facing each other, and it's not even the first time.
Now, don't get me wrong. Again, a lot of these people haven't actually read the full article to give my explanation on why exactly they were in those positions, or better yet, watched on social media to check the updated versions here. But Bren, these guys have been an absolute mountain shocker in the group stages. But now coming up in towards this stage of the game, I feel like the pressure is building up against them, Butters.
Now, some of the reasons why Bren Esports was losing is because of some of the tank choices that they go for. Like, if you noticed, against Todak, they picked a Cho game number 1. That didn't work. But when they went for those non-meta tanks, like the Atlas, the Grok, everything just went well for them.
I mean, it's one of those situations where, you know, as long as you're winning, it's technically meta. If you're losing, it's like, oh, why you're trolling? Am I right? Am I right?
It's always going to be the case. Like, oh, this hero looking so great in the hands of, Lemon or somebody like that when you go in towards the M2 and you start bringing it to ranks. Like, how exactly did he pull it out? Like, it's not working in my games. And of course, we got a lot to talk about here because we're already having the drafts coming in away within 2 minutes.
Explanation here, Leo. Give me some of your thoughts on these off tanks or weirder picks.
I think because the meta is slow, it's very quickly evolving. I was gonna say slowly, but now nobody has any breaks here. There are no filters here in M2. You pull out all the stops, no holds barred. I think that's why. So what works essentially is what you do best, what you know. And right here, right now, Few has been sticking his guns. Get it? Sticking to his guns with Selena. And we're still crossed fingers waiting for Clint to show up.
I mean, you're saying Selena, but what about his finger guns coming in from Clint? The Shadow Omen skin, the exclusive M2 skin available right now. If you complete your task and predict the champions to win the M2 coins, and you can exchange those M2 coins for the M2 exclusive rewards, including the M2 special avatar border, the M2 battle emote, the M2 sacred statue, and of course, as mentioned, the M2 exclusive skin, which can be gained directly for 899 diamonds. The event is happening right now to the 24th of January, so if you want to bring that swag into your ranked games and still get flamed later on, don't worry, we got you covered.
Hey, no flaming. Don't hate me, because I got good skins, all right? Like, it's on me.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
No, don't hate the game. Don't hate the game, man. Hate the game.
Don't hate your own skills. Hate the player.
Okay, there you go. You got it right. Okay, but don't hate me.
Finally.
Don't hate me because I can spend the 899 dias right now. 15 seconds away. I'm still hung up on how Diggy was not needed for the series to win. So that really just proves Burmese Ghouls got it. But for here right now, I think Bren Esports and Alter Ego, they have to dig deep. They have to figure out these non-meta picks. And this is the first time they're seeing each other again. I'm wondering if Yam is still feeling it.
I don't know. I mean, in terms of matchups, probably in terms of laning. Like, Flap and Yam have met each other a couple of times. And it just seems to me that Flap, during the group stages, was the better offlaner.
Yeah.
He had the X lane on lock, but right now I'm seeing, since we did see Yam get awakened, this might be his time to be, you know, just come back from it.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about a few players here. You brought about Yam. What about Udil as well as Chelly Boy? Because they have been able to just get all these sort of advantages. And it's not only just about Yam that you have to worry about coming from Alter Ego Esports, because they have been able to set multiple win conditions coming from the side of Alter Ego Esports. But going back in towards the draft, we are already saying YSS out of the game. So it goes through Jawhead, Brody, no questions asked.
think more importantly, it's not even just about that. Just notice the lineup coming in from Alter Ego. They're bringing back Udil this time to hopefully look for some redemption for the team, and they're banning out the Selena on top of everything else, which means Matilda is up for grabs, Benedetta is up for grabs, Esmeralda is up for grabs.
I don't think Esmeralda should make it through.
Yeah.
Not for game 1.
I mean, we've seen his destructive force already, right?
Yeah.
And these two teams would just go for Esmeralda. The first thing that they do, if ever the other team doesn't go for it, they just pick it and they do well with it. Alter Ego Esports, are they gonna ban out, let's say, a Benedetta? Because you don't want to see that on Flap.
I mean, Esmeralda's still floating there. I feel like it's on Alter Ego.
They have to choose now.
Yeah.
One or the other. And again, if the Esmeralda is banned, Benedetta goes to Bren, and then Alter Ego can make the best two. If it's the Esmeralda, then yeah, Benedetta on Flap. Right now, it seems to be either. Yeah, it's like they want one or the other as well.
Yeah, either or, and you can definitely see the coaches are pointing fingers. Okay, and I just love how the camera actually pans between the two of them. Now that we are already having our first pick, it's definitely going to be the better. Like you mentioned, how effective Brent Esports have been utilizing back in those past games that they've played.
Yeah. I think this also shows where the priorities of Brent Esports is. I mean, they could have picked up the Esmeralda straight away on that first pick, but instead they go for the Benedetta. Alter Ego now, obviously, like, Benedetta's kind of looking juicy here, but there's also Lapu Lapu. There's more things you have to worry about in the off lane.
Yuzhong is free.
Yuzhong and Esmeralda would be good here.
Alter Ego can just go for it, and they just go for the Cho and Esmeralda.
Oh,
okay.
I'm thinking maybe a Yuzhong could go to the side of Brent Esports, but I think for Alter Ego, Liam Murphy gets the Cho.
They want to secure some of these mages out first before going into its phase number 2, so it's not too bad all together coming in towards the picture. But honestly, if they don't get the Yuzhong now, it's definitely going to be a ban in towards phase 2.
I feel like knowing the way Bren kind of wants to play the game, Lapu Lapu might be the option here coming in for Brent Esports. However, I mean, with the Matilda, that could be a different dynamic because again, you want that Yuzhong with that natural synergy to wombo combo into each other. But I think also looking at Alter Ego's side, ooh, Alice instead. Okay, I guess it's wombo combo, just a different component.
Wow.
That Alice pick is kind of early.
Really?
Very early.
You don't really pick the Alice on the first phase in terms of patterns.
Yeah, she's a gold laner.
She's a gold laner, but you can go to like the second phase without her getting banned. You can just let her be. But
they could have picked up something for Cartesia.
Yeah, and honestly, I think for the side of Alter Ego Esports, the next few bans are gonna go to Carl.
They're gonna lock him out.
I suppose. I mean, I think their pockets are deep enough in terms of what has been banned thus far. And in the next 4 bans, as long as Bren it goes for a completely different class than Alter Ego, they still have a lot of options to kind of play with.
Now, Bren Esports, they have a lot of room to adjust. That's for sure. Now, Alter Ego just picks up that lance, and this is one way of locking Carl TZ down.
So, in a way, you just take one of the picks that he's pretty good at, right? And now that you're going to be taking this into the Land of Dawn, it's definitely looking pretty interesting because he kind of knows how to play against it.
Do they even have a record of a Ling getting played at M2? I don't think so. So, Brent Esports, it might be a way for it. Well, Alter Ego Esports are forcing Brent Esports to just go for a marksman jungler.
Something to consider though is the Harley Gambit is still alive. They can still try that.
Yeah.
It's good, right? Because you have the Matilda, you have the Alice, and then if worse comes to worse, yeah, like this, you have the Claude banned out. You can still play the Harley, and then you pick a tank that has some magic damage, and you're good to go. That's 4 of you at least using that deadly magic.
I mean, it's one of those situations where the right conditions need to be met. The Farsa needs to be on the table, and the Harley needs to be on the table.
Yeah, those are still... Well, no. I don't... With Harley, you can't play the Farsa anymore because you need someone for Lusty.
Oh, that's true, that's true. Oh, Matilda has already been picked.
Unless they pull a page out of James's book and they do tank and roam Benedetta.
Potentially. I mean, again...
They can do that, in fact.
Tricky, though.
I'm not sure.
Dangerous.
I really think for Brent Esports, they're just putting Lusty on bottom of the priority in terms of picks.
Yeah.
They might pick something cheesy.
Or something that does the job. That's
something
it.
that does the job. They picked the Atlas on the last part of the draft.
Which worked, by the way.
Which worked. They picked the Grok at the last part of the draft for the for the last few games that they played. Now Carl, he will get his hero right now. I'm not now, but probably when it throws back to Bren Esports,
as long as
they get priority. That's it. Now for Alter Ego, it's going to be the Farsa, I think. There's just this thing about Alter Ego Esports and using Farsa that just sticks well with me.
What about the Harris though?
That's a good shout. I was about to mention that because, again, Brand Esports getting rid of the Loyi is telling me that, okay, they're prioritizing making sure that Alter Ego doesn't have that wave clear. And right now, I kind of agree because there's only Lancelot just kind of hovering over, but no real form of magic damage other than the Esmeralda. Farsa is an option. Harith is an option that we've seen before.
We've always seen things like, Eudora just thinking about, how RQ does things. Like, it's not uncommon coming in towards the Indonesian side of the MPL, but Lunox is something that the Burmese Go side has taken, and this makes things a lot more interesting.
That's the Udo special right there.
It's a direct counter to the Alice, because as we all know, Alice scales, and with the ultimate, there might be a time that with the Chaos Darkening, the regeneration that comes out from the ultimate isn't enough to mitigate or just negate the damage coming out of the Lunox.
It turns into a wash now. Here we go. Brand Esports have to lock it in. All right, so this is well read by Alter Ego Esports. They pushed them into this corner where, okay, we have all the cards on the table and we have last say. So yeah, go ahead, pick a hero for Carl TZ, pick a hero for Lusty, and obviously one of them has to get compromised. Actually, both of them feel very compromised.
Yep, and
it is. This is that greedy lineup, and some way, somehow, it feels like they planned for it anyways. But the last lock-in for Alter Ego is gonna be the Yu Zhong. Wow, both lineups look great.
I absolutely love it that you see a big. We heard a big shout coming from Alter Ego that when they lock in the Yu Zhong, it's like, oh, they say mission accomplished. This is what we really wanted. Yeah. And remember this on how Yam is one of the most successful Yu Zhong in the game. This dragon being put in towards the Land of Dawn definitely is going to be pretty scary to deal with for the side of Brand Esports.
Oh boy. Okay, boys, let's talk about win condition. Oh my goodness, a bad time to talk. You can hear the chants. These boys are willing to put everything on the line. The intimidation tactics with the shouts as their blood will pump as we're about to head into game. So once again, win conditions both sides. Which side are you liking, Butters?
I have to say, Alter Ego Esports, they have a more stable lineup. It's simple. It doesn't have complex win conditions. For Bren Esports, they go for a Harley and a Kaja. They can burst down one person, but they really need to look out for the flash capability here on the draft of Alter Ego Esports.
Oh boy, well, it looks like it is time to get the show on the road. Last best of 3 of today. Good luck and enjoy. Boys, take it away.
Brand Esports versus Alter Ego Esports, the faded rivalry. It comes to a head right here, right now. One of them have to give. This is going to be Yam taking quite a few hits here from Flap TZ. And in the jungle, Carl TZ wasting no time going for that purple. Butters brought up the fact that Alter Ego, it's a clean lineup. It's all reliable here, at least when it comes to the meta game. And for Brand Esports, this is that greedy Harley Styles, right? Hold up! Nice catch onto Lusty.
A fight that's gonna happen. First blood goes to Alter Ego. Flap on the mid lane. He really wants to deal, but he is forced to go back. Look at the damage output coming out here from Alter Ego Esports.
Initially, I want to have a little bit of talk about that Kaja because it's going to be really important for him to hit that level 4, go in for that Divine Judgment. Now he's being shut down so early in the game. Oh boy, Alter Ego sure knows where to pick.
Yeah, it's going to look like they need to move Lusty out of the way, but hold up, Flap TZ caught up. Nice use of the tail, already 2 for none. Alter Ego are dominating the early game. Now Leo Murphy caught here with the deadly magics. He's going to survive, flashing the sticker as well on the exit. So far, Alter Ego Esports are just a step ahead.
There are a lot of shouting between Alter Ego and Bren Esports. Everything that they do, every pickup that Alter Ego does, there is a scream coming out from them.
Yeah, this is the difference as we compare like group stage Alter Ego and the playoffs Alter Ego. This is almost the final form already, and after the entirety of the series, it might just be a little bit of 6 degrees of separation, but oh pie, it's gonna be Lusty getting caught out with the flicker being already utilized.
The level 3 Lusty, as I was saying, he's gonna need some EXP somewhere. First turtle coming up here 2 minutes in. That's all 4 members of Alter Ego Sports, actually 5 as Yam waits in the wings. Flapteasy getting manhandled in his own lane. A very, very difficult start for Bren Esports. Turtle secured by Chelly Boy.
And Leo Murphy just having a broken recall button. Right now, Order of Brilliance is thrown out. Deadly Magic will be negated. It will deal little damage, but still that is fine. But look at the map right now. Bren Esports, they're not taking into consideration what's happening in the side of Alter Ego, and they just go for the kick. Lusty gets caught out. Leo Murphy will go down. Adil is there. Fuel will be the next target. He will be the second takedown here for the side of AE.
Wait a minute.
Lapteasy wants to chase down for this, and Yam just zones him out.
Wow! I just hear some laughter on the stage as well as like, huh, I actually got away with that, which he shouldn't at all. Alter Ego Esports, you just saw Leo Murphy. He's been around. You talk about that recall, but not working. But hey, it definitely did work because he has been waiting for that corner for so long, and Brent fell for it.
3 minutes in, Alter Ego is already up about 2,000 gold, and I can feel the frustration building up for Bren Esports as they go in and face check into nice passive execution here by Chelly Boy, taking out Carl TZ. They trade out for Pi, and all this time, Leo Murphy was still alive. Leo Murphy is still here, coming in from the back lines underneath the turret. That's going to be Lusty knocked up as well as Ribo, and that's a flicker already used up. Lusty taken down by Udil, and no casualties yet on the side of Alter Ego from that trade. Now Circling Eagle by Kapitan Pew. They failed to finish the job. Leo Murphy gets away.
Again, this is something that you should not be seeing on the grand scheme of things. Like Leo Murphy, he should have gone down to that Circling Eagle.
A lot of these plays that comes out from Leo Murphy, he knows the limits of the hero. He's familiar with what damage, what are your hero's limits. Alter Ego Esports, they seem to be in their element right now.
Oh wow, I am so impressed still. This lineup from Bren Esports, call it greedy, call it what you will, but the Alter Ego, it's peanuts right now. Oh, that's going to be Circling Eagle, caught in by Few. Pi hit by the Divine Judgment, put underneath the turret, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, it is. Carl TZ has to use the Deadly Magics though. Up next, all this time, Chelly Boy was just going slowly at the turtle.
Yeah, a little bit way too deep for Pi, but at least they do gain something out of it. Leo Murphy still trying to go in to force a challenge coming from Bren, but Turtle's already down, and you can definitely see 14k in the back. Only 2,000 of difference as compared to Bren, but of course, this definitely amounts because Chelly Boy, you saw those phantom executions and they are lethal.
You know what? These guys are friends, but in terms of just playing the game, they can be ruthless, they can be savage, and the friendship just goes out of the window.
Yeah, this is it. Like, by screaming out loud while you're playing, you get into your opponent's mind. More than just the stickers, more than just the recalls. Oh, wow, that's something Bren doesn't have yet. They don't have this yet. But right now, Bren Esports trying to regain parts of the map. Contra, look at this down bottom. Yam is just bullying Flapteasy.
Yeah, absolutely flushed out here now, being cornered up with Way of the Dragon into Phantom Execution. Look at Yam. He's muscled up 4 kills for the Yuzong.
Great conversion rate as well. Up top, it's Pi. They want the counter go on that. It's the mirror. And of course, Alter Ego wins that because they got a turret out of it. Bren Esports, nothing. It's just a free kill.
Now you can say that Yam has been awakened. Look at his performance versus his previous performance when they met Bren Esports.
All the time it was Udil. Now Yam coming in. Udil finishes the job. And Yam, the half dragon right now going in for the chase. It's actually Chelly Boy, and he finishes the job. That's Ribo biting it underneath his own turret. Lusty Ring of Order trying to lay down some damage. Oh, Circling Eagle. Yam is here. The Enforcer. He's no Yamateur. He's a Super Saiyan. That's going to be Chelly Boy taken down.
Just
Flapteasy.
Look at how they coordinated that. They know that Circling Eagle is coming. They just crash 4 men in. It's like, oh, we got you there, buddy. Leo Murphy now looking for Lusty. And with that, Few has to find a way to make an exit. They're just making sure that all is fair in Love and War, and the Art of War is just perfect from Alter Ego.
You know what? I did talk to Bren Esports earlier, and they said that this is going to be a drafting battle for Cho. Now, Bren Esports knew that they wanted the Cho against the Alter Ego side because he can deal a lot of distractions and can annoy people on all sides of
sports. And I'm guessing Bren Esports, their whole mindset at the start of this whole day has been backwards, but right now that's gonna be the catch onto Lusty. Yam here as well. Deadly Magic set onto Leo Murphy. Lusty bites it, ladies and gentlemen. They are running back underneath the protection of their turret. Leo Murphy takes the Deadly Magic like a champ. Of their turret, Leo Murphy takes the Deadly Magic like a champ.
And here goes Leo Murphy.
And there is still a fight. Few here trying to go for the circling eagle, but that won't be enough as Alter Ego Esports are just forcing this staying alive for the third time in a row.
This is going on every social media. I'm pretty sure clips of Leo Murphy will be up online right after the match because he's honestly doing too good of a job. 0-8. What more do you ask of this man?
At this point, like, unless it's a divine judgment just like this, I'm never calling it a sure kill now. Order of Brilliance popped in here by Udil. He still wants a part of this fight. That's gonna be Few shutting down. Now Few running for his life. Leo Murphy standing right in the middle, waiting for anyone, challenging any stragglers from Bren Esports. It is going to be a pickoff for Bren, but they can't breathe just yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Just looking at the pressure of the map, they're all. Here comes Altini.
Oh no, the orange possibly
Look at
here
this.
by Alter Ego. That's gonna be Yam coming in. Black Dragon form, Lusty Ring of Order onto everyone. Pai gonna have to back out. Kaltiti shut down by Yam. Chelly Boy though, Rebo barely alive. That's going to be Few caught in the middle of Leo Murphy and Yam. They're knocked up. And that's going to be, oh, what? He's surviving, he's alive. Oh, Leo Murphy comes in for the shutdown.
TZ wants to go for the chase. Falling Star Moon is Flap TZ in the middle of everyone. He uses Eye for an Eye to get away. Alter Ego Esports. They're
or forget, or 7.
Oh yeah. Except very, very different. This is a tank show.
Yeah.
Looking at the items right here, given Alter Ego Esports is about 4K gold lead. Let's see where Chelly Boy is sitting. That's going to be a Heptaseas and an Endless Battle on the way for Yam though. Athena Shield and Oracle. Oh wow, this man is just going crazy. In he goes.
Wave the Dragon!
Catches a Wave the Dragon onto Carl TZ. That's going to be some poker tricks, but Chelly Boy going to shut down the little annoying magical boy.
.012 Leo Murphy. There's the Leo Murphy that we know. And there is the Winter Truncheon pressed. Flicker will be forced out. He does not have enough regeneration nor HP to tank all those heroes from the side of Alter Ego Esports.
Udil picks up his lightning truncheon, so he's all the more going to hurt. Pushed up top. Wow, the waves are just crashing. Alter Ego isn't even trying right now. This is Bren Esports on the ropes, if ever we've seen them. 5-17, down about 8,000 gold. Ladies and gentlemen, the Filipinos in this fated rivalry looks to go for a reverse sweep because, yeah, game one is looking very, very sided over to Alter Ego. Butters, I gotta ask, man, before this fight breaks down in bottom, what does Bren need to do? How do they even hold on?
They put themselves in this situation. You have 4 heroes that deal a lot of magic damage. The itemization for Alter Ego Esports is linear. You can get defensive items or magic resistance and just go from there. Now, Bren Esports, to get these pickoffs, like just go for skirmishes. Don't go for full 5-man fights because Yam is always there to break your formation.
Yeah. It's looking dire here, Contra.
Oh, it's a team fight breaking out right now. They're going to be having Baptiste in the middle of it all, and he managed to get the immortality popped up from Milo Murphy, but it'll be a mega kill going in favor of the side of Alter Ego Esports. 3 members crushed, and Alter Ego looking to finish off game 1.
It's Lusty blasted down by Udil. That's all it took, and that's all she wrote. The wipeout onto Bren Esports. Alter Ego, all the screaming has paid off. 14 minutes, 3 seconds in. That's some change, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 goes over to the Indonesian bad boys.
And they've been waiting. They've been waiting days to just do this and just go for the TPs. And right now, both teams, I think they're having fun, especially Alter Ego Esports.
Oh boy. Gideon Q, welcome back to the table. And woo! 22 kills in this match for Alter Ego. Is this something that we expect?
Yo, I know what you're talking about here, but Alter Ego, as we mentioned them, we painted them as the bad boys, but these guys, they're the meanest kids in the playground right now. They're literally, as you guys were casting, you can hear them shouting, and when they ended, and when they ended, they were looking over at Bren's side like, yo, what you gonna do about this? This has been the revenge match that they've been waiting for since the group stages, and they showed up.
Group.
For Leo Murphy.
What?
0 to hero, immortal hero.
That was very good. And on that point, my name is Ophel, and this is Wolf. While I savor the joke, while I look at
Gideon
yeah.
face palming himself. What about you? Bring us in.
No,
what happened in the game?
So Leo Murphy was doing his Leo Murphy things. I think that the first time that Brent Esports and Alter Ego met during the group stages, he wasn't able to do his own thing. He wasn't in his mojo like what LaFell said.
Like the most banned hero. How did Alter Ego got their hero?
I wish I could answer. I think Brent Esports are too focused on this Harley and Kaja combination. This is something that's quite famous in the Philippines, not only in the Philippines, I think in Southeast Asia. It worked wonders before, but not against a lineup of Alter Ego Esports. I think they're also too focused on giving the Benedetta to Flap TZ, or more like taking it away from Alter Ego Esports, that it all slipped up together. I don't like their last set of picks, and for Alter Ego Esports, man, Leo Murphy, he might have sold some of his items with the Winter Truncheon, but
Leo Murphy is so good. 1-0-14, and he only had a Winter Truncheon.
Yeah.
Joe doesn't even do magic damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Winter Truncheon.
Yeah. But anyways, besides the point, this is what I kind of want to see. Alter Ego, I would say most of the draft, they got S tier heroes. While Brent Esports, some of them are actually B tier heroes. And right now, let's look at the MVP of the game, and it's going over to okay. Thank you very much, production. Yuzong. His work, and he always surprises, you know, like we expect one thing but he gives us another,
and that is basically what Yam does.
Exactly, that's why Yam reminds me of Arman. Arman is so good.
The real MVP, I would say.
The real MVP, correct.
Perfect. But Yam, I mean, we can spend a lot of minutes talking about just how beautiful this Yuzong pick was, because it really just stopped everything.
Yeah.
And you know what's the weirdest thing about this, Lavelle?
Yeah.
This is
else is there, but I mean, yeah, you have to give it to him. MVP 3 times in a row. He's feeling good, and more importantly, he's feeling safe and protected, because we would also like to thank Toomey for being the partner in esports for M2. As the journey to become the champions, as you can see behind us happening right now, has been perfected with the latest Toomey luggage as well as backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry, and be sure to check out Toomey.com to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
An established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, SUTL Group is the proud 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, H-Chong's Its Cups, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020, held in Singapore. You could be catching this live stream absolutely free. You could be catching this live stream absolutely free on Me watch from 18th to 24th of January. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries all over the world come into Singapore to compete for the coveted prize of a prestigious title and 300 on the line. With that being said, thank you to all our sponsors. Welcome back to the Caster's Desk with Butters, Leo, as well as Contra and Gideon Q. Now, we got to talk about this upcoming game too, because again, it's been a since the beginning that I've been casting, but now these are one of the very few moments where I literally have no idea where teams are headed towards, because there's so many different directions that you can take with it and so many different positions to attack when you are setting up that draft, especially in the first phase, and now also being pushed over in towards the second phase of the pick bans.
Yeah, and of course, I really love that ever since 2020, we have been introduced with a 5-ban on each side. This is where things get so much more dynamic, and it's not exactly the way that back then. It's very predictable. You still have so many power picks, even if you go in for 6 bans in total.
I mean, it's tough. It really is tough. But honestly, my predictions are basically like an entire battle night here. It is going to be a contestation here. And we are very pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on January 30th. The new upgrading system blessings, the new little commander and map, and all synergies revamped, and a free trial of the advanced skins await you. So log in on January the 30th with all these cards out there for these, not so permanent skins. You can claim a free permanent skin now. No more trial cards.
Now, for Alter Ego side, they're 1 game away from getting that MPL ID S6 Finals rematch. They're just gonna do it in a bigger stage.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy now that you think about it, right?
And then at the end, the post-show is the Burmese Ghouls Championship. Like, is that what this is? Is that what M2 is like? I'm pretty sure we deserve more than that. So right now, back to reality. 45 seconds till the draft begins. And yeah, one way to solve this and one way for Bren Esports to extend their tournament life to at least one more game. Game 3 is to, just as our panel and our analysts say, don't overcomplicate things. Just try to take the easiest point from A to B from the start of the game to victory. And a lot of people on the socials and even we are seeing that Bren took a long way around in that Game 1 draft.
Yeah, well, clearly Bren Esports, that wasn't their best form. That probably wasn't their best draft either. But if you think about it, they were forced into that situation.
Yeah, and of course, they can only bring out their best right now, or there's not going to be any more chance, because Alter Ego Esports, if they score 1 more, they'll be meeting again with RRQ Hoshi, and that's an all-Indonesian affair. But Bren Esports, of course, flying the Philippines flag, they are the last hope for the country, but we're seeing this data ban that's coming out there to negate Bren Esports from picking it.
Honestly, I feel like in this draft phase and how this series has been going and honestly how the lower brackets are being, for Bren Esports, this truly is a test your might, because you're going to be dealing with Alter Ego, and if they win this, they're going to go up against RRQ, an even bigger opponent as well. So they have to really show what they have here to see, yes, I am worthy and I have the skills capable to deal with your predecessors before start taking on the King of Kings.
Yes. Before you, of course, talk to both brothers as well as Leo, we do see this Selena ban that's definitely targeted towards few, and we've seen great succession coming in towards the past games for Bren Esports, but not having that inside this game, how would it affect this player here?
There aren't a lot of mages that are available, because somehow Chango Forza isn't really that hot when it comes to playoffs time. Group stages, a lot of people used it, but right now, these teams, the top 8 teams, just stay away from it.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like you want something reliable every single time,
But can you even call a Selena reliable just because of the skill shots?
Agreed. And that's the thing. That's why a lot of people kind of lean more towards Sylvana instead, where you can almost guarantee half the time with the setup of the Cosmic Lance into the Imperial Justice. So it's just one of those things where it depends on how confident the team is in their play, whether it just be a Cho, whether it just be a Selena high mechanical skill cap characters. And at the end of the day, if you can't pull it off, it's a little tough. But Selena going to be the next man coming in from Alter Ego. Just get them out.
Selena and Sylvana, that's 2 birds with 2 stones, but just the same, you're attacking both Lusty and the Few, and I think those are very key points to keeping Bren Esports down. Now, Bren Esports, 1 last ban before Alter Ego gets their first pick, and still floating about and around. That's the Natalia. As well, you still have the Esmeralda out in the open, and I'm guessing Bren Esports has to answer one or the other, and it seems like Natalia is the one they'd rather not deal with, because yeah, I don't know. I think at this point, you don't want to get shocked. You don't want to get bullied into losing in first pick. That's the other.
Yeah, you just look what happened to RRQ Hoshi. They got sent down to the brackets here because of Natalia. And Esmeralda definitely looks like the lesser of the evil when you can actually see your enemy than not.
I don't know. I'm
Or-
looking. I would think Yishin Shin for the side of Brent Esports, but I'm looking over at Esmeralda, and I'm already like, that's a little bit of a problem, right?
Right now, Brent Esports just get attack for Dusty. Secure it there.
There it is. There it is.
There, just go for it.
They force it in. First round that they can pick, they just do it.
And this is the only tank that they pick at first round.
I think, honestly, they need to get their comfort picks right here, right now. And Alter Ego, Yam already being able to get Esmeralda as well as the Jawhead being picked up. Alter Ego, I wouldn't be too surprised if they decided to say, hey, we can even start throwing other things in. The Lapu Lapu, we can start throwing in, other mages here, like even the Farsa, arguably.
This is what sets the expectations up for Alter Ego Esports. They pick the Jawhead on the first picking phase. They give a lot of priority to Leo Murphy, and because of that, Leo Murphy has a lot more room to ask for help. Now, if you're gonna pick your tank at the last possible second of this draft, then that only means you're not gonna have a good time, because a lot of the tanks will be banned out, and we only have a small hero tank pool, even to the point when RRQ Hoshi just tries to go for the Benedetta tank.
All right, let's list out some of the possibilities right now. Let's start with maybe Boxia, Lapu Lapu, and what else would we be expecting to be axed away? You know, like I don't expect a ban on Boxia per se. It's something that they can still, you know, consider at the end.
Oh, they are just... This is so reactive from Brent Esports.
This is copying the exact same draft that they had from Alter Ego Esports
Team
past
one,
game.
yeah, and this is just them picking what they are comfortable with, and I think that's just Ducky's call right now. Like, there's no room for shoring up weaknesses, or maybe in the second phase after the bans, but I don't know. Right now, it's looking real grim for Bren.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't feel too great about it as well, but you have to admit, Alter Ego, the moment they locked in that Jawhead, quite a number of options got taken off the table. Like Claude, he's gonna get run down. He's gonna get run down. Carry, absolutely gonna get run down. You go for something like a 1-1, at least then you have a little bit of counterplay, but in most situations, you're probably gonna get run down, and that's kind of the pain of the Jawhead. But now Bren, they're gonna respond, getting rid of the Boxia, while Alter Ego, hey, you don't have wave clear? No problem. Get rid of the Lo Yi.
I did mention that, oh, maybe the Boxia will not be banned away, and oh man, Ducky has been able to see the situation right here and address it accordingly, and all they have to do is just get someone solid all the way in the back that can just jump right into the back line. They have options like Claude available once this draft has been opened up for the first pay.
Alice?
Alice as well, side lane. Yeah, that's what they're missing. Something for Rebo and something for Few. And that's going to be the Matilda taken out. Yeah, they can read that Udil doesn't have a pick just yet. Let's see. That's, yeah, Farsa here. Again, they're choking out what Few needs. Look at that. That's 3 heroes for mid by Alter Ego. Banned out.
They just... This is how Brent Esports... This is how they get choked out. I agree.
Okay.
Like just get the best supports, or just try to force one of their players to play uncomfortably on one of the heroes of the meta. And right now, Brent Esports, yes, the Lunox still makes sense, but it could have been better if they could have just got the Louis, they could have just gone for the Farsa.
I mean, Teacher Butters. Teacher Butters, somebody's stealing homework right now.
Yeah, they're copying their homework exactly. I don't know if the names are like not switched over or something. It feels kind of sus here.
Deja vu.
Yeah.
Deja vu. That draft's looking.
I have been in
familiar.
this place before.
Yeah. Higher on the streets. Oh my god. I just, and this is crazy to see, because now like Brent needs to be able to perform on this composition here. But Alter Ego, they're going to give Veil. They're going to have access to Veil and Lapu Lapu. So as long as this game drags on enough, the scaling from this team is pretty nuts, and the big playmaking capabilities of Veil itself, huge AoE damage.
There are a lot of heroes getting picked at the last phase of the draft here, and to see Lapu Lapu get picked as the 5th slot pick here for the side of Alter Ego Esports, it's just crazy, the mind games between these two teams in terms of drafting.
Now, I can't remember the last part of the homework. Can somebody just give me a refresher? Like, the final piece of the puzzle that Brent Esports is currently looking at.
Oh boy, the final piece.
It was an Esmeralda.
It was an Esmeralda, but I mean, at least they changed it up. They're like, hey, we'll trade you out. We'll trade you out.
One.
You know?
There's a swap right there. You can copy my homework, just don't make it look the same.
Teacher Butters.
Just change it a little bit. Just change it a little bit.
Yeah, but right now, Brent Esports, this could be their final game if they do not beat Alter Ego Esports. Alter Ego Esports, I just have to say, they look so strong. Yam here just he saved himself. He just proved to all the Indonesians that he is one of the best players in Indonesia, and he is gonna prove it right here in the M2 World Championships.
Yep, and the boys are already shouting here. Alter Ego are coming in with a new fire in their spirits here. And Bren, they're going to have to defend with all their might. They're representing so much more than themselves, and they carry a pride of a nation. While Alter Ego, they've got two representatives, but it's more so that they want to prove that they are the best in the world. I don't know who is going to be able to topple the other, but this is one deadly match. Welcome to the land of Dawn. Let's bring it out one more time, as it's going to be Alter Ego versus Brent Esports. Boys, take it away.
I'm trying to imagine, like, if the Indonesian casters were to be alongside with us on this desk, like, what would their reaction be when they do see the draft of Brent Esports? Because it's literally telling, hey, anything you could do, I could do better. And starting things off, we're going to be seeing the buff already being pretty much well secured by Alter Ego. And win condition, boys, what we're looking at.
I can tell that it's already very different. I mean, you see where Lusty is at. He's leashing here for Carl Teasy, and I think it's key that Carl Teasy doesn't pick any fights he can't win. And Leo Murphy's taunting. Like, this is definitely still the same Alter Ego from game number 1.
Now, Leo Murphy has that jawhead. Lusty here gets that show, so that gives Lusty a bit of a fighting chance, because game number 1 wasn't really gonna side with him, but Odin is the target and the Veil has movement speed, so that will be fine.
Oh! Okay, that's a big catch, and that's all I could say from that sort of positioning that he was being placed on, and Alter Ego Esports get that free pick, almost getting double in that process.
Yep, and it sucks that it's few. It sucks that it's the mid laner that needs the EXP, because you're expecting that as soon as these big team fights happen, and at the 2-minute mark, when Turtle comes out, it has to be with that Lunox.
Yeah, of course, because few here, he doesn't have the flicker. He doesn't have his ultimate, so he's the primary target here for all the aggression for Alter Ego.
Yeah, in exchange for a Purify, I'll take that any day. And Leo Murphy at it once again as he moves further in towards the lines of Brent Esports. And there goes engagement.
And look at this, Carl Teasy just running away. Sally Boy here, he's really looking strong right now. He does have that orange buff, and look at this, the throw in. Esmeralda gets the kill. Few, next target, doesn't have the Order of Brilliance, and that will be another kill going to the side of Alter Ego Esports.
This is only 2 minutes, 22 seconds in, and they're also getting the turtle as well. I'm not sure how could Brent Esports recover if they don't steal this one away. Now, Leo Esports, they do get this one on their way, and Leo Murphy tried to lock him down as he's already used up the Unstoppable Force.
Nice use the iframes on the Thorned Rose, saving him from the Unstoppable Force, but just the same, that does not discourage Leo Murphy from doing Leo Murphy things. He's gonna stand here, ejector in Lusty, and throw out the sticker. This has got to be getting to Bren.
That play from Lance was good, but still Alter Ego Esports is always ready to use those ultimates if they ever have the chance at Carl Teasy.
Yeah, and these long-range pulls are really getting on towards Bren. Like, the more that they take from this fail, it's just going to be negating them from going any further for those sort of the contests up in towards the next contestant of the Turtle. But luckily enough, of course, that's about a couple of all these minutes away. So, top side, we are seeing both the mages contend. We're not going to be getting to all too much, but Udil getting picked up here with the Phantom Execution, and this is a kill for the Lunox.
Nice ultimate placement there. There is damage for the side of Alter Ego Esports. Flap is here to stop the chase. Celiboy and Pai just goes back. And look at the stun. They're not done. Flapteezy getting caught out. Lusty with the help. Condo bounce. Yam is here to stop Lusty. Lusty will be forced to use the flicker. And Carl might get caught out here. Flap trying to help them, but few will just zone him out. Clock of Destiny here for the side of Rebo. At least Rebo is having a good time.
Wow, that was definitely a very dangerous situation right there, and Chelboy already getting pretty much items in the back. Yam goes into face check. Ribble will be A-okay as he just shifts himself over on towards the other part of the map. Bloodless Axe already being bought out by the Lapu Lapu.
Let's go for an item check here. Let's just see what's gonna happen for the next turtle fight. Bloodlust Axe on Pai, that will give him enough opportunity to just go for the dive. Celiboy here really wants to go for the kill, and Flap does have a lot of HP, so that Roger is gonna hurt. But as you can see here, Rebo getting caught out. Easy.
Just look at them.
Gonna go for the turtle.
They're just trying to stall time here over on the turtle, or they're getting caught out in a really awkward spot. But Lusty, though, is in the center of attention of Alter Ego, and this is where the turtle gets taken out.
Ooh, interesting. Still stolen is the turtle by Carteezy. Now Rebo getting thrown in. Blood keeping him alive. Here comes Flapteezy. Leo Murphy from behind. Poked in by Carteezy with his sword. That's another Kelly Boy destroyed by few. And it's looking like it's turning around for Brand Esports.
Alter Ego not gonna back down. They still want to fight, but that might not be the best idea for them right now. As Brand Esports, they have 5 members in the area. And what Brand Esports does, Carteezy just goes straight for that purple buff, and they steal it for themselves.
Few as well as Rebo, they get this pickup in, and they have already equalized the kills. So whatever goal that Alter Ego has gotten much earlier on, we're already seeing things even up, and Brand Esports definitely not going down without a fight.
Alter Ego clearly still has the lead, but for Bren, it's go time for them right now. They have the buff on Carl. They have 3 buffs, the turtle, the purple, and the orange. So they might just want to fight a bit more to make the most out of those buffs.
Ooh, nice quick push here by Brand Esports up top. So that means Rebo is a little more comfortable and so far winning the race against Yam here. Actually, yeah, it's Yam right now on the Esmeralda now. Nice Phantom execution, threatening Udil. I think they need to just find more of this. Brand Esports, if they find more of these pickoffs on Udil, make sure that this Veil doesn't scale as quickly as he should, then they're all the more fine. And just, I guess, ignore Leo Murphy. He's really going to get in your mind this way.
That's definitely the key to actually execute them. But, good way to grab over on towards Leo. But, this is looking pretty tough.
Yam throws out the Falling Star Moon, but nothing will happen there. Celiboy getting hit by that Thorn Rose. 3 hits connect. It takes 1/4 of his HP. Alter Ego Esports and Brand Esports, they're sizing up each other. Alter Ego Esports being confident, but not too confident and not overconfident.
Yep, here comes Leo Murphy. He does spot every single sort of threat, and he's going to be going in for those swips. Turtle still goes over on towards Brand Esports as Pi goes in deep towards the back line. And oh my goodness, they're going right for the kill.
Oh, Flapteezy with the Black Dragon form from the back lines. Pi gets destroyed and the fight continues. Leo Murphy goes down. That's going to be 3 for none. Flapteezy gets 2. Kelly Boy is the next. And so far, this is the best shape we've seen Brand Esports.
Yeah, they are taking over. Just look at them. They're now up ahead in goal.
Look at Brand Esports. They're the one shouting right now. They're winning the fights. Alter Ego Esports, they might want to go back and regroup. Just try to find the right mixture of aggression here. They are not getting the best out of the few fights that have happened through the past minutes.
Real talk here. I'm pretty sure when you guys look at the graph early game, pretty sure you guys are worried, right? But now seeing a little bit of red, it's going to be pretty much of a good sign for the Philippines. And well, more turrets for the likes of Brand Esports, opening up the side lanes.
Yep, gold lead now going over to Brand Esports by about 2,000. That's Rebo pushing down bottom, Flapteezy pushing away Leo Murphy. And I think this is going to be a surgical just siege by Brand Esports on all front tier turrets.
And he really wanted to go for Celiboy there, but Lusty, it's a no-go. But Flapteezy just holding them up. He just goes for the zone out, and look at this fight. Bren are forced to back out. They still have a turret onto the side of Alter Ego. A lot of forced fights here, but no one commits fully.
Yeah, I definitely think that this is a very calculated moves coming in from both Alter Ego as well as Brand Esports. As much as they want to set things up perfectly with Flaptizi flying straight in towards the middle, like there's no clear-cut points, and 1v1, Yam getting chased down. Tailboy's gonna be giving him a little bit of a space here, but he's spotting more than he can chew.
Oh, but look at that. He gets punished, he just goes in. Carltizi with the damage out, but Rebo getting out of harm's way. He has the winter instruction, and they're going for the chase. Lusty now with the way of the dragon, and let's see. Odil doesn't have the ultimate, and he cannot stop this. Odil is the next target. Carltizi. He still wants to go for it, and that is the global kill going to the side of Brent Esports.
Ladies and gentlemen, 4 for none, and it all started off of Doc Rebo pushing the rest of Alter Ego in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a start on Lord. Hold up. Yeah, they're not wasting any time.
Definitely no time to be wasted right now. They see all the death timers and say, okay, wait, we're going to be getting Alter Ego Esports backs against the wall already, because Brent Esports, after those pickoffs, they are looking well on their way to equalize this game.
Oh my god, this feels like deja vu. Just basically change that Esmeralda for the Alice and then swap the names. That's what this looks like.
You know what? Just seeing Brent Esports right now, this tells me that they are very similar in playstyles just because they're winning with the same draft. But Rebo, he is in the middle of that Veil ultimate. Carl really wants to go for Pi, but he's not the best target at the moment.
Stole the purple.
He did. He did.
He stole the purple. Very rude. Shelly Boy is a hungry boy.
Yeah, pretty hungry for even more of these kills, but he can't even get any at the moment right now. Odil, though, he does buy the Necklace of Durance coming into this, so I'm pretty sure later you guys will talk about the items here, but Yam's getting chased.
But for the side of Brent Esports, they can never be complacent. I like the play that they're doing, but if ever they become complacent and they become overconfident, there is still a chance that Alter Ego Esports can turn this around.
Looking at the sort of flips from the ejector, it doesn't seem like it's the right target that they want to go for. The Lord will still be halted before he even touches the inhibitor, but that opens opportunity up into the mid, and Flicker already coming out from the side of Leo Murphy. Yam tries to force a little bit more of these members to back away, but more jacking of the buffs.
Now, Brent Esports, looking at the turrets right now, one outer turret still remains here for the side of Alter Ego Esports. They are aiming for that, but Alter Ego is doing a great job just holding on to that fort. Hold the line. Do not let them get it. Do not let them end this fast. You still have the Esmeralda. You still have a chance.
Oh, here we go. It's going to be Lusty there that gets caught out, gets bursted down as well. Great job coming from Leo Murphy as he does secure the kill, but here goes the rest of Brent Esports replying with their engagement. Oh! What a big one as the rest of Brent Esports, they're backing away. Order's Villains already popped up, and there goes Phantom Execution as well. Udil makes his way out alongside with Shelly Boy, but Carltizi, only one touch would have sent him back to the gray screen.
Oh wow, first few, then Carltizi, they escape with 1 HP apiece. Ladies and gentlemen, this is as close as it gets, and this is just game 2. It's looking like Alter Ego Esports won't let go of the hopes for a sweep just yet. Looking at the gold lead on Brent Esports, that's about what, 7K, 6K and change? And so far, Few just picked up a key item that'll help him build towards the rest of his gear. Currently has a Necklace of Durance and a Clock of Destiny. Checking out your boy Udil though, that's going to be quite the same thing. They're actually mirrored.
They are. They are. Now, just looking at the things that Alter Ego can do, the amount of damage that Odil can, well, this is go rhyme, but Odil can deal is massive. Look at
4 out of 10.
Thank you. I'll take that. But Brent Esports here, they need to look out for those kinds of plays, because if they ever get caught out, stop laughing. If they ever get caught out, that could mean an objective or a lord or a turret going to the side of Alter Ego Esports.
And they should not let up. They should not let up.
Yeah, definitely not going to be a single chance for that. But Caltrisi really looking in a hot form on that Lancelot. But Jellyboy has been able to pick up that endless battle right now. So 15 more seconds on the clock. We will see the Luminous Lord already coming up online. But Brand Esports having full control of the jungle. Pi has to give this buff away. And Alter Ego currently being suppressed, especially from the back.
Yup, you hear pops, the Order of Brilliance, Butters, it's gonna break out!
I like what Jellyboy did there. He went back and forth just to dodge that Phantom Execution. And there is a brawl happening in the middle lane, and Yam here with the Falling Star Moon. Look at the damage output coming out from all the people here from beside of Brand Esports. Alter Ego, they're going back. They know that they cannot fight as of the moment. Leo Murphy throwing back his ally to the base, and they stop there.
That's a defensive ejector if I've ever seen one. That is the correct way to use Jawhead to run away, but just the same, there was no choice for Leo Murphy. We're seeing less recalls and less stickers from his Jawhead, and right now that just says Alter Ego now understands they're in trouble.
Yeah, now that you mention it, there's a little bit of silence on set as well, not from our cast's desk, but wow, this is how Brand Esports really know how to push those buttons right there. But I just like how Alter Ego Esports, they're switching towards this really defensive form, and yet they only managed to lose out on one member in the form of Yam. So with that said, he's not looking that comfortable on this Esmeralda. Already 1-4-1.
But hey, you know what? As long as they don't lose Udil, they can clear these waves fast.
Yeah, Udil seems to be their only hope. Any other left seems to be the long way around. Yeah, you have Yam, sure you have Pi, but it's just not as good. Butters, look at this bottom lane clash!
And there is a knock-up on Yam. Yam here just getting away. Brand Esports will not commit to that. Woo! They are still waiting for the Luminous Lord. Go for the safe route. Do not try and push your luck at these moments of the game. And Jellyboy actually going in. Lusty here, just trying to go for the wave of the dragon, but there's that.
Last draw coming in, and the Lord is already hitting on towards the base already. Jellyboy tries to actually negate them from pushing even further. But the rest of Brand Esports, they want to finish the game, and the user will go unstoppable by the way. Jellyboy dies all the way to the back, trying to catch Revo, but this might just be it. Two members down from Alter Ego's side. They're still defending, trying to clear off the wave, but Flapteasy secures the game. We are going into game 3.
And look at that, the screams, the shouts coming out from Brand Esports. They are hyped, and we go to game number 3.
Hey, if you guys are looking for entertainment on a weekend, this is where it's at. This is Mobile Legends Esports, ladies and gentlemen. 1-1. Alter Ego versus Brand Esports. And who'd have thought that if you did the same draft and change it up a little bit, you would see massive success.
Oh boy. Guys, I mean, I'm just seeing turned faces on either side. Alter Ego, they're still a little bit smiling, but again, they're not as excited as they were in game 1. A big statement indeed, and congratulations, Brent, to even it up to 1-1. But we are going the full distance today.
Woo! It can go both ways. I mean, just seeing how these two teams perform, they are both deserving, but only one can advance. And that's heartbreak for one of these two teams. And the fan base as well.
You know, this feels like the finals already, but of course, that is being left for another episode as we are going to say goodbye to one of the teams at the very end. But, oh, Gideon, you've been watching all the match. What is your take?
I mean, you got to be careful. Myanmar is watching, man. They're like, what? What'd you say?
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Sorry, boy.
We're here. we read that article. We read that article.
Yeah.
We're still not happy. All right, but enough with the jokes aside. Let's get an in-depth view and the analysis coming in from Wolf and LaFell.
Thank you very much, casters. I actually love hearing their banter.
Yeah,
a bit. Anyways, my name is LaFell. This is Wolf, and in this morning, James predicted that it's gonna be a full game today.
Yeah, and I think that so far we've only missed one.
Only the first series were the 2-0.
And
then the rest we went all the way.
And then why is it that when you said yesterday that we are not gonna have it?
This is the difference. This is the difference between a Malaysian and a Singaporean. They get things right.
Maybe it's just you actually.
Well, I'm
But
part
you're part of the you're cursed, unfortunately.
I'm part Filipino, so you know.
Oh.
Anyways, we have to talk about that game where okay, let's not pretend that this didn't happen when Brand took the draft of Alter Ego and then used that draft to beat Alter Ego. So, what I can conclude is a pretty good draft.
It's a pretty good draft indeed because it's kind of holistic, honestly. If we're gonna look at the item build, we will also see the heroes that are included in it, particularly the Cho, which is one of the best quote-unquote tanks out there. You also have the Yu Zhong, very good when it comes to playmaking, and this Lunox Alice combination. You know what? This Lunox is perfect because it really deals well against the Lapu Lapu as well as the Jawhead. And in certain parts of the game, it's also very strong against all of their cores. Now, this Lancelot from Carl TZ, it went 5-0 and 9 because of how masterful he was. I think that there were many times that Alter Ego Esports tried to go for that Lancelot but weren't successful because they were getting outplayed by Carl TZ.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? I've talked with Leo TZ, Butters TZ, as well as Wolf TZ, and they're like, don't give Carl TZ Lancelot.
Yeah.
And Lafel TZ agrees.
Yeah.
That should not happen. 5-0-9. It was a good thing he didn't get a Savage this game.
Yeah, you know what? He went undefeated for the entirety of MPL Season 6 with the Lancelot. I think he went until 13-0. And I think that in M2, there's just one losing game for Lancelot, but
hey,
wow,
it's like, oh
wow,
Arman's doing so good. And right now we look at the MVP 509 Carl TZ on this Lancelot, basically a full item build with the Blade of Heptases, Blade of Despair, as well as the Endless Battle, and to make sure that even if he dies, he will come back again with the Immortality.
You know what, Alter Ego Esports, they're like a raging bull just seeing red through the Lancelot, and it just so happens that Lancelot holds Rose, but they are so angry at Carl TZ in this particular game. They're trying to chase so many times, but Carl TZ was able to outplay them, and that is important to take note because if Lancelot just dies even once or twice in this particular game and miss his timing for all of the turtles, the Lord and the second Lord, it will be totally bad for Brand Esports because they don't have the lineup to even finish this game when the Lancelot's timing is already over.
Yeah, Lord is definitely a loadie. You definitely want that on your side. Yeah. Now the thing is, like you said, Lancelot did not die. Yeah. Like, we can definitely see that Alter Ego, they were kind of aggressive in the early stages of the game. And if Carl TZ dies, then that kind of gives a very, very big impact on the team, especially on the moral standpoint. And Wolf, this is my question to you. This is the third game. This is clutch time. It's the best of one. Whoever loses goes home. Whoever wins will face against RRQ tomorrow. And the big thing that I believe that everyone has to look at is the draft.
Yeah, for sure. And if you think about it, the red team almost always wins. Well, it's 1-1 for the red team right now just because of that dual pickup that you get. And then I think that in the first game, the priority was on the Esmeralda as well. And that is also very crucial. If you're asking me how the draft will play out, I'm absolutely sure that those 4 heroes that we just mentioned, or at least part of the winning drafts for games 1 and 2, it will be separate. It will be taken out from each other. I don't think that we will complete it again.
I hope that happens because I don't want any ego on stage right now because, again, you don't want to lose just because you're like, I can beat you when you have those heroes. Like, this is not that time. This is the time where I want the best for me and I want the second best for you. But either way, we will be going to a third game. So casters, get ready. We're going for a short break. So don't go anywhere. We will be back right after this.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert.
Hey, welcome back everybody to the MLBB M2 World Championships as we are about to get the final game done here. The ultimate decider to see whether Philippines is still in the tournament or whether or not Alter Ego is just too big, too bad, and will face their counterparts against RRQ tomorrow morning. We have on the caster's desk Contra, Leo, as well as Butters and myself, Gideon Q here to cast this final game. And boy, this has really been a tug of war on both sides.
Yeah, and down towards the very final game, you've seen every single teams that have played previously already have given their all, and same goes to these teams, Brand Esports as well as Alter Ego. Now, funny enough, just looking back at that draft that Brand Esports took, it's just the Alice that makes a little bit of difference as compared to what Alter Ego has put up in Game 1.
What it reminds me of, I'm not sure if anyone else has mentioned this, but I'm just going to put it out there. It reminds me of the Sharingan from Naruto, right? Like you take your opponent's strategies and their techniques, and then you use it against them. At first, I was super scared, right? As soon as they locked in that fourth hero before the last one, you're like, this looks super familiar, what's going on? And then they actually get it done.
I guess that just tells us that these two teams are practically same in terms of playstyle. They want to be aggressive and they really just want to put it out there that they use the same heroes.
I'm kind of on Butters on this one because it does feel like, you know, they kind of have the same idea of what the meta is. And then I don't know whether it was just like written down on the coach's
If it was on purpose.
Yeah, was it on purpose or like, okay, pick this, pick. Wait a minute. Hold, wait.
It's like,
okay, you know what, guys? You know where this is going. It's tough to say, but hey, at the very least, Game 3 is coming up, and I think, you know, whoever has been on the red side has definitely had a little bit of an advantage, especially against these two teams here. And it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody is going to get an advantage on that red side, as we've seen teams actually excel on the blue side, especially with those first picks.
It's just how you set up the first 3 bans. You were saying, Contra?
I just really want to point out that, you know, this red side of the map is definitely a favorite for both of these teams. I think that they're definitely contesting on who gets to go first. And yeah, now I'm thinking that Brent wants to stay on red.
Yeah, no, but it's up to Alter Ego now.
Yeah, because the thing is, if you are on the red side, you get 2 picks. And there are a lot of heroes that are left free for the taking if you draft your first bans right. So there's gonna be a Jawhead, there's gonna be a Cho, there's gonna be a Yu Zhong. There are lots of heroes right now. They are available and they're really strong, and that's what I fear for Bren Esports. It's as if the first pick was the advantage from the previous patches, but right now for the tournament meta, it's the first 2 picks.
Well, I think there's also a little bit of, you know, conditioning here, because we did see in the group stage a lot of the teams focusing on those 6 priority bans. We saw pretty much Matilda, Selena, Esmeralda, Natalia pretty much banned every single game. 100%. Brody as well. All 5 of these absolutely gone. And sometimes you'll see the Yuzong, sometimes you'll see the Lapu Lapu. It kind of varies depending on the team, but overall, these were the 5 major bans. And I think now, especially in the tournament meta, where they're kind of forcing out the more efficient picks, the Jawheads have been a primary source. The Yuzongs as well, I have to admit, has been on the rise. Selena's on and off depending on the team. But more importantly, we have to keep our eyes on whether or not, you know, Esmeralda is falling through the cracks.
Well, I definitely want to point something out here, because a couple of all these past games from other teams, they don't really give too much high priority on that Jawhead for various reasons. Like, it of course depends on how you build the Jawhead. He's really strong on that very early phase of the game, where of course you want to go in to get that ejector as well as unstoppable force to be charging out towards key priority picks. But towards the late game, you know, he's just pulling machine. Like, sometimes you get that pick, but it doesn't guarantee you that kill.
He's just utility. He's just utility. But this time around, in game number 2, there was some utility. He was used, but yo, I'm so happy to see that the Cho works out. In this series alone, I think the Cho win rate has been redeemed.
I think for both of these teams, whenever you see them play, the Cho just comes out. Unless one side bans it, which I don't think that will be the case, it will come out.
Yeah.
Because Liam Murphy, Lusty, they told, Lusty told me that in